Chapter 1. The Choice That Alters Destiny. In the stillness of the early morning, within an aging apartment building, only the lights on the seventh floor remain illuminated. In an ordinary room, a young man, not yet 20 and of unremarkable appearance, gazes at his computer screen, releasing a deep sigh as a flicker of melancholy flashes in his eyes. Ling Feng, at the tender age of 19, lost his parents to an unfortunate accident during his early childhood. Since then, he has faced the harsh realities of life alone, struggling to navigate this world. After graduating high school, he enrolled in a local university, opting for a life of seclusion at home. It was not due to a lack of desire to pursue further education, but rather the disheartening truth of his poor academic performance, which rendered continuation meaningless. With no work experience or respectable qualifications, after numerous setbacks, he ultimately resigned himself to the life of a seasoned recluse. Why can't my life be like Dragon Ball? Ling Feng mused, reminiscing about Dragon Ball GT, particularly the moment when Son Goku departed with the Eternal Dragon. A profound yearning and a touch of resignation for reality filled his gaze. This world is not one for ordinary folk like him to thrive in. As a quintessential commoner, his only option seemed to be to languish in existence, utterly powerless to alter the societal dynamics around him. 1% of the population enjoys 99% of the resources, while the remaining 99% scramble for the meager 1% that remains. Such is the nature of this society, this world. It seems there's been yet another earthquake or tsunami somewhere. This planet has long been gravely polluted by humanity. Who knows when the apocalypse might truly arrive? Ling Feng remarked, indulging in self-deprecation. Just as Ling Feng prepared to shut down his computer and retreat into slumber, a jarring message flickered across the screen. Student Ling Feng, there exists an opportunity to alter your destiny. Will you accept? Yes or no? Divine Angel Beast? Ling Feng exclaimed instinctively, only to realize his phone had died. This was not the digital adventure he had envisioned, rather. It was a journey fraught with uncertainty. Should he choose to accept, there would be no turning back. He needed to choose wisely. Seemingly aware of Ling Feng's misunderstanding, the text on the screen flickered once more. But I've been a recluse for 2 years now. I'm no longer a student, Ling Feng silently criticized, lost in thought. After a moment of bewilderment, realizing this was not a mere dream, a faint smile crept across his lips as he murmured, whether it be a dream or reality, I am thoroughly tired of this life. I must change. He moved his mouse without hesitation, clicking yes. Your dream adventure begins now. Good luck. A gentle female voice whispered in his ear. In an instant, the computer screen erupted in brilliance, illuminating the entire room. When the light dissipated, Ling Feng had vanished, consumed by the radiance. Ling Feng awoke in a daze, finding himself in a space resembling a school office, standing before a male teacher, clad in a black school uniform. Ling Feng was momentarily bewildered. Was this a dream? Suddenly, an arcane piece of information surged into his mind. Within less than a second, he comprehended the situation, his expression shifting erratically. He had been chosen by something called the Dragon Ball system, which bestowed upon him 2 primary tasks. First, to collect the 7 Dark Dragon Balls scattered across various dimensions. Second, to eliminate the negative energy released in his current realm due to the Dark Dragon Balls. All right, class is about to begin. Let me take you to your classroom. The teacher, oblivious to Ling Feng's confusion, beckoned before exiting the staff room, prompting Ling Feng to follow suit. As he walked, he mentally recited Dragon Ball system, causing a semi-transparent interface to materialize before him. Dragon Ball system. Host, Ling Feng. Age, 19. Gender, male. Combat power evaluation, weak. Energy points, 500. Below were 3 small icons, a fist, a clock, and a blood droplet. The fist represented all martial arts techniques within the Dragon Ball universe, which could be exchanged for energy points. The clock symbolized the hyperbolic time chamber, requiring 1,000 energy points for 1 day's time. The blood droplet indicated the ability to enhance bloodline rank through energy points, though he currently possessed no bloodline. The current realm, School Apocalypse. Identity, a transfer student at Fujimi Academy. Task 1, Obtain the Dark Dragon Balls lost in this realm. Reward. 1. Basic bloodline of choice from the Dragon Ball universe. Bloodlines are categorized into 4 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. Task 2. Eradicate more than half of the negative energy in this realm. Reward. 1 basic space gem capable of storing living beings, which requires a drop of blood to attune to its host. Destroying negative energy grants corresponding energy points. The stronger the negative energy, the more points earned. Task duration, 1 year. Failure to complete the tasks within the time limit results in obliteration. As Ling Feng absorbed this data, a faint smile graced his lips, his eyes ignited with fervor, a fierce beast roaring within him. The monotonous days he had endured were finally at an end. He would grow stronger. He would become a force to be reckoned with. Ling Feng clenched his fists, his face calm, while his heart raged with determination. With an initial 500 energy points, he accessed the system and clicked the fist icon, searching for something within his budget. He quickly discovered a crucial skill he needed: the ability to sense and utilize his internal energy, requiring 500 points for exchange. Without hesitation, Ling Feng selected this option. It was a foundational skill he must acquire, and those 500 points were clearly intended for this purpose. Upon confirming the exchange, he felt a warm current coursing through his body, gradually circulating within him. His previously average physical condition now felt significantly enhanced, his limbs imbued with newfound strength. Excellent, this was quite a bargain. Ling Feng silently nodded in approval as he approached the doorway of Class 2B. The teacher opened the classroom door, leading Ling Feng inside. The previously noisy students quieted upon the teacher's entrance, their curious gazes settling on Ling Feng. Ahem, I have some good news to share today. We have a new transfer student in our class. Let him introduce himself, the teacher announced after clearing his throat, gesturing for Ling Feng to step forward. Ling Feng approached the podium, surveying the students before him. Miyamoto Rika, Takashirosa, Inoue Hiroyuki, and a military enthusiast whose name he had forgotten. Only the protagonist, Komuro Takashi, was absent, as the plot was just beginning. My name is Ling Feng. I look forward to your guidance, he simply stated, offering no further elaboration. Ahem, very well. Ling Feng, please take a seat at the back, the teacher instructed, pointing to the last empty desk. Ling Feng made his way over, finding himself next to Miyamoto Rika, whose books were already neatly arranged on the table. All right, class, please open your textbooks. The teacher commenced the lesson, and the students redirected their attention from Ling Feng to their books. Ling Feng feigned engagement with his textbook, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of his next moves. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, the classroom door was violently kicked open by a boy. Komuro Takashi. Komuro Takashi, you may skip class, but must you disturb your classmates? This is outrageous. The teacher fumed, raising his textbook in reprimand as the other students looked on, eager for the spectacle. Unfazed by the teacher's ire, Komuro Takashi rushed to Miyamoto Rika, seizing her and, much like in the anime, slapped her before dragging her out, with Inoue Hiroyuki following suit. Ling Feng, under the teacher's furious gaze, stepped out without hesitation. Though he did not join Komuro and the others, they were strangers to him, and he had no reason to follow. He intended to find the infirmary, believing that having a team would be advantageous in his early days of limited strength. This way, he could focus on combat while delegating logistical matters to others, thus conserving valuable energy. Though unaware of the infirmary's location, fortune favored him when he encountered a boy exiting the restroom. After a quick inquiry, he hastened his steps and soon arrived at the infirmary, where he found Jukawa Shizuka napping with her head resting on the desk, truly a sight to behold, resembling a plush pillow. Ling Feng internally scoffed at the sight of her ample bosom, but swiftly closed the infirmary door behind him. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhu Chuan Jing Xiang stirred awake, stifling a yawn, and gazed at Ling Feng with a somewhat dazed expression as she inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" "I have a stomachache. The teacher asked me to come here to rest. I am Ling Feng from Class 2B, and I just transferred today," Ling Feng replied. "Oh, then you should rest on the bed over there," Zhu Chuan Jingxiang said without a hint of skepticism, pointing to a small white bed nearby, before drifting back into a slumber. At that moment, a loud announcement echoed through the school. "Attention, students! An emergency situation has arisen within the academy. Do not." The broadcast was soon pierced by chilling screams and the guttural roars of what sounded like beasts. Before long, the air was filled with the panicked screams of students, plunging the environment into chaos. "What is happening?" Zhu Chuan Jing Xiang asked innocently, still bewildered. "It seems there has been some sort of horrific attack. We should exercise caution," Ling Feng replied, moving toward the metal stand that held saline bottles. He removed 2 of the bottles, grasped the stand in his hands, and gave it a few shakes, improvising a weapon. Ling Feng opened the infirmary door to survey the scene outside, only to find utter pandemonium. Aware of Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's obliviousness, he wasted no time and pulled her to the doorway to witness the grim spectacle outside. As they beheld the gruesome and bloody scene, even Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, despite her usual naivete, recognized the gravity of the situation. "Oh dear, I need to grab the medical supplies," she exclaimed, swaying her ample, soft form towards the cabinet to gather the necessary items. At that moment, several zombies staggered into view, shambling closer. Ling Feng tightened his grip on the stand and charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the first zombie. Bam! Thanks to the initial enhancement of his body, Ling Feng's strength was significantly greater than that of an average person. With a full-force strike, he created a gaping hole in the zombie's skull, blood spraying everywhere as its head exploded. The creature collapsed instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng glanced at the system. His energy points, previously at 0, had now increased to 1. After dispatching another zombie, it rose to 2 points. Thus, the ratio was established. 1 zombie equated to 1 energy point. Ling Feng's gaze turned fervent as he surveyed the nearby zombies, gripping the metal stand tightly and charging forward to vigorously eliminate one after another. Each of these creatures represented potential energy points. "Quickly! If there are too many, I won't be able to handle them," Ling Feng shouted, kicking a zombie away and glancing back at Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, who was still retrieving medical supplies in the infirmary. At that moment, a figure dashed around the corner, wielding a wooden sword. With swift, decisive strikes, she felled several zombies in her path. "Is there anyone else in the infirmary?" Poison Island Siko asked, pausing as she spotted a second-year student standing at the infirmary's entrance with a saline stand, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the numerous fallen zombies. "Ms. Zhu Chuan is still inside gathering medicine," Ling Feng explained, recognizing her as Poison Island Sikoa, strikingly beautiful and graceful individual, her strength far surpassing that of the average person. Aside from his physical prowess, Ling Feng felt overshadowed in all other aspects. Poison Island Siko joined Ling Feng in defending the infirmary's entrance, and together they managed to hold off the relentless tide of zombies. "All right, let us hasten our departure." Zhu Chuan Jingxiang finally emerged, lugging a large canvas bag filled with various vials and medical supplies. With Ling Feng and Poison Island Siko leading the way, they set off towards the faculty office, where Zhu Chuan Jingxiang mentioned car keys could be found. However, the school had transformed into a veritable hellscape, and traversing through the horde of zombies to reach the faculty office proved to be no simple task. Thus, they proceeded cautiously, eliminating the zombies in the hallway one by one. After battling for over an hour, they had only covered half the distance and paused at a staircase corner to catch their breath and regain their strength. "You have quite the skill for a second year. May I know your name?" "I am Poison Island Siko from Class 3A, she said, leaning against the wall as she gazed at Ling Feng, realizing they had yet to introduce themselves amid the chaos. "I am Ling Feng from Class 2B. I have heard of your esteemed reputation, Poison Island Senpai. I've heard you won the National Kendo Championship last year. Truly impressive," Ling Feng replied with a smile. Poison Island Siko was one of the individuals he had earmarked as a potential team member, as having reliable companions could prove invaluable in the early stages when his strength was still developing. Ling Feng is also someone who conceals his true capabilities. His strength is indeed formidable, Siko said with a faint smile, though internally she was quite astonished, having not anticipated that there were such hidden talents within the academy. Previously, she had been completely unaware of this. Little did she know that Ling Feng had only just transferred here, so it would have been strange for her to know. You both are quite impressive, Ju Chuan Shizuka remarked as she sat on the ground. Catching her breath, the two exchanged glances and shared a subtle smile, thereby drawing closer in their relationship. Seizing the moment of respite, Ling Feng checked the Dragon Ball system, discovering that he had accumulated 113 energy points, indicating that he had defeated a total of 113 zombies. This was quite commendable, especially considering it was a result of his deliberate attempts to compete with Du Siko for kills. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such a tally. Unbeknownst to Ling Feng, his actions of claiming kills had been misinterpreted by Siko as him protecting the two of them, inadvertently earning him considerable favor in her eyes. If Ling Feng were aware of Siko's thoughts at this moment, he would undoubtedly be chuckling to himself. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the corridor below, accompanied by a cacophony of clattering sounds. Ling Feng and the others exchanged glances before swiftly descending the stairs, effortlessly dispatching the stray zombies that wandered their path. Upon entering the classroom from which the scream originated, they beheld several students cornered by a massive zombie, brandishing brooms and chairs that were utterly ineffective against the brute's casual swipes. The students' faces turned pale with terror. An evolved zombie? Ling Feng thought instinctively upon seeing the towering figure, approximately 2.5 meters tall. His expression turned grave. He was not foolish enough to dismiss the creature as merely tall. More importantly, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from it, a quality absent in ordinary zombies. As the trio stepped into the classroom, the evolved zombie noticed their footsteps, surprisingly pausing its assault to turn and reveal a ghastly, blood-streaked visage. Seeing this, the students scrambled over desks and fled in a panic through the main entrance. Roar! The evolved zombie bellowed in fury, redirecting its attention toward Ling Feng and his companions, barreling through the furniture with alarming speed. Faster than the average zombie, but still slower than a human. Run! Siko's expression shifted, urgently grasping Shizuka's arm as they turned to flee. She could intuitively sense the creature's formidable strength and, given that they had not yet fully recovered their stamina, she preferred to avoid confrontation. Ling Feng hesitated momentarily before following suit. Had he been at full strength, he would have engaged, but with his stamina only partially restored, he deemed it too risky to confront the evolved zombie. The three of them sprinted at full speed, navigating through 2 flights of stairs before entering the empty shooting club classroom. They needed to rest adequately. The room was desolate, devoid of any individuals, and nearly all the training wooden guns had been claimed by other students. Ling Feng managed to scavenge a 1-meter-long stick from a corner, which was relatively short and thus classified as a short-range weapon, as all the longer ones had been taken first. Although he already possessed a steel frame, having an additional weapon was beneficial, so he tucked it into the back of his pants. That zombie seemed different from the rest. It exuded a sense of extreme danger, Siko stated, sitting on the smooth wooden bench and catching her breath. How terrifying, Shizuka added, patting her ample bosom, a hint of fear in her tone. If such zombies were to increase in number, they would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. Judging by its physique, it's reasonable to assume its strength far exceeds that of ordinary zombies. Engaging it head-on would likely prove challenging, even for the two of us combined, Ling Feng remarked, his expression serious as he contemplated how to eliminate the creature, knowing that the energy points gained would far surpass those from regular zombies. Furthermore, if they did not act now, the zombie might evolve further, complicating matters in the future. Yes, if we encounter it again, it would be wise to avoid it. Fortunately, we are still considerably faster than it is, Siko agreed with a nod. As they sat quietly in the spacious shooting club, recuperating their strength, they occasionally heard the chilling screams from outside, but refrained from recklessly rushing to the rescue, each of them aware of the risks. After about 10 minutes, their energy levels had sufficiently restored, and they exited the shooting club, heading towards the staff office. Perhaps due to the presence of the evolved zombie, Ling Feng felt an increasing sense of pressure, prompting him to proactively eliminate as many zombies as possible along the way, a strategy that puzzled Siko, who observed his energy expenditure with curiosity. They proceeded cautiously, eliminating zombies as they went, and after a considerable amount of time, they were nearing the staff office. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air, causing all three to halt in their tracks. It's not far from us. Let's investigate, Siko suggested, striding forward. Ling Feng, unconcerned, was eager to eliminate more zombies. They hurried to the corner from where the scream had originated, only to be met with the familiar towering figure of the evolved zombie, now attacking Hirano Kuda, who wielded a nail gun. Nearby, Takashiro Saya lay on the ground, seemingly stunned with fear. "Come help. My attacks are utterly ineffective," Hirano shouted as he desperately dodged the giant zombie's strikes, repeatedly pulling the trigger to fire nails that barely managed to embed themselves in the creature's scalp. Failing to penetrate its skull to Ling Feng's alarm, the zombie appeared faster than before. "Go," he urged, rushing forward, with Siko closely following. Ling Feng suddenly halted, swinging his steel frame at the evolved zombie's head with tremendous force. The impact sent a jolt through his arms, nearly causing him to lose his grip, while the zombie staggered, nearly toppling over, a noticeable dent forming on its skull. Siko too charged forward, swinging her wooden sword at the creature's head. But her strength paled in comparison to Ling Feng's, merely causing the zombie to sway slightly. Roar! Enraged by the attack, the evolved zombie abandoned its pursuit of Hirano and reached for Siko instead. Anticipating this, Siko deftly leaped back, evading its claws, and swiftly struck twice at its arm, though the effectiveness was still limited, as the wooden sword was inadequate. Ling Feng and Siko prepared to gradually wear down the cumbersome behemoth. To their astonishment, a flash of crimson glimmered in the zombie's eyes, and it suddenly surged forward, its speed dramatically increasing to that of a normal human. Ling Feng was caught off guard, unable to dodge, and was pinned beneath the creature. "Ah," Shizuka gasped, unable to contain her scream. "I am not dead yet." Pinned beneath the overwhelming weight of a mutated zombie, Ling Feng struggled to speak, his metal support straining against the dripping maw of his assailant. Yet, the creature possessed an extraordinary strength. The not-so-thick metal rod was soon distorted under the pressure. In a moment of desperation, Ling Feng hastily retrieved the short firearm he had brought from the shooting club, summoning every ounce of strength in his arms to fend off the relentless attack. This transpired in mere seconds, and it was only then that Poison Island Siko sprang into action, advancing with ferocity to swing her wooden sword at the zombie's neck. Striking the hardest part of the skull was less effective than targeting the neck. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Though she managed to sever some flesh, the impact was still insufficient, and Ling Feng felt himself on the verge of collapse. In this critical moment, his gaze fell upon the chaotic ground, where a chainsaw caught his eye. Drawing upon every last reserve of strength, he tensed the muscles in his arms, creating a brief opening before grasping the chainsaw and activating it with a roar. The chainsaw whirred to life, its teeth grinding against the skull of the mutated zombie. A cacophony of revving and the jarring sound of bone met his ears as repulsive blood splattered, forcing him to shut his eyes. Under the chainsaw's relentless power, the zombie's head was soon reduced to a gruesome pulp, lifeless beyond resurrection. Exhausted, Ling Feng discarded the chainsaw and gasped for breath, his body drenched in blood, a terrifying sight to behold. At that moment, 2 more footsteps approached. Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei had finally arrived, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of the colossal zombie corpse sprawled on the ground. "Well done, Ling Feng-kun," Poison Island Siko remarked, disregarding the blood that coated him as she pulled him to his feet with admiration. Ling Feng could only manage a wry smile. He had come perilously close to disaster. The sheer strength exhibited by the zombie, lacking any form of automatic defense, had nearly overwhelmed him. That it seemed this creature was one of brute force, astonishingly powerful, and he had narrowly escaped, once in the staff office. Ling Feng made his way to the faucet to wash off the blood from his face and body, splashing water on his head to regain his composure. After calming down, he realized he had yet to check the energy points he had gained from killing the mutated zombie. Opening the system interface, he discovered he had amassed 450 points. Prior to eliminating the mutated zombie, he had accumulated over 300 points by dispatching as many regular zombies as possible, though he couldn't recall the exact figure. Given that a mutated zombie seemed to possess enhanced speed, it could be inferred that one of these creatures equated to roughly 100 ordinary zombies. And even if this estimate were slightly off, it was likely not far from the truth. Ling Feng pondered the balance of risk versus reward, concluding that if he had a suitable weapon, hunting mutated zombies would be worthwhile. However, with only average weaponry, a more cautious approach was advisable. Regrettably, the chainsaw had been plugged into a wall socket. Without power, it was rendered useless. Otherwise, he would have taken it with him, contemplating what martial arts techniques he could exchange for his 450 energy points. Ling Feng quickly assessed the options available, only to find he was still short. The simplest technique, a small energy wave, required 800 points. The more advanced techniques, such as the sky dance technique at 2,000 points. The hole punch at 3,000 points, the solar fist at 3,500 points, and the Kamehameha wave at 5,000 points, were all prohibitively expensive. Each one surpassed the last, leading him to dismiss the latter options. He realized he needed to work harder to earn more points. Lost in thought, he was roused by Poison Island Siko, who had approached unnoticed. "What are you thinking about? Is everything all right?" she inquired, observing his momentary distraction. Ling Feng snapped back to reality, dismissing the system with a shake of his head. "Nothing much." The group then introduced themselves, a brief acquaintance, before the television broadcasted news of nationwide chaos. Even the live reporters were under attack by zombies, plunging the entire nation into turmoil. The collective mood sank, faces grim, save for Ling Feng and Poison Island Siko, who maintained their composure. "Senpai, do you have any plans?" Ling Feng asked. "We must form a team to survive. Relying on individual strength is simply too precarious," Poison Island Siko stated decisively, quickly garnering the agreement of the others. "Then let us depart. Let's try to save as many people as we can," she declared as the group exited the staff office, heading towards the parking lot. The most direct route was through the front entrance, necessitating a breakthrough. "Fatty, don't use your nail gun. Conserve the ammunition. The bulk of the zombies will be dealt with by me. Senpai, and Komuro Takashi. Miyamoto Rei, you'll use your staff for support," Ling Feng instructed as they stepped out of the office. Hirano Kuda hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei exchanged glances, but ultimately agreed. Only Takagi Sayao expressed her discontent. "Why should we listen to you? My suggestions are the most reasonable. You're clever enough to understand that," Ling Feng replied coolly, noting her underlying bias, likely stemming from her father's far-right affiliations. Yet, he remained unfazed. "Humph," Takagi Sayao scoffed, but did not refute him. This minor discord was merely a fleeting interruption and did not hinder their actions, once they had delineated their roles. The group commenced their breakout, with Ling Feng leading the charge, wielding the metal rod and short firearm with precision, eliminating the greatest number of zombies. Poison Island Siko and Komuro Takashi primarily cleared the zombies flanking him, while any stragglers were swiftly dispatched by Miyamoto Rei, whose marksmanship was commendable and agile. Their efficient teamwork allowed them to reach the entrance swiftly, rescuing a few students along the way. About 30 zombies. This seems somewhat excessive, Poison Island Siko observed, frowning as they surveyed the mass of zombies milling about the front entrance. Ling Feng had exhibited impressive prowess previously, but that was when the zombies approached one at a time. The current geographical layout and density of zombies made gradual attrition impractical. Should they surge forward en masse, they would all be doomed. Zombies lack sight. If we keep quiet, we can simply walk past them. Takagi Sayao suggested hesitantly. That remains theoretical. It's too perilous. If the zombies were to suddenly move while we were midway, we would be in serious trouble, Ling Feng countered, wary of the unpredictable nature of their situation, which had already deviated from the original narrative. Caution was advisable. "You." Takagi Sayao glared at him, but thankfully refrained from raising her voice. "Fatty, it's up to you that I previously advised you to conserve your nail gun. Use the saved ammunition here. If you can take out half of them, we can break through," Ling Feng said with a slight smile, turning toward Hirano Kuda, who stood behind them. "I almost forgot. We can also clear some zombies from a distance beforehand." "Your earlier thoughts were quite astute," Poison Island Siko commended. "All right, now it's my moment to shine," Hirano Kuda proclaimed confidently, raising his nail gun and firing at the wandering zombies below. After a series of shots, he struck true, eliminating roughly half of the zombies. "Charge," Ling Feng whispered, leading the way as he burst forth, the metal rod smashing through a zombie's skull, prompting a cacophony of roars from the remaining creatures. After a fierce struggle, the group finally broke free, making their way to the parking lot. Once they located the school bus, Kiryu Shizuka used the keys to unlock the doors, and everyone hurried inside. Just as they were about to start the bus and depart, an unwelcome figure appeared with a throng of students. "Wait, let us on." A group of students rushed forward, led by none other than Koichi Sasaki. Much to Miyamoto Rei's chagrin. "Drive. Don't pay them any mind," Miyamoto Rei shouted urgently, her discomfort evident. "What are you saying, Rei? Let us wait a moment." Komuro Takashi expressed his discontent. "We absolutely cannot save him. It's a grave mistake." You will regret it, Miyamoto Rei stated with utmost certainty. Yet Kamishiro Takashi remained indifferent, continuing to emphasize the need to save lives. Ling Feng refrained from voicing his opinion. He even found himself in agreement. For in his narrative, the character of Fujit Keiichi was indispensable, and initially aligning with the plot would prove advantageous. Soon enough, Fujit Keiichi and the students boarded the vehicle, prompting a helpless sigh from Miyamoto Rei as she cast a reproachful glance at Kamishiro Takashi. Jukawa Shizuka immediately floored the accelerator, and the school bus surged into action, ruthlessly plowing through the zombies that obstructed their path, violently breaking through the iron gates of the academy and escaping the zombie-infested Fujimi Academy. Once things settled, Ling Feng began to assess his energy points. Totaling 530, they had been saved, with the leader being Tokushi Masiko. After briefly stabilizing, the insatiable Fujit Keiichi approached Tokushi Masiko with an anxious demeanor. "We have no so-called leader here. We merely assist one another," Tokushi Masiko replied nonchalantly while wiping the blood-stained wooden sword. "That simply won't do. If we wish to survive, a leader must exist," Fujit retorted. Adjusting his glasses with a grave expression, Ling Feng observed this exchange, internally scoffing at the absurdity of the notion. With so few individuals aboard, what kind of nonsensical leadership was he speaking of? Ignoring Fujit's ramblings, Ling Feng chose to rest quietly. As the darkness began to envelop the sky outside, "That I've had enough." Ling Feng was abruptly awakened by a raucous voice belonging to a blonde-haired delinquent student. "Why should we follow you into the city? This should be your own decision, right? Can't we just stay at the school?" The delinquent complained loudly. "Out there, it's filled with those damned monsters, and you guys just take it upon yourselves to lead us away from school. How ridiculous." "I certainly didn't agree to this," the blonde-haired troublemaker shouted defiantly, as if Ling Feng and the others owed him something. "Exactly. Staying at school might be safer. There's bound to be plenty of food in the cafeteria," echoed another student, spurring discontent among the others. Even those who had previously been rescued by Ling Feng began to waver in their resolve. "And I've never liked this guy anyway, acting all high and mighty." The delinquent suddenly pointed at Ling Feng, visibly irritated. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, allowed a cold smile to creep onto his lips. He had no intention of engaging in dialogue, but it appeared some individuals were deliberately seeking confrontation. "Oh, you seem to have a problem with me," Ling Feng said, rising to his feet and addressing the delinquent in a calm tone. "Absolutely. I can't stand you. And that other guy too," the delinquent boasted arrogantly. Gesturing towards Kamishiro Takashi. "What did you say?" Kamishiro Takashi snapped back, his temper flaring. Ling Feng chuckled softly and stepped closer to the delinquent. "Do you intend to resort to violence?" Ling Feng. "Japan is a free country where we enjoy the liberty of speech," Fujit Keiichi remarked with a glum expression, drawing the attention of others in the vehicle. "Indeed, I am about to resort to violence," Ling Feng replied coolly. Ignoring the bewildered Fujit Keiichi, he swiftly reached out and seized the delinquent's head, twisting it with force. Crack! To the disbelief of all present, Ling Feng had snapped the delinquent's neck. After a brief silence, a few girls let out piercing screams, but at a mere glare from Ling Feng. They quickly silenced themselves. "Dajikawa-sensei, please halt the vehicle for a moment. I need to dispose of some trash," Ling Feng said to the driving Jukawa Shizuka. Once the vehicle came to a stop, disregarding Fujit Keiichi's grim expression, Ling Feng opened the door and casually tossed the delinquent's corpse out before closing the door and resuming their journey. Ling Feng's decisive action altered the atmosphere inside the vehicle, creating palpable tension as the group visibly divided into factions, one side aligning with Ling Feng and the other under Fujit Keiichi's leadership. Ling Feng anticipated that Fujit would instigate further conflict, allowing him to justifiably expel them from the bus or disembark himself with his companions to form an elite team. However, perhaps due to Ling Feng's lethal intervention, Fujit's group seemed hesitant to speak up, catching Ling Feng off guard and leading him to think he had underestimated their cowardice. "Jukawa-sensei, let's find a place to park. If we can't locate shelter within a short time in the city, the surrounding zombies pose too great a threat. Even sleeping in the vehicle would be unsettling," Ling Feng decisively stated, glancing at the darkening sky. Unbeknownst to him, his previous actions and formidable prowess had subtly influenced the others, including Jukawa Shizuka, who instinctively slowed the vehicle upon hearing his words. Spotting a nearby park, she guided the vehicle gently onto the lawn before coming to a stop. "It's unsafe to enter the city at night. Let us make do and sleep in the vehicle for now. It will be safer if we stick together, Ling Feng reiterated, noting the puzzled expressions of the students, who ultimately voiced no objections. However, we need some food. We've been fighting all afternoon and have only had a bit of water from the staff office, Kamishiro Takashi lamented, patting his stomach in resignation. The rumble of his belly drew the attention of the others, including Hirano Keita, who blushed slightly and sheepishly scratched his head. I usually eat on time. Ugh, that annoying fatso. Can't you hold it in for a while? Takagi Saya scoffed, only for her own stomach to audibly protest moments later, leaving her embarrassed. What should we do, Ling Feng? It's not good for everyone to go hungry. As the leader, do you have any ideas? Fujit Ichi approached Ling Feng with a sly look in his eyes. Despite Ling Feng never claiming to be any sort of leader, Ling Feng glanced at him, a playful smile curling on his lips. There's no food in the vehicle. If you want to eat, it's quite simple. Just go find some. As the leader, are you suggesting you'll search for food for everyone? I appreciate it, Ling Feng. Fujit Ichi sneered that if you want to eat, then go find it yourself. No one is going to feed you, scum. Miyamoto Rei suddenly erupted, glaring fiercely at Fujit Ichi. Miyamoto-san, I am a teacher. Don't you think you're being quite rude? Fujit Ichi replied, feigning innocence while a cold glint flickered in his eyes. How dare you? Teacher, if you utter one more word, I swear I'll end you. I've tolerated you for long enough, Miyamoto Rei shouted, brandishing a long stick menacingly at Fujit Ichi. His expression darkened as he met her furious gaze. Let me remind you, we are currently in a stationary vehicle. Speaking too loudly could lead to dire consequences. Have you forgotten? Tokishima Siko intervened, covering her forehead in exasperation. Realizing her error, Miyamoto Rei quickly apologized and returned to her seat, though her eyes remained coldly fixed on Fujit Ichi. Anyone who wants food should join me in getting out of the vehicle to search. I'll make it clear. We will not share the food we find with those who do not participate. Not even a crumb, Ling Feng announced, surveying the group. I'll go. Kamishiro Takashi was the first to respond. Unwilling to endure hunger. I'll go too, Tokishima Siko chimed in, along with Miyamoto Rei, Takagi Saya, the chubby student, and Jikawa Shizuka, all expressing their willingness to join the search for food. Jikawa-sensei, don't forget to take the car keys to prevent certain individuals from seizing the opportunity to drive away, Ling Feng advised, tossing the keys to Jikawa Shizuka. Observing Ling Feng and the others disembark from the school bus, Fujit Ichi's expression darkened to an extreme. Had he possessed the keys, he would have unhesitatingly driven the vehicle to run over those brats. I remember this area. I once bought clothes in a large shopping mall nearby. There should be plenty of food inside. Ling Feng and his companions strolled leisurely out of the park. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang glanced around, pondering before she spoke. It is currently night. If possible, we should avoid making excessive noise. If we can evade the zombies, we should refrain from engaging them in combat, Doka Shizuko remarked, her gaze lingering on Ling Feng for a moment. With Zhu Chuan Jingxiang leading the way and the knowledge that zombies lack vision, the group proceeded cautiously along the edge of the street, circumventing the horde occupying the center. Along the way, they each found a bicycle and rode to the entrance of a large shopping mall. I have a question, Takashiro Saya whispered. Aren't there some snack shops nearby? Why are we heading into the mall? It is best to procure food with a long shelf life, such as compressed biscuits and canned goods. Now that we are out, we should gather as much as we can for the long term. Additionally, we can scout for survival items. The mall is likely to have a wealth of practical supplies, Ling Feng explained softly. Initially, he wouldn't have considered this approach. He could have simply fought his way through. However, after the emergence of mutated zombies, he recognized the necessity of being better prepared. Takashiro Saya contemplated this and found some merit in his reasoning, deciding against further argument, as she was not in the mood for conflict. Due to the abundance of zombies at the mall entrance, the group took some time to carefully navigate past them before discussing their plan. They split into teams. Ling Feng, Doka Shizuko, and Zhu Chuan Jingxiang formed one group, while Kamishiro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei comprised another. Takashiro Saya paired with Hirano Koda, and they agreed to reconvene at the entrance on the first floor at a designated time. I still feel it's a bit dangerous. There are far too many zombies here. Let's grab what we need and leave quickly, Doka Shizuko said, moving cautiously between the shelves, frowning at the zombies surrounding them. I think so too, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang replied, a hint of fear in her voice. Indeed, Ling Feng nodded, The three of them swiftly collected high-calorie foods such as chocolate and fruit candies, and their primary objective, compressed biscuits and canned goods, filling a small basket. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the mall, reverberating ominously. The three exchanged alarmed glances. It was Takashiro Saya's voice. The zombies, stirred by the sound, erupted into a frenzy of roars. "Run!" Ling Feng commanded sharply, clutching the basket in one hand and drawing his pistol with the other. Blasting a zombie's head apart, the trio dashed out from the aisles towards the first floor. As they reached the ground floor, they spotted Takashiro Saya and the hefty boy hastily descending the escalator, pursued by a slender, shadowy figure that surged downwards, glinting with lethal intent. The boy, sensing imminent danger, swiftly turned and fired, his shot striking the creature, which momentarily slowed as it landed on the ground. Ling Feng then discerned the creature's true form. His heart sinking, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall with an unnaturally slender frame, it bore elongated, razor-sharp claws, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. It was clearly a mutated zombie. And judging by its ghostly speed, it was evidently a swift type. There was no option to flee. Only combat remained if they ventured outside. The open space would negate their ability to keep pace with its speed. In an instant, Ling Feng resolved this, dropping the basket, tightly gripping his short club, and charging at the creature. As Ling Feng advanced, the mutated zombie let out a feral roar, eyes brimming with savagery, pouncing at him with its claws outstretched. In a single strike, Ling Feng's weapon was partially severed, and the claws continued their vicious trajectory towards his head. With the claws nearing, Ling Feng's pupils dilated, a wave of deathly dread washing over him. His body instinctively rolled, narrowly evading the lethal swipe. The threat of death sharpened his focus, and as the attack passed, he acted without hesitation, pivoting on the ground and executing a powerful kick that connected with the zombie's frail body. The impact sent the agile zombie flying, crashing into a glass display case with a resounding crash, shards scattering across the floor. Ling Feng rushed forward, and as the mutated zombie regained its footing, he hurled his shattered weapon at its head, causing it to stagger back, buying Ling Feng a crucial moment. "Die!" Ling Feng shouted. Seizing what little time he had left, he lunged at the mutated zombie. Summoning all his remaining strength, the warmth of his energy coalescing in his fist, he delivered a thunderous punch to the zombie's skull, the force of his strike obliterating its head, a grotesque spray of brain matter splattering across Ling Feng. However, the exertion left Ling Feng weak and unsteady, nearly collapsing against the shattered glass. That a quick bite to his tongue jolted him back to alertness. "Run," he urged, as Doku Shizuko and the others called for a retreat. The horde of zombies looming dangerously close. "We can't leave them behind. Takashi and Rei are still up there," Takashiro Saya shouted. "That we have to go now." Doku Shizuko insisted, forcibly pulling Takashiro Saya away, while the hefty boy bolted ahead, his bulk bouncing as he dashed for safety. Ling Feng, drained of energy, could barely move. "Ju Chuan Jingxiang. Go," she yelled as she reached his side, her voice urgent. Previously, defeating the swift zombie had seemed straightforward, but it had been fraught with peril. Ling Feng had exhausted every ounce of his strength, and now he found himself unable to run, while the relentless zombies closed in on him. "Go ahead, I'll hold them off." Seeing Ling Feng's condition, Doku Shizuko acted without hesitation, releasing her grip on Takashiro Saya's arm and leaping back into the fray. With swift, decisive strikes, she dispatched two approaching zombies with her wooden sword, then bent down to hoist Ling Feng onto her back. He felt a faint, inviting fragrance envelop him, and he couldn't help but inhale deeply, the warmth of his breath brushing against Doku Shizuko's neck, eliciting a slight shiver from her, her cheeks tinged with color. "Hold on tight," she whispered, regaining her composure. With a deft motion, she dispatched another zombie approaching from the side, inhaling deeply as she carried Ling Feng alongside Ju Chuan Jingxiao, though a few zombies obstructed their path. The hefty boy arrived just in time, using his nail gun to clear a few out, allowing the group to escape through the mall's entrance. However, upon stepping outside, despair washed over them. The area was swarming with zombies. Drawn by the noise, surrounding them in a menacing throng of at least 100, this was a commercial district, bustling with life before the chaos erupted, and now it felt like a death sentence. This way, fortunately, Takashiro Saya spotted a nearby cluster of bicycles, where a half-meter-high iron barrier kept the zombies at bay. Only a few stragglers lingered. The group hastily made their way over as the zombies, unable to surmount the obstacle, tumbled to the ground, providing Ling Feng and his companions a brief respite. "Let us find a store to hide in," Ling Feng urged, panting. There were plenty of small shops nearby, mobile phone stores, snack shops, and model shops. Ultimately, Doku Shizuko chose a game store with a sturdy iron shutter and quickly led the way inside. Once everyone was inside, she set Ling Feng down, grasped her wooden sword, and charged back out, dispatching several zombies in quick succession. She then seized an old mop from the ground, spinning and flinging it towards a nearby metal garbage bin on the street. Bang! The collision between the mop and the metal trash can produce a resounding clamor, instantly drawing the nearby zombies toward the source of the noise. Siko Bisujima gasped for breath, swiftly turning and dashing back into the gaming store. Shizuka Jikawa and the chubby companion hurriedly and cautiously pulled down the roller shutter while simultaneously securing the heavy door behind them. Fortunately, although the gaming store was somewhat chaotic, there was not a single zombie inside. Despite her frantic escape, Shizuka still clutched a small basket filled with provisions, cans of beef, high-calorie candies, and chocolate, sufficient to sustain their group for a considerable duration. Well done, Siko thought as she surveyed the food, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Grabbing a can, she deftly twisted it open and began devouring the beef hungrily, her body craving sustenance after the intense battle. "I just didn't want to discard the hard-earned food we risked so much to obtain. Ling Feng, you should eat some too. You seem to have exhausted quite a bit of energy," Shizuka gently suggested, handing a can of beef to Ling Feng. "That I'll wash my hands first. You all take your time eating," Ling Feng replied, his right hand still smeared with the gruesome remnants of brain matter, making it impossible to eat just yet. Thankfully, the gaming store's owner appeared to be a permanent resident, as there was a restroom available, which was a relief. After washing off the gore and blood, Ling Feng splashed water on his face and took a deep breath. Allowing a moment of silence to pass, he mentally summoned the Dragon Ball system to check his energy points. 770. This speed zombie had been encountered in the mall, and in such places. Humans were certainly not in short supply, indicating that it had consumed a significant amount of flesh and blood. Thus, its level was undoubtedly higher than the strength-based one he had seen at school. He had barely managed to defeat it through a combination of terrain advantage, luck, weaponry, and a momentary burst of speed. Otherwise, he would have met his end. Just 30 points more, Ling Feng murmured to himself, once he reached 800 energy points. He could exchange them for the key wave technique. Though he had considered comprehending it himself, it was evidently not as simple as Gohan and Videl made it seem in the animation. He had to exchange for it instead. Exiting the restroom, Ling Feng picked up a can of beef from the floor, tearing it open and devouring its contents. He was utterly famished. Shizuka, Sayaka Takagi, and the chubby companion also began to eat their respective portions of food. However, Sayaka appeared somewhat dejected, her eyes slightly reddened, clearly worried about Takashi Komuro and Rei Miyamoto. "It's all your fault." Sayaka suddenly set down her biscuit after a while, glaring at Ling Feng with a look of resentment. "If it weren't for you insisting on coming to the mall for food, Takashi and Rei wouldn't have gone either." Her voice trailed off, for in a mall swarming with zombies, their survival was indeed precarious. At Sayaka's words, Siko and the others also paused their eating, their gazes shifting toward Ling Feng. Yet, Ling Feng remained silent, continuing to consume the beef can. "How can you still eat?" Sayaka exclaimed, raising her hand to slap him. Ling Feng caught her arm, setting down the can, and coldly replied, "I'm hungry, and I need to eat." "It has nothing to do with you, Sayaka. Keep your voice down," Shizuka interjected gently. "There are still zombies outside if we make too much noise. It'll attract them." "Humph, I know," Sayaka huffed, her gaze still fiery as she glared at Ling Feng. "I don't think you can shirk responsibility. And what of it?" Ling Feng retorted coolly, his eyes narrowing slightly, piercing through Sayaka's glare as their eyes met. Sayaka felt as though she were being scrutinized by a wild beast, an uncomfortable sensation creeping over her as the atmosphere thickened with tension. "Ling Feng, don't take it to heart. I believe Sayaka is merely overly concerned about Takashi and Rei." Siko interjected, her soft voice breaking the oppressive silence, deftly alleviating the tension. She was surprised to find that, after their harrowing journey, Ling Feng had begun to exude an aura of lethal intent. Entering the mall was a decision that had garnered consensus among them. "And the appearance of mutated zombies was never my intention. That I've said enough. I don't wish to elaborate further," Ling Feng said, lowering his head slightly as he spoke in a detached tone. Resuming his consumption of the beef. I think we shouldn't be so pessimistic. Takashi and Rei are quite capable. We can devise a plan tomorrow to ascertain their whereabouts, Kuda Hirano cautiously suggested. Observing Sayaka's troubled expression, with so many zombies around, do you think they're superheroes? Fatty, you know nothing and shouldn't speak so recklessly. Based on my brilliant analysis, the chances of their survival are minimal. Sayaka scoffed, her tone agitated as she shot a disdainful glance at the chubby companion. Enough, let us not dwell on this, as Hirano said. We'll check on them tomorrow morning, Siko interjected, shaking her head. Perhaps due to the exhaustion he had endured, Ling Feng consumed 3 cans of beef, 2 large compressed biscuits, and a high-calorie chocolate bar, making him the one who ate the most. Apologies, I may have overindulged a bit. I'll make it up to you tomorrow, Ling Feng said sheepishly to Shizuka after taking a sip of water. He had previously mentioned that whoever obtained the food would eat it alone. And while the others had also partaken, he felt it necessary to clarify. Shizuka smiled and shook her head that if you hadn't dealt with that fast-moving zombie, we would surely be doomed. Speaking of that mutated zombie, this is already our second encounter. The first was likely a strength type, and this time it was a speed type that I wonder how many varieties of such zombies exist, Siko mused, her brow furrowing slightly. Based on my analysis, the ratio of these mutated zombies to regular ones is likely hundreds to 1, or even thousands to 1 that we sped through many roads in the vehicle earlier, so we can't be sure if we encountered any mutated zombies. This ratio is merely my rough estimation, but it should be close. Sayaka adjusted her glasses, her tone cool and analytical. Given that there are strength and speed types, it wouldn't be surprising to encounter other varieties of zombies in the future. We should prepare ourselves mentally, Ling Feng remarked, shaking his head. I think our luck has finally turned. The chubby companion exclaimed excitedly, having somehow found his way behind the counter, where he pulled out 2 luxurious katanas, each measuring over 3 feet in length. Ling Feng and Siko exchanged glances before walking over to each take a sword, drawing the blades. Instantly, 2 flashes of cold light flickered, and just by observing the faint gleam emanating from the blades, it was evident that these were genuine weapons. After inspecting the swords, they found that their lengths were just over 3 feet, or slightly more than a meter. Perfectly suited for their needs, Siko stepped aside and swung her sword a few times, a smile breaking on her face as she nodded. While they may not be exceedingly rare swords, they are certainly quality weapons. The length of these small katanas is just right for me. Small katana, is there really a distinction based on size? Aren't they all just katanas? Shizuka inquired, her curiosity piqued. Anything under 3 feet is generally considered a small katana. This one exceeds that slightly, so it qualifies as a small katana. Only swords longer than 5 feet are categorized as large katanas, Ling Feng explained, delighting in the opportunity to wield such a sharp weapon. With his strength combined with this blade, he could significantly enhance his lethality. He had been troubled about where to find another weapon, so this was truly fortunate. Though I didn't realize Ling Feng knew so much. Many Japanese people today are unfamiliar with this knowledge, Siko said, smiling in surprise. I'm just a bit of a recluse, spending time online. Plus, with so many Japanese animations, I occasionally come across various other topics, Ling Feng replied with a slight smile. But why would there be katanas behind the counter? Wouldn't the owner use them for self-defense against zombies? Shizuka asked innocently. Who knows? In times of crisis, those who can calmly retrieve weapons to defend themselves are few and far between. Perhaps the owner has already become one of the wandering zombies outside. Ling Feng chuckled lightly. Ling Feng cracked a cold joke, but laughter truly eluded him. Regardless, while it may not be the most pleasant thing to say, it is fortunate for us at this moment, with these 2 great swords in our possession. The overall strength of our team has significantly increased. Tomorrow, our endeavor to find Ko Takashi and Miyamoto Rei will be considerably more manageable. Siko Tokushima sheathed the great sword in her hand, casting a slight smile at Ling Feng as she spoke. Well then, let us rest properly now, Shizuka Jurikawa suggested. Given that they were in a game store, one could hardly expect any bedding. Only a few blankets were available to make do. However, at that moment, the external conditions mattered little to everyone. After satisfying their hunger, fatigue soon overcame them, and they quickly laid down to sleep. Siko, I have a suggestion. Tomorrow, it should just be you and me, Ling Feng suddenly remarked, reaching out to tap Siko Tokushima as the others drifted into slumber. That might work, Perhaps it would increase our chances, Siko replied, momentarily taken aback before contemplating his words. She understood Ling Feng's implication. Among their group, they were the most formidable fighters, while Shizuka Jurikoa, Sayaka Takachi, and the overweight member were ill-suited for an incursion into the zombie-infested mall. Are you mocking my lack of combat prowess? Sayaka exclaimed, bristling with indignation as she sat up, eager to retort. However, before she could finish, Ling Feng interrupted her. Your intellect holds no value amid a horde of zombies. There is no need for further discussion. It is settled, he stated coolly, turning to resume his slumber. Sayaka was on the verge of throwing a fit, but Shizuka managed to restrain her just in time, preventing her from charging at Ling Feng. Sayaka, upon reflection, I find Ling Feng's argument quite reasonable. We should not become a hindrance, the overweight member hesitantly suggested, with Shizuka echoing the sentiment. Ultimately, Sayaka reluctantly acquiesced, though her sense of helplessness deepened as dawn broke. Ling Feng and the others awoke early. After a brief wash and a light meal, they prepared to set forth. As they opened the store door, the overweight member crouched to pull up the shutter, taking a deep breath before addressing Ling Feng and the others in a low voice. Are you ready? Ling Feng and Siko nodded, their grips tightening around the hilts of their swords, their gazes fixed intently on the shutter. With all his might, the overweight member raised the shutter, and sunlight flooded in. The sound inevitably drew the attention of a throng of zombies outside, who turned their heads and, after a brief pause, began to shuffle toward them with guttural growls. Now, Ling Feng urged quietly, and he and Siko charged out of the game store. The overweight member and his companions hastily pulled down the shutter and secured the door, leaving the two fighters to face the oncoming threat. Chapter 9. 2 Mutated Zombies. Ling Feng led the charge, closing in on a zombie before swiftly drawing the great sword from his back and delivering a fierce downward slash. The razor-sharp blade effortlessly sliced through the zombie's rigid, pallid neck, sending a spray of putrid blood into the air as the head soared away. The headless corpse collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Excellent. It feels remarkably smooth, Ling Feng thought with a sense of elation, finding it far less taxing than using other weapons. Siko, having replaced her wooden sword, displayed her exceptional swordsmanship. Her movements far more precise and efficient than Ling Feng's brute force. They did not linger. Having dispatched the zombies obstructing their path, they quickly advanced toward the mall. After eliminating a few straggling zombies at the entrance, they plunged inside. Inside the mall, the number of zombies was indeed substantial. Had it not been for Ling Feng and Siko wielding their sharp great swords, they would have undoubtedly retreated. Ko Takashi, Miyamoto Rei, if you're alive, respond, Ling Feng shouted as he reached the now-still elevator, dispatching another zombie with ease. Initially, he did not expect a reply, thinking that if there was none, they would leave swiftly. However, to his surprise, a voice soon echoed back. Is that you, Ling Feng? We're in the girls' restroom on the 3rd floor. There are numerous zombies at the door. Takashi has sprained his arm. We can't get out. Miyamoto Rei's voice faintly reached them from the 3rd floor. Hang on, Ling Feng shouted, exchanging glances with Siko, and the two promptly leaped to the 2nd floor, racing toward the 3rd floor elevator. After dispatching another zombie, Ling Feng let out a weary chuckle. To be honest, I didn't think they would still be alive. I only intended to shout a few times to placate Sayaka, yet here they are, truly unscathed, I must say. I'm surprised you would voice that sentiment, Siko replied, deftly avoiding a zombie's attack and dispatching it with a swift counter. I need a team. Relying solely on myself is a stretch. While Sayaka can be insufferably proud, her intellect is undeniably sharp. And as for the overweight member, he is a military enthusiast, should we acquire firearms. His utility will be immense. Shizuka, being a doctor, speaks for herself. And you, Siko, require no further praise, Ling Feng articulated in one breath, executing a roll to evade a horde of zombies. He swiftly got back on his feet and continued running. He added, however, if we don't confirm their well-being, this team may struggle to hold together. I find myself at an impasse. Your candidness is quite astonishing. Yet, I must admit, I do not dislike your unreserved nature. Siko responded, having already reached the staircase to the 3rd floor, looking back at Ling Feng with a faint smile of I'm somewhat surprised myself. I merely wish to converse with you. I seek only to survive. Although I find some satisfaction in our exchange, Ling Feng replied, quickening his pace to join her, a smile gracing his features. Upon hearing this, Siko paused momentarily, a meaningful smile curling at her lips. After we rescue them, let us find time for a proper discussion, she suggested, secretly contemplating the prospect of finding a companion to confide in. Without further ado, they hastened up the elevator to the 3rd floor. Just as they reached the 3rd floor, a towering figure loomed before them, its muscular claws striking down with a ferocity. Both were startled, promptly leaping aside to narrowly evade the attack, their expressions growing serious as they recognized it was a mutated zombie of the brute variety. Unlike the one encountered at school, this creature sported razor-sharp claws, indicating its formidable status. Indeed, the mall presented considerable dangers, and the likelihood of encountering such foes had risen significantly. You go ahead, I'll handle this. Ling Feng firmly instructed Siko, gripping his great sword resolutely. Understood. Just be careful, Siko urged, swiftly maneuvering around the mutated zombie as Ling Feng delivered a powerful strike to its abdomen, severing a sizable chunk of flesh. Yet the zombie, impervious to pain, charged at him with a deafening roar, its claws swinging toward his head. Damn, it moves nearly as fast as a normal human. Ling Feng's heart sank at the sight of the brute's speed, prompting an urgent roll to the side to evade the attack. Following that, he executed a swift maneuver, dispatching 2 approaching zombies while retreating several steps, intent on circling behind the brute for a counterattack. Perhaps due to its heightened level, the mutated zombie appeared to possess a modicum of intelligence. It pivoted its body to keep its front facing Ling Feng, its enormous claws continuing to strike at him relentlessly. Ling Feng hesitated momentarily, gripping his sword tightly, aligning the blade for a decisive leap, and unleashed a full-force swing, colliding with the zombie's claws. In the fleeting moment when the katana met the claws, the icy, razor-sharp blade swiftly penetrated the rigid flesh. Simultaneously, an immense force surged from the blade into Ling Feng's arm, causing the katana to tremble violently, nearly slipping from his grasp. Ling Feng could not suppress a muffled grunt. Staggering back 5 or 6 steps, almost toppled by the adversary's might. Damn it, what tremendous strength! He gritted his teeth, struggling to speak, as the blade seemed ensnared, lodged within the gaps of the opponent's bones. The mutated zombie, devoid of any sensation of pain, instantly raised its other claw, lunging towards Ling Feng's neck. In a frantic response, Ling Feng dropped to the ground, the claw narrowly grazing his hair, severing several strands. With all his might, he twisted the blade, slicing through the creature's flesh and bone, severing one claw completely. Just as Ling Feng prepared to capitalize on his advantage, a sharp sense of danger surged from above. His body instinctively reacted, rolling away in a split second that a slender figure landed precisely where Ling Feng had been moments before. Upon seeing the newcomer, a chill ran through Ling Feng. Realizing his misfortune, it was a speed-type zombie. What bad luck, he thought. The strength-type zombies could be dealt with gradually, but the speed-type was an entirely different challenge, especially with other wandering zombies nearby. This battle was destined to be arduous. Before Ling Feng could contemplate further, 2 mutated zombies charged towards him in rapid succession. The speed-type zombie was astoundingly swift. In an instant, it was upon him, its sharp claws slashing through the air. Ling Feng steadied his footing and swung his blade in retaliation. If only he could cleave the creature in 2. Alas, reality proved far more complex. The speed-type zombie leaped aside, evading Ling Feng's strike, while the strength-type zombie bore down on him with its bloodied, gaping maw, ready to bite. Get lost, Ling Feng shouted, sidestepping and delivering a swift cut that removed a substantial chunk of flesh and teeth from the creature's jaw. The sound of slicing wind from behind heralded the approach of another claw. Ling Feng, with no other option, crouched down and rolled away, narrowly avoiding the speed-type zombie's attack. He dispatched a wandering zombie with a casual strike, then kicked the headless corpse towards the strength-type zombie as he swung his katana with all his might. Yet the speed-type zombie evaded again. This was untenable. He was far too reactive. This creature possessed intelligence. Ling Feng gritted his teeth, feeling increasingly desperate as the speed-type zombie continued to evade his strikes. Ling Feng realized its level undoubtedly surpassed that of the strength-type zombies. It had recognized the threat posed by the katana and instinctively dodged. With another backward step, Ling Feng narrowly avoided the claws, though his clothing was torn, nearly grazing his skin, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. If caught, infection would surely follow. Damn it, I must devise a plan. I cannot remain on the defensive. I cannot wait for Siko to come to my aid, Ling Feng thought, urgency rising within him. Suddenly, he extended his other hand, removing the katana sheath from his back, hurling it towards the speed-type zombie to buy himself a moment. He turned and sprinted away. 1, 2, 3. Ling Feng's expression hardened as he mentally counted, and upon reaching 3, he crouched low. Twisting his body, he gripped the hilt firmly, executing a powerful counterstrike without looking back. The oncoming speed-type zombie, unable to evade in time, collided directly with the sharp blade, cleaved in two from the abdomen. The foul, putrid blood splattered across Ling Feng, drenching him, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Had his timing been off by a mere second, he would have been doomed. Ignoring the now severed speed-type zombie still thrashing on the ground, Ling Feng leaped aside with all his might, narrowly dodging the strength-type zombie's claws, swiftly regaining his footing with the katana in hand. The strength-type zombie showed no signs of slowing, pivoting and charging once more, swinging its remaining massive claw with ferocity. With just you, I have no fear, Ling Feng sneered, unafraid of the pitiful, one-armed creature as he charged forward. As Siko, Takashi, and Miyamoto arrived, they witnessed Ling Feng, drenched in repulsive blood, leap and sever the strength-type zombie's head with a single stroke. Quickly, let us move, Ling Feng shouted, picking up the fallen sheath and rushing towards the elevator. Before departing, he did not forget to sever the head of the speed-type zombie dragging along the ground. The four of them sprinted to the first floor, and just before exiting the mall, Ling Feng remembered to grab the small basket left at the entrance, which contained a good amount of food. Open up, we're back, he called out, racing towards the game store. In the next moment, the roller shutter and main door swung open swiftly as the stout figure inside beckoned the four to hurry in, promptly securing the doors behind them. Siko, meanwhile, tossed some items into the distance to divert the zombies. Inside the game store, phew, I'm utterly exhausted, Ling Feng exclaimed, dropping the small basket and katana, collapsing onto the ground to catch his breath. Stripping off his blood-soaked school uniform, which was no longer wearable, fortunately, he had a white shirt underneath, sparing him the embarrassment of being bare. Siko and the others were similarly fatigued, their energy significantly depleted. Once they had all calmed down, I truly appreciate your help. Had you not come, we would have attempted to break through ourselves, Takashi said with a wry smile, awkwardly rotating his right arm, which had been strained during the previous day's battle. Let us eat something first, Shizuka suggested, handing some food and water to Takashi and Miyamoto. They accepted without hesitation, devouring the provisions hungrily, having not eaten since the previous afternoon. I'll wash my face. I am covered in blood, Ling Feng announced, heading towards the restroom. After splashing his face to rejuvenate himself, he dried off with a towel, took a deep breath, and mentally checked his energy points, finding he had 1397. Having slain 2 mutated zombies and several ordinary ones had significantly increased his energy points, enabling him to exchange for the energy wave technique. He pondered whether the exchange would create any disturbances and decided to close the restroom door just in case. Having made up his mind about the exchange, Ling Feng wasted no time, but he clicked on the fist icon, navigated to the energy wave exchange section, and initiated the transaction. Instantly, his 1397 energy points dwindled to 597. And he felt a surge of information flood his mind. After a brief moment of concentration, he opened his eyes again. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng extended his palm, expertly channeling the warm energy within him, which gradually coalesced into a small golden sphere, shimmering softly with radiant light. Although the energy ball was diminutive, Ling Feng could sense the considerable power contained within it, a faint smile spreading across his lips. He had finally acquired a means of ranged attack. With the zombies growing ever stronger and their varieties unpredictable, relying solely on close combat would prove insufficient. The energy wave technique perfectly supplemented his ranged capabilities. It had come just in time. As Ling Feng diligently practiced the energy wave technique, a knock suddenly echoed at the restroom door, startling him from his focus. Ling Feng, I need to use the restroom. Are you done? Siko's gentle voice called from outside. She too needed to cleanse herself of the blood that had splattered on her. Oh, Ling Feng replied, dissipating the energy ball and opening the restroom door. We should have a good chat when you're free. Siko smiled as she passed by him. What a fortunate opportunity, Ling Feng mused, aware that Siko was the object of many boys' dreams at school. Ling Feng smiled faintly and remarked that if he could indeed engage in some affair with Poison Island Siko, he would not be averse to it, for she was undeniably a rare and exceptional woman, a truth he was quite aware of. although he was keen to test the prowess of his chi wave technique. He felt that the moment was not yet ripe. Thus, he refrained from seeking an excuse to act alone, temporarily setting that thought aside. There would surely be opportunities in the future. His current priority was to engage in as many battles as possible to strengthen his physique. The more robust his physical condition, the more abundant his internal chi would be, thereby enhancing his inherent strength and the potency of his chi wave technique. Once Koizumi Takashi and Miyamoto Rei had satisfied their hunger and rested for a while, Ling Feng and the others prepared to return to the school bus. As they pulled back the roll-up curtain, a horde of zombies surged forward, shrieking. Ling Feng swiftly grasped his katana and charged ahead. The cold, sharp blade glinting ominously under the sunlight. How could this be? At noon, when Ling Feng and the others returned to the park where the school bus was parked, they were met with the sight of the bus overturned on the ground. Surrounded by shards of glass and bloodstains, a glance exchanged among them made it abundantly clear that something had transpired in their absence. Let's go take a look, Ling Feng suggested, cautiously approaching to inspect the scene. They discovered several deep claw marks on the side of the bus, capable of tearing through the metal shell. The surroundings were in disarray, stained with blood, and there was not a single living soul in sight. Could it be that we encountered mutated zombies? Miyamoto Rei could not help but exclaimed that it is very likely. Such deep scratches are not the work of ordinary zombies. They must be strength-type zombies. Speed types would not possess such force. Ling Feng conjectured as he examined the marks on the bust. No. I fear we may be facing something far more troublesome. Takaguchi Saya adjusted her glasses, her face pale as she pointed to a pool of blood not far from the bus. The group approached to investigate, their expressions darkening, even Ling Feng's countenance betraying concern. They observed two paw prints resembling those of a feline, each about the size of an adult man's fist. I also discovered some hair near the tires. Takaguchi Saya indicated a blood-stained wheel, her face ashen. Upon closer inspection, they could see some white fur clinging to it, a substance that certainly did not belong to a zombie. No, it can't be, the stout man exclaimed, fear creeping into his voice as he surveyed the vicinity. Damn it, Koizumi Takashi muttered through clenched teeth. Although reluctant to admit it, the situation appeared dire. It seems so, Poison Island Siko stated calmly, her brow furrowing with concern. Given the state of the bus, it was evidently no longer usable. We should find another vehicle quickly, Chikawa Shizuka said with a hint of resignation as she glanced at the keys in her hand. Clearly, lingering near the site of an attack by an unknown creature was ill-advised. Ling Feng and the others promptly left the park, treading softly along the road while discussing their next course of action. Let us head over to the Zhuangzi Bridge. My friend S house is there, and I have her keys. She has a truck as well, Chikawa Shizuka suggested. Isn't that your boyfriend's place? Hee, the stout man remarked lewdly. Chikawa Shizuka's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly waved her hands in denial. Ling Feng understood that the location she mentioned was indeed suitable. He promptly expressed his agreement. If they could reach that place, they would be able to obtain firearms, which he deemed quite useful in the early stages. The others did not object, as their homes were primarily in that vicinity, and their original intent had been to check on them, making their plans fortuitously align. Speaking of family, Ling Feng, aren't your relatives abroad? I've never heard you mention them, Poison Island Siko casually inquired. They passed away long ago, Ling Feng replied flatly. Poison Island Siko was momentarily taken aback before apologizing. I am sorry. Ling Feng shook his head. It's nothing. The group continued their search along the streets, in desperate need of a suitable vehicle, for relying solely on their feet was far from a prudent choice. After wandering for over an hour, they found no suitable car. Just as they were beginning to feel frustrated, the sounds of a car engine and sharp gunfire echoed from a distance. Judging by the sound, it was evident that the assailants were using standard police sidearms. Currently, the Japanese police predominantly utilized the M37 revolver, compact and easy to carry, though its range was limited. The stout man, a military enthusiast, brightened at the sound of gunfire and began to elaborate on it. The vehicle approached with remarkable speed. Before Ling Feng and his companions had a chance to find cover, a black military jeep adorned with police insignia careened around the corner, executing a sharp turn as it barreled toward them. As the vehicle drew near, zombies were mercilessly struck aside, crushed under its wheels, with blood and bits of flesh splattered across the tires. Seeing this, Ling Feng and the others quickly sidestepped to make way. But to their surprise, the jeep came to an abrupt halt right before them. Ling Feng and Poison Island Siko exchanged glances, nodding at each other as they gripped their katana hilts tightly. Just because the vehicle bore police markings did not guarantee that its occupants were law enforcement. In such chaotic times, one could never be too cautious. They were a group of young individuals, possessing food, weapons, and attractive women, an enticing target for ill-intentioned souls. In the tumultuous, blood-soaked streets, the military jeep halted before Ling Feng and his companions, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense as they observed. The window of the driver's seat slid down, revealing a small, beady-eyed man who leered at Ling Feng and the others, particularly the girls. His eyes lighting up with greed, he turned to his companion in the passenger seat, exclaiming, "Boss, they have food. A lot of food. And some beautiful ladies with 2 real swords. This is troublesome." Hearing the lecherous man's words and noting the avarice in his gaze, Ling Feng and the others instantly grew wary, tightening their grips on their weapons as tension reached its zenith. The other door swung open, and a burly man clad in a green jacket stepped out, striding around the vehicle to confront Ling Feng and the others, brandishing a black revolver. His arms were heavily tattooed with black dragon designs, and his fierce expression indicated he was no benign character. Soon, the remaining occupants of the vehicle disembarked, totaling 4 individuals. Aside from the driver, who was somewhat slender, the other 3 were all muscular men, each adorned with black dragon tattoos, suggesting they were affiliated with a gang. Black Dragon Society? Takaguchi Saya furrowed her brow, seemingly recognizing their identity. Upon hearing her words, the bald man, their apparent leader, appeared momentarily taken aback. However, as he surveyed the approaching zombies, he wasted no time and raised his revolver threateningly, commanding, "Leave your food and swords behind, then turn around and get lost." While the allure of beautiful women was undeniable, he knew that demanding them at such a juncture would likely be met with refusal. Given that they possessed swords, resistance would be troublesome, and he wished to conserve ammunition. As he spoke, the other 2 muscular men raised their firearms, aiming them at Ling Feng and his group, their eyes brimming with malevolence. "Boss, there are beauties too. These girls are all stunning, and they're students, huh?" The lecherous little man leered at Miyamoto Ray and the others, his gaze lingering on their chests, especially fixating on Jikawa Shizuka, practically drooling. "Idiot, can't you see those monsters are approaching? These people managed to survive that hellhole of a school, so they are not to be trifled with. We only want food and weapons, so hurry up." The bald man snapped, appearing fierce yet somewhat rational, albeit still eyeing Poison Island Seiko with desire. "Not a chance. You're the ones who need to leave." Koizumi Takashi shouted infuriated, "Do you wish to die?" The bald man's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he aimed his gun at Koizumi Takashi's head, growling, "Don't move. You too." Noticing the subtle movements of Ling Feng and Poison Island Seiko, the 2 burly men immediately shouted, their guns aimed menacingly at them. "Damn it, stop talking nonsense. Drop your katana and food." The bald leader yelled in a fit of impatience, directing his gun towards Ling Feng once more. At this moment, the zombies on both sides of the street were drawing ever closer. If they did not get in the vehicle soon, they would surely be completely surrounded, making any escape exceedingly difficult. Ling Feng suddenly chuckled softly, casually stating, "You can either scram, or we can all be surrounded by zombies and devoured to the last morsel. Make your choice swiftly. You think I wouldn't dare pull the trigger? You bastard." The furious bald man threatened, glaring at Ling Feng with his gun aimed at his forehead. "Go ahead and try. Let's see whether your bullet or my blade is swifter." Ling Feng crouched slightly, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes, clearly indicating he was not jesting. "Consider yourself bold, kid. Just don't let me see you again." Caught in the icy gaze of Ling Feng, the bald man understood the seriousness of the threat, gritting his teeth as he cast a resentful glance at Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and the food in the hands of the fat man before swiftly turning to leave. If he lingered any longer, he would truly be surrounded by the zombies. In that very moment, as the bald man turned, Poison Island Seiko and the others prepared to flee, yet Ling Feng suddenly sprang forward with a powerful stride. Swish! The sharp blade glinted as it was drawn, and in an instant, a spray of blood erupted as the bald man's head soared into the air, his eyes wide in disbelief, blood gushing forth like a fountain from his severed neck. Apart from Poison Island Seiko, the other girls screamed in shock, while the bald man's accomplices stood frozen in place, the lecherous little man gazing at Ling Feng with terror, staring at the blood-stained blade. "Boss." The 2 burly men quickly regained their senses and were about to pull the trigger when Poison Island Seiko reacted even faster than them. with a flash of determination in her eyes. She swiftly slashed down. In a blink, the arms of the two men wielding guns were severed, and they cried out in agony, cradling their wounded limbs. Ling Feng decisively beheaded the lecherous man who sought to flee. Disregarding the blood splattered on him as he shouted at the approaching zombies, "Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, get the car! Everyone, get in!" With that, he opened the door and climbed inside. The passenger side was blocked by zombies, so he had no choice but to enter through the rear door before moving to the front seat. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and the others quickly followed suit, shutting the doors just as she slammed on the gas pedal. The vehicle roaring as it crashed through the horde of zombies, leaving the scene behind. The zombies, however, shrieked as they lunged at the fallen bodies and the two armless men, the sounds of chaotic feeding and screams echoing through the streets. The military jeep sped along the road, the atmosphere inside growing increasingly somber. Ling Feng silently wiped the blood from his katana, while Poison Island Seiko in the back seat mirrored his actions. Both displaying an air of calmness, in a certain sense, they appeared remarkably similar. Is this truly acceptable? I mean, killing them. Koizumi Takashi finally broke the tense silence, hesitating slightly. Koizumi Takashi, do you believe we should hand over our food and weapons to them? Doing so would be tantamount to sacrificing half our lives. You must learn to accept the current situation. Frankly, I don't believe Ling Feng did anything wrong. In that circumstance, it was the quickest approach. Poison Island Seiko remarked, pausing her actions to turn and gaze at Koizumi Takashi with a calm expression. At that moment, her eyes were tranquil, yet the depth reflected within them made Koizumi Takashi avert his gaze. That's not what I meant. I understand what you're saying. It's just that I still find it hard to accept killing. I truly apologize. Perhaps I'm just too useless. Koizumi Takashi hurriedly shook his head in explanation. Observing Ling Feng's indifferent demeanor, a bitter smile crept onto his lips, his thoughts becoming increasingly complicated. No one enjoys taking a life, myself included. Just know that. Ling Feng replied softly as he sheathed his katana. On another note, I just picked up those handguns from those men. All are police-issued revolvers. Hirano Kuda suddenly pulled 3 handguns from his jacket. Not bad. Fat man. You still had time to pick up things while escaping. Quite bold of you, Takagi Saya said with a hint of surprise. The fat man grinned widely, a trace of pride evident. There are more handguns here, along with a good supply of ammunition. It seems those guys took down quite a few officers. Ling Feng opened the glove compartment of the passenger seat and discovered 2 more handguns and several boxes of bullets inside. .5 guns in total. But there are 7 of us, so we're too short. Miyamoto Rei remarked with a tinge of regret that I won't be needing one. We'll have other opportunities to acquire better weapons in the future, Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, knowing that they would soon have access to far more powerful firearms. I won't take one either, my katana suffices. Just like you, Ling Feng-kun, cold weapons may suit us better, Poison Island Seiko concurred. Thus, the 5 handguns and some ammunition were distributed among Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and her 5 companions. Haha, this is fantastic. The feeling of having a handgun in hand is just so secure. Now it's time for me to shine, the fat man exclaimed, gazing at the loaded revolver with excitement. Don't crowd me. You fatso, don't you know the car's space is limited? Takagi Saya scolded, smacking him lightly. Although it was a military jeep with more space in the back, it was still somewhat cramped with 5 people seated. My apologies, I was just too excited. With handguns, our safety is greatly enhanced, the fat man quickly apologized, wearing a fawning expression. That's true. If we encounter another situation like the previous one, we won't be in such peril. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang agreed, noting that without Ling Feng and Poison Island Seiko's sharp blades, the outcome might have been dire. Next, let's head towards the Lord's Bridge, avoiding the highways. They are likely all blocked off. I'm not familiar with the terrain here, so it's up to you, Jingxiang, Ling Feng said, gazing out the window at the swiftly passing scenery. Leave it to me, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang replied cheerfully, her curves swaying enticingly. Prompting Ling Feng to steal a few more glances, truly impressive. The vehicle continued its rapid journey, and by dusk, the group finally reached the vicinity of the Lord's Bridge, due to Ling Feng's insistence on avoiding the highways. They took a detour through back roads, but even these secluded paths were not immune to traffic jams. Hearing the commotion outside, it became evident that the Lord's Bridge checkpoint was under strict military control, prohibiting vehicles and personnel from passing through. This had seemingly led to significant conflicts, resulting in numerous casualties. It appears we will need to wait for a while. Although my friend's home is on this side, we still need to pass through this intersection, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang remarked helplessly as she assessed the situation at the front. This is unavoidable. The vehicle is stuck here with no way to backtrack or turn around. Fortunately, there aren't mini-zombies here, Ling Feng observed, glancing outside at this moment. Everyone began to feel a bit hungry, so they took out food and water to share, their situation appearing quite favorable compared to many others outside. Just as they had begun to eat, a sudden commotion erupted at the front of the intersection, as many people abandoned their vehicles and fled in a panic. Run for your lives? Countless individuals discarded their cars. Frantically retreating as if fleeing from a monstrous flood, screams and cries resonating through the air. Stop eating. Something seems to be happening up ahead. Ling Feng frowned as he observed the chaos unfolding. With that, he opened the car door and exited, quickly climbing onto the roof to survey the scene from a distance. Ever since the surge of energy within him, his senses had sharpened significantly, and his once myopic vision as a recluse had improved considerably. Squinting to scrutinize the situation ahead, his expression changed dramatically as he swiftly jumped down from the vehicle, urgently exclaiming, "Get out! It's a rat army!" Ling Feng beheld a vast and ominous swarm of mice, each rodent the size of a calf, their sharp teeth glinting and blood-red eyes glaring with ferocity. Upon spotting humans, they surged forward, capable of devouring their prey in mere moments, leaving only a grim residue of white bones abandoned by the roadside. Who, in such dire circumstances, would dare to remain composed within their vehicle? Naturally, chaos ensued. Cursed plot. Ling Feng silently cursed, realizing their subsequent plans had been utterly thrown into disarray. Seiko Toxic Island and her companions hastily exited their vehicle, their faces paling as they surveyed the grim scene ahead. Without exchanging words, they turned and fled, for to delay was to risk not only being devoured by the mice, but also trampled by the frantic throng of people. The narrowness of the road, congested with vehicles, hampered their escape, and soon the screams from behind grew increasingly loud and menacing. Squeak! A few of the foremost mice charged forward, pouncing upon several men and women who had fallen behind due to exhaustion. "Help! Please save me!" a young woman screamed in terror, clutching desperately at a middle-aged man ahead of her. "Get off me, you wretched creature!" he bellowed in horror, kicking her squarely in the face in a bid to dislodge her. Yet, she clung tenaciously to his pant leg, and together they were engulfed by the advancing horde of mice, their cries mingling in a chilling symphony of despair. This grim tableau unfolded at the narrow intersection, where the savage army of rodents, accompanied by blood and screams, rendered the scene akin to a hellish nightmare. On the streets, panic-stricken individuals dashed about, too terrified to glance back at the horrifying tide of mice. Many wore expressions of utter despair. The timid creatures that could once be easily held in the palm of a hand had transformed into monstrous fiends, relentlessly pursuing humanity down the constricted streets. Should they be caught, they would be consumed in the blink of an eye, reduced to mere bones. Amidst the chaos, there were also those who sought to take advantage of the turmoil that a glint of cold steel flashed as a man's arm was severed with a swift stroke, and he fell to the ground, howling in agony. Ling Feng merely cast a cold glance in his direction. He would show no mercy to those seeking to seize their provisions amid the uproar. "Everyone, stay vigilant. We possess a considerable amount of food. Do not let anyone fixate on us. Many have already gone mad and will resort to anything," Seiko warned. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare in that moment, as individuals pushed and trampled one another in a frenzied bid to reach the front, their faces contorted with madness. Mice ahead, came the terrified cries from those at the forefront. Ling Feng and his companions exchanged alarmed glances. He leaped atop a vehicle to survey the scene, and indeed spotted a small group of mice lurking, ready to attack those attempting to escape the intersection. "What shall we do?" Seiko inquired, her brow furrowing. "We fight," Ling Feng declared decisively after a brief moment of contemplation. Retreat was not an option. They had no choice but to confront the threat head-on. He thought to himself, "I may have to reveal my abilities. The number of these mice is overwhelming." His confidence was palpable, and Seiko noticed the subtle shift in his demeanor. There was no hint of fear, only resignation. Soon, they reached the corner of the intersection, where 6 grotesque mice bared their teeth and charged forward, their speed far surpassing that of sluggish zombies, their eyes burning with a savage crimson glow. Bang, 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 bang. 5 gunshots rang out, 3 mice exploding in a shower of gore, while 2 others fell grievously wounded. One, however, continued its relentless charge toward Miyamoto Rei. Siko swung her knife with precision, severing the creature's head, while Ling Feng swiftly dispatched the two injured mice. These events transpired in mere seconds. Yet the mice continued their fearless advance, their numbers staggering. An estimated 30 or more. Kill, Ling Feng roared, raising his katana high. Determination etched across his face that he charged into the area where the mutated mice congregated, swinging his blade with ferocity, with a single strike. The razor-sharp edge glinted ominously, cleaving through 3 of the aberrant rodents. Though Siko's strikes were not as wild as Ling Feng's, her technique was nimble and lethal, swift, accurate, and deadly. With each swing, she ensured that a mouse met its demise. The girls, including Shizuka and others, were somewhat flustered, yet they managed to maintain their distance using firearms, albeit clumsily. The portly one displayed remarkable marksmanship, landing nearly every shot on target, trailing only behind Ling Feng in terms of efficiency. However, Komuro Takashi found himself in dire straits. Having slightly injured his right arm earlier in the mall, his accuracy with the gun was severely compromised. He fired several shots, yet not a single one was fatal. The wounded mice became more frenzied, their primal instincts kicking in as they focused their attention on him. It was evident that these creatures possessed a modicum of intelligence. Hand it over, kid. A burly man suddenly charged from the side, snatching the handgun from Takashi's grip while viciously shoulder-checking him. Distracted, Takashi was knocked to the ground as several mice rushed toward him, while the man, grinning malevolently, aimed the gun at the portly one, ready to pull the trigger. Once a human dies, those cursed mice will feast, and I'll have my chance to escape. That fat one has the most flesh. They'll surely relish him. Ling Feng sensed the shift in dynamics and acted swiftly, hurling his sheathed sword at the man's gun just as the bullet was fired, deflecting it harmlessly aside. Shizuka cried out, collapsing to the ground as a bullet grazed her left thigh, blood flowing profusely from the wound. Help! Came Takashi's anguished scream as a mouse savaged his leg, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh in mere moments. Takashi! Rei and Sayaka gasped, rushing forward to shoot the nearby rodents, dispatching several with headshots. You bastard! You're asking for death! Ling Feng roared in fury, cleaving through 2 mutated mice with all his might before charging at the man. The sharp blade pierced through the air, glinting ominously. No, the man gasped, dropping to pick up the fallen gun, but before he could pull the trigger, he felt a searing pain in his abdomen. The blade had penetrated him completely. Gagging, the man spat blood as Ling Feng yanked the katana free with a violent motion, spraying blood and entrails. With a primal scream, Ling Feng hurled the man's lifeless body aside, diverting the attention of several mice who flocked to consume the carcass. With Takashi and Shizuka incapacitated by their injuries and the oncoming tide of mice showing no signs of abating, time was of the essence. Ling Feng, disregarding the risk of exposing his abilities, began to gather golden orbs of light. But suddenly, an unforeseen twist occurred, accompanied by a resounding feline cry. All the mutated mice abruptly halted their movements, their crimson eyes reflecting a distinct flash of deep-seated fear. Ling Feng, taken aback by this scene, swiftly dissipated his aura, intending to assess the situation further. In the next moment, from the rooftop not far away, a colossal white shadow leaped down gracefully, landing firmly on the ground. As the onlookers turned their gaze, they were startled to discover that it was a white cat the size of an adult water buffalo. The cat, with its piercing yellow eyes, scrutinized the multitude of mice before it, a glint of amusement flickering in its gaze. With a powerful shout, it dashed forward, seizing the nearest mouse, and with a crunch, ended its life. It then began to voraciously devour the creature, which was about the size of a small calf, at an astonishing speed. Upon witnessing the giant cat, the mice instantly scattered in terror, disregarding Ling Feng and the others entirely. Hurry, Ling Feng urged, hastening to Jiao Chuan Shizuka's side, lifting her onto his back without hesitation, and after a brief call to his companions, he sprinted towards the riverbank. The others, Fatty, Miyamoto Rei, and Takashiro Seiya, coordinated to assist Koizumi Takashi in his escape, while Doko Island Siko took charge of clearing their path. Although carrying Jiaochuan Shizuka slowed Ling Feng considerably, fortunately, the nearby mice posed no threat, as they all fled in panic, leaving only a few stray zombies to deal with. Meow! The sound of a cat's cry echoed behind them, and Ling Feng knew without looking that the cursed giant cat had set its sights on them. Boom! Fatty spun around and fired a shot. But perhaps due to the urgency of their flight and the cat's remarkable speed and keen senses, the bullet merely grazed its fur, infuriating the beast instead, which let out a screech and accelerated towards them. If Fatty, with his marksmanship, struggled, the others dared not turn to shoot either. Failure to eliminate the threat would spell their doom. Into the water, sensing the giant cat closing in, Ling Feng spotted the river ahead and shouted decisively. Channeling his internal energy, he quickened his pace and leaped into the water with Jiuchuan Shizuka, creating a splash. Despite their mutations, the animal instincts remained intact. Just as the mutated mice feared the altered cat, the cat, too, would likely hesitate to enter the water, as wet fur would be uncomfortable for it. Ling Feng was gambling, betting that the mutated cat would not plunge into the water for the sake of a few humans. While he had confidence in his ability to confront it directly, the cat's speed was too formidable. If it attacked the others, he would be powerless to stop it, so retreating for the moment was the more prudent course of action. Following Ling Feng and Jiuchuan Shizuka's plunge into the water, Doka Island Siko and the others quickly followed suit, splashing into the river as they swam furiously to distance themselves from the shore. Once they had moved a fair distance from the riverbank, Ling Feng turned to check their surroundings and saw the giant cat prowling at the water's edge, its sharp gaze fixed on them. Seemingly hesitating, "Damn cat," Fatty gasped, glaring at the beast on the opposite bank, his expression hardening as he raised his pistol and fired twice. Bang, bang. The giant cat seemed to recognize the threat of the bullets. At the moment Fatty fired, it leaped aside, nimbly dodging the shots. After letting out a defiant roar and casting a long look at the group, it turned and quickly departed. "Takashi, are you all right?" Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya exclaimed in panic. Staring at the pale-faced Koizumi Takashi, "Listen, if I turn into a zombie, please put me down," Koizumi Takashi gasped, looking at Ling Feng and Doko Island Siko with difficulty. "That won't happen. Takashi will be fine. It was just a few bites from the mice." "You're not a zombie." "Absolutely not." Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya began to cry. "We need to find a place to rest," Ling Feng said with a hint of exasperation. Not only was Koizumi Takashi injured, but Jiuchuan Shizuka's thigh was also bleeding profusely. Remaining submerged in the water was perilous, as who could tell if the water was contaminated by zombies. The group quickly swam to the opposite bank, disregarding their soaked clothes, and hurriedly assisted the injured in seeking a suitable temporary refuge to stabilize their condition. However, mere minutes into their flight, Koizumi Takashi suddenly cried out in pain, pushing away Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya, who were supporting him. Collapsing onto the ground and violently vomiting several mouthfuls of blood, his face turning a ghastly pale reminiscent of a zombie, with muffled growls echoing from his throat. Fatty, witnessing this, immediately fled to the side, while Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya stood frozen, staring in despair at Koizumi Takashi's transformation. Ling Feng and Doka Island Siko exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of helplessness. It appeared that wounds inflicted by mutated creatures could gradually lead to zombification. "Kill me, quickly!" Koizumi Takashi clawed at his throat in agony, glaring at Ling Feng and Doku Island Siko, his eyes filled with resentment and suffering, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. "No, that won't happen." Miyamoto Rei shrieked as she rushed forward, only to be shoved aside by Koizumi Takashi. "I feel so terrible," he cried, kneeling on the ground, tearing at his clothes and gritting his teeth in anguish. His face growing ever paler as a faint aura of death began to envelop him. "There's no saving him now," Ling Feng thought to himself, feeling a twinge of regret. Had he not been there, Takashi would undoubtedly still be alive. It was a cruel twist of fate. "Let me handle this," Doka Island Siko said, casting a glance at Ling Feng before stepping in front of Koizumi Takashi, raising her blade. "You can't do that. What are you planning?" Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya quickly interposed themselves in front of Doku Island Siko, glaring at her. "You know he's already infected. You can't deny it. Allowing him to transform into that. It's better to end it swiftly and preserve what little dignity he has left." Doku Island Siko's gaze remained resolute as she addressed the two. Just as they hesitated, Koizumi Takashi suddenly ceased his movements. Ling Feng's heart sank. As expected, the next moment, Koizumi Takashi lifted his head, now resembling a zombie, and lunged at the two women before him, roaring. Chapter 16, extracting the bullet roar. Infected and transformed into a zombie, Koizumi Takashi lunged at Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya, his grotesque mouth dripping with foul saliva and emanating a putrid stench, his murky eyes filled with a ravenous hunger for flesh. The two women, clearly struggling to accept this grim reality, stood frozen in shock, momentarily paralyzed at this critical juncture. A flash of silver light sliced through the air, severing Koizumi Takashi's head cleanly. Blood splattered, staining Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya. With a thud, the headless zombie of Koizumi Takashi collapsed, pooling dark blood on the ground. Doku Island Siko casually flicked her blade to rid it of the blood, turning to the two women with wide eyes and softly saying, "Please accept my condolences." Coming to their senses, Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya erupted into heart-wrenching cries, their voices raw with grief. Koizumi Takashi was dead. The first casualty of their team had finally occurred. His demise serving as a stark reminder to the others of the brutal reality of this apocalypse. Beneath the bridge at the estate, in a dilapidated warehouse near the river, you all go and find anything flammable in the warehouse. "We need to make a fire to dry our clothes. I need to extract the bullet from Jio-chuan-sensei," Doka Island Siko instructed, observing the wound on Jio-chuan-shizuka's thigh with a frown. The group immediately sprang into action, though Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya appeared somewhat listless. The loss of Koizumi Takashi weighed heavily on them. Doku Island Siko carefully tore away a portion of Jio-chuan-shizuka's skirt, revealing the wound that was oozing blood. The bullet had not penetrated through the thigh but was lodged within the muscle, necessitating its removal. Just as Doku Island Siko grasped her blade, she suddenly hesitated. Troubled, "The blade is stained with zombie blood. I can't use it to extract the bullet. This complicates matters. I don't have a small knife or anything on me. I possess a small fruit knife within my bag, which I casually retrieved from the faculty office." Lying on the ground, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang struggled to speak, reaching into her bag to swiftly produce a compact folding knife. Alongside it were various bottles of medication, including some for pain relief and hemostasis. Although she had to abandon food to lighten her load during her escape, she retained the most essential medicines, which were now proving invaluable, despite her lack of experience. The bullet needed to be extracted. If the pain became unbearable, she would simply have to endure it. Tokishima Siko applied some anesthetic to Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's wound, urging Ling Feng to hasten his efforts in building a fire. Once the fire was ready, she placed the small knife over the flames to achieve a rudimentary sterilization. Without any hesitation, Tokishima Siko swiftly plunged the heated blade into Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's wound, causing her to cry out in agony, tears streaming down her face. The anesthetic from the academy was rather ineffective, but having it was better than nothing. Otherwise, the pain would have been even more excruciating. Since the wound was not a through-and-through type, extracting the bullet necessitated widening the incision. The sensation of flesh being sliced open brought Zhu Chuan Jingxiang to the brink of unconsciousness, yet she gritted her teeth, striving to suppress her cries to avoid attracting any wandering zombies outside. "Can you still endure?" Tokishima Siko inquired with concern after several cuts. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang weakly nodded, biting her lip to indicate her ability to withstand the pain. "Relax a bit. If you're too tense, your muscles will stiffen, making it harder to remove the bullet." Ling Feng, unable to bear the sight, approached and gently pressed down on Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's thigh, speaking softly. She nodded vigorously, taking a deep breath to maintain her composure. Tokishima Siko acknowledged Ling Feng with a nod and continued to swiftly cut, simultaneously enlarging the wound and removing some necrotic tissue. Observing Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's tearful expression, Ling Feng felt a sudden impulse. Casting a discreet glance at the focused Tokishima Siko, he steadied his breath, channeling warm energy within him to his palm, attempting to transmit it through Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's skin. He was aware that he was being somewhat reckless, so he only used a minuscule amount of energy, ensuring it would not harm her. To his astonishment, he sensed that his energy indeed reached Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's body, albeit too faintly to last. Ling Feng gradually increased the flow, noticing a slight improvement in her expression, which allowed him to relax completely, surprised by the efficacy of his energy. Reflecting on the animated world of Namek, where Dandan had utilized healing techniques, he realized the need for a deeper understanding of this energy. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang felt a warmth in her thigh, her pain seemingly alleviated. Noticing the source of the warmth, she cast a surprised glance at Ling Feng, though she kept her thoughts to herself. After considerable time and effort, the bullet lodged in Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's thigh muscle was finally extracted, and she was treated with pain relief and hemostatic ointments. With a swift motion, Ling Feng seized a woman's bra from the fat man, tearing it apart violently to fashion a makeshift bandage from its softest fabric. Subsequently, they found a plank by the fire to change out of their damp clothing. Fortunately, the small storage room appeared to be a stockroom for a clothing store. with an ample supply of garments, sparing them a minor inconvenience. For practicality in battle, Ling Feng chose a commonplace black top paired with jeans. While the others followed suit, only the fat man struggled to find appropriately sized clothing. Once they donned fresh attire, the group gathered around the fire to warm themselves. In a quiet moment, Miyamoto Rei hugged her knees. Her gaze fixated on the flickering flames as she murmured to herself, enveloped in despair. Takajo Sia was in a similarly grim state. The bond between them and Komuro Takashi was well known, and witnessing his demise before their eyes was a heavy burden to bear. Juchuan-sensei is currently unfit for action. We must remain here for a few days. However, we've lost all our food and need to venture out to retrieve more. Ideally, we should also replace the chain I severed on the iron door, as it's a sturdy barrier that ordinary zombies would struggle to breach. Tokishima Siko contemplated. Fat man, how about you accompany me to search for food and a new lock? It would be difficult to carry supplies alone. And Siko needs to keep watch here. Ling Feng stood and addressed the fat man. The fat man hesitated, glancing at Takajo Saya, before resolutely nodding and saying, I'm a man too. I'll join you. You lead the way, and I'll support you. They prepared to set out, but just before leaving, Tokishima Siko called Ling Feng to a halt. Please wait a moment. I have something I wish to discuss with you privately, she said as they moved to a secluded corner of the storage room. There's something I should be mindful of, Siko? Ling Feng inquired. Tokishima Siko regarded him with a complex expression, hesitating before her cherry lips parted. I saw your actions just before the mutated cat appeared. Ling Feng's countenance shifted, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he murmured, I apologize. I did not intend to conceal my abilities. It was just. Ling Feng found himself at a loss for words. Had he unleashed his full power in that moment, the force of his energy wave might have created a small opening, potentially preventing Komuro Takashi from being bitten by the mutated rat and safeguarding Juchuan Jingxiang from the stray bullet. Their provisions would not have been lost, and the outcome might have differed had he not hesitated. This was not a fictional realm but a harsh reality, and his indecision had cost Komuro Takashi his life. His emotions were complicated, yet oddly, if given the chance to choose again, he felt he might still opt to conceal his strength. This self-reflection led him to a moment of self-mockery, realizing he was merely a hypocrite striving for balance. Do you regret it? Tokishima Siko asked, her gaze fixed on him, her tone devoid of inflection. If it were you or Juchuan Jingxiang who had perished, I would undoubtedly feel remorse. Ling Feng replied without hesitation. Although Komuro Takashi's death was regrettable, as it diminished their fighting force, the thought of losing Tokishima Siko would weigh heavily on him. As for Juchuan Jingxiang, despite their limited interaction, it would be unnatural for him to feel no attraction to her striking beauty and alluring figure. Ultimately, he was but a mortal man. Should the opportunity arise, he would prefer not to lose the enchanting women around him. While the death of a man was unfortunate, it did not evoke profound sorrow. You are quite honest, Tokishima Siko commented, her gaze flickering slightly as a hint of color rose to her cheeks. Ling Feng's words were quite clear in their implication that in this apocalyptic world, deception served little purpose. Ling Feng shook his head, realizing he no longer wished to mislead her. Even if it led to her disdain, he would accept it. Please do not misconstrue my words. I am not reproaching you. Extraordinary abilities can indeed instill fear in most. Your choice to conceal your power for self-preservation is not something I can criticize. Encountering mutated creatures so soon was likely unforeseen. The incident with Komuro Takashi was merely an unfortunate accident. I shall keep your secret. Siko's unexpected tolerance and understanding brought a great sense of relief to Ling Feng. However, Ling Feng, your ambitions seem quite considerable, don't they? Juchuan remarked playfully. Teacher Juchuan possesses a remarkable physique. I presume. Siko's expression suddenly shifted, and with a teasing tone, she leaned in, her breath fragrant like orchids. Indeed, she is quite impressive, Ling Feng replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his words. Noticing Ling Feng's slight awkwardness, Siko chuckled softly and leaned closer, whispering in his ear, if you wish to enter the Crystal Palace, it is not as simple as you might think. With that, she cast him a mischievous glance. Ling Feng forced a smile. Indeed, the pursuit of the Crystal Palace was not a trivial matter. Yet, he felt somewhat relieved to have shared his thoughts with Siko. Whether he would eventually enjoy the blessings of companionship remained to be seen, left to the whims of fate. After exchanging a few more words, Ling Feng signaled to Fatty to leave the warehouse, needing to act swiftly before darkness fell. Otherwise, the night would belong to the zombies and mutated creatures. What were you just discussing? As soon as Siko sat down, Juchuan asked curiously. A few rather personal topics, Siko replied vaguely. Although she could rationally comprehend certain matters, she understood that not everyone would be as willing to understand. For the stability of the team, she was acutely aware of what should be said and what should remain unspoken, at least for now. Siko, it seems your relationship with Ling Feng is quite good. You two aren't already dating, are you? Juchuan suddenly interjected. With her words, Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya looked at Siko in surprise, but they quickly accepted it, given that the two had always been the strongest in the team. Developing feelings after fighting side by side was only natural, especially in these apocalyptic times where matters of the heart were simplified, rendering prolonged hesitation meaningless. Not at the moment, but as for the future. Who can say? Siko responded with poise, openly acknowledging the budding feelings between her and Ling Feng without any embarrassment. I think Ling Feng is quite wonderful. He compliments you well. Siko, you should seize the opportunity, or I might just compete with you. Juchuan said with a playful squint and a smile, leaving it unclear whether she was joking or serious. Is that so? Then I imagine he would welcome the attention. Siko replied with a knowing glance at Juchuan, a subtle smile gracing her lips. In a small grocery store not far from the bridge, Ling Feng swiftly dispatched a zombie with a single stroke of his knife, sending the headless corpse sprawling aside as he urged Fatty to act quickly. Fatty hastily gathered some food from the shelves, stuffing them into a large vest pocket, while Ling Feng grabbed some high-calorie candies to keep handy, all the while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, two rats scurried in from an unknown direction, rushing towards Ling Feng and Fatty the moment they spotted them. Ling Feng dashed out of the store, swinging his knife with precision to sever one rat's head. The second rat narrowly evaded but was left with a deep gash across its face, squealing as it lunged at Ling Feng. With a swift motion of his arm, Ling Feng struck again, efficiently dispatching the mutated rat. Remembering he had forgotten to check the energy points from the mutated rat, he promptly accessed the Dragon Ball system, discovering he had amassed 856 points. By comparison, a single mutated rat was worth more than an ordinary zombie, though still less than a mutated zombie. Handling 2 or 3 of them was manageable. But once their numbers swelled, coupled with their speed, a single bite could spell trouble. Upon returning to the grocery store, Ling Feng remarked to Fatty, I suspect there might be a granary nearby, which is why there are so many mutated rats. We should hurry back. Understood, Fatty replied, hastily stuffing more food into the vest pocket until it was brimming. As the two stepped out of the grocery store, the sound of intense gunfire erupted nearby. Accompanied by explosions, the gunfire was too dense to be the work of just a few individuals. It must be the military. Ling Feng and Fatty exchanged glances, both realizing that there was no other possibility. However, they had no intention of joining the fray. Instead, they hurried back. The presence of the military indicated that the situation was dire, and it was best to avoid lingering in such a precarious environment. The sounds of gunfire attracted a horde of zombies, complicating their escape as they carefully navigated through the throng. Ultimately, they arrived at the warehouse just before dusk. After knocking and calling out, Siko swiftly opened the iron door to let them in. Here, take this, Ling Feng said, producing a coiled chain he had found in the grocery store, complete with a small lock and key. Though modest in size, it would suffice. Siko quickly affixed the chain to the iron door, significantly enhancing the warehouse's defenses. As they dined on their provisions, the group discussed the earlier sounds of gunfire. There was a large granary near the bridge, and the military would certainly not overlook it. Given the intensity of the gunfire, it was likely an overwhelming number of mutated rats were involved. Their agility posed a grave threat, and without proper weaponry, even trained soldiers would face dire consequences if they were overwhelmed, necessitating the use of heavy firepower to suppress them. The situation outside is becoming increasingly perilous. Even animals are mutating. Juchuan lamented. We truly have hope of survival. Miyamoto murmured despondently. Of course, we can survive, as long as we unite. Ling Feng reassured them, though his own confidence was shaky that if swarms of mutated rats attacked, he doubted he could withstand the onslaught. How about we head towards the military? They could provide us with protection. Fatty suggested, his desire for safety amplified after the death of their comrade, Koizumi Takashi. Foolish, Takashiro Saya scoffed, casting a disdainful look at Fatty. You think if we joined the military, we'd receive any favorable treatment? They would likely demand we surrender our weapons and food. In these trying times, resources must be consolidated. Would you still wish to go? Ling Feng nodded. understanding the gravity of her words, though he refrained from voicing his agreement. "Forget it. I can't part with my handgun," Fatty protested vehemently, shaking his head. He felt that possessing a firearm was essential to facing any situation. My friend's house isn't far from here. Once my leg heals a bit more, we should head over there. Staying in one place is only temporary, Ju Chuan suggested softly. After satisfying their hunger, dusk had already fallen, and the sky would soon turn dark. "What do you plan to do outside at this hour?" "We have enough food," Takashiro asked, puzzled by Ling Feng's intentions. "Nothing much. Just checking the situation with the nearby zombies. I won't go far, so don't worry," Ling Feng explained as he opened the warehouse door and stepped outside. Just a few steps out, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning to see Siko approaching, he sighed in mild exasperation. "Would you please come with me?" The warehouse door was secure, and they still had firearms, so there was little risk. However, Ling Feng's insistence on venturing out raised Siko's suspicions. "I don't believe you merely want to scout the zombie status. It feels like you are hiding something from us." Ling Feng turned away from her, briefly silent before sighing. "I'm sorry, Siko. There are things I cannot share with you at this moment. At least not until you reach a point where we can face life and death together." "I see that. I understand now. I was indeed too presumptuous," Siko replied. Siko Takujima let out a soft sigh, pausing briefly to gaze at Ling Feng before speaking. "I am not the kind of person who would abandon my companions. You can entrust your back to me," Ling Feng replied with a gentle smile. "I know, Siko, you are a good woman. If you wish to follow me, then by all means do so. Before night falls, I have a few matters to attend to that I wouldn't mind showing you, especially since you have already discovered some things." He turned and walked away briskly. Siko Takujima smiled sweetly and quickly followed suit. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden-red glow upon the earth, the zombies wandered aimlessly through the streets. Ling Feng and Siko Takujima concealed themselves at the edge of the road, vigilantly observing their surroundings. "There's a mutated zombie with immense strength." Siko suddenly pointed to a hulking figure shambling from the opposite street and whispered. "Indeed," Ling Feng nodded and, under Siko's curious gaze, slowly extended his palm. A flicker of golden light began to gather, swiftly coalescing into a sphere of golden energy the size of a tennis ball. Is this what you refer to as chi? I never imagined such supernatural powers could exist in this world. It is truly astonishing," Siko exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with envy as she beheld the shimmering energy sphere in Ling Feng's palm. "I only recently discovered this ability myself. I am unsure of its true power, but I suppose it is worth a try." Ling Feng smiled faintly, focusing his gaze on the approaching powerful zombie. With a subtle flick of his hand, the energy sphere shot forth, tracing a golden arc before striking the zombie's head with precision. In an instant, it detonated with a force akin to a grenade, obliterating the creature's skull into a gruesome mess, dead beyond any hope of revival. Ling Feng was equally astonished by the sheer power of this initial form of qi. It rivaled that of a standard grenade. However, despite its formidable strength, Ling Feng assessed his energy consumption, realizing that with his current capabilities, he could only employ this technique 5 or 6 times at most, his foundation still insufficient. "How many times can you use it at most? Its power is astounding," Siko inquired, her surprise growing. Ling Feng offered a wry smile and explained. "Do not be disheartened. 5 or 6 times at full capacity is quite commendable. Such abilities are typically reserved for critical moments." Siko chuckled lightly, believing this to be quite impressive. The supernatural means he wielded were beyond the wildest dreams of most individuals. At the same time, she felt a sense of warmth. Though she had been the one to discover this ability, Ling Feng's willingness to demonstrate it to her was a testament to the trust he placed in her. "The zombies are approaching. We should eliminate them first." Upon hearing the explosion, other zombies began to drift towards them. To Ling Feng, these creatures represented mere points of energy, and he would not let them escape. He dashed forward, prompting Siko to smile lightly as she gripped her katana and followed suit. As twilight descended, Ling Feng and Siko prepared to return, wishing to avoid worrying Ju Chuan Shizuka and the others with their late arrival. However, halfway through their journey, an enormous shadow lunged towards Siko from a dimly lit alleyway without warning. Fortunately, despite some fatigue, both Ling Feng and Siko had maintained their vigilance. They reacted immediately, leaping to either side just as the shadow struck. When the shadow landed, they discerned its identity, and their expressions turned grave. A mutated wild dog the size of a water buffalo. Its mouth dripped with blood and shredded flesh, eyes gleaming with greed as it stared hungrily at them. Drooling profusely, onward, without hesitation, Ling Feng charged forward, gripping his katana tightly and twisting his body to deliver a powerful slash, cutting through the air with a whoosh. The mutated wild dog, displaying a hint of intelligence, realized it could not withstand Ling Feng's blade. It leapt back, narrowly avoiding the attack, which also caused Siko's strike to miss. Once distance was created, Ling Feng intended to unleash a chi wave to bombard the creature. Yet the wild dog surprised him with an astonishing maneuver. With a low growl, the mutated wild dog spat out a viscous saliva, its claws glowing faintly with a metallic sheen. It lunged at Ling Feng with astonishing speed, its razor-sharp claws imbued with a terrifying aura. Ling Feng swiftly gripped his katana and swung with all his might, the blade colliding with the claws. Instead of the expected splatter of flesh, only the crisp sound of metal striking metal echoed. The next moment, an overwhelming force surged through the claws, forcing Ling Feng to stagger back, his legs retreating one after another. Seeing this, Siko immediately stepped forward, slashing at the wild dog's abdomen, her blade carving a deep gash into its flesh. The wild dog, howling in pain, recoiled a short distance, glaring at Siko with fury. This creature possesses special abilities. Be cautious. Ling Feng grimaced as he flexed his aching arm, gripping his katana tightly as he stared at the mutated wild dog. I will seek an opportunity. You use the chi wave, Siko declared firmly, not allowing Ling Feng a chance to refuse as she dashed forward. The wild dog roared in response, its claws poised to strike. What are you trying to prove? Ling Feng exclaimed in alarm, channeling his chi with all his might to reach Siko first, his blade colliding with the wild dog's sharp claws ahead of time. This blow was unlike the previous unprepared strikes. Ling Feng unleashed his full strength, sending the wild dog reeling. His katana carved a deep wound across its paw, and despite the creature's augmented abilities, it was still flesh and blood. Ultimately suffering under Ling Feng's full-powered strike, the wild dog licked the blood from its injured paw, its gaze towards Ling Feng now tinged with wariness. Injured on two fronts, it seemed to comprehend the immense threat posed by the duo. After a moment's hesitation, it turned as if to flee. Not so fast. Ling Feng was unwilling to let it escape. He understood the dangers of allowing such a threat to remain at large. He discarded his katana, extending both palms and swiftly gathering chi within him. Two golden energy waves formed almost instantaneously, hurtling towards the mutated wild dog. Boom! Boom! The resounding explosions echoed through the street as the wild dog was struck by the two blasts of chi, letting out a mournful howl before its body was obliterated into chunks of flesh, blood splattering across the pavement. Having slain the mutated wild dog, Ling Feng swiftly checked his energy points within the system. At that moment, his energy points stood at 1360. The creature was worth over 400 points. High risks yielded high rewards. Had he not used the chi wave, it would have been exceedingly difficult to handle the beast alone, especially if it attempted to escape. After this battle, Ling Feng resolved to always reserve at least 1 or 2 energy waves for emergencies. He would refrain from using such powers against ordinary zombies, as his current strength was insufficient to maintain an endless flow of chi. The energy consumption from a single chi wave required considerable time to recover. Ling Feng spent only a few seconds reviewing his energy points before putting away the system and retrieving his katana. Casting a resigned glance at Siko Takujima, "You need not charge in like that. In such moments, it is best for me to take the lead. There was no need for you to place yourself in front of me." Ling Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. Had you considered the consequences? If you were to carelessly get caught or bitten, it would be disastrous. He sighed heavily, the frustration evident in his voice. Is it not the same for you? Is it because I am a woman, or do you believe yourself superior, that you assume I should hide behind you? Siko replied softly, stepping closer to Ling Feng. I simply do not want to see you in harm's way. If anything were to happen, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Ling Feng arranged his words, feeling a hint of embarrassment. He simply did not want the woman he admired to charge ahead of him. It was as simple as that, devoid of any other justification. It could be considered a touch of machismo. Yet Ling Feng remained entirely unconcerned, believing that some situations warranted a bit of assertiveness. Thank you. Duzhong Siko seemed to grasp Ling Feng's intent. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly spoke. Though I am a woman, during battle, I wish to be your companion, not a burden. Please trust me. I am not as weak as you think. That I will advance because I am confident in my ability to evade danger if the situation turns unfavorable. That I am not an impulsive woman. You appear to be overly anxious. Upon hearing Duzhong Siko's words, Ling Feng was taken aback. Reflecting on it, he realized that she was indeed not the type to act recklessly. It was he who was overly tense. Or perhaps, just as Duzhong Siko suggested, he underestimated her capabilities. That I'm sorry, Siko. Before Ling Feng could finish his apology, a delicate hand gently covered his mouth. Duzhong Siko said softly, I know, Ling Fengkuan, you are a wonderful man. Siko.as he inhaled the faint scent of her youthful fragrance. Ling Feng's heart raced, and he instinctively grasped her arm, pulling her into his embrace. Duzhong Siko's complexion instantly turned crimson. Her gaze somewhat dazed as she looked at Ling Feng. With a hint of nervousness, Ling Feng leaned in slightly, about to brush against her fragrant cherry lips when the haunting cries of zombies echoed from outside. Duzhong Siko promptly pushed Ling Feng away, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Observing Ling Feng's somewhat regretful expression, she chuckled. We should hurry back. All right. Ling Feng nodded, taking Duzhong Siko's small hand as they quickened their pace into a light jog. Duzhong Siko did not resist, allowing him to lead her, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. When they returned to the river warehouse, dusk had fallen, after knocking and calling out a couple of times. There was some commotion inside, and soon Miyamoto Rei came to open the door for them. Upon entering, Takajo Saya couldn't contain her frustration. What were you two doing? What time is it? We thought you were both done in by zombies. Takajo Saya said discontentedly. Don't mention it. We encountered a mutated wild dog on our way back, and it nearly got us, Ling Feng replied, shaking his head. Oh, Siko and little Feng-chan, have you two started dating? That was quick. You said otherwise just before. Kurikawa Shizuka suddenly noticed that their hands were still intertwined, a smile spreading across her face, her eyes glimmering with envy. Sort of, Ling Feng scratched his face, feeling a bit embarrassed. Conversely, Duzhong Siko appeared quite at ease, linking her arm with Ling Feng's and smiling. Now Ling Feng is my boyfriend. You're a bit late to the party, Kurikawa-sensei. As Duzhong Siko spoke, her eyes held a mysterious glint. Oh dear, what are you saying, Siko? You're being ridiculous. Kurikawa Shizuka hurriedly waved her hands, her face flushed. Humph, it's just love. What's the big deal? Takajo Saya huffed, though she too felt a twinge of envy. In this apocalyptic world, having someone you cherish by your side was a comforting thought. A pity that Takajo had lost her own partner. If Takaisen doesn't mind, I wouldn't be opposed. The chubby one leaned in with a hint of expectation, his expression somewhat lewd. However, Takajo Saya completely ignored him. Ling Feng paid no heed to their banter, feeling the soft warmth against his arm. A natural reaction stirred within him. Had he not slightly turned away, he might have found himself in an embarrassing situation. Indeed, Siko was quite ample and alluring. Ling Feng thought mischievously. What are you thinking about? So lost in thought? Surely it can't be anything good, Siko said playfully, her body close to Ling Feng, her gaze subtly drifting downward, deliberately blowing gentle breaths that made Ling Feng restless. Had it not been for Miyamoto Rei and the others being present, he might have truly succumbed to the urge to see Siko and indulge in her. Enough of that. What were you saying about a mutated wild dog? Takajo Saya interjected, unable to bear the couple's sudden closeness. Ling Feng's expression turned serious as he recounted the encounter with the mutated wild dog, causing the faces of the four to shift dramatically. This is truly troublesome. This situation defies scientific explanation. The area is far too unsafe. Once Kurikawa-sensei's injuries improve, we must leave immediately for a more secure location. The defensiveness of this warehouse has significantly diminished, Takajo Saya stated solemnly, her eyes filled with concern. If zombies and animals continued to evolve, humanity's hope would dwindle even further. After discussing among themselves, they dispersed, laying down some clothes on the floor, resigned to sleeping in such conditions for the night. However, none could foresee the hidden peril that was silently creeping ever closer. Chapter 21. The Night Raid of the Big Cat. That night, Ling Feng initially intended to exercise, but Duzhong Siko stopped him, saying that if he exhausted his strength and faced an unforeseen event, they would lose a significant combat force. Ling Feng agreed. Though he yearned to grow stronger quickly, he decided it would be best to wait until they reached Kurikawa Shizuka's friend's house, where he could train in peace. In the early hours of the night, everyone had fallen into a deep slumber, their steady breathing filling the dark warehouse. If nothing unusual occurred, they would likely sleep until dawn. Bang! Meow! A sudden deafening crash accompanied by a piercing cat scream jolted everyone awake. What is going on? The chubby one exclaimed in panic. Prepare for battle. Ling Feng sprang up, grabbing his katana, his gaze alert as he observed the warped iron door, which bore a distinct claw mark that was continuously expanding. Meow. Outside the warehouse, the shrill cries of a cat echoed. It was undoubtedly the mutated big cat from earlier, having tracked them down here. Proving to be quite sinister, Kurikawa Shizuka and the others hurriedly grabbed their handguns, aiming at the warping iron door, ready to fire at the intruder once it entered. Bang, bang, bang. The big cat's claws relentlessly pounded against the iron door, its immense strength distorting the metal, while the sound of its claws scraping against the door was unbearably grating, echoing loudly in the night. This commotion triggered the nearby zombies in the vicinity of the main bridge to stir, their collective roars signaling the return of terror. Damn beast. We can't wait for it to enter before we attack. We need to leave this place quickly. Ling Feng's face paled as he heard the undead howling outside. Cursing under his breath, he rushed forward, gripping his katana tightly and thrusting it through the gaps in the deformed iron door. However, the strike met only emptiness, indicating that the creature had sensed his attack and evaded. Suddenly, Ling Feng felt a surge of danger, but before he could retract his katana, a flicker of blue light appeared outside the door, and a visible current of blue electricity surged from the blade to Ling Feng's body. Crackling loudly, Ling Feng couldn't help but cry out in pain, his arm trembling as he nearly dropped his katana. Ling Feng, Little Fengchan, Duzhong Siko, and the others' faces turned pale. Don't come over. That beast can discharge electricity. It's deliberately luring us to attack at the door, the bastard. Ling Feng urgently cautioned them, realizing that if they too were ensnared by the electric current, it would spell disaster. This wretched cat was undoubtedly far more intelligent than the previous mutated dog, Ling Feng inwardly lamented. However, he was determined not to be outdone by a mere beast, though momentarily paralyzed by the shock. He focused on circulating the warm energy within him, quickly alleviating the numbness. To his astonishment, he discovered that the creature's electric discharge could, to a certain extent, temper his physique, after the warm currents within his body were paralyzed by the electric current. It was only natural for him to retaliate, gradually consuming the energy of electricity within him. This autonomous response inadvertently facilitated Ling Feng's enhancement, once he thoroughly dissipated the force of the electric current. The flow of energy within him surged, amplifying his strength. Feeling his newfound power, Ling Feng smirked as he raised his left fist, tensing the muscles in his arm, and with a thunderous punch, he completely twisted and shattered the already deformed iron door. The sudden and tremendous noise startled the mutated big cat, which instinctively leaped back a distance, warily observing Ling Feng as he emerged from the wreckage of the iron door, but a flicker of confusion passed through its feline eyes. Perhaps pondering why its ultimate move had proven ineffective, initially useful, it had suddenly ceased to work mere seconds later. "You beast, today you shall meet your end," Ling Feng declared, his face a mask of frost. He had nearly been outwitted by a meerkat, igniting a blaze of fury within him as he tightly gripped his katana and charged forward. At this moment, Ling Feng's speed had increased further, and he raced towards the big cat, roaring in anger as he unleashed a fierce downward slash akin to the legendary splitting Mount Hua. Meow, the big cat let out a primal scream, raising its sharp claws to strike back. The two forces collided, causing both to recoil slightly, revealing their comparable strength. Observing the faint trickle of blood seeping from its paw, the big cat cast a wary glance at Ling Feng's katana. In the next instant, it darted to the side, emitting a strange cry, as arcs of blue electricity flickered through its whiskers. A thin stream of blue electricity shot forth, striking Ling Feng's katana and coursing through him. Ling Feng gritted his teeth, steadfastly advancing towards the big cat, while the currents within him rapidly circulated to mitigate the electric damage and concurrently bolster his physical form. Such a splendid opportunity was one he could not afford to squander. Bang, 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 a series of gunshots rang out, hitting the big cat in its abdomen and legs. Had it not been for the timely evasion from Ling Feng, its head would likely have been struck. "Don't forget about us," Miyamoto Rei, Takashiro Saya, and the hefty man exclaimed, wielding their handguns, while Poison Island Siko carried the incapacitated Juchuan Shizuka on her back. Indeed, Ling Feng wished to say that they could simply stay back. But reflecting on it, he decided against it. Explanations were cumbersome, and he felt a twinge of helplessness. The presence of a team brought certain advantages, but it inevitably came with drawbacks. Meow. The big cat, feeling the agony coursing through its body, let out a fierce roar and lunged at the group. Though the bullets had all found their mark, the thick fur of the big cat, combined with the generally low power of standard police handguns, meant the actual damage was minimal. Instead, It ignited the beast's primal instincts, fixating solely on tearing apart these wretched intruders. What? Miyamoto Ray and the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated the big cat to possess such speed even after being shot, leaving them no time to evade. Even Poison Island Seiko, hindered by carrying Juchuan Shizuka, could not react in time. Beast, Ling Feng suddenly exclaimed in alarm. With a roar, the currents within him surged, flowing into his blade. Almost instinctively, he swung his katana in a powerful arc. In an instant, a crescent-shaped wave of golden energy sliced through the air, cleaving the airborne big cat in two before it could even let out a cry. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground, a rich scent of iron wafting through the air. Ling Feng stared blankly at the katana in his hand, sensing a portion of his energy dissipated. He was pleasantly surprised, realizing that energy could be released through his weapon, granting him yet another formidable means of attack. However, now was not the time for reflection. Aside from Poison Island Seiko, the others looked at Ling Feng in disbelief. Clearly astonished by his display of power, let's not linger. We must leave this place, or we will be surrounded by zombies, Ling Feng urged, his keen gaze scanning the surroundings and spotting a number of zombies approaching. He swiftly moved to Poison Island Seiko's side, transferring Juchuan Shizuka onto his own back. Confident in his superior stamina even after battling the big cat. As they noticed the horde of zombies closing in, Miyamoto Ray and the others quickly adjusted, burying their amazement at Ling Feng's extraordinary abilities deep within. Together, they hastened towards an area where the number of zombies was relatively sparse. Had Ling Feng been burdened by carrying someone before, his combat effectiveness would have significantly diminished. However, after refining his physique and enhancing the energy within him, his strength had markedly increased, allowing him to wield his katana with a speed that rivaled even Poison Island Seiko's. Roar. Just as the group broke through to the road above the riverbank, a powerful zombie charged at them, followed by a throng of ordinary zombies, completely obstructing their advance. Retreating was not an option. As the horde behind them pressed on, "Don't use your guns. Leave it to me," Ling Feng declared, unwilling to let an opportunity to take down a powerful zombie slip by. Having already revealed his capabilities, he decided to charge through with brute force. As the muscular zombie roared towards them, Ling Feng steadied Juchuan Shizuka on his back with one hand, while gripping his katana with the other. Recalling the flow of energy from his previous attack, he rapidly directed the energy through his arm and into the blade. Utilizing a third of his internal energy this time, the sharp blade shimmered with a faint golden light, the tip extending a golden aura by about an inch. Sensing the moment was right, Ling Feng swung his katana with force, aiming for the zombie's neck. The golden radiance erupted forth, a golden streak of energy surging from the blade. Upon contact with the zombie's neck, it was effortlessly severed, the head rolling to the ground. The golden aura continued its path, cleaving through the heads of the surrounding zombies, and in an instant, it truly seemed as though heads were flying everywhere. A quick glance revealed that Ling Feng had dispatched at least 20 zombies with that single strike, forcibly carving a path through the horde. Even though they had previously witnessed Ling Feng's unique abilities, this display was undeniably more shocking. Even Poison Island Seiko could not help but marvel at the rapid growth of his strength. "Xiao Fengchan is truly impressive," Juchuan Shizuka exclaimed with delight. Resting against Ling Feng's back, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she spoke, she tightened her grip around his neck, her ample softness pressing against him, creating an exquisitely pleasurable sensation. The fragrance emanating from her caused a faint blush to rise to Ling Feng's cheeks, inducing a rather embarrassing natural reaction. Fortunately, it was dark, and Seiko and the others were oblivious. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly embarrassed. "Stop dawdling. Let us move," Ling Feng shouted loudly, instantly rousing the others from their stupor. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, wielding his katana with relentless precision, dispatching one or two stray zombies with ease. Seiko Busujima and the others followed closely behind, swiftly breaking through the gap in the horde of the undead. Since they had already ventured out, they might as well head directly to my friend's house, the address being. As Ling Feng and the others stood on the road, uncertain of their next destination, Jukawa Shizuka spoke up. There was no time for idle chatter. They had no other options at present. Following Jukawa Shizuka's directions, they commenced their nocturnal escape. Dio not assumed that Ling Feng's earlier prowess was without its limitations. While undeniably formidable, its usage was not without constraint. Faced with an overwhelming horde of zombies capable of drowning them in sheer numbers, compounded by the uncertainties of night, when mutated creatures could emerge at any moment. Their predicament remained exceedingly perilous. They needed to find a safe haven with utmost urgency. After more than an hour, Ling Feng and his companions finally arrived at the residence Jukawa Shizuka had mentioned, a quaint two-story villa. In the garage, they spotted an armored Humvee, resembling a war machine, and Ling Feng couldn't help but exhale in relief. This vehicle had remained untouched thus far, marking a stroke of luck for them. After dispatching a few zombies near the villa, Seiko Busujima retrieved the key from Jukawa Shizuka and unlocked the outer iron gate. Once inside, they promptly secured the main door behind them. Upon entering the villa's interior, the group finally relaxed, collapsing onto the carpet or sofa in a state of utter exhaustion, their eyelids fluttering with fatigue. They were truly worn out. If it weren't for you, Ling Feng, we would have been doomed. You're truly amazing, Jukawa Shizuka said, leaning against the sofa and wrapping her arm around Ling Feng's, her face aglow with a smile. The soft pressure of her form against him sent a rush of exhilaration through Ling Feng, causing his breath to quicken as he mused internally about Jukawa Shizuka's captivating allure, which left even Seiko appearing somewhat lacking in comparison. However, he dared not voice such thoughts, for Seiko was his legitimate girlfriend, and their relationship was still in its infancy. He needed to maintain decorum in her presence. The Crystal Palace could wait. Rushing things might lead to unfortunate consequences. Seeing Jukawa Shizuka's intimate embrace of Ling Feng, Seiko Busujima's lips curled slightly as she approached, maintaining her composure as she gently separated the two. Taking her seat between them, with a soft, soothing voice, she remarked, "You've exhausted yourself considerably. It would be wise to rest soon." Indeed, Ling Feng nodded, feeling the exhaustion settle within him. He had nearly depleted his energy reserves and recognized the necessity of resting to avoid being drained the following day. Shouldn't you share something with us? At that moment, Takashiro Saya stepped forward, hands on her hips, her expression somewhat disapproving as she regarded Ling Feng. Miyamoto Rei and the others shared a similar sentiment. They were all contemplating a single matter, their gazes toward Ling Feng becoming increasingly peculiar. "Let us postpone any discussions until tomorrow. There should be plenty of rooms here. Let us rest first," Ling Feng suggested, glancing at the clock on the wall. Ignoring the looks from Miyamoto Rei and the others, he stood and exited the living room. He was aware of their impending inquiries, but his fatigue was overwhelming, and he felt that further discussions would only lead to a headache. Everything could be addressed in the morning, as Ling Feng had stated. Regardless of the matters at hand, it was quite late, and it would be best to defer any conversations until the following morning. Seiko Busujima intervened to quell the brewing confrontation between Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya, her tone gentle yet firm. "Humph. Whatever it is, it must be clarified by tomorrow," Takashiro Saya huffed, turning to find a room. Followed closely by Miyamoto Rei and the others, Seiko Busujima sighed in resignation, assisting the somewhat incapacitated Jukawa Shizuka in locating a room. Thus, a chaotic night gradually descended into tranquility. The following morning, Ling Feng rose comfortably from his bed, stretching his limbs and assessing the energy within him. After a refreshing slumber, he felt nearly restored, reflecting on the battles fought the previous night and how he had hastily retired to rest thereafter. He realized he had yet to ascertain the total energy points acquired from slaying the mutated giant cat along with the subsequent zombies. It was time to check. Upon activating the system, Ling Feng reviewed his current energy points, 2,119 in total. After a rough calculation, he surmised that the majority stemmed from the mutated giant cat and the stronger zombies he had dispatched, though he had not meticulously tallied each point. He felt confident that the total was accurate. With just over 2,000 energy points, he could finally exchange for the ability to manipulate air currents. The thought of soaring freely through the sky filled him with excitement, as it would alleviate the fear of being cornered by zombies, presenting numerous advantages. However, Ling Feng did not rush to make the exchange. He decided to have breakfast first and address some matters before contemplating the exchange. After all, energy points wouldn't vanish into thin AI or in a buoyant mood. Ling Feng opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Following the scent into the kitchen, he discovered Seiko Busujima preparing breakfast. Upon hearing his approach, she turned her head slightly, offering a gentle smile. "Breakfast will be ready shortly. You can wait in the living room, as the others have yet to rise." "Seiko, you truly are remarkable," Ling Feng said, walking up behind her and wrapping his arms around her waist, chuckling softly. Siko's body tensed momentarily, her movements pausing as a faint blush colored her cheeks. "All right, stop teasing. I'm still cooking," she protested, though her demeanor betrayed no real annoyance. A sweet smile gracing her lips, "Base man." It was only natural for Ling Feng to feel particularly stimulated in such close proximity to Siko. The delicate fragrance emanating from her form was intoxicating, and as his hands began to roam playfully over her soft abdomen, it felt as though a flame ignited within him. Feeling the warmth of Ling Feng's hands, Siko's face turned crimson, and her breath quickened. She gazed at him with a slightly dazed expression, the tension in the air between them palpable, overcome by the allure of beauty in his embrace. Ling Feng could no longer contain himself. He abruptly pulled Siko closer, enveloping her in a fervent hug, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Leaning down, he captured her slightly parted lips in a passionate kiss. Siko offered no resistance, instinctively tilting her head upward to meet him. The sensation was electric, sending shivers through both their hearts as they surrendered to the exquisite taste of their shared moment. Minutes later, the faint scent of slightly burnt food wafted from the stove, prompting Siko to regain her senses. Gently pushing Ling Feng away, she took a deep breath, her cheeks still flushed, and softly said, "Let me finish making breakfast." As he spoke, he turned and set about his tasks. Ling Feng chuckled softly, making an effort to compose himself before leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on Siko's smooth cheek. He then exited the kitchen, well aware of his lack of culinary skills and preferring not to trouble Siko further. He would simply await the meal. Settling into the living room, Ling Feng reflected on his earlier intimate moments with Siko. Marveling at the unpredictability of life. Once an utterly ordinary youth, he now found himself in a world teeming with zombies, mutated creatures, and countless unknowns, and had even garnered the affection of the rare beauty. Siko.it felt as if he were living in a dream. "I must become stronger," he murmured to himself, reclining against the sofa. "I am no longer alone. This damned world is changing rapidly because of my presence. If I do not grow stronger soon, not only will I struggle to protect Siko, but I may even find it difficult to safeguard myself." As he contemplated the task at hand, which required obtaining the Dark Dragon Balls, Ling Feng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Lacking a Dragon Ball radar, he had no idea how long it would take to find them, and the requirement to eliminate over half of the negative energy seemed daunting. It was clear that without unleashing a few powerful attacks, success was unlikely to sustain such formidable techniques. His internal energy must be ample, and by his calculations, time was not on his side. "Well, there's no use dwelling on it now," he sighed. "The conditions here are decent, so I might as well stay for a while." Ling Feng resigned himself to taking things one step at a time. "Oh, I almost forgot about the firearms here. I believe they are stored in the cabinets." Suddenly recalling, he slapped his forehead and rose to inspect the living room. Approaching a metal cabinet against the wall, he tugged at it, finding it tightly secured. After some strenuous effort, he managed to force it open, revealing an impressive array of firearms and ammunition, including a crossbow, most of which were illegal contraband. After playfully handling a shotgun for a moment, his interest waned. He found himself increasingly drawn to bladed weapons. He had wielded his katana with remarkable ease before, and he suspected that even if given a gun now, he would still prefer the sword. He carefully laid all the firearms and ammunition on the carpet, refraining from attempting any improvised combinations due to his unfamiliarity with the ammunition types. "I'll wait for the fat guy to wake up. He is the expert in this area," he decided. After a brief period of waiting in the living room, the others gradually arrived, their eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the weapons and ammunition strewn across the floor. "My goodness, an M1A rifle, a semi-automatic sniper rifle, even an M37 shotgun, and this crossbow. I've heard it can take down a bear." The previously lethargic fat guy transformed into a wolf at the sight of the firearms. Lunging forward with excitement, "Where did you get these?" Miyamoto Ray gasped in astonishment. Ling Feng simply gestured toward the cabinet, replying, "I suppose we just got lucky. That's fantastic." "Ha ha," the fat guy exclaimed, utterly elated. "Everyone, breakfast is ready. You can come and eat," Siko announced as she entered with the meal, her surprise evident upon seeing the firearms on the floor. "I'll go fetch Teacher Jichin," Miyamoto Ray said, leaving the living room to quickly bring back Jichin Shizuka, who required assistance to walk. "Let us eat breakfast first, and afterwards, we need to have a serious talk," Takagi Saya remarked coolly as they all sat down. She then lowered her head, resuming her meal in silence. Ling Feng glanced at her but said nothing, accepting the chopsticks offered by Siko and began to eat heartily. Siko, your cooking is excellent. It's so delicious, Juchuan Shizuka said, her face beaming with satisfaction after a bite. Indeed, it's splendid, Ling Feng affirmed, giving a thumbs up. He felt a surge of pride. Women like Siko, who were adept in both the kitchen and social settings, with beauty and a caring nature, were becoming increasingly rare in his world. He considered himself fortunate. Noticing Ling Feng's delighted expression, Siko smiled gently, saying, "Take your time eating. The food we have stored isn't abundant, but it's sufficient for us for a while. If we run out, I can prepare more. I felt my timing was slightly off earlier. It's already quite delicious. In this post-apocalyptic world, being able to share a hot meal together is a luxury beyond measure," Juchuan Shizuka remarked as she ate. Reflecting on the rarity of such moments, every bite of food was precious, and although Ling Feng appeared to eat quickly, he chewed each mouthful thoroughly, ensuring that the sustenance was efficiently absorbed. After all, he wasn't a scion with extraordinary digestive capabilities. Once they finished a satisfying breakfast, Siko tidied the dishes, and the group gathered around the living room sofa, the atmosphere growing tense. "Why didn't you tell us sooner?" Takagi Saya broke the silence, her expression icy as she fixed her gaze on Ling Feng. "If you had revealed your abilities earlier, perhaps Takumi wouldn't have died." Finally, the topic that had been previously avoided was thrust into the open, requiring a definitive explanation. Despite Ling Feng's internal turmoil, he knew this confrontation was unavoidable. Everyone turned their attention to Ling Feng, eager to see how he would respond. Even Siko remained silent, confident that Ling Feng would handle it without her intervention. "What do you expect me to say? Should I have revealed my extraordinary abilities when we first formed this little team? If the roles were reversed, would you have had the courage to disclose such personal matters to others?" Ling Feng took a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. His tone somber. He felt a flicker of guilt over Takumi's death, but not to an overwhelming extent. From his perspective, he had done nothing wrong. Takumi's demise was merely a stroke of bad luck. He had no obligation to safeguard the lives of every team member. Retaining some of his strength was a matter of self-preservation. There was no clear right or wrong in this situation. Takagi Saya and Miyamoto Rei's expressions shifted slightly, their mouths opening as they attempted to formulate a rebuttal, but they found themselves at a loss for words, just as Ling Feng had pointed out. Would they have willingly divulged such information about themselves? "Yet Takumi is still dead," Miyamoto Rei murmured sorrowfully, her hands clenched tightly. Some things could be understood, but when they occurred in one's own circle, acceptance proved challenging. "Indeed, you bear some of the blame for Takumi's death. Do you think you can simply brush off responsibility with a few words? If that's your mindset, then I believe our little team has no reason to continue." Takagi Saya stood up, fixing her piercing gaze on Ling Feng, her demeanor hostile. "What do you want from me? Takumi is dead. Do you wish for me to join him in death? Discussing this now is pointless. It is not as if I wanted him to die. We are in a post-apocalyptic world. No one's survival is guaranteed." Ling Feng, pushed to his limit by Saya's relentless accusations, felt his temper flare. He was not without his own frustrations. What kind of tone is that? Does Takumi's death not shame you in the slightest? "You selfish bastard," Takagi Saya shouted in outrage. "Listen here, woman." Ling Feng seized Saya, pressing her down onto the sofa, his voice cold. "If you want to die, go ahead and scream your head off outside. I won't give a damn. Keep your voice down." As they entered the villa last night, although they had cleared away a fair number of the nearby zombies, this was merely a fraction of the undead that roamed the vicinity. The majority of zombies in this area remained unvanquished. Despite the steel walls that surrounded the villa, impervious to even the strongest of zombie bites, no one wished to have a horde of the undead lurking just outside their doorstep. Yes, Gao Cheng. It would be wise for us to tread cautiously in our conversation. I don't believe Ling Feng intended any harm. The incident involving Xiaoshi must be considered a mere accident. None of us wished for this outcome. It is best if we avoid unnecessary discord, the stout fellow hesitantly remarked. Despite his somewhat foolish demeanor, he understood the gravity of the situation. Ling Feng's formidable strength, coupled with his connection to the esteemed Daodu, could lead to significant complications if matters escalated. You think that since Xiaoshi has passed, you could now pursue me? Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the vile thoughts lurking in your mind. Have you even looked in the mirror? You are precisely the type of rotund individual I detest. Spare me your incessant prattle, Gao Cheng Saya retorted with a mocking laugh. Under normal circumstances, she would never have spoken so harshly. But her mood was exceptionally foul, and her tone reflected her agitation. The stout fellow's expression soured at her words, and he lowered his head in silence. Gao Cheng, your words are excessive, Dao Siko interjected. Furrowing her brow. Humph. Gao Cheng Saya scoffed and rose to retreat to her room, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud. I too shall return to my quarters. I need to rest. Miyamoto Rei murmured, following suit into her own room. I will prepare ammunition, the stout fellow stated with a hint of bitterness, rising to the side to deftly load his bullets. This was once a task he relished. But now he found no enthusiasm for it, as Saya's earlier remarks had indeed stung him deeply. Ling Feng observed Dao Siko and Zhu Chuanjingxiang, shaking his head in resignation. He understood that this small team had reached its limit. Although they would not part ways just yet, it was merely a matter of time. Reflecting on his initial hopes for a cohesive team dynamic, he felt a twinge of sadness and helplessness at its impending dissolution. At least Dao Siko remained steadfastly by his side. If the team disbands, I will naturally stick with you, Ling Feng. You need not worry, Dao Siko remarked, having keenly sensed Ling Feng's despondence. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and spoke softly. Her expression imbued with determination and tenderness. Ling Feng returned her gesture with a reassuring smile. Regardless of the circumstances, he was grateful to have a woman who was willing to accompany him. I feel the same. If we must part ways, I would prefer to stay with you, Xiao Fengchan. With you and Siko by my side, I believe we will face no peril, Zhu Chuanjingxiang chimed in, raising her hand with a smile and inching closer to Ling Feng. Jingxiang, if you wish, I would be more than pleased. Wouldn't you agree, Siko? Ling Feng said with a hint of awkwardness, glancing at Dao Siko. Of course, I have no objections, Dao Siko replied with a nod, fully aware of Ling Feng's ulterior motives. Though she felt a twinge of annoyance, she was not the kind of woman to lose face in front of a man. She understood the importance of maintaining decorum. Oh, right, this is the handgun that Xiaoshu used. I had it on me at that time and had completely forgotten about it, the stout fellow suddenly exclaimed, rising to produce a handgun from his pocket and approaching Ling Feng to hand it over. I've replenished the ammunition since it was empty, he added before returning to his task of loading more bullets. Take this, Siko, as a precautionary measure, Ling Feng instructed, not keeping it for himself but directly handing it to Dao Siko, his expression serious. All right, she accepted without hesitation, recognizing that declining would only increase Ling Feng's unease. What are your plans, Xiao Fengchan? The mutated creatures outside seem to be growing increasingly formidable, Zhu Chuanjingxiang inquired. For now, let's remain here for a few days. That we needn't worry about food and water for the time being. And the outer walls are sufficiently sturdy, making it difficult for zombies and mutated creatures to breach our sanctuary. As for the future, we will take it one step at a time, Ling Feng contemplated before responding. That sounds reasonable. It's a pity I forgot my friend's phone number. Otherwise, I would have called her. How frustrating, Zhu Chuanjingxiang lamented, leaving Ling Feng at a loss for words in response. Your injury on your thigh has yet to heal. Try not to move around too much. Siko, please escort Jingxiang to her room to rest. I would like you both to visit me in my room later, Ling Feng stated, feeling that he had said all that needed to be said. He then rose and returned to his own quarters. Before long, Dao Siko came to find him. Knock, knock, come in. The door is unlocked, Ling Feng called from the edge of his bed, creaking open the door. Dao Siko stepped inside, closing it gently behind her. She approached Ling Feng and sat beside him, gazing at his calm countenance. There's something you wish to discuss? She asked. Yes, Ling Feng replied, nodding solemnly, looking at the beautiful Siko beside him. He went straight to the point. In truth, I am not from this world. As he witnessed the shock in Dao Siko's eyes, Ling Feng sighed softly and began to explain, revealing everything, including the Dragon Ball system. He had no fear of repercussions for sharing this information, as the system imposed no restrictions on such revelations, and he held unwavering trust in Siko. Upon hearing this, Dao Siko, despite her composed nature, felt her expression shift with surprise. There was no reason for her to doubt Ling Feng's sincerity, and she found herself genuinely astonished by his revelation. Am I merely a figment of imagination? She mused bitterly. Ling Feng, sensing her distress, grasped her hand tightly, turning her to face him. I have never perceived this as a mere illusion, nor could I ever regard you as a fictional being. You are the very real Dao Siko, the woman I cherish. I hesitated for quite some time before choosing to confide in you, as I felt some truths must eventually come to light. I hope you do not take offense, Siko, Though initially taken aback by the revelation of his origins, Dao Siko quickly regained her composure. Looking at Ling Feng, who appeared troubled and remorseful, her heart softened. And she spoke gently. You can share these things with me. I am genuinely touched. However, it is best to keep this matter hidden from others. Dao Siko understood well that whether others would believe Ling Feng's story was irrelevant. What truly mattered was the potential trouble it could bring if they did believe it. Rest assured, I am not so foolish. I will only share this with my woman. No one else will hear a word of it. Ling Feng replied with a slight smile. I see now why you were so intent on eliminating more zombies. It was to reap the benefits. So, how many energy points have you accumulated thus far? Dao Siko inquired. Her curiosity piqued. I have amassed a total of 2,119 energy points. My Chi Wave technique was also exchanged through the system, costing me 800 energy points. Just so you know, a regular zombie yields 1 energy point, while mutated zombies vary based on their strength, typically yielding over 100 points. Mutated creatures provide even more, Ling Feng divulged without reservation. Can your system be used to exchange benefits for others? Dao Siko asked eagerly, yearning for superhuman abilities, as even she, a woman of formidable spirit, desired such power. Regrettably, Siko, I have already contemplated this, but it appears that only I can utilize the system. Ling Feng expressed his disappointment. If he could, he would have loved to grant Siko the ability to harness and manipulate Qi, but alas, it was simply not possible. No matter, I had anticipated this outcome. You need not worry about it. She reassured him. Siko appeared somewhat disheartened, yet she still managed to muster a faint smile as she spoke. The frustration and resentment stemming from her inability to become a true powerhouse were compounded by a profound sense of helplessness regarding her inability to assist her partner, leaving her exceedingly uncomfortable and constrained. You need not be overly disheartened. Once the tasks in this world are accomplished, it is highly likely that we will venture into other realms at that time. I shall devise a way to assist you. There will inevitably be some cultivation manuals to discover. It is merely a matter of time, so do not fret excessively. Ling Feng, fully aware of Siko's inner turmoil and dissatisfaction, offered his words of consolation. Will you take me with you when you leave? Siko's primary concern lay in this question. It should be possible. Ling Feng replied with a nod, elucidating the function of the basic spatial gem as a reward for their tasks. Instantly, Siko felt a great sense of relief. After chatting for a while longer, Siko returned to her room. However, before parting, the two inevitably shared a brief moment of intimacy, though they did not breach any boundaries. As their relationship was still relatively new, they decided to take their time. After all, Siko would eventually be his, and Ling Feng was content to focus on his cultivation for the time being. Once Siko had departed, Ling Feng settled onto his bed, accessed the system, and clicked on the fist icon to meticulously examine the various exchange options. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately opted for the sky dance technique. Initially, he pondered whether it would be wiser to save up and directly exchange for the Kamesenen's Dodon wave, which, although scarcely seen in the later episodes, was still remembered from Master Roshi's remark that an immature Kamehameha could not compete with the Dodon wave, indicating its formidable power and simplicity, as it could be executed with just a finger. However, recalling the impressive power of the energy blades he wielded with his katana, he reasoned that even if it seemed somewhat clever, power was power. For the time being, no mutated creature or zombie had proven capable of withstanding his energy waves or blades. In terms of offensive capabilities, he had little to worry about in the short term. So he decided on the sky dance technique, as the potential for flight was undeniably enticing. Having made his decision, Ling Feng did not hesitate. He immediately selected the sky dance technique, watching as his energy points plummeted from 2119 to 119. A surge of information flooded his mind, and as he sat in meditation, he gradually grasped the intricacies of the sky dance technique. Exhaling softly, he endeavored to relax his body, feeling the warm currents of energy swiftly circulate within him. Gradually, his feet lifted off the ground, and he floated about a meter above the surface. Taha! I can fly now. What a thrill! Ling Feng exclaimed, filled with pride as he gazed down at the ground below. For someone who had always walked on 2 feet, breaking free from the constraints of gravity was an indescribable sensation, a feeling of unrestrained freedom that he then began to float around his modest room. Honing his mastery of the sky dance technique. In no time, he became quite proficient, shedding the initial awkwardness, his movements becoming as fluid as flowing water. However, after some time of flying, Ling Feng found himself compelled to stop. Realizing that while the sky dance technique did not consume energy excessively, it was not negligible either, given that he had not accumulated a substantial amount of energy in the short time he had. His reserves were still quite limited, making prolonged flight utterly impractical. After calculating, he estimated that under full exertion, he could manage around 15 minutes of flight, and if he utilized energy waves or similar techniques, his airborne time would dwindle to less than 10 minutes, with both speed and altitude severely constrained. Alas, it ultimately boils down to insufficient foundational strength, he lamented, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. Fortunately, he had anticipated the energy consumption of the sky dance technique, merely expressing a slight grievance, for he had no regrets about exchanging for it. It was a necessity that would need to be addressed sooner or later. Once he stabilized his breathing, Ling Feng rearranged his room, moving the bed aside to create some space. Without any intricate training methods, he simply began performing basic push-ups on the floor. The strength and capacity of his energy were reflections of his physical condition. And as his energy grew stronger, it would inevitably fortify his body, creating a virtuous cycle. Eventually, he envisioned a time when his energy would flow effortlessly, allowing him to execute various techniques without concentration. Quite unlike his current need to focus intently to unleash energy waves, Ling Feng had initially intended to cultivate in peace for a period, yet he found himself repeatedly encountering bothersome matters. In Chapter 27, Complete Opposition, Ling Feng mused that perhaps certain individuals in this world were simply predisposed to bring him trouble, as if their fates were inextricably linked to his own. After just a day's stay at the villa, Takagi Sayao expressed her desire to leave. "I must go find my father and mother. I have no time to waste here enjoying myself," she declared, arms crossed, disdainfully regarding Ling Feng in her eyes. He was a short-sighted individual, a mere layabout content with indulgence. Ling Feng's decision to remain indoors seemed to her a testament to laziness. Her words nearly provoked a laugh from him. "Well then, Takagi-san, have you ventured out to hunt zombies during this time? Have you devised any effective and simple methods to deal with them? Have you assessed the number and capabilities of the mutated creatures? Have you ever contemplated what I might be doing in my room?" Ling Feng fired off a series of questions, momentarily at a loss for words. Takagi Sayao soon huffed and pointed an accusing finger at Ling Feng. "None of that matters. We are preparing to leave now. I must return home." As she spoke, Miyamoto Rei and Hirano Kuta subtly positioned themselves nearby, clearly having conspired in private. "Isn't it rather dangerous for the three of you? Without Shochan and Siko, the outside world is perilous. Especially with mutated creatures lurking. It would be wiser to wait a while longer," Jurikawa Shizuka interjected, concern etched on her face, her tone tinged with guilt. She believed that a significant part of Ling Feng's choice to stay was due to her current mobility issues. "While I understand your desire to reunite with your families, it would be prudent to consider the situation more carefully," Siko added, though despite their well-meaning advice, Takagi Sayao remained unyielding. Picking up an automatic rifle that had been resting nearby, she confidently proclaimed, "Hirano already taught me some basic shooting skills with Rei and me. With my brilliant mind, I learned quickly as long as we have guns, those zombies are no match for us. 3 firearms of different types, along with a crossbow and several arrows. How do you propose to distribute these?" Ling Feng observed the weapons laid out before him, furrowing his brow, since the others were determined to leave. He felt it unnecessary to continue the discussion. "There are 3 of us, so all 3 guns belong to us. That's only reasonable, given the extreme danger we face outside," Takagi Sayao argued, her tone implying that it was a matter of course. Jurikawa Shizuka and Siko exchanged worried glances, while Ling Feng merely scoffed. "You're the ones willingly stepping out into danger. This is your voluntary choice, not a task we've assigned to you. You wish to claim 3 out of 4 weapons. That is absolutely unacceptable. We will take the shotgun. You can have the other 2. Without waiting for Takagi Sayao and her companions to react, Ling Feng swiftly seized the shotgun, claiming it for himself. "Don't be ridiculous. The shotgun is an essential weapon for close combat. It would be useless for you to keep it here," Takagi Sayao retorted angrily. While Miyamoto Rei and the hefty boy shot him glares of discontent. "We won't be staying here forever. We will inevitably venture out," Ling Feng stated firmly, unwilling to be taken for a fool. "Absolutely," Takashiro Sayao exclaimed with indignation, pausing momentarily before addressing Juchuan Shizuka. "Hand over the keys to that Hummer in the garage. Are you really planning to drive that vehicle away?" Ling Feng's tone turned icy as he fixed his gaze intently on the 3. "Of course, how else are we supposed to leave?" Miyamoto Rei replied nonchalantly. "Oh, you have a death wish," Ling Feng suddenly uttered coldly, drawing his katana with a swift motion. pointing it directly at Takashiro Saya. The rest of the group was immediately taken aback, and the hefty individual quickly drew his pistol, only to have it knocked from his hand by Tokisaki Siko, who utilized her unsheathed katana with remarkable swiftness. The atmosphere shifted to one of extreme tension, confronted by the sharp blade and the unabashedly frigid murderous intent in Ling Feng's eyes. Takashiro Saya felt an involuntary shiver coursing through her body, leading her to let out a terrified scream before collapsing onto the sofa behind her. From Ling Feng's energy point count, it was evident how many zombies he had dispatched, and beneath this accumulation lay a subtle, yet palpable aura of death, which now struck terror into the pampered Takashiro Saya. Despite her extensive theoretical knowledge, it remained merely academic. Please, Ling Feng, don't act rashly. We can discuss this calmly, Miyamoto Rei exclaimed in alarm, her face etched with concern as she anxiously watched Ling Feng. Fearing that a moment of impulsiveness could cost Saya her life, she had no doubt of Ling Feng's willingness to kill, given his past actions. Xiao Fengshan, Juchuan Shizuka, too, found herself overwhelmed. Ling Feng gestured for silence, his gaze icy as he addressed Takashiro Saya. Listen carefully. If you wish to leave, I will not hinder you in any way. I can provide you with 2 firearms, but that modified Hummer cannot be taken. Ling Feng was willing to compromise on many matters, but the vehicle was non-negotiable. It was a precious asset, far more valuable than all the firearms and ammunition combined. What do you expect us to do without a vehicle? We will perish, Miyamoto Rei retorted, biting her lip in frustration. That is your concern. You chose to leave the villa, Ling Feng replied without a hint of sympathy, as Miyamoto Rei was not his woman. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. I do not wish to leave, Saya. Without a vehicle, we will die, Miyamoto Rei murmured, her voice choked with emotion. Ultimately, Takashiro Saya had no choice but to relent, allowing Ling Feng to retract his katana. For the time being, the trio of Takashiro Saya, Miyamoto Rei, and Hirano Koda decided against leaving, yet the discord within the group had escalated to a critical level. Everyone was acutely aware that their paths had diverged. Ling Feng had initially believed that following this incident, Takashiro and her companions would settle down for a while, but unexpectedly, a sudden turn of events was about to unfold. After the quarrel, everyone dispersed. Despite sharing the same roof, clear divisions had formed. Takashiro Saya, Miyamoto Rei, and Hirano Koda formed one group, while Ling Feng, Tokisaki Siko, and Juchuan Shizuka constituted another, the divide stark and apparent. Even during meals, the atmosphere was frigid. With little conversation exchanged, had there been a second table, they might have opted to eat separately. Ling Feng anticipated that this state of Cold War would persist for some time, yet he was mistaken. The situation was about to spiral far beyond his control. That night, after completing his training, Ling Feng retired to bed early. Just as he was drifting into a deep slumber, he was jolted awake by Juchuan Shizuka's piercing scream. Startled, he opened his eyes, recognizing the sounds of commotion, and realized something was amiss. He hastily donned his trousers, neglecting his shirt, and seized his katana before bolting from his room. Upon entering Juchuan Shizuka's room, he found it in disarray, with the bedclothes thrown about and Shizuka herself missing. What happened? He exclaimed, alarmed. Tokisaki Siko, hastily dressing, arrived right behind him. To the living room. Ling Feng's expression shifted as he recalled something crucial. His face paling, he whirled around, racing toward the living area. Along the way, they discovered that Takashiro Saya and her companions' rooms were all empty, causing their hearts to sink. When they reached the living room, chaos reigned. The iron cabinet containing the firearms and crossbows had been pried open, and all the weapons were gone. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed from below the villa. Bastards! Ling Feng's understanding crystallized in an instant, and he bellowed in fury as he sprinted down the stairs at full speed, with Siko trailing behind, though her pace could not match his. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted the garage lights ablaze. Accompanied by the growl of an engine, the modified Hummer, resembling a war machine, thundered out, the doors wide open. Xiao Fengshan, help, Juchuan Shizuka cried, trapped in the back seat under Miyamoto Rei's restraint, spotting Ling Feng's figure illuminated by the vehicle's headlights. I'm sorry, Juchuan-sensei, we had no choice, Miyamoto Rei murmured, firmly holding Shizuka down. Ling Feng's rage surged at the sight, and he dashed forward, but as he took a few steps, an overwhelming sense of danger gripped him. Instinctively, he dodged. Bang! In that instant, a metallic bullet struck the ground at his feet. Just let us go, Don't force me to shoot, the hefty individual shouted from the sunroof, a semi-automatic sniper rifle aimed at Ling Feng. With Takashiro Saya behind the wheel. In a moment of hesitation, the Hummer surged forward, crashing through the iron gate and crushing the zombies lingering around the villa, swiftly disappearing into the night. Watching the Hummer drive away, Ling Feng's expression darkened to an extreme, a savage glint of murderous intent flashing across his face. Think you can escape? Damn you all. Ling Feng was consumed by rage, his veins bulging as a faint gust began to swirl around him. The energy within him surged, flowing into every corner of his being, and he propelled himself into the air. Ling Feng, Tokisaki Siko, who had just emerged from the villa, beheld Ling Feng soaring high above. And upon glancing at the empty garage and the ajar gate, she grasped the gravity of the situation. Siko, close the door and stay inside. Do not come out. I will bring Shizuka back and then deal with that wretched Takashiro Saya. Ling Feng's voice was cold as he commanded, momentarily pausing to look at Siko before focusing on the distant night sky. Channeling his energy with explosive intensity, Siko sighed, watching the approaching zombies outside. She promptly secured the door, though concerned for Ling Feng's safety. She instinctively refrained from venturing out at this moment. Ling Feng was consumed by an unprecedented fury since arriving in this world. Though his energy was not fully replenished, he still propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, slicing through the pitch-black sky like a sharp blade, racing toward the street where the engine roared, his face devoid of joy or excitement. Only a chilling frost remained. Inside the Hummer, have you all gone mad? Why are you taking me? Xiao Fengchan will never forgive you. Ju Chuan Shizuka exclaimed incredulously, her hands bound. Her legs were left unrestrained, perhaps due to her pre-existing injuries. I decided to take you with us because I was worried about that monster Ling Feng's strength. As long as you're in the vehicle, he won't dare to use his abilities to attack us. Takashiro Saya replied coldly, a smug look in her eyes as she drove. Damn Ling Feng, the more you try to stop me, the more I will leave. You want to catch us even if you sprout 2 more legs. Takashiro Saya thought to herself, her anger and frustration boiling as she recalled being threatened by his blade. She refused to be trampled on. At that moment, a towering, brute-like zombie suddenly emerged ahead, roaring as it charged towards them. Without waiting for Takashiro Saya to utter a word, the portly man by the sunroof immediately pulled the trigger, a bullet accurately shattering the creature's skull. The Hummer crashed through the body, forging ahead with relentless momentum. The other ordinary zombies, in the face of the powerful Hummer, were like mere pebbles, careening aside. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Even without that scoundrel Ling Feng, we remain formidable, Saya exclaimed with pride, unless he grows wings and flies over. He stands no chance of catching us. As they barreled through the streets, her laughter was cut short by a sudden flash of golden light descending. Saya's expression instantly froze. In the pitch-black night sky, a golden beam streaked down, landing with a thunderous crash at the entrance of the road, creating a small crater. Startled, Saya instinctively slammed on the brakes. A cacophony of screeching tires filled the air as the Hummer came to an abrupt halt at the intersection, causing everyone inside to tumble over. Damn it, what in the world is happening? Could it be? Impossible. Saya's face paled as she stared at the small crater before them. Before she could ponder further, a violent wind swept through the night. And amidst the portly man's startled shouts, a figure descended from the heavens, landing with savage force atop the Hummer's hood, producing a sharp sound that made the entire vehicle jolt. That I may not have wings, but I certainly can fly. Ling Feng crouched on the hood, leaning down to leer at Saya in the driver's seat, his eyes gleaming with a chilling, murderous intent. Fatty, shoot him, kill him, hurry. Despite the thick, armored glass, Saya could still feel the intense coldness of his murderous aura, causing her body to tremble involuntarily as she screamed in terror. You wretched fool. I will not allow you to harm Takashiro. Though the portly man was filled with dread, he gritted his teeth and, under Saya's urging, redirected his gun towards Ling Feng. Among the trio, the greatest threat was indeed the portly man, and Ling Feng had long been wary of him. In an instant, he leaped onto the roof of the vehicle, not allowing the portly man a moment to pull the trigger. With a thunderous strike, he drew his blade. The cold, gleaming edge surged with an overwhelming force. The portly man was struck with terror, attempting to evade but finding it too late. He could only instinctively raise his semi-automatic sniper rifle to deflect the blow. The sharp blade carved a deep gash into the rifle, and the force of the impact left the portly man's hands numb, causing the weapon to slip from his grasp and fall aside. Die, Ling Feng coldly uttered as he gazed at the unsuspecting portly man, his sword thrusting forward without mercy, piercing through his throat with chilling precision. blood spraying forth as the blade exited. The sight of the gruesome death sent a shriek from Miyamoto Riri, who seemed to sense something was amiss. Ling Feng, disregarding the portly man's wide-eyed expression of resentment, made a swift motion, drawing forth a stream of blood. The portly man, with half his neck severed, collapsed helplessly, blood staining the interior of the vehicle. Though the event seemed prolonged, the entire ordeal transpired in mere seconds. After dispatching the portly man, Ling Feng, without a hint of hesitation, stepped through the blood, approaching the window, his blade poised threateningly towards Riri. "Get out! Don't mind him! Shoot!" Saya forced herself to suppress her fear, shouting at the terrified Riri, while simultaneously flooring the accelerator, the Hummer roaring to life. Had Ling Feng not been prepared, he might have been thrown off. Woo, please don't kill me," Riri cried in panic, ultimately lacking the courage to confront the bloodied blade before her. The corpse of the portly man lying just in front, his horrific demise rendered her unable to meet Ling Feng's gaze. "Damn it," Saya fumed, pressing the gas pedal to the floor as she wildly maneuvered the steering wheel, causing the Hummer to swerve erratically down the street like a drunken man, nearly throwing Ling Feng off several times. "You think I can't kill you, you filthy woman?" Ling Feng could no longer contain his rage, bellowing as he released the window, leaping into the driver's seat, his sword whirled in a deadly arc. Gripped tightly in both hands, faint golden light shimmering along the blade. "You vile woman, die." With a ferocious roar, Ling Feng, empowered by the golden aura, plunged his sword through the Hummer's roof, just as Saya pondered how to shake Ling Feng off. She was jolted, her eyes widening in horror, her grip on the steering wheel slackening, warm blood trickling from her head, cascading down her face. The over a meter-long blade pierced through the roof, brutally embedding itself in Saya's skull, ending her life instantly. Riri screamed at an ear-piercing pitch, her expression one of sheer terror as she gazed towards the driver's seat. Even Yuri Chuan Shizuka, witnessing Saya's gruesome fate, could not help but lower her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Meanwhile, atop the Hummer, Ling Feng's complexion turned ashen. The previous burst of speed, combined with the forceful strike against the Hummer, had nearly drained his energy. However, with the vehicle now careening uncontrollably, he could not afford to ignore it, especially with Shizuka still inside. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew his sword, entering the vehicle through the window. After casting a cold glance at Riri, he hurriedly climbed to the driver's seat. Pressing down on the brake pedal, "Siko, open the door," Ling Feng shouted from the back seat, rolling down the window towards the villa. Despite the late hour, Siko had been waiting on the first floor, and upon hearing the Hummer's sound, she promptly opened the iron gate, allowing the vehicle to enter before closing it behind them. As the Hummer came to a stop and the door swung open, Ling Feng forcibly pushed Riri out, gasping for breath as he beckoned Siko for support, utterly drained of strength. "What about the other two?" Siko inquired, aiding Ling Feng and Shizuka, having already noticed the blood stains within the vehicle, prompting her suspicions. "I killed them," Ling Feng replied after a brief silence, a flicker of self-mockery crossing his face. He had never anticipated that he would personally slay both Takashiro Saya and Hirano Koda, yet he felt no regret. They had brought this upon themselves. Had they merely attempted to steal the car keys under the cover of night, he would not have resorted to murder. However, their grave misjudgment in taking Shizuka hostage altered the nature of the betrayal entirely. "Let us head inside first." Siko, having anticipated this, sighed softly, casting a glance at the despairing Riri and shaking her head in resignation as the four returned to the villa. The situation unfolded like this. "Due to the inconvenience of transporting them back, I discarded their bodies by the roadside, and I suspect they have already been devoured by a horde of zombies," Ling Feng stated, his voice low as he sat on the sofa. Siko sighed lightly, not bothering to comment further, merely reflecting on the rapid succession of events that transpired within a single day. Meanwhile, Riri trembled upon hearing his words, terror evident in her eyes as she shook her head like a rattling drum. Pleading, "Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. It wasn't my intention. Saya forced me." Ling Feng felt a wave of irritation wash over him at her weeping. Had it not been for Shizuka's fervent objections, he would have slain this woman long ago. Ultimately, he contemplated and decided to confine Riri, locking her in a room, planning to provide her with sustenance daily. A course of action Shizuka wholeheartedly supported, believing it far better than killing her. After securing Riri, Shizuka inquired about Ling Feng's ability to fly. Her curiosity piqued. "This is a special application of my abilities, one I recently acquired, due to the nature of his relationship with Ju Chuan Jingxiang." which was distinctly different from that with Siko. Ling Feng chose to remain vague and said little. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang nodded in understanding, casting a glance at Siko without pressing further. Once they had resolved their matters, the three of them returned to their respective rooms to rest. As soon as Ling Feng's head met the pillow, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. Exhausted from the previous day's exertions, he did not awaken until the following afternoon, feeling a lingering fatigue in his body. It seemed that he had truly pushed himself beyond his limits, and it would likely take an additional day of rest for him to fully recuperate. After washing up, he stepped out of his room just as lunch was being prepared. You finally emerged. Siko and Zhu Chuan Jingxiang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. They had knocked on his door earlier that morning, but received no response. Had he not appeared by noon, Siko would have undoubtedly forced her way in. Understanding now the toll of his earlier exertion, they advised him to take it easy for the next few days, especially since the surroundings felt relatively safe. Tio put it bluntly. With the absence of Tak and the portly fellow, the food supply had become significantly more abundant. After Siko served some dishes to Miyamoto Riko, the three gathered around the dining table in the living room. Having exerted considerable physical energy the previous day, Ling Feng devoured his meal with gusto, savoring the delectable flavors of Siko's cooking, which left him with a greasy smile of satisfaction. He consumed more than half of the spread laid out before him. What a feast! Life is blissful with Siko around, he exclaimed, wiping his greasy mouth. He playfully wrapped his arms around Siko's waist while leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her smooth cheek. Siko's cheeks flushed slightly as she stole a shy glance at Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, who smiled softly and continued tidying up. How enviable. I wish I had someone to share that with too. Siko, could you perhaps share a little of Ling Feng with me? Zhu Chuan Jingxiang said, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at Siko. Well, if that is what you desire, Siko replied with a light smile, her demeanor far from the irritation Ling Feng had imagined. Oh, that would be wonderful. Ling Feng, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang exclaimed, opening her arms in a charming manner, causing her ample curves to sway slightly, prompting Ling Feng to cast a sideways glance, noting their impressive size. However, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's playful maneuver made Ling Feng feel a tad bashful. Glancing towards Siko, his legitimate girlfriend who was right beside him. Little did he know, Siko leaned closer to his ear, whispering, if Zhu Chuan Sensei wishes for it, I wouldn't mind at all. She beamed at him with a warm smile. Ling Feng hesitated briefly before finally embracing Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, instantly feeling the delightful pressure of her soft curves against him, which was indeed exhilarating. Observing Ling Feng with Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, Siko maintained her smile, though internally she sighed quietly. Upon learning of Ling Feng's circumstances, she recognized that she could not monopolize his affection. Furthermore, as Ling Feng would inevitably embark on various unknown missions, having trustworthy companions by his side could only be advantageous. Selfishness was not an option. Born into a prestigious family, Siko had been raised with the belief that a woman's role was to support her husband, and while a twinge of jealousy lingered within her, she understood that a capable man often had multiple partners, a common acceptance in Japan's upper echelons. Thus, deep down, she harbored little resentment, merely the fleeting whims of youthful sentiment. Seeing the expression on Siko's face, Ling Feng felt an immense sense of relief and an overwhelming joy washed over him. The fact that Siko tacitly accepted his dual affections was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. The mere thought of Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's alluring softness made him involuntarily swallow hard, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. It appeared he was in for a treat. Are you perhaps contemplating something wicked, Ling Feng? Zhu Chuan Jingxiang teased, snuggling closer into his embrace, her playful demeanor evident as she noticed his gaze lingering on her most prominent features. Ahem, how could that be? Ling Feng coughed awkwardly, attempting to deflect the situation. Once the dishes were cleared, the trio settled onto the sofa and turned on the television to catch the latest news. Although many channels were inaccessible, a few remained operational, all reporting on the current dire circumstances. After watching the news, their expressions grew grim as they learned that nearly the entire world had succumbed to the zombie apocalypse. The broadcast also warned of mutated zombies and aberrant creatures, significantly more formidable than their ordinary counterparts, urging survivors to flee at the first sight of them. As they absorbed the news, the television suddenly emitted a loud pop and went dark. Emitting smoke, Ling Feng rushed to unplug it, just as an intensely bright white light flickered outside the villa's windows, forcing the three of them to shield their eyes. Ling Feng's heart sank. The moment had finally arrived. The destructive white light representing the pinnacle of humanity's destructive power. The world has changed, he mused, squinting at the flickering brilliance outside. The light appeared and vanished in an instant, leaving them in stunned silence. What was that? Ling Feng. Do you know? Zhu Chuan Jingxiang inquired curiously. Mirroring Siko's expression of concern at a nuclear bomb, Ling Feng replied flatly, causing both women's faces to drain of color. Could it truly have come to this? Zhu Chuan Jingxiang lamented, her voice trembling. If a nuclear bomb detonated on land, it would undoubtedly trigger an earthquake, but since we felt none, it likely detonated in the air over the ocean. Even so, the repercussions would still be immense. Ling Feng explained, gesturing toward the now silent television, that he paused before continuing. Due to the electromagnetic pulse generated by the nuclear explosion, all electronic devices are rendered inoperable. Power plants and similar facilities are likely decimated. Only a handful of military bases possess protective measures against such pulses, but they are exceedingly rare. What should we do next? Siko inquired, her brow furrowed with worry. What else can we do? We'll assess the situation as it unfolds. Ling Feng replied, shaking his head, as long as we possess strength, we shall navigate through any challenge. Otherwise, words hold little value. Subsequently, Ling Feng and Siko descended to the garage to inspect the Hummer as he had anticipated. The vehicle was indeed operational, providing a sense of relief to both Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and Siko. Afterward, Siko retreated to her room to practice her swordsmanship, leaving Ling Feng to escort Zhu Chuan Jingxiang back to her room. With a gentle embrace, he lifted her off the ground, grinning at her bashful demeanor. That I didn't expect you to be quite so heavy, Jingxiang. Ling Feng's mind wandered wickedly, considering that perhaps all her weight was concentrated in her ample curves. I'm not heavy at all, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang protested playfully, wrapping her arms around his neck, her soft curves pressing against him, eliciting a response from him that he could not suppress. You're quite the naughty one. Ling Feng, she remarked with a playful giggle. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, too, felt the presence of that malevolent force, her cheeks instantly flushing a deep crimson. With a playful glance at Ling Feng, she chuckled, not genuinely angry, despite her seemingly naive demeanor. She was far from foolish, fully aware of how alluring her figure was to men, and a hint of pride flickered within her. Ling Feng quickly cleared his throat, striving to compose himself, and embraced Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, leading her into her room before gently placing her upon the bed. However, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang abruptly tugged at him, causing Ling Feng to topple over onto her, enveloped by a delicate fragrance while feeling the softness surrounding his head, which was quite comforting. Ling Feng lifted his gaze, meeting the flushed, breathless face of Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, her ample bosom rising and falling rhythmically. Unable to resist, he leaned down and pressed his lips against her cherry-red ones. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang let out a soft hum and quickly reciprocated, and soon they found themselves entangled in the sheets, passionately kissing each other, their hands roaming over one another's bodies. After a while, Ling Feng was pushed away by Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, reluctantly withdrawing his hand from her soft curves and devilishly inhaling deeply, which caused her face to redden even further. Little Fengchan, you're quite the rascal, aren't you? Has Siko been bullied by you too? Do tell. How far did you two go? Zhu Chuan Jingxiang playfully inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Ling Feng seized her small hand, planting a gentle kiss upon it, and replied with a grin. We've exchanged kisses and caresses, but we haven't gone that far yet. Jingxiang, are you eagerly anticipating it? I wouldn't mind at all. As he spoke, he pretended to press down on her again. With her face aflame, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang shyly pushed him away, murmuring, perhaps it would be better to wait a while. Ling Feng, naturally, was not in a hurry. They had already indulged in their desires, and there was no need to rush. After all, she would eventually be his. Realizing that Zhu Chuan Jingxiang had chosen to follow him, he felt it necessary to divulge certain matters. Lest it be deemed unfair, he proceeded to recount to her the discussions he had previously had with Siko. Initially, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang was taken aback and found it hard to believe. But after Ling Feng repeated it several times, she reluctantly accepted this reality, albeit with a hint of concern for Ling Feng's mission. The thought of failure sent a shiver down her spine. Rest assured, for both myself and for Siko and you, I shall strive to grow stronger. I will complete the mission and ensure our escape from this zombie-infested world, Ling Feng affirmed resolutely, feeling the weight of responsibility with the addition of another woman in his life. Having left Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's room, Ling Feng pondered and decided to visit Siko. After knocking on her door, she promptly answered. Upon seeing her attire, or lack thereof, he nearly lost control, for she was clad only in her undergarments. As Siko explained, this allowed her greater flexibility and convenience for practicing her swordsmanship. especially since there were no other men around. Ling Feng, closing the door, hesitated before revealing the details of his relationship with Juchuan Jingxiang. Siko sighed softly, gently caressing Ling Feng's face with a look of tender affection. I have long been aware that you are not a man who can be monopolized by a single woman. I have prepared myself for this. Even in the past, such matters were not uncommon in high society, and I do not oppose it, provided the other party is exceptional and adheres to the principles of fidelity. Siko Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt as he embraced her, appreciating the rarity of such a wonderful woman. Siko smiled lightly, her cheeks turning a shade of crimson as she whispered a few words in Ling Feng's ear. Her gaze dropping shyly, unable to meet his eyes, Ling Feng's delight. He eagerly lifted Siko into his arms and onto the bed, where they soon found themselves face to face, utterly unguarded. After a passionate exchange, Ling Feng gently parted Siko's lovely legs, and with a deep thrust, they became perfectly united. However, in that very moment, an unexpected event unfolded, leaving Ling Feng utterly astonished. As he entered Siko's body, he barely had time to relish the exquisite sensation when he felt a shift within the system. An instinctive response. The Dragon Ball system was the cornerstone of Ling Feng's power, and it absolutely could not afford any malfunctions. He suppressed the overwhelming allure of Siko's stunning form while checking the system, which left him momentarily stunned, then elated. Previously, the system only allowed him to exchange for himself, but inexplicably, after entering Siko, a transformation occurred. Was it because their connection was so intimate that the system recognized them as one? Is the system malfunctioning, or what? Ling Feng murmured to himself. Regardless, he now understood that, should he wish, he could use energy points to facilitate exchanges for Siko. This monumental discovery filled him with ecstasy. What's wrong? Is something happening? Siko asked, her cheeks flushed. We'll discuss it shortly. Ling Feng quickly reined in his thoughts, offering an apologetic smile to Siko, who looked at him with confusion. The matters of the system could wait. They were amidst a significant moment in their lives. Thus, they commenced an ardent encounter, the bed shaking rhythmically, and the room resonating with melodic gasps, akin to a captivating symphony. After a peak of pleasurable release, they embraced each other, savoring the lingering bliss. From now on, please take good care of me, dear husband, Siko said softly, her face adorned with a shy glow as she looked at Ling Feng, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness as her heart became fully entwined with his. Ling Feng gently withdrew from Siko's body, embracing her and smiling mysteriously. I have a grand surprise to share with you. Brace yourself, Siko, don't be alarmed. What surprise? Siko, intrigued by his words, inquired. I was quite shocked myself. Ling Feng chuckled, revealing to her the sudden changes within the system. What? Siko exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Before, as Ling Feng had anticipated, she was instantly engulfed in joy. Grasping his arm tightly, she exclaimed, is this true? Can I also gain supernatural powers to assist my husband? You're not jesting, are you? Siko appeared somewhat skeptical, which was understandable. Previously, Ling Feng had insisted it was impossible, and now he claimed otherwise, making it hard for her to believe that such delightful news had come so unexpectedly. I swear I'm not lying, Ling Feng reassured her, and after repeated confirmations, Siko finally accepted the truth. Eagerly, she wanted to exchange for energy, but since Ling Feng had already expended most of his points on the void dance technique, they were short by several hundred points and could not proceed with the exchange. Just a little short. What a pity. I want to experience supernatural powers as soon as possible. I wish to grow stronger so I can fight alongside you. I don't want to be a decorative vase, Siko proclaimed fiercely, embodying a traditional belief where a wife should support her husband. Don't fret. It's merely a matter of time that I'll go out to gather energy points tomorrow. It has only a little over 400, and it won't take long, Ling Feng replied with a smile, warmth flooding his heart. He felt incredibly fortunate to have a woman who cared for him so deeply. A wave of gratitude washing over him. Siko nodded gently, contemplating before saying, since I have already committed myself, should you not also visit Jingxiang? It would be best to have another ally to support you. Ling Feng nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, it's best not to rush things with Shizuka. We wouldn't want her to be overwhelmed by it all. Siko immediately shot him a glare, playfully retorting, well, I can certainly handle it. You naughty fellow. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Ling Feng's face as he chuckled, refraining from retorting that it was Siko who had taken the initiative. Such a response would be devoid of tact. As if struck by inspiration, Ling Feng gently lifted the covers, and sure enough, upon the pristine white sheets, He beheld a blood-red plum blossom. The surge of conquest welled up within him. Beautiful Siko-senpai was finally his. Seeing this, Siko's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she nestled against Ling Feng, her hand drawing circles as she murmured, "I have entrusted everything to you, my husband. Please treat me well. Of course. My dear," Ling Feng replied softly, taking her delicate hand in his. A day later, Ling Feng had fully recovered, and to his astonishment, he discovered that after expending nearly all his energy in one go, his strength appeared to have increased subtly, with a discernible abundance of chi circulating within him. It seemed that rigorous physical training was crucial for rapid progress, but combat was equally vital. Be cautious and return early, Jukawa Shizuka advised, expressing her desire to join them if not for her mobility issues. Understood. Also, keep an eye on Miyamoto Rei. Do not open the door until we return. That if she attempts anything, it could become troublesome. Ling Feng cautioned, wanting to avoid any unpleasant incidents. Yes, I understand, Jukawa Shizuka assured him, having learned from their previous experiences. After a hearty breakfast, Ling Feng and Siko departed the villa, armed with 2 katanas, 2 handguns, a shotgun, and binoculars. They opted not to drive, as neither could operate a vehicle, deeming it unnecessary since they were merely hunting zombies in the vicinity. Driving would only create more noise. While Ling Feng had initially believed he could manage alone, Siko felt that having an extra person provided more safety, so she insisted on accompanying him. Instead of exiting through the front door, Ling Feng carried Siko out to avoid the hassle of closing it due to Jukawa Shizuka's difficulties. This allowed Siko to experience the sensation of soaring through the sky for the first time, deepening her yearning for the power of flight. Ling Feng did not fly far before selecting a small park to land in. Observing the zombies wandering nearby, they exchanged a glance and immediately sprang into action. Ling Feng took the offensive, while Siko adeptly lured the zombies in groups. Their teamwork was remarkably synchronized, and within about an hour, they had cleared a significant number of zombies from the park's vicinity. Upon checking their energy points, they found they had accumulated 321 points, still a bit short. This efficiency was commendable, yet their expressions darkened as they noticed a troubling trend. The zombies' speed and strength seemed to have increased slightly. Though not overly conspicuous, their keen senses, honed from continuous combat, detected this change. That it appears our pace needs to quicken. That it's a pity we haven't encountered any mutated zombies. Otherwise, we would be nearing 500 energy points by now, Ling Feng remarked, wiping the blood from his katana. Siko nodded, surveying their surroundings. This area is largely cleared. Let's move on to another. To expedite their journey, Ling Feng lifted Siko into the sky, intending to swiftly circle the park and reach another zombie-infested area. However, they soon encountered a peculiar disturbance. Did you hear that strange noise? As they left the park, Ling Feng had barely ascended into the air for more than 10 seconds when he caught a faint, unusual sound from the nearby sky. Let me take a look, Siko said, clutching Ling Feng with one arm while pulling out the binoculars with the other. Her expression quickly turned grave. She spotted a flock of enormous, dark gray pigeons, each about 10 times the size of an ordinary pigeon, their beaks and claws sharp as a hawk's. After a quick count, she estimated there were around 20 of them, and the sound they had heard was the flapping of their wings. It's a flock of mutated pigeons. Don't fly. Quick, land, Siko urged, realizing that if they stayed airborne, they would be vulnerable to attack from these creatures. Unfortunately, they were a moment too late. The mutated pigeons had exceptional eyesight and swiftly honed in on the 2 living beings soaring above. They let out a cacophony of shrieks and dove toward them like a swarm of black arrows, moving at alarming speed. Ling Feng hurriedly descended to the ground, glancing around at the open landscape. His expression shifting to one of concern, he handed Siko the shotgun, saying, "There's no suitable cover here. We must eliminate these creatures in one swift motion." Ling Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had initially hesitated to bring the shotgun, but Jukawa Shizuka's reminder had prompted him to pack it, and now it was proving invaluable. Understood. Be careful, my husband, Siko replied, grasping the situation. With the terrain being so open, they had no option but to fight. She cocked the gun, aiming skyward. Ling Feng steadied himself, gripping his katana tightly and channeling his chi into the blade, which shimmered with a faint golden glow. Damn those foul birds. Watch as I slice you to pieces. As the flock of mutated pigeons approached within 100 meters, Ling Feng launched the first attack, swiftly executing a sideways swing that sent forth a golden crescent-shaped chi blade, whistling through the air toward the oncoming pigeons. Taken by surprise by Ling Feng's unexpected offensive capabilities and the chi blade's rapid velocity, the pigeons had no time to scatter, and they collided head-on with the blade. The sharp golden light instantly shredding them to bits. Ha! What a thrill! Ling Feng exclaimed, in the blink of an eye. Over a dozen mutated pigeons had been dispatched, and before even a second passed, Siko, already poised for action, pulled the trigger. The shotgun roared, unleashing a flurry of metallic bullets that spread outwards, taking down another 5 or 6 mutated pigeons. By the time the remaining pigeons reached them, only 5 remained. However, the mutated pigeons seemed to lack intelligence, undeterred by the losses, and continued their reckless dive, shrieking with a singular thirst for flesh. Siko, back up, Ling Feng shouted as he stepped forward to shield her, swinging his sword with ferocity. The remaining pigeons scattered, yet one was caught off guard and sliced in half. Faced with the last 4 mutated pigeons, Ling Feng did not dare to underestimate them. He could not afford to deplete his chi reserves. He unleashed 2 consecutive chi blades, swiftly dispatching the remaining pigeons. That was close. Ling Feng sighed with relief. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Had they been even slightly slower, they would have been surrounded, and a single scratch or peck could have spelled disaster. To think I had to resort to using chi on mere pigeons. How ridiculous. Ling Feng lamented, feeling a tinge of frustration at the energy expended. That may be true, but they can fly. If we had been injured, no matter our methods, we would have lost. It's better to be decisive. Siko remarked, regarding the scattered corpses of the pigeons, that it seems we must be extra cautious when flying in the future. Ling Feng nodded, and at Siko's urging, he checked the energy points awarded for the mutated pigeons, only to find himself wanting to curse. Each mutated pigeon yielded a mere 2 points. The risk taken was grossly disproportionate to the reward. However, Siko pondered for a moment and remarked, upon careful consideration, it seems quite similar. After all, these pigeons can merely fly. It is a fundamental ability inherent to their species. The mutation has merely resulted in their larger size, without endowing them with any extraordinary capabilities. Their defenses appear rather average, which naturally implies they would possess a limited amount of energy points. Ling Feng contemplated this as well, and could only respond with a wry smile, hoping they would not encounter such avian mutated creatures again in the future. It simply wasn't worth the trouble. What bad luck? Let us depart, Ling Feng said with annoyance. Boom! Boom! Just as the two were preparing to leave, the roar of a vehicle echoed nearby. They turned their gaze to see a clearly modified jeep careening around the corner, screeching to a halt before them. Siko. Ling Feng and Tokita Siko exchanged a wary glance, both on high alert. You two possess impressive skills. A robust male voice boomed from within the vehicle. The passenger door swung open, revealing a brawny man towering at nearly 6'3", striding boldly towards them in military attire, his expression one of admiration. Other windows of the vehicle rolled down, revealing several individuals clad in military uniforms, all exuding an aura of coldness and lethal intent, clearly distinct from ordinary soldiers. Are they personnel from the nearby military? Tokita Siko inquired, her vigilance unwavering. Ling Feng shared the same sentiment. A mere military uniform did not necessarily signify anything. And while they were somewhat astonished by the vehicle's capabilities, their wariness was not diminished in the slightest. Haha, no need to be tense. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sato Ichiro. We are soldiers from the Zhuangzhou city base. We ventured out to search for food, and, upon hearing gunfire, decided to investigate. However, it appears we may have acted unnecessarily, the officer named Sato Ichiro stated, his gaze briefly scanning the ground littered with the remains of pigeons. A flicker of astonishment crossing his features. To have reduced such a number of mutated pigeons to mere fragments speaks volumes of the strength possessed by these two individuals. Sato Ichiro could not help but feel a twinge of desire. With the base city still in its infancy and short on manpower, recruiting these two would be a remarkable boon. Ling Feng and Siko exchanged a glance, surprise flickering in their eyes at the swiftness of military actions. In just a few days, they had already made significant developments. May I inquire about the situation? This is no trivial matter, Ling Feng pressed, and Sato Ichiro, revealing no hesitance, recounted the details candidly, as it was hardly a secret. After learning the situation, Ling Feng and Tokita Siko fell into deep contemplation. Out of a desire to recruit, Sato Ichiro elaborated on the conditions within the base city. Prior to the nuclear explosion, the military base in Zhuangzhou City could still tenuously communicate with other bases and higher authorities. However, following the explosion, The lack of specialized equipment to withstand electromagnetic pulses severed what little stability remained in communications. Currently, the Zhuangzhou city base is under the control of various high-ranking officers due to the absence of orders from superiors, relying on the military's foundation to sustain itself while also incorporating numerous refugees, the majority of whom have been integrated into the military to maintain the base city, with discussions underway regarding their next course of action. Though the information was limited, Ling Feng gleaned from Sato Ichiro's demeanor and tone that the situation was precarious. In these chaotic times, the absence of a decisive leader for effective command seemed to be leading to a deterioration of order within the military. Overall, it appeared that the waters within this base city ran quite deep. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave, Ling Feng said nonchalantly, exchanging a glance with Siko before preparing to depart. Continuing the conversation would be unwise. They were not fools. Wait, I have more to say. Sato Ichiro interjected as he saw them turning to leave, unwilling to let them go so easily. Ling Feng halted, his expression showing signs of impatience. He had come out to quickly accumulate 500 energy points to exchange for abilities for Siko and had no time to waste on irrelevant chatter. Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. That I simply wish to extend an invitation for you both to join our base city. Food supplies will undoubtedly be plentiful in the short term, and there are numerous military personnel for protection. Ensuring safety is not a concern. Our mission to gather food is merely to supplement our supplies. More importantly, we seek to gather intelligence on zombies and mutated creatures. In this chaotic world, should you choose to join us, I may not be remarkable, but I do possess some influence within the base city, Sato Ichiro stated directly, extending an olive branch. His final words were clear: if the two chose to align with him, their future prospects would be limitless. Apologies, but we have our own plans and do not intend to join the military at this time. Siko, let us depart, Ling Feng replied in a flat tone, beckoning to Siko as he turned to leave swiftly. Watching their retreating figures, Sato Ichiro sighed, contemplating the missed opportunity. What a pity! If I could have recruited these two, my ambitions would have known no bounds. One can only wonder if there will be another chance to meet, Sato Ichiro lamented, turning back to the jeep and climbing inside. Captain, why the fuss? They seem relatively young. How formidable can they truly be? You might be overestimating them, a young soldier in the driver's seat remarked, with several others nodding in agreement, dismissing their captain's concerns as the result of his impatience due to manpower shortages. What do you know, you youngsters? Do you have any idea who that woman is? Sato Ichiro replied, shaking his head. Could she possibly be the daughter of some high-ranking official? She is indeed quite striking. Someone suggested. The young soldier spoke. I once caught a glimpse of her at last year's National Kendo Championship, where she claimed the title of champion. That was Siko Takushima, the beloved daughter of the renowned Takushima Kendo family. Her prowess is such that even your captain would be no match for her in a duel, Ichiro Sato lamented. The soldiers suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. They had not anticipated her impressive lineage. Sato couldn't help but smile wryly, for he was more intrigued by the young man standing beside Siko, as it was he who wielded the katana during that encounter. Truly, heroes emerge in times of chaos, Sato mused, and with a wave of his hand, the jeep roared to life and departed the scene. Just minutes after their departure, several shadowy figures converged upon the area, hastily encircling the remains of mutated pigeons, devouring the flesh with frenzied abandon until only a pile of bones remained, vanishing into the night. Such is the apocalypse. No morsel of food is wasted. When you fall, throngs will swarm to consume you. Chapter 35. Water supply cut off. After rejecting Ichiro Sato's invitation, Ling Feng and Siko Takushima resumed their hunt for zombies. As usual, Siko attracted the undead while Ling Feng dispatched them. Together, they proved more than a match for the ordinary zombies. Before noon, Ling Feng had amassed 500 energy points and returned to the villa, entering through the gate with a flourish, as Shizuka Jurikawa had difficulty opening it due to her mobility issues. After a brief exchange with Shizuka, Siko eagerly pulled Ling Feng into the room, her cheeks slightly flushed. Despite having engaged in such activities several times before, her assertiveness was a first. Ling Feng chuckled. Come on, Siko, we've done this plenty of times before. There's no need to be shy. He spoke. He undid his trousers, revealing himself and gazing intensely at Siko. Siko shot him a playful glare, yet swiftly removed her own pants. Turning to kneel on the bed, her rear elevated enticingly. Such a pose was simply irresistible. Ling Feng seamlessly connected with Siko, suppressing the exquisite sensations coursing through him. Opening the system, he discovered that he could indeed exchange for abilities in this state. Without hesitation, he opted for the most fundamental form of energy. In an instant, a warm flow surged from Ling Feng to the depths of Siko's being, swirling in rhythmic circles, once the exchange was complete. And before Siko could fully appreciate the nuances of the energy within her, Ling Feng succumbed to the pleasures of her body. Siko willingly reciprocated, and they tumbled together in a fervent embrace. After their passionate interlude, Ling Feng marveled. "It's incredible. I feel a distinct enhancement in my strength, a warm energy coursing through me. Is this the essence of qi? Truly remarkable." Leaning against Ling Feng, Siko reveled in the changes within her body. Her lovely face alight with joy. Such extraordinary power was beyond her wildest dreams, and it was impossible for her not to feel exhilarated. "You've just acquired this energy. Now it's time to practice diligently. I must also hunt more zombies, as I only have a few energy points left," Ling Feng gently remarked while caressing Siko's smooth skin. "Yes, I understand. I won't be a burden. I will grow stronger." Siko vowed resolutely. Ling Feng nodded in approval, appreciating having a woman like Siko by his side who required no extra concern. However, he lamented that the system could not exchange bloodlines, which might limit Siko's potential in the future. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he was being overly greedy. Having access to qi was already fortunate. Bloodlines were clearly out of the question, especially since he himself lacked one. He wondered what bloodline he might receive upon completing his tasks. If it were that of a scion or magen bu, it would be exhilarating. The thought of such powerful bloodlines made his mouth water. Nonetheless, dwelling on these fantasies was futile. The mission remained incomplete, and he needed to focus. In the days that followed, Ling Feng continued hunting zombies, while Siko diligently trained at home. Their days were steady and fulfilling. During this time, Ling Feng gathered another 500 energy points and, after some coaxing, successfully consummated his relationship with Shizuka Jurikawa. The delightful softness of her form was a true pleasure for Ling Feng. After their encounter, he naturally provided Shizuka with the energy, for both he and Siko possessed it. And Shizuka must not be left behind. Understanding this, Shizuka was eager to keep pace. Following the exchange, perhaps aided by the newfound energy, the injury on her thigh healed significantly, bringing her great joy. One day, after finishing his training and preparing to enjoy a relaxing shower, Ling Feng discovered a pressing issue. The water supply had been cut off, so it has come to this, he sighed. After rinsing himself with some pre-stored water, he dressed and called for Siko and Shizuka, explaining the situation to them. It was only a matter of time. Over a week has passed since the apocalypse began, and considering the recent nuclear explosion, it's impressive that the water has lasted this long, Shizuka analyzed. But it's not just water. It seems we are running low on food as well, Siko added, leaving Ling Feng puzzled. Isn't there plenty of food? Siko explained with a faint smile. You must realize that there are now 4 of us in this villa. The 3 of us plus the imprisoned Miyamoto Rika. Speaking of her, she doesn't consume much. But we are all training daily, which greatly depletes our energy. You may not have noticed, but Shizuka and I prepare the meals, and we are aware that our supplies are dwindling. They may only last us 3 more days. Keeping an idle person is troublesome, Ling Feng remarked with irritation, feeling ungrateful towards Shizuka's kindness in taking in Rika. I'm sorry, Ling Feng. It's my fault, Shizuka replied, her voice tinged with distress, seeing her on the verge of tears. Ling Feng felt his resolve waver, and after a few comforting words, he managed to quell her emotions. Perhaps we should abandon this place, he suggested, contemplating the situation, with the nearby zombies nearly eradicated from their recent hunts. Staying here offered comfort, but hindered future progress. His mission had a time limit and could not be prolonged. Having made his decision, both Siko and Shizuka readily concurred. The only remaining question was how to deal with the imprisoned Rika. We'll leave her with a couple of days' worth of food and water and let her fend for herself, Ling Feng ultimately decided. The 2 women hesitated but eventually agreed. Without hesitation, Ling Feng gathered the necessary supplies, food, water, and weapons, and transferred them to the Hummer, having already cleaned the vehicle of bloodstains. Please don't leave me behind. I beg you. Upon realizing they intended to abandon her, Miyamoto Rika panicked, clinging to Ling Feng's leg, pleading for him not to forsake her. She could not fathom how she would survive alone in this apocalypse. Having witnessed the might of Ling Feng and Siko, being with them offered her a semblance of safety. We are under no obligation to bear the burden of an idle person, Ling Feng replied sternly, his heart hardening. They had already depleted their resources. How could they accommodate her? No matter how much Rika pleaded. Ling Feng remained resolute. I am willing to trade my body. Just take me with you, and I will be yours. You wouldn't refuse, would you? I am not inferior to Siko or Shizuka. In desperation, Rika resorted to her most significant asset, her body, as a bargaining chip. Renouncing all dignity in the face of survival, in the battle between survival and dignity, she chose the former. Only time would tell how Ling Feng would respond. Chapter 36. The Consideration of Weapons. I implore you, Ling Feng, please don't abandon me. As long as you take me away, I am willing to do anything. Whatever you desire is acceptable. I can be your woman. Just do not abandon me. Miyamoto Rei cried out, clinging to Ling Feng's leg, believing that with her beauty and figure, he would certainly not refuse her. However, it didn't take long for her to truly understand the meaning of despair. Are you more beautiful than Siko? Do you possess Siko's grace? Do you have Siko's strength? Are you as gentle as Shizuka? Are you as lovely as Shizuka? Do you have Shizuka's figure? Ling Feng mocked. Each condition causing Miyamoto Rei's expression to darken significantly. It was as if she was measuring her shortcomings against other strengths. That I do not support useless individuals. Least of all, do I favor women like you. Ling Feng said, looking at the despairing Miyamoto Rei, turning to shake off her hands, beckoning Siko and Shizuka to leave, having previously decided to leave her with only 2 days' worth of food and water. Under the gaze of Miyamoto Rei's despair and resentment, the three of them drove away from the villa, with Shizuka at the wheel, Ling Feng in the passenger seat, and Siko seated in the back. I remember there are 2 convenience stores nearby. Let us go take a look. I wonder if there is any food left at this hour, Shizuka said as she drove. That sounds good, though the chances are slim. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Just as Ling Feng predicted, the Hummer arrived at the entrances of 2 convenience stores, but without needing to enter, they could see that the interiors had almost been completely emptied. Consequently, the 3 of them abandoned any hope of finding food and water in the vicinity and hastened to leave the area. As they drove through the streets, they noticed that not only were the zombies near the villa nearly absent, but the outer areas were also largely clear, as if others had already taken care of the situation. Just as the Hummer was about to enter the main road, they encountered a minor obstacle. It appeared that someone had set up a blockade ahead. What should we do? Shizuka frowned, looking at the barricade and several youths who resembled thugs blocking the road. Just run them over, Ling Feng replied coldly. His vision had sharpened considerably. Although still at a distance, he could faintly see the tattoos on the arms of the thugs and remembered Ichiro Sato's earlier words, leading him to understand the situation. All right, Shizuka, not one to be foolish. Grip the steering wheel tightly, press down on the accelerator, and the already fast Hummer roared forth with even greater speed. The roar of the Hummer had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the thugs. And upon seeing the approaching vehicle, the youths froze momentarily before erupting in wild excitement. Stop that vehicle immediately, commanded a yellow-haired thug, standing arrogantly in the middle of the road, brandishing a black handgun aimed at the speeding Hummer. There's a big fat sheep, boss, ha. The other thugs also pulled out makeshift weapons, their eyes gleaming with greed at the sight of the Hummer. Boss, wait, they don't intend to stop at all, exclaimed a quick-witted minion, his face paling as he realized the gravity of the situation, just as the Hummer was a mere 30 meters away. Damn it, the yellow-haired thug was both shocked and furious. A fierce glint flashed across his face as he abruptly pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, a metal bullet shot forth, striking the Hummer's windshield. However, the shot barely made a dent. The modified Hummer was not something ordinary handgun bullets could penetrate. In the next moment, under the horrified gaze of the yellow-haired thug, the Hummer barreled forward like a ferocious beast, mercilessly crushing everything in its path. A cacophony of bones shattering echoed, followed by a thunderous crash as the Hummer smashed through the barricade, continuing on its way, leaving behind only a few fortunate thugs who had narrowly avoided being run over, staring in terror and shock at the carnage around them, before they began to retch uncontrollably. Ling Feng, observing the chaos in the rearview mirror, scoffed, "Those foolish brutes, in the future, if we encounter such blockades, we will simply run them over." Shizuka nodded, taking deep breaths to calm herself, finding it somewhat difficult to accept the notion of having crushed several living beings. After leaving the villa area, the number of zombies noticeably increased, marking the official commencement of Ling Feng's hunting activities, while Siko took charge of gathering food, leaving Shizuka to remain on standby in the vehicle. Some time had passed since the apocalypse began, and Ling Feng observed that the frequency of mutated zombies and creatures was rising sharply. Previously, it was not uncommon to slay over 100 zombies without encountering a single mutated one. But now, encountering a mutated zombie after killing around 50 was becoming increasingly common, alongside some relatively weaker mutated creatures. What irked Ling Feng was the increased difficulty in dispatching ordinary zombies, while the energy points remained unchanged, still infuriatingly low. Nevertheless, he had to continue hunting. He was no longer alone, with 2 women to support. Tonight, we'll rest in the vehicle. After a day of combat, they naturally chose to sleep inside the Hummer at night. Fortunately, the interior space of the Hummer was quite spacious, and with only 3 of them, it was more than enough for a comfortable rest. Let us see how much we've gathered today, Shizuka remarked. Ling Feng assessed the day's spoils, totaling 1593 points, a bountiful harvest, just shy of being able to exchange for the Chi wave technique for both Siko and Shizuka. Quite impressive, Shizuka said cheerfully. Linking her arm with Ling Feng's, Ling Feng smiled gently, stroking Shizuka's hair, as she purred contentedly like a little kitten, emitting soft sounds of pleasure. Regarding the matter of energy points, you need not worry about us. We have sufficient foundational It would be wiser for you to save up for more powerful techniques. The energy blades generated from wielding the katana are just as formidable as the Chi wave technique, Siko said softly, touched by the fact that Ling Feng always considered them. I believe that while utilizing the katana to unleash energy blades is practical, I am concerned about the wear and tear on the katana itself. The destructive power of Chi is formidable, and if I rely solely on the katana for every strike, I fear it may not withstand the pressure and could shatter, which would pose quite a dilemma. Ling Feng said as he gently polished his katana, worry etched on his face. Siko paused, glancing at her own katana. Had it not been for Ling Feng's reminder, she might have overlooked this point. Indeed, while their katanas were of good quality, continuously augmenting them with energy attacks would inevitably lead to degradation. Should they unexpectedly break during a battle, it would be disastrous. It seemed they would need to prepare some backup weapons. The 2 exchanged glances, each contemplating the necessity. Let us put that aside for now and focus on resting. We're exhausted, Ling Feng said, stretching languidly. Agreed that we can address any issues tomorrow, Shizuka replied, setting aside weapon concerns for the moment. The trio, having worn themselves out over the day, were reluctant to stir further, forcing themselves to ignore the sporadic sounds of zombies from outside as they gradually succumbed to sleep. However, this night would not pass so simply for the 3 of them. Under the dark moon and howling winds, a thick atmosphere of impending danger enveloped them. In the dead of night, Ling Feng, Siko, and Shizuka were nestled together on the rear seats of the Hummer. Ling Feng wrapped his left arm around Siko and his right around Shizuka, burying his head in the soft warmth of their forms, breathing deeply in blissful slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the dark night sky. The sound waves penetrating the Hummer, causing the 3 who had been peacefully asleep to snap awake. What was that sound? It sounds terrifying, Shizuka murmured, rubbing her eyes, a hint of fear in her voice. Let me take a look, Ling Feng said as he drew back the window and grabbed his binoculars. In no time. His expression turned grave. By the light of the moon, he could see in the distance atop a tall building a winged beast-like mutated creature fiercely battling a similarly winged humanoid zombie. The 2 were engaged in a heated exchange, the battle between them intense, as they both seemed to possess ranged attack capabilities, erupting in a series of explosive sounds that shattered nearby structures. You both should take a look as well. Ling Feng stepped aside to make room and handed the binoculars to Siko. Dujima Siko and Zhu Chuan Jingxiang quickly took turns to glance through, their expressions varying. The evolutionary speed of these mutated creatures and zombies seemed to exceed their expectations significantly. However, I found it quite perplexing. Why would zombies engage in combat with mutated creatures? Aren't they supposed to refrain from attacking one another? Is it a matter of territorial dispute? Zhu Chuan Jingxiang remarked, her face a mask of confusion. A sentiment echoed by Ling Feng and Siko. I'll go take a look. You 2 stay in the vehicle and don't wander off, he said, contemplating the 2 figures fiercely battling in the distance. Be careful. Siko nodded in agreement. If there is danger, I will retreat. No need to worry. After tidying himself up slightly, Ling Feng opened the car door and stepped out, hastily making his way over. Along the way, he encountered numerous zombies agitated by the noise. Unwilling to waste energy, he carefully avoided them. With his current stamina, he arrived at the high-rise building he had observed through the binoculars in just a few minutes. However, at this point, The two adversaries had already shifted the battleground from the rooftop to mid-air, engaging in combat, while slowly moving. It was then that he discerned their forms more clearly. One was a large tiger with wings, approximately the size of a small van. When factoring in the wingspan, it appeared even more colossal, its massive jaws emitting a series of oppressive roars while unleashing azure wind blades as attacks, demonstrating remarkable agility and formidable strength. Clearly a highly powerful mutated creature that Ling Feng surmised had escaped from a nearby zoo. The other mutated zombie, however, was less exaggerated in size, standing around 1.8 meters tall, with a pair of bat-like wings sprouting from its back. Its claws were crimson and sharp, with an extraordinarily rapid attack frequency, and its movement speed surpassed that of the flying tiger. Occasionally, it could conjure dark red energy orbs between its hands to launch attacks, displaying a strength not to be underestimated, although its defensive capabilities seemed lacking, rendering it hesitant to engage the flying tiger directly. Placing it at a disadvantage. I should hide for now, Ling Feng decided, concealing his presence, realizing that remaining a passive observer was the most prudent course of action. That moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The mutated zombie he had been observing unexpectedly spoke. "Damn it, this creature is too ferocious. Anderl, you wretched scum, once I deal with this beast, I will drain your blood," the winged mutated zombie exclaimed, a look of helplessness etched across its face. A noble vampire. Even as the most rudimentary baron, William felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Just before the apocalypse, he had been relentlessly pursuing a werewolf named Anderl to Japan, only to stumble upon the catastrophic zombie outbreak. Initially, he believed the world was doomed, but soon he realized it was a paradise. He was thrilled to discover a potent dark energy permeating the atmosphere. Absorbing this energy rapidly enhanced his power. During a fortuitous encounter, he learned that consuming the blood of mutated creatures not only spared him from becoming a repugnant lowly zombie, but also significantly augmented his strength. Thus, within mere days of the apocalypse, he ascended from a lowly baron to a viscount, an achievement that left him in a state of euphoria. However, just as he had reached this milestone, he encountered his nemesis, Anderl. To his astonishment, the latter had also experienced a power surge. Initially brimming with confidence at the prospect of vanquishing his foe, he was infuriated when Anderl cunningly lured a powerful mutated tiger into their conflict, crafting a trap that forced him to battle the tiger while he escaped, driving William to the brink of fury. What the hell? This guy isn't merely a mutated zombie. He's a vampire. Even this creature has emerged. Truly, it's a chaotic carnival of monsters. William's revelation startled Ling Feng, heightening his vigilance. Vampires were hardly comparable to the low-intelligence mutated zombies. Nevertheless, Ling Feng had no intention of retreating. He was eager to ascertain whether slaying a vampire might yield negative energy. Furthermore, despite the vampire's formidable prowess, he sensed he was not lacking either. There was nothing to fear. Roar. The flying tiger, frustrated by its inability to secure a decisive victory, let out an enraged roar, its wing beats quickening as it generated numerous small azure whirlwinds, transforming them into swirling wind blades that surged towards William from all directions. "Just a mere beast. Don't get too arrogant, bloodbat." William, observing the multitude of wind blades, felt a flicker of concern in his eyes. Though it was largely overshadowed by a blaze of anger, with a disdainful snort, he unleashed a surge of dark red bloodline energy, sending forth numerous crimson bats that soared towards the wind blades, their numbers far surpassing those of the wind blades. Having been dominated by a mere creature for too long, the proud William was greatly agitated. Witnessing his opponent unleash a powerful maneuver, he resolved to reveal his true capabilities. The bloodbats and wind blades collided violently, exploding like bombs and kicking up clouds of dust. However, in no time, dozens of bloodbats broke through the haze and reached the mutated tiger, detonating explosively before it. Clearly, in this exchange, the vampire held the advantage. Roar. The mutated tiger howled in pain as it sustained multiple wounds, blood flowing freely, igniting a glint of avarice in William's eyes. Heh. After expending so much effort, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. With the mutated tiger's strength nearing that of a viscount, draining its blood could significantly enhance his own power, even as a newly minted viscount. He absolutely could not afford to miss this chance. Roar. However, the mutated tiger, wounded, was further incited by its primal rage, roaring as it swiftly charged toward William, its glistening claws poised to strike fiercely. only a brute relying on sheer strength. Do you think I would engage in a direct confrontation? Foolish. Faced with the tiger's onslaught, William was not complacent. He tapped into his vampire prowess, speed, nimbly evading the tiger's claws. Foolish beast, as long as you can't land a hit. Your strength is meaningless. William danced between the tiger's attacks, utilizing his speed to his advantage, occasionally exploiting openings to inflict deep gashes with his sharp claws, gradually increasing the tiger's blood loss. Though the mutated tiger was formidable, each of its strikes radiated power, it could not land a blow on the relatively smaller and more agile William. As time wore on, the tiger's body became adorned with numerous scratch marks. Its strength dwindling due to excessive blood loss, its attacks growing noticeably weaker, leaving it increasingly fatigued. Eventually, the mutated tiger could barely sustain its flight, swaying and descending to the ground, glaring furiously at the smug William. "Ha! Now you know my might, you wretched beast." William laughed triumphantly. The mutated tiger let out a primal roar, channeling all its remaining strength to conjure a nearly 1 meter long azure wind blade in front of its maw. Shaking its head slightly as the wind blade whistled forth, hurtling towards William, while the tiger itself collapsed, panting heavily. What? The mutated tiger's desperate strike was undeniably formidable, feeling the terrifying power contained within the wind blade. William's expression shifted dramatically. Seeing the wind blade approaching, he hastily leaped to the side, the blade barely grazing his chest, drawing a trickle of blood, its momentum unabated as it struck a cherry blossom tree trunk. Severing it cleanly, the cut remarkably smooth, leaving Ling Feng, who was observing from a distance, utterly astonished. Cough, damned beast. William gazed with a pallid face at the deep crimson gash across his chest. Had he not possessed the formidable vitality of a vampire? This blow would have surely been fatal. Moreover, blood served as the most vital source of power for a vampire. Excessive blood loss could potentially cause a fall in his rank, especially considering he had recently ascended to the status of a viscount. A position still precarious in its stability. This injury was undeniably a severe predicament. In a moment of carelessness, he had nearly been dispatched by a beast, and as a noble vampire viscount, William found himself engulfed in a tempest of rage. However, upon seeing the weakened mutated tiger before him, a sinister grin crept across his face, radiating triumph. "You wretched creature, though you've caused me some trouble, the ultimate victor is still I. Ha! Once I drain your blood entirely, not only will I heal my wounds, but I will also enhance my strength. There is no greater pleasure than this." With great effort, William staggered towards the mutated tiger, a fervent glint in his handsome visage, his throat convulsing in anticipation. Almost there. If the mutated tiger falls to the vampire, my energy points will be squandered, thought Ling Feng, concealed in the shadows. Just as Ling Feng revealed his presence, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A shadow leaped forth from a nearby alley, swiftly closing in on William. The shadow raised its obsidian claws and struck at William. Startled, William hastily raised his hands to defend himself, yet was still sent sprawling. Blood erupting from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground, his gaze filled with resentment and indignation directed at the newcomer. The figure resembled a half-beast, its body cloaked in a mass of black fur. With robust and sharp claws, now observing William with an air of amusement. William gritted his teeth, struggling to prop himself up, his eyes ablaze with fury. Had his gaze the power to kill, he would have vanquished his adversary 100 times over. I appreciate your assistance in this prolonged battle. Once I consume the essence of this creature's blood and flesh, my strength will undoubtedly surge. Ander retorted with a malevolent grin. Cough. How despicable. You vile mutt. William spat, his expression contorted with hatred, fully aware that his opponent would not let him escape unscathed. Upon hearing William's words, the previously smug expression on Ander's face darkened, for werewolves could not abide being referred to as mutts, particularly by their fierce rivals, the vampires. Taha. Are you angered? Cough. Mutt. Dog. William cackled maniacally, resigned to his fate. Very well, William, I shall shatter every bone in your body. You shall writhe in agony and regret until your last breath. Ander declared coldly, lunging at William with claws gleaming ominously. With a sickening crack, William's bat-like wings were severed. You wretched mutt. William screamed in anguish. One by one, his limbs were broken by Ander, and despite being a vampire, he could not withstand such torment. Howling in agony, his gaze filled with murderous intent towards Ander. Go to hell, William. Ander sneered. raising his claws to deliver a crushing blow to William's skull. Suddenly, a half-meter-long golden crescent of light streaked across the ground. And upon seeing it, Anders' expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled aside, narrowly evading the golden light's strike. Ta-da! However, the incapacitated William had no refuge, and in an instant, he was cleaved in two by the golden crescent. Letting out a final cry filled with despair, "Who goes there?" Anders exclaimed in shock, glaring at Ling Feng, who approached with a gleaming blade, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. Energy points, 2366, following the demise of the vampire William. Ling Feng's energy points surged by over 700. One strike had yielded a tremendous gain. "The one who shall slay you," Ling Feng replied coldly, reversing his grip on the blade, unleashing a golden arc of energy. The golden energy wave roared forth, shattering the concrete beneath it, bearing down relentlessly upon Anders. Damn it! Realizing the golden energy wave was hurtling towards him, Anders' countenance shifted, and without time for contemplation, he leaped aside to evade the attack. However, as he dodged, Ling Feng smiled. The golden energy wave missed Anders but struck the exhausted mutated tiger lying on the ground. Once a formidable beast, it now lacked the strength to evade, and was instantly bisected by the golden light, blood and entrails splattering across the scene, releasing a pungent aroma of blood. During the battle, Ling Feng had not diverted his attention to check his energy points, but he estimated it to be at least around 700. Now, he focused his energy on the werewolf. "You little brat." Anders seethed with rage, charging towards Ling Feng, dark mist swirling around his claws. "Humph," Ling Feng snorted coldly, gripping his blade resolutely as he surged forward, the sharp edge of the sword clashing against Anders' claws with a resonant metallic clang. Both combatants recoiled slightly before launching into a furious exchange, the clash of their weapons sparking brightly in the air. "You insolent brat. I will tear you to shreds. The one who will die is you." Anders' claw strikes were swift, but Ling Feng's blade was sharper. The two were evenly matched, locked in a stalemate. Netherworld Wolf Claw. Frustrated by the impasse, Anders roared, unleashing a surge of dark energy from his claws, which crossed and lunged towards Ling Feng's head, accompanied by a chilling wind. Ling Feng did not dare to underestimate his opponent, channeling energy through his body and onto his blade, which glimmered with a faint golden light, meeting Anders' dark claws head-on. Boom! The two forces collided, creating a shockwave that caused Anders to howl in pain. Inspecting the bleeding wounds on his claws, while Ling Feng nearly lost grip of his blade, his hand tingling with discomfort. This time, Ling Feng gained the upper hand. "I will kill you." Anders' fury reached its zenith upon seeing the marks on his claws. "Your strength pales in comparison to that of the previous vampire," Ling Feng taunted, charging forward, his blade dancing with rapidity that surpassed before. Anders ducked and dodged, soon adorned with several shallow cuts that ignited his fury. "Die!" Ling Feng shouted, forcing Anders back with a powerful strike, then swiftly extending his hand, unleashing a golden energy wave. What? Anders could not fathom that Ling Feng possessed such an attack. He had no time to evade, and the energy wave struck his left arm, obliterating it in an explosion. The searing pain drove Anders into a frenzy, his eyes burning crimson as he glared at Ling Feng, roaring fiercely as the moonlight above was drawn into his body. His already muscular physique expanded further, the black fur thickening, exuding an aura of savage bloodlust. Netherworld Wolf Claw. Utilizing a werewolf clan's secret technique, Anders' power surged significantly as he raised his right claw. Dark energy coalescing into a claw over half a meter long, shattering the ground beneath him as he charged at Ling Feng. "That I want to confront you directly," Ling Feng thought to himself, swiftly ascending into the sky, easily evading Anders' most formidable strike. Although Anders possessed immense strength and speed, he could not fly. His full leap fell short of reaching Ling Feng, who hovered over 10 meters above, leaving Anders to seethe in impotent fury below. It would be prudent to deal with this creature swiftly, Ling Feng mused. Observing the approaching zombies, he sheathed his blade, extending both palms outward, gathering energy into a golden sphere that gradually expanded. After several moments, the energy ball grew from the size of a tennis ball to that of a soccer ball, beads of sweat forming on Ling Feng's brow. This rudimentary method of energy accumulation proved to be exceedingly taxing. As Ling Feng gasped for breath, he remarked, "It seems the energy has gathered sufficiently." Without further hesitation, he unleashed the energy wave technique from his palms, which surged forth and struck beside Anders. The violent energy erupted instantaneously, and a tremendous explosion resonated throughout the night sky. The ground was left with a vast crater, and Andal was obliterated, his remains reduced to nothingness. Ling Feng did not linger in the vicinity. He swiftly ascended into the air, seeking a location with fewer zombies to descend. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he made a concerted effort to avoid the nearby undead and hurried back to the vehicle. Once he opened the car door and settled inside, Ling Feng began to breathe heavily, the earlier battle having drained much of his stamina. However, the thought of his gains rendered such exhaustion trivial. 3,613 energy points. Haha, what a windfall, he exclaimed with a grin. After resting for a while, he recounted his experiences to Siko and Shizuka. The two women were astonished to learn that even werewolves and vampires had emerged. I had indeed heard whispers of a hidden dark world within this realm, where inexplicable phenomena exist. I had always thought it mere legend, never expecting it to be true. Siko reflected with a hint of nostalgia. So, Haven Tea, we struck gold this time? How wonderful, Shizuka exclaimed joyfully. Ling Feng chuckled softly, and, regaining his composure, stated, the fact that I can acquire energy points by slaying vampires and werewolves indicates that they are imbued with negative energy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to gain anything from them. What remains uncertain is whether they possessed this negative energy from the outset or acquired it after the apocalypse, that I believe they must have always had it. Considering both vampires and werewolves are renowned dark creatures, which naturally correlates with negative energy. However, it's possible their powers surged following the onset of the apocalypse. Siko mused thoughtfully, given that you now possess such a wealth of energy points. Do you intend to exchange them? Shizuka inquired with curiosity. Of course. Converting energy points into power will enable me to collect energy points more rapidly. However, I have yet to decide what to exchange them for. Let us discuss it tomorrow. I'm quite fatigued today that we should rest, Ling Feng replied, stifling a wide yawn as he embraced both women, burying his head amidst their soft forms, and peacefully drifted into slumber. As Ling Feng quickly succumbed to deep sleep, Siko and Shizuka exchanged knowing smiles, each wrapping their arms around him. The three embraced one another, relishing in the tranquil warmth, regardless of how the world transformed. As long as a warm embrace existed, everything else seemed insignificant. The following morning, Ling Feng stretched luxuriously, relishing the comfort of sleep. As his arms brushed against a soft sensation, he instinctively reached out, only to find it was the gentle curves of Siko and Shizuka. Both women, startled by his sudden action, awakened and gazed at him, their cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Ah, you naughty little rascal, Shizuka playfully chided. Well, it appears my husband is quite vigorous this morning. Shall we indulge in some fun? Siko teased, her gaze sultry as it fell upon Ling Feng's morning state. Is it truly that early for such things? I have indeed become the legendary lecher, he quipped, though Siko was merely jesting. For now is not the time for romance. Let us eat something first. My stomach is growling, Shizuka said, patting her petite belly adorably. After a simple breakfast, Ling Feng began to contemplate how to utilize his energy points. With 3613 points at his disposal, he could exchange for a considerable number of items, though he still lacked the necessary amount for the Turtle School's Kamehameha. I believe, dear husband, your ranged attack capabilities are already sufficient. Why not exchange for close combat techniques instead? Siko suggested. When it came to close combat techniques from Dragon Ball, there were not many, and the one Ling Feng was most familiar with was the Wolf Fang Fist. The cost to exchange for this technique was quite low, merely 300 points. However, Ling Feng considered it somewhat ineffective, as striking zombies with one's fists was perilously dangerous. Regardless, it's only 300 points, which isn't a significant amount for you now. Even if you don't face zombies, having a close-range attack method for potential encounters with vampires would be beneficial, Siko reasoned. That's a valid point. Ling Feng conceded. He decided to heed Siko's advice and promptly spent 300 energy points to acquire the Wolf Fang Fist. As information flooded into his mind, he quickly assimilated the technique. Let me give it a try, he declared, stepping out of the vehicle to find an open space. He began to move his hands rapidly into Siko and Shizuka's eyes. It appeared as though his hands unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks from various angles. The speed was astonishing, and after a while, it began to strain their eyes. Finally, Ling Feng brought his claws together, a powerful and fierce aura radiating from him, akin to a fierce wolf baring its teeth, ready to strike. Considering it cost only 300 energy points, this is indeed impressive, he mused, taking a deep breath to steady himself after completing the sequence. "That is quite an impressive fighting technique," Siko remarked, her discerning eye recognizing the lethal potential packed within each movement. With 13 energy points remaining, Ling Feng contemplated further and ultimately decided to exchange for the Crane School's Dodon Ray, expending a hefty 3,000 points. In contrast to ordinary energy wave techniques, the Dodon Ray represented a more advanced and effective application of energy, significantly enhancing its destructive power and range. Its defining characteristic was its penetrative ability, concentrating power into a single point, though it could only be executed in a straight line, and if the gathering time was too short, its strength would only slightly exceed that of a standard energy wave. "Get in, ladies. I'm going to test this technique on some zombies," Ling Feng called out. "This seems like a good spot. There are plenty of zombies here," Shizuka said cautiously, observing the horde outside. They had arrived at the entrance of a marketplace, teeming with zombies. As the engine of the Hummer roared to life, the undead began to moan and stagger toward them. Ling Feng rolled down the window and surveyed the 100 or so zombies before him. Grinning, "Let us see how powerful the Dodon Ray really is." He extended his index finger, an orange-red energy coalescing slowly at its tip. Initially the size of a grain of rice, it gradually expanded until, after several seconds, it reached the size of an apple. "That's about right. Dodon Ray," Ling Feng shouted, and the energy sphere erupted from his fingertip, transforming into a brilliant orange-red beam that sped toward the approaching horde of zombies. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, sending up a cloud of thick dust. Ling Feng took a moment to catch his breath and check his energy points, his surprise palpable. One use of the Dodon Ray had yielded over 70 energy points. That meant he had dispatched over 70 zombies in a single strike. Indeed, once the smoke and dust had settled, a large crater was revealed at the entrance of the vegetable market, surrounded by the dismembered remains of zombies. The devastating power exhibited was truly astonishing, especially considering that Ling Feng had only unleashed less than half of his air currents. Were he to exert his full strength, the impact would undoubtedly multiply several times over. However, such an endeavor would also entail colossal energy expenditure, making it impossible for prolonged use. Nevertheless, it was already immensely potent and could be preserved for critical moments. The destructive capability was nothing short of remarkable. Remarked Poison Island Siko. "Xiao Fengchan is truly impressive," Shizuka said, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Haha, let us depart." Ling Feng laughed heartily as he closed the vehicle, gesturing for Juchuan Shizuka to drive away. Although his strength had surged, he was acutely aware of the circumstances. The market was unsuitable for combat due to the overwhelming number of zombies. It would be wiser to find a different location. With the aid of the whole wave technique, the speed of exterminating monsters would undoubtedly escalate significantly. At noon, the trio arrived in a mountainous forest and found a small stream where they parked the vehicle. Intending to start a fire for cooking. As for pots and pans, they had conveniently acquired them from roadside shops along their journey. Being in the mountains, firewood was abundantly available, easily gathered to ignite a fire. Fortunately, there was a dedicated mountain path. Otherwise, the vehicle would have never made it through. Juchuan Shizuka stepped out of the vehicle, inhaling the fresh air with a smile, stretching her arms, causing her delicate form to sway gently. "Let us prepare for a meal," Siko suggested, surveying the surroundings as she retrieved pots and utensils from the vehicle. "I shall gather some firewood," Ling Feng declared, effortlessly severing a slender tree with his katana, neatly splitting it into smaller logs before igniting the pile with a lighter. As Siko and Shizuka busied themselves with cooking, Ling Feng reclined on the grass nearby, checking his energy points after a morning of monster slaying. He currently had 2,307 points. Seeing this number, a faint smile crept across Ling Feng's lips. After exchanging for the whole wave, his efficiency in exterminating monsters had indeed seen a marked improvement, had he not conserved his strength by refraining from continuous use of the whole wave bombardment. He suspected he would have exceeded 3,000 points by now. Based on his current progress, he would soon accumulate the 5,000 points necessary to exchange for the Kamehameha technique, which would further accelerate his monster-slaying speed. Ling Feng reached out, playfully tugging on Siko's hand, grinning as he did so. Poison Island Siko replied with a slight smile. Though the Kamehameha technique is powerful, if one's internal energy is insufficient, it is challenging to unleash its full potential. The focus should remain on physical training. She was concerned that Ling Feng might become overly enamored with the Kamehameha's simplicity and speed, neglecting the fundamental importance of physical conditioning. Ling Feng laughed heartily. I am well aware of that. After we finish lunch, let us train here for a few days. After all, we have gathered ample food and water during our journey, enough to sustain the three of us for over a week. Sounds good, Siko agreed, eager to settle down for some serious training. Once lunch was prepared, the trio began to feast heartily. With all three having acquired energy, their appetites had significantly increased. Even Ju Chuan Shizuka, who had previously possessed the smallest appetite, was now consuming far more than an average adult male. Ling Feng and Siko, too, devoured their meals voraciously, understanding that a full stomach was essential for physical training. As they indulged in their meal, a cacophony of bird calls erupted from the nearby forest, shattering the tranquility of their surroundings. Simultaneously, a faint sense of danger permeated the air, suggesting that something ominous was approaching. Suddenly, a large sparrow emerged from the forest, perching on a branch not far from them. Its beak delicately preened its feathers, its round eyes fixated on the trio, particularly on the pot of beef stew in front of them. This sparrow was as large as a man's fist. The three exchanged glances, clearly realizing that this too was a mutated creature. Despite its seemingly feeble appearance, in a moment of unexpected silence, Ling Feng suddenly pointed, unleashing a small orange-red beam from his fingertip, which swiftly pierced through the sparrow's body, causing it to plummet to the ground. Easy work. Ling Feng clapped his hands with a grin, remarking that such creatures required no significant effort to dispatch with the whole wave technique. However, the next moment, the sounds of birds grew increasingly chaotic, branches quivered, and leaves cascaded down as if something was approaching. Before their eyes, a long, dark shadow slithered out from the grass of the forest. Rapidly nearing the stream, it raised its imposing body, flicking its forked tongue, cold eyes locking onto Ling Feng and his companions, exuding a chilling aura. How immense! Ju Chuan Shizuka exclaimed, a hint of fear in her voice. While Poison Island Siko furrowed her brow, her hand instinctively resting on the hilt of her katana. What terrible luck! Ling Feng's expression turned grave upon recognizing the creature, a giant python measuring over 20 meters in length. Adorned with faint icy blue patterns, its body as thick as a barrel, the python's icy gaze fixed on Ling Feng, its tongue flicking rapidly. Sensing an imminent threat, Ling Feng knew they could not afford to linger any longer. An offensive was necessary. Whole wave, he declared, pointing once more, sending a swift orange-red beam towards the python's head that if he could obliterate its skull, no matter how formidable the mutated creature or zombie, they would be vanquished. To his astonishment, the python's reflexes were astonishingly swift. It merely tilted its head, effortlessly evading the attack, and retaliated with a chilling roar, unleashing a blast of icy white frost. Scatter! Ling Feng shouted, as they abandoned their pot and quickly retreated. Narrowly avoiding the freezing attack, the frost was so frigid that it extinguished their fire instantly and froze the ground beneath them, forming a thin layer of ice. Ling Feng's heart raced at the sight. Had that icy blast hit him, he would have been encased in frost. Open fire! Poison Island Siko commanded coldly, drawing her handgun and firing at the python, followed closely by Ju Chuan Shizuka, as two metal bullets soared toward the creature. Testing the waters with their handguns was prudent. Reckless psychic attacks could prove disastrous. The thought of being ensnared was terrifying. The bullets struck true, yet the results were disheartening. They barely penetrated the python's scales, ricocheting harmlessly away. This creature boasted an extraordinary level of defense, arguably the strongest of all mutated beings they had encountered. Clearly, this mutated entity was of a higher tier, akin to the mutated tiger Ling Feng had previously faced, possibly even more formidable. While the bullets failed to slay the python, the pain from the impact still registered, inciting a furious roar from the beast. It retaliated by launching a sharp ice spear towards the trio. Ling Feng swiftly pulled Shizuka and Siko back, evading the ice spear's assault. After releasing the two, he channeled his energy into his katana, swinging it backhandedly to unleash a golden energy blade. Sensing danger, the python coiled its powerful body, bracing itself to absorb the blow. The energy blade struck its scales, slicing through them and leaving a shallow wound on its body. What incredible defense! Ling Feng had anticipated a decisive strike, yet it had only resulted in a minor injury, leaving him astonished. Hiss! The wounded giant python immediately began to thrash violently, raising its robust and powerful tail to strike fiercely at Ling Feng. Aware that the snake's tail possessed immense strength, Ling Feng wisely refrained from confronting it directly, swiftly employing the dance of the sky technique to soar into the air, hoping to evade the impending blow. However, to his astonishment, after missing its target, the giant python swiftly altered its trajectory, lashing out at Ling Feng midair with astonishing speed. Caught off guard, he was brutally struck and sent crashing to the ground. A sharp pain in his chest prompting him to spit out a mouthful of blood, indicating he had sustained internal injuries. Xiaofeng, my husband. Both Poison Island Siko and Zhuchuan Jingxiang exclaimed in alarm. Damn it, perish! Zhuchuan Jingxiang, filled with rage upon witnessing Ling Feng's injury, seized her shotgun and fired a volley of metallic bullets at the giant python, creating several gaping wounds upon impact, its potency far surpassing that of a mere handgun. You shall pay for this, Poison Island Siko declared frostily, her eyes glinting with lethal intent as she brandished her katana, unleashing 3 successive energy blades that struck the python's body from various angles. Leaving behind shallow gashes, hissing in pain, the python, now thoroughly enraged, writhed its barrel-like body in a frenzied manner, disregarding the duo's attacks. Its thick tail swung wildly, whistling as it aimed to crush Ling Feng on the ground. The beast understood the principle of attacking a fallen opponent. Ling Feng executed a swift roll, narrowly evading the python's tail, and quickly regained his footing, dashing to the side of the creature, with his katana gleaming with golden light. He plunged it deep into the python's flesh. Die, you beast! Ling Feng roared, exerting tremendous force. The sharp blade, empowered by his energy, pierced through even the python's formidable scales, embedding itself nearly half a meter deep within its body. The katana remained lodged inside, twisting and stirring within the wound. Observing Ling Feng's maneuver, Zhuchuan Jingxiang immediately ceased firing her shotgun, opting instead for a handgun to avoid accidentally harming Ling Feng. While Siko directed her attacks towards the python's head, hisses. While external assaults were manageable, the internal torment inflicted significant damage upon the python, eliciting anguished cries. Its eyes, now reflecting a human-like hatred, glared at Ling Feng as it unleashed an icy spear towards him. Gritting his teeth, Ling Feng firmly grasped the katana, simultaneously unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The explosive clash between the violent air currents and the ice spear resulted in a tremendous explosion that neutralized each other. Yet, Ling Feng's katana continued to penetrate deeper into the python's body as he aimed to strangle the creature from within. Unable to endure the agony, the python's serpentine form began to constrict, attempting to encircle Ling Feng. Should he fail to release his grip, he would find himself ensnared and doomed. Get out quickly. Siko and Jingxiang shouted urgently. Damn it. So close, Ling Feng thought, observing the katana embedded 2/3 of the way into the python. With a leap, he evaded the python's lethal embrace. Wolf Feng Wind Fist. Ling Feng bellowed, his claws striking the python's body with ferocity, particularly targeting the bloodied wounds created by Jingxiang's shotgun. Each strike tore away chunks of flesh, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Chapter 42. Fierce Battle with the Mutated Python. Wolf Feng Wind Fist. Ling Feng roared, claws poised for attack as he moved with blinding speed, relentlessly assaulting the python's injured form. Each claw strike resembled a starving wolf snatching at its prey, mercilessly tearing away morsels of flesh, causing blood to splatter. Hisses. The python writhed in pain, thrashing its thick tail violently towards Ling Feng. Intent on shattering his skull, you think the same tactic will work again? Ling Feng scoffed, deftly sidestepping the attack, and, with lightning speed, seized the python's tail. Ha ha! Got you now, Ling Feng cackled, gripping the python's tail tightly, his fingers digging into its flesh. Hisses. The python's eyes flashed with hatred as it struggled to retract its tail, but despite Ling Feng's best efforts, the creature's immense strength began to drag him along. Stay back. I can handle this. You two retreat, Ling Feng commanded, sensing Siko and Jingxiang's intentions to assist. Though the python's strength was formidable, he believed he could manage alone without their distraction. Honestly, Xiaofeng-chan just loves to show off. Jingxiang muttered, somewhat dissatisfied. Siko interjected, raising a hand to halt her, shaking her head. Sometimes, women must heed the words of men. It is the way of the world. Reluctantly, Jingxiang complied, stepping aside with Siko, worry etched on her face as they observed the brutal struggle between Ling Feng and the python. Get up, Ling Feng shouted, planting his feet firmly on the ground as he inhaled deeply, raising his head to let out a primal roar. With bulging veins on his arms, he summoned his full strength. Gripping the python's massive body and gradually pulling it towards himself, the python thrashed wildly, carving deep grooves into the earth as it resisted Ling Feng's force. Yet, fueled by his determination and the creature's numerous injuries, Ling Feng's strength soon overpowered it. Ling Feng roared, unleashing a wave of pale white energy that enveloped the python's robust form, lifting it off the ground as he began to spin. Once, twice, thrice, after 3 full rotations. He released his grip, sending the python hurtling away, crashing into a large tree. The sheer force shattered the trunk, splintering it into fragments, and after smashing through 3 trees, the python finally came to a halt. Now, the python lay battered and bloodied, its body marred by wounds, while Ling Feng also bore the toll of battle, his arms trembling and gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his face from the exertion. "This is the final strike, Siko, Jingxiang," Ling Feng panted, glancing at Poison Island Siko and Zhuchuan Jingxiang, signaling them to approach. Without needing further instruction, the 2 women quickly moved to stand behind Ling Feng. Each placing a hand on his back, they inhaled deeply, channeling their energy into him, as shimmering strands of faint golden light flowed into his fatigued body, revitalizing him and improving his pallor. This mutual transfer of energy, to aid one another's recovery, was an idea Ling Feng had conceived not long ago. After a few simple attempts, the trio had quickly mastered the technique, as it required little effort as long as the recipient did not resist. That should suffice. Feeling the warmth coursing through him, Ling Feng smiled faintly, gathering a flicker of orange-red energy at his fingertips, his gaze hardening as he observed the python struggling to rise. "How dare you leave me in such a predicament? It is utterly unforgivable. This beast poses too great a threat and must be eliminated at once." In unison, the 3 gathered their energy for nearly 20 seconds, finally coalescing into an orange-red energy sphere approximately 20 centimeters in length. Brimming with formidable power that moment, the python sensed the impending threat of death and attempted to flee, but it was evident that Ling Feng would not allow such a colossal energy orb to escape his grasp. "Begone!" Ling Feng shouted, as the orange-red energy sphere shot forth, transforming into a beam of light that swiftly engulfed the fleeing python. The explosive force of the energy detonated violently, utterly obliterating the python's resilient form. Blood and flesh erupting in a gruesome spectacle, Ling Feng's katana was caught in the shockwave, splitting into 2 and spinning through the air before plunging into the ground, rendered useless. This time, it truly became unbearable. With a softening body, Ling Feng nearly collapsed to the ground, but Siko and Shizuka promptly supported him, helping him onto the Hummer. After tidying up their belongings, the trio swiftly drove away from the area. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Ling Feng, who was resting in Siko's embrace, mere minutes after their departure, a colossal crimson python emerged from the depths of the forest, its immense form slithering along. Upon spotting the remnants of the giant python on the ground, it reared up and let out a mournful roar. Subsequently, it began to devour the carcass piece by piece, its cold, piercing gaze eventually locking onto the direction from which Ling Feng and his companions had departed. The fierce battle with the python had left Ling Feng quite exhausted, and combined with his injuries, he had unknowingly succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, it was already night. "Where am I?" Ling Feng inquired. Lying on a soft bed and surveying his surroundings, turning to Siko with curiosity. "Because you were injured, Shizuka and I found a hotel to stay in. Our vehicle is parked in the lot," Siko explained, as she gently unfastened Ling Feng's clothing to assess his wounds. Noticing a significant improvement in his condition, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems your recovery has accelerated after your strength increased. Earlier, Shizuka mentioned that although your bones weren't broken, you would need to rest for 3 or 4 days. However, I believe you'll be well enough by tomorrow. Xiao Feng, you're awake. How's your body? We've been so worried about you." Shizuka, wrapped in nothing but a white towel, emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing Ling Feng awake, she joyfully rushed over, using her most alluring attributes to smother him. "Please let me breathe, Shizuka. I might suffocate," despite feeling exceedingly happy. Ling Feng sensed that if he didn't push his beloved Shizuka away, he might indeed be smothered. Reluctantly, he extended his hands to gently push her away, taking a deep breath as he gazed at the dazzling sight before him. Finding it difficult to swallow, This enchantress was simply overwhelming. Noticing Ling Feng's gaze, Shizuka covered her mouth and giggled, teasing, "Xiao Fengchan, you're so naughty. Please, it's clearly you who is flaunting yourself in front of me." Ling Feng silently retorted in his mind. He was momentarily taken aback by her towel-clad form and questioned, "Isn't the water already shut off?" "We're not sure either. It seems this luxury hotel has its own water supply. We checked earlier, and there's no water elsewhere. I suppose we're lucky that I just took a shower. You should clean up as well since you're all sweaty," Siko replied with a smile. Ling Feng sighed deeply and waved his hand, saying, "Let's discuss that later. I need to rest for a bit. Please prepare something to eat for me that I didn't finish my lunch properly." Siko and Shizuka went to prepare food for Ling Feng. While he lay on the bed, opening the system to check his energy points, before defeating the python, he had 2037 energy points, but now he had a total of 3,577 points. Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel at the increase. Realizing that if he were to slay ordinary zombies, he would need to take down over 1,500 of them. However, despite the substantial gain, he lamented the loss of his katana. Without it, he couldn't rely solely on his energy to combat zombies. That would be utterly impractical. Before long, Siko and Shizuka returned with food, and Ling Feng set aside his worries about the katana, devouring the meal with great enthusiasm as he was truly famished. After finishing his meal, he enjoyed a refreshing shower, changed into clean clothes, and lay back on the bed, relishing the comfort of the soft mattress. Sleeping in a car could never compare to the solace of a hotel bed. "My dear husband's katana is broken. I'll lend you mine," Siko offered. Retrieving her own katana, Ling Feng shook his head, replying, "No need. Tomorrow I'll find a suitable weapon that if you don't have your katana, your strength will be significantly diminished, and I cannot bear the thought of that. Just keep it for yourself." Siko smiled softly and put away her katana, joining Shizuka as they lay beside Ling Feng. He smiled gently, wrapping his arms around the waists of the two women, and soon they all drifted off to sleep. Due to Ling Feng's injuries, it was unwise to venture out recklessly, so the trio remained in the hotel for a day. Only when Ling Feng's condition improved did they finally leave. He also managed to find a watermelon knife in the hotel kitchen. Although it was no match for his katana, it was at least better than being unarmed. Additionally, they took a considerable amount of food from the kitchen, particularly some preserved meats and canned goods, which were suitable for long-term storage. "Let us set off," Ling Feng declared, waving his hand. "All right, hold on tight." Shizuka chirped energetically, pressing the accelerator, causing the Hummer's engine to roar to life as they swiftly exited the hotel parking lot. Faced with the encroaching zombies, the Hummer bulldozed through them, carving a bloody path. And soon they were racing down the spacious highway. This time, the trio had a specific objective. They sought more suitable weapons, and there was a place where they could undoubtedly acquire valuable resources. Little did they know, not long after their departure, a massive crimson python slithered onto the road, capable of sweeping aside a horde of zombies with a mere flick of its tail, showcasing immense power. The fiery python halted at the hotel entrance, its gaze lingering for a moment before it turned towards the road where the trio had driven away, its body twisting as it began to slither forward. The next afternoon, at a steel mill in Zhuangzhou City, a Hummer rolled to a stop at the factory entrance. Ling Feng and his companions, armed with weapons, disembarked and climbed over the iron gate to enter the facility. During his battle with the python, Ling Feng had realized a crucial issue. While the katana was exceedingly sharp and effective against ordinary zombies, it was somewhat inadequate when facing powerful, mutated creatures of considerable size. Thus, he resolved to procure a larger weapon, leading them to this location. Although they had not chosen the largest steel mill in Zhuangzhou City, it was still of medium size, and the number of zombies inside was substantial. Upon entering, they were immediately confronted by a horde of zombies wandering through the factory. Roar, roar, a throng of zombies, howling and clawing, surrounded them, their animalistic eyes filled with primal hunger for fresh flesh. "Let us go." Without any further ado, Ling Feng and his companions sprang into action. Charging towards the nearest zombies, two zombies lunged at him. A flicker of indifference crossed Ling Feng's eyes. He strode forward, effortlessly wielding the watermelon knife to decapitate the two with swift strikes. Siko's killing speed was even more impressive. Against ordinary zombies, her current strength made it as easy as slicing vegetables. Meanwhile, Shizuka, wishing to conserve ammunition, wielded a metal rod in combat. However, now that she possessed energy, her strength was not to be underestimated. Each strike could crush a zombie's skull. The sight of these beautiful women brutally dispatching zombies was indeed visually striking. Through their cooperation, they spent about half an hour eliminating over 200 zombies, including a brood zombie and a speedster zombie, both of which were swiftly dispatched by Ling Feng and Siko. "Hey, over here, come save us, please," as the trio prepared to take a breather after their slaughter. A middle-aged man wearing a hard hat leaned out of a third-floor window in the employee dormitory, calling to them, with a few young men behind him who appeared to be workers. Survivors, Siko and Shizuka did not respond to him, but instead turned to Ling Feng, for the decision-making power now rested entirely in their man's hands. "They may have some value to us." Ling Feng contemplated for a moment and remarked, "If I were to forge weapons myself, the quality would undoubtedly be somewhat crude. However, if skilled workers familiar with the facilities here were to craft them, the task would likely be much simpler. After all, we must clear out the zombies here sooner or later, so let us proceed." Once Ling Feng made his decision, the three of them ambled forward. Upon noticing their approach, the middle-aged man by the window flashed a peculiar smile. "Let us proceed with caution and clear the area slowly," Siko Juzawa said, swiftly severing a zombie's head with her blade and casually flicking off the blood. "Indeed," Ling Feng nodded in agreement. The employee dormitory was relatively cramped, with a concentrated number of zombies. So despite their confidence, the trio advanced cautiously, gradually diminishing the horde. However, when they reached the third floor, they encountered a rather strange scene. Unlike the first and second floors, the corridor on the third floor was littered not only with the corpses of zombies, but also with dismembered human limbs and entrails, creating a scene of grotesque carnage. The stench overwhelming. "Perhaps the workers were responsible for this," Shizuka remarked, wrinkling her nose in distaste. "After all, they were laborers. It wouldn't be impossible for them to wield weapons and eliminate some zombies. I'm curious as to why only the third floor has surviving workers while the other floors are devoid of life. Is it possible they are all concentrated here?" Siko pondered, confused. "Moreover, all these doors are locked tight," Shizuka noted, tugging at several doors, only to find them secured. "We could simply ask and find out," Ling Feng suggested nonchalantly. Soon, the trio arrived outside the room from which the distress call had originated. After knocking, the door swung open, revealing several crude-looking crossbows aimed directly at them, arrows poised and ready to be released at the slightest provocation. Despite having sensed something amiss, the sudden confrontation took Ling Feng and his companions by surprise, filling them with both shock and revulsion. "I didn't expect you actually came," the middle-aged man in a hard hat, along with a few young men, burst into gleeful, malicious laughter at their astonishment. "I told you, boss, these fools are really as dim-witted as they come, actually showing up. Ha ha ha. I couldn't see clearly from below. But damn, there are two stunning beauties among them. We're in for a treat, boys." One of the more unsavory-looking youths, his eyes gleaming with greed, leered at Siko and Shizuka, while the others echoed his sentiments. It was evident that Ling Feng and his companions had fallen into a trap, encountering those with murderous intent. "Fools, are you not aware of their previous tactics? You all, drop your weapons immediately and refrain from any tricks, or we will shoot you on the spot. No matter how fast you are, you can't escape." Though the middle-aged man eyed the beauty of Siko and Shizuka with covetousness, he remained relatively composed, his gaze wary, especially fixated on Shizuka's shotgun. Upon hearing their leader's command, the youths tightened their grips on their crossbows, aiming them at the trio's vital points: eyes, throats, chests, and heads, ready to pull the triggers without hesitation at the slightest movement from them. "You really have some nerve, don't you?" Ling Feng smirked coldly, returning their gaze. He anticipated encountering bandits who would feign distress to lure them in. Indeed, they had let their guard down. "You are utterly shameless for deceiving us. You clearly have crossbows at your disposal. Why not fight your way out instead of hiding here?" Shizuka exclaimed, her patience wearing thin after attempting to help only to be ensnared in a deceitful trap. "How laughable," the middle-aged man sneered. "You think it's so easy to get out? With our makeshift weapons, how long do you think we could last outside? It's far better to stay here and enjoy ourselves. I must thank you for delivering guns and food to us. It should suffice for several days. Head, I advise you to put down your weapons quickly, as we don't have much food on us." Siko replied coldly, aware that the narrow confines of the doorway made it preferable to avoid conflict if possible, to minimize the risk of collateral damage. However, upon hearing this, their adversaries erupted in raucous laughter, prompting Ling Feng to frown and retort, "What is so amusing? The middle-aged man halted his laughter and leaned slightly closer to Ling Feng. His expression twisted with malice. Hey, do you have any idea what we've been surviving on for the past month and a half since this damn zombie apocalypse began? Did you not notice the corpses in the corridor? Instantly, the group erupted in sinister laughter, their expressions resembling those of demons. Ling Feng and his companions exchanged incredulous glances, piecing together the gruesome sight of dismembered limbs and locked doors they had encountered earlier. And their expressions darkened with horror that it became painfully clear. These men were resorting to cannibalism, and likely not just one victim. Boss, we're going to have a lot of fun with these two women. I've never seen such exquisite specimens before, especially that one with the ample bosom. Those two lovely mounds will surely be a delight. The group leered at Shizuka's chest, their eyes glistening with lust. One particularly lascivious youth, unable to restrain himself, reached out eagerly towards her voluptuous form. No, Shizuka cried out in alarm. Seeking death? Ling Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he swiftly seized the youth's wrist. And before the boy could react, he forcefully twisted, shattering the arm with a sickening crack. My bone is broken. Boss, quick, kill him. The youth screamed, writhing in agony. Enough, release your weapons now. The middle-aged man's expression soured as he glared at Ling Feng, all the while urging his companions to tighten their grips on their crossbows. Fingers poised on the triggers, a mocking smile crept across Ling Feng's lips as he coldly declared, "None of you will leave here alive today. Kill them. Now." The middle-aged man barked the order, realizing too late the fatal error of being so close to Ling Feng. In that instant, as the youths prepared to fire their crossbows, Ling Feng hurled the captured youth towards them. Intercepting the first volley of arrows, without retreating, he charged into the dormitory room like a ravenous wolf among sheep, delivering rapid, punishing blows with his fists that in such close quarters, his combat techniques excelled, showcasing the lethal efficiency of the Wolf Fang fist. The anguished screams of the unfortunate assailants echoed within the room, punctuated by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. That Ling Feng's relentless onslaught left them reeling, their attempts to retaliate thwarted by the time-consuming need to reload their crude crossbows. And he would not grant them the luxury of reprieve. From the moment Ling Feng made his move, the outcome was already sealed. There was no need for Siko's assistance. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man and several young men were all brought to their knees, their bones shattered, crying out in agony, their arms grotesquely deformed, clearly rendered useless. They glared at Ling Feng and his companions with resentment, tinged with a hint of fear. Ling Feng exhaled deeply, retracting his hands as he stood, gazing at the fallen figures with a sense of reflection. Had he not exchanged for the close combat skill of the Wolf Fang fist, engaging in such confined combat would have posed a considerable challenge. Now, it was a far simpler affair. You know why I refrained from killing you outright. Because you wretches, to dispatch you instantly would be to grant you an undeserved mercy. Ling Feng coldly remarked, his eyes ablaze with fury. He considered himself no paragon of virtue, yet he maintained a fundamental moral boundary. The act of cannibalism, regardless of the justifications presented, had long surpassed the limits of his tolerance. Moreover, what was most disconcerting was the utter lack of remorse exhibited by these individuals, who were nothing more than demons masquerading in human guise. That I am particularly concerned about those tightly locked doors. We ought to investigate further. There may still be survivors, Siko urged anxiously. After finding some rags to gag the groaning men on the floor, they swiftly searched the room, soon uncovering a set of keys marked with room numbers. Zhu Chuan Shizuka suddenly shrieked, collapsing to the ground, trembling as she pointed beneath a bed, her hand covering her mouth as she retched repeatedly, her face a mask of horror. What happened? Ling Feng and Siko hurried over, bending down to look, only to be met with a sight that drained color from their faces, prompting them to turn away in nausea. Beneath the bed lay a mangled corpse of a woman. To be precise, a body severed into several pieces, bearing numerous gashes from sharp instruments. Missing chunks of flesh, a bloodied head was positioned outward, and anyone who leaned in could see the wide, despairing eyes that held a haunting mix of hopelessness and terror. It was inconceivable what sort of brutal torment she must have endured before her demise. These monsters were nothing short of beasts, although they had prepared themselves for the horrors of this world. The stark reality of such a tragic scene left none among Ling Feng, Siko, and Shizuka able to maintain their composure. They could only retch, and to refrain from vomiting was a considerable feat in itself. Ling Feng soon discovered a small iron pot, hesitating briefly before opening it. The contents and the foul odor that wafted from it compelled him to hastily cover it again, turning away as he could no longer suppress his urge to vomit. Expelling everything onto the middle-aged man, Seiko and Shizuka exchanged glances, devoid of the courage to investigate further, fully aware of what lay within. After some time, once Ling Feng had composed himself, he approached the middle-aged man and seized his thigh. Disregarding the man's desperate thrashing and whimpering, he exerted his strength. Crack, crack. He forcefully twisted the man's thigh in an unnatural direction. With 2 swift motions, he contorted both legs entirely. The excruciating pain rendered the middle-aged man unconscious in an instant. "You bastards," Ling Feng seethed. Not only the middle-aged man, but all others were met with the same fate. Ling Feng spared none, systematically breaking their limbs and even crushing their genitals. "Have a drink, Xiaofeng." Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng accepted the small bottle from Shizuka, unscrewing it to gulp down the refreshing water, finding solace in its coolness. "Let us see if there are any survivors. If there are, we must do our utmost to save them," Ling Feng declared, grasping the ring of keys as he exited the room. With Seiko and Shizuka trailing closely behind, the trio moved from their dormitory to the third-floor corridor. Utilizing the keys to unlock each room, the scenes within nearly prompting them to retch once more. On the third floor, in nearly every room, lay 1 or 2 corpses, all meticulously dismembered with their innards removed, sprinkled with salt, clearly indicating that these brutes intended to cure the bodies for long-term consumption. Room after room yielded no signs of life. Only the bodies of the deceased, neither zombies nor living beings, remained. "These beasts." Ju Chuan Shizuka clenched her cherry lips, while Seiko gripped the hilt of her katana, her expression one of icy resolve. Humans often tremble before various phantasmal demons. Yet, the most terrifying demons of all are those that reside within humanity itself. Once the inner devil escapes its confines, humanity can swiftly transform into bloodthirsty fiends, rendering all other monsters insignificant. Each door opened was an agonizing torment and a psychological trial for the trio. And as they closed the final door, Ling Feng was struck by a sudden thought. Perhaps similar atrocities were still unfolding elsewhere. Seiko shook her head in pain, her sentimentality evident. The 3 fell into a profound silence. Since the onset of the apocalypse, though they had faced numerous dangers and tribulations, they had generally navigated through with relative ease, seldom experiencing hunger as their strength grew. So too did their ability to secure food and water with minimal effort. However, witnessing the darkest facets of humanity weighed heavily upon them, leaving an unsettling taste in their mouths. After a long moment, Ling Feng sighed heavily, shaking his head. "Let us go eliminate those scoundrels. No need for further discussion. Directly kill them. Then we'll check the situation on the 4th floor. Perhaps Eve can locate some surviving workers." Agreed. Seiko and Shizuka nodded gravely. The trio returned to the previous dormitory room and, without hesitation, beheaded the struggling men on the floor with swift, decisive strokes. These wretches all deserve death. Ling Feng gazed at the headless corpses, his tone frigid as a glint of bloodlust flashed in Seiko's eyes, the act of killing invigorating her, free from any psychological burden. "We should leave. I have no desire to linger here," Ju Chuan Shizuka murmured softly. Indeed, Ling Feng nodded in agreement. After dispatching the vile scum, the 3 felt a profound sense of relief and exhilaration. And after regaining their composure, they proceeded to the 4th floor, intending to ascertain if any survivors remained, albeit with slim hope. The relatively small steel mill's employee dormitory only spanned 5 floors. They ascended the stairs to the 4th floor, where they encountered several wandering zombies. This discovery offered a modicum of comfort, confirming that the occupants of the 3rd floor had not ventured up. Ling Feng attempted to open a door. Finding it easily yielding to his grasp, the zombie lunged forth with a guttural roar. Fortunately, Ling Feng was prepared, gripping his watermelon knife and striking with force. The blade flashed, cleanly severing the zombie's head. Upon peering inside, he found only a carcass stripped to the bones, devoid of any living souls. Hearing the commotion, the zombies on the 4th floor roared and surged forward. "Deal with them," Ling Feng commanded, charging ahead. Though his katana had been replaced by a simple watermelon knife, his strength had significantly increased, rendering him more than capable of handling the average zombie. After expending considerable effort, The trio cleared the 4th floor of zombies and found a relatively clean room to rest before proceeding to the 5th floor. Ling Feng sat on the bed, checking his system. After several days of combat, he now possessed 4,531 energy points, nearing the threshold of 5,000. How swiftly time has passed, Ling Feng mused, recognizing that as his power grew, so too did the speed at which he accumulated energy points. Observing Juchuan, Shizuka, and Siko, he contemplated before addressing them. Shizuka, Siko, I wish to exchange for another energy wave technique. This would diversify your means of attack, especially for you, Shizuka, as you are not particularly adept with melee weapons. Having an additional ability would provide me with greater peace of mind. Very well. Jiuchuan Jingxiang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, Ling Feng's speed in defeating monsters had significantly improved. Acquiring 800 energy points would merely require a bit of time, that I find it utterly unnecessary, for I have already mastered the art of using the Qi wave technique, spoke Poison Island Siko. Her words startling. Observing Ling Feng's astonished gaze, she smiled gently and extended her hand, as delicate as jade. Initially, nothing seemed amiss, but gradually, a visible golden energy began to coalesce within her palm, forming a small energy sphere. In a soft voice, Poison Island Siko elaborated, perhaps it is due to my years of training in swordsmanship from a young age that I have some knack for adjusting my body's energy flow. After acquiring Qi, I dedicated myself to research. Not long ago, I finally grasped the route for expelling Qi from my body, though I am still not very proficient. Its power likely does not compare to the Qi wave technique you exchange for. Dear husband. However, given a little more time, I should be able to catch up. Thus, there is no need to waste energy points. You may exchange them for Jingxiang instead, as her abilities are indeed somewhat lacking. Ling Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. While Siko claimed this, she probably learned it long ago without telling him, likely to avoid putting pressure on him. He felt an inexplicable irritation at being outshone by his own woman. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he dismissed it. After all, Siko was never an ordinary person. Having trained in swordsmanship for over a decade, her foundation was naturally far beyond that of an ordinary individual like himself. You could have told me earlier. He murmured with a slight pout. Forgive me, dear husband, I was wrong, Siko admitted sweetly, intertwining her arm with Ling Feng's, her soft curves pressing against him. As a traditional woman, Poison Island Siko understood well that no matter how powerful she became, she must always present herself as a delicate daughter in front of her husband. Otherwise, she would not win his affection. Then, dear husband, you must give my little behind a good spanking, Ling Feng said with a mischievous grin. Turning Siko around and playfully delivering 2 firm slaps to her pert backside. Dear husband, you're so naughty, Siko gasped, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Ling Feng with eyes like blooming peach blossoms. Had the setting been more suitable, she might have already shed her trousers and initiated more intimate activities. Little Feng-chan, it's our turn next. You mustn't take advantage of the opportunity, Jiuchuan Jingxiang said with a playful tug on Ling Feng. Her face a rosy hue. She swiftly turned and removed her trousers, revealing her fair behind, arching it enticingly towards Ling Feng. There was no choice. In order to exchange for the technique for the women, they had to be in a united state. Ling Feng thought to himself that this was certainly not his fault. It was the essence of the Dragon Ball system that was truly wicked. Without further ado, noticing Jingxiang's behind swaying enticingly, Ling Feng found himself naturally aroused. After a necessary moment of preparation, they connected perfectly, and Ling Feng did not engage in any frivolity, directly exchanging the Qi wave technique for Jiuchuan Jingxiang. Afterwards, they parted ways, though he was reluctant to do so. The environment was simply not conducive to lingering. I shall help you relieve your stress, dear husband. Men shouldn't have to endure such things, Poison Island Siko declared. Just as Ling Feng prepared to tuck himself away, Siko suddenly grasped him with a gentle smile, then leaned down, her flowing hair cascading down and obscuring her face. Ling Feng felt as though he had entered paradise. 5 minutes later, he tucked himself away with a look of satisfaction. Observing the white liquid at the corner of Siko's lips, he gently took her hand, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, Siko." Siko smiled softly, shaking her head and saying nothing. She then licked her lips, consuming the white liquid with a grace that nearly drove Ling Feng wild, though he managed to suppress his urges after a moment of reflection. He cast a wry glance at Siko, realizing he had no resistance against such a stunning beauty. So, Jingxiang, are you feeling more familiar with it? Siko asked with a smile, looking at Jingxiang. Jiuchuan Jingxiang nodded, gathering a sphere of energy the size of a tennis ball in her palm, exclaiming with delight, "This feels so fun. I had always watched Little Fengchan, and Siko used the Qi wave technique or Qi blades to attack. And now I can do it too. Once I get the hang of it, I shall find some zombies to bully. Let us take a moment of silence for those unfortunate zombies." After exchanging the Qi wave technique for Jiuchuan Jingxiang, Ling Feng's energy points dwindled to 3731. Though this meant the time to exchange for the Kamehameha technique would slow down, Ling Feng was unconcerned, knowing he would soon replenish them. After a brief rest, the trio ascended to the 5th floor, the final level. That if there were no survivors here, Ling Feng would have to search elsewhere for any remaining workers, perhaps in the dining hall or workshop. After all, without workers, forging weapons would be quite troublesome, especially with the electromagnetic pulses caused by nuclear detonations rendering all electrical equipment useless. He needed experienced workers to help him craft molds, as doing it himself would be fraught with challenges regarding dimensions. Is anyone out there? Help me. Originally, Ling Feng had lost hope of finding any survivors, but unexpectedly, during the process of clearing zombies, he caught a faint, weak voice emanating from a room in the corner. Someone is still alive. The three exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with surprise. Hang on, once we clear out the zombies, we will come to rescue you. Ling Feng shouted towards the door before hastening to eliminate the wandering zombies in the corridor. They worked swiftly, soon clearing the 5th floor of zombies, meticulously ensuring every room was devoid of threats. I think we should proceed with caution, Ling Feng suggested hesitantly as they reached the door of the corner room. He drew his handgun before opening the door. Recalling their previous experience, it was wise to be cautious. However, upon opening the door, he realized his worries were unfounded. Inside lay a young man, pale and slightly overweight, wearing black-framed glasses, resembling a plump version of Hirano Koda. Ling Feng offered him a bit of water and some food, and upon seeing the provisions, the man's eyes lit up as he gratefully devoured the offerings. "My name is Mitsui Ryojo. I can't thank you enough. I thought I was done for." After consuming some food, the young man's complexion visibly improved, and he looked at the trio with gratitude. "You are the only one left alive in this dormitory. Everyone else has turned into zombies, and we have dealt with them," Ling Feng stated plainly, omitting any mention of the vile demons. The young man's face paled, and he took a deep breath, offering a bitter smile. "If I hadn't been such a glutton, I wouldn't have survived the first day. There was plenty of food in my dorm room, and my roommate just happened to be away that I would have starved to death by now. I have been hungry for 4 days. Had you not come today, I would have likely perished by tomorrow." Recalling the horrifying scenes from the onset of the apocalypse sent shivers down Mitsui Ryojo's spine, every hair on his body standing on end. "How long have you been here? We need your assistance with something. I hope you can help." Poison Island Siko inquired. "That I've been here for 2 years. I know most of the basic techniques. However, with the power outage, many devices are unusable," Mitsui Ryojo replied honestly. His gaze shifted to the katana in Siko's hand, and he exclaimed with eagerness, "May I see it?" Siko hesitated for a moment, but ultimately felt no threat from him, so she handed over the katana. The young man eagerly examined the blade, praising it continuously. "What a fine sword. The length of the blade. The meticulous design of the hilt, and this cold texture and sheen. It is clearly top-notch craftsmanship. Regrettably, it appears that some of the blades have become slightly warped, likely due to extensive use over time and prolonged collisions with hard objects. Furthermore, the tip of the sword has also suffered, as it bears the greatest stress." The rotund individual, holding a katana, began to speak incessantly. Ling Feng and his companions exchanged glances. This portly fellow seemed to possess some expertise, and they wondered if he might surprise them. "This sword is quite commendable, yet it has not been properly maintained, and it has been utilized too frequently," he remarked. Upon hearing this, the plump man paused momentarily, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he awkwardly smiled and returned the katana to Siko, his expression filled with reverence. "While this sword may not be crafted by a master, it is undoubtedly of superior quality, far exceeding that of an ordinary katana. It is astonishing that it has even developed a slight warping. Just how many zombies has this woman slain with it?" "Truly impressive." Matsui, the rotund man, was secretly astonished. He was no fool and quickly deduced why the sword had become warped. "You seem to be quite knowledgeable. I have not heard many of those professional terms before." Jukawa Shizuka remarked with a smile. The plump man, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and admitted, I simply have a passion for cold weapons. To be candid, I have secretly hoarded a few cold weapons that I crafted myself. Allow me to show you. With that, he retrieved a wooden box measuring over half a meter from under the bed. Upon opening it, they found several daggers of varying sizes inside. Ling Feng casually picked up one of the daggers for inspection. While its quality was not exceptional, it was certainly decent, far beyond what an average person could produce. If you have weapons, why are you trapped in this room? Shizuka inquired, puzzled. The plump man's face turned awkward as he sheepishly replied. I was afraid to go outside. I thought perhaps someone would come to rescue me. Given his admission, Ling Feng and the others refrained from mocking him. After all, few possessed the courage to confront a horde of zombies. In fact, our intention in rescuing you is twofold. Firstly, it is simply to save a life. Secondly, we have some matters we would like to see if you could assist us with, specifically regarding weapons. Ling Feng set down the dagger and looked at Matsui earnestly. The plump man's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he patted his chest and vowed, You can count on me as long as it is within my capabilities. I will do my utmost. Ling Feng then shared his plans, which left Matsui somewhat surprised. However, after some contemplation, he responded, Handcrafted items can indeed be a bit troublesome, but I have learned a few tricks from a master craftsman. As long as the design is not overly complex, I can manage to create general cold weapons as long as there is a basic mold that I just need to know if you have a design blueprint. If not, we will need to create one that I have a design, Ling Feng replied. Reaching into his clothing to produce the blueprint he had prepared earlier, he firmly believed that his weapons should be designed by himself to ensure they would be most comfortable and effective in use. I hope you can forge it, Ling Feng said to Matsui. His voice steadied. He was in urgent need of a suitable weapon to enhance his combat capabilities. He envisioned a double-edged greatsword with a hilt that could connect, with each individual blade measuring just over a meter. When joined, the combined length would be formidable, serving as a deadly weapon whether used separately or together. Additionally, I require the blades to be sufficiently sharp, particularly the tip. That is of utmost importance. The other areas may be somewhat coarser, Ling Feng added. Matsui scrutinized the blueprint thoughtfully and nodded. You are fortunate. Just before the apocalypse, we had the chance to forge a batch of high-quality alloy steel. That will suffice, and I estimate it will take at least 2 days. 2 days? That is quite expedient, Siko remarked, nodding in agreement. Ling Feng was also pleased. At the very least, he had saved a useful individual. Rather than one who merely consumed resources without contributing, he then left some food and water for Matsui, instructing him to remain in his room and not venture outside. Ling Feng, along with Siko and Shizuka, proceeded to eliminate the remaining zombies scattered throughout the factory, particularly in the cafeteria and various workshops, where the numbers were still significant. The trio first arrived at the cafeteria, which housed an even greater number of zombies. Upon opening the cafeteria door, they were greeted by a sea of zombie heads bobbing about. Siko and Shizuka skillfully lured groups of zombies out, allowing Ling Feng to dispatch them one by one, steadily increasing their energy points. Just as Ling Feng was reveling in his efficient slaughter, a towering zombie, over 2 meters tall, with a physique as solid as steel and muscles rippling like armor, pushed through a throng of zombies, swinging 2 enormous fists akin to oversized hammers towards him. Is this a mutated zombie? Ling Feng thought, swiftly dodging to the side, observing that this creature did not resemble a typical brute force zombie. It appeared to be a new variant. Siko, you handle the other zombies. I'll take care of this one, Ling Feng declared loudly, sensing a challenge in the hulking figure before him. Despite its apparent strength, the lumbering zombie's speed was no match for Ling Feng's agility. The creature swung a fist, which Ling Feng deftly evaded, countering with a powerful slash from his watermelon knife aimed at its arm. To his surprise, the knife was deflected, leaving only a superficial scratch on the zombie's arm, a mere nothing in terms of damage. Its defense is astonishing, Ling Feng exclaimed, taken aback. Seizing the moment of Ling Feng's astonishment, the massive zombie roared, bringing both fists crashing down towards him that if struck, Ling Feng feared his head would explode. Sensing the rush of wind from the impending attack, he quickly crouched to avoid the blow while simultaneously delivering another powerful strike. The force of his attack pushed the zombie back several steps, but it still bore little evidence of injury. Charging relentlessly towards Ling Feng, truly a tough-skinned adversary. Recognizing the creature's formidable defensive capabilities, Ling Feng deduced that it must be a defensive-type zombie. Otherwise, even a brute force zombie would have sustained a significant wound from his strike. Now that I understand your nature, your end is nigh, Ling Feng thought, coldly observing the approaching fists. With a smirk, he sheathed the watermelon knife and clenched his right fist, unleashing a powerful strike imbued with a faint golden glow that collided with the zombie's massive fist. The contrast between the small and large fists was stark, yet the outcome revealed that Ling Feng's punch nearly sent the hulking zombie tumbling to the ground, forcing it to retreat several steps. Its fist visibly dented. Although Ling Feng also staggered back slightly, he remained largely unharmed. Indeed, while its defensive power was formidable, its offensive strength was comparatively lacking, and its speed was slower than that of the brute force zombies. Ling Feng quickly grasped the pattern of the defensive-type zombies, and as the hulking figure charged at him, a glint of cold determination sparked in his eyes. Die. Ling Feng retaliated, gripping the watermelon knife tightly, channeling energy through it. The blade, previously not exceptionally sharp, now gleamed with a golden aura. He sidestepped the massive fist, swung the blade gently, and a golden line sliced through the air, severing the zombie's head from its shoulders. The robust body collapsed to the ground with a thud, toppling several nearby zombies in the process. Despite encountering the previously unseen defensive zombie, Ling Feng and his companions efficiently cleared the cafeteria of its undead occupants, resulting in Ling Feng's energy points rising to 4320. After the battle, the trio rested on a bench in the square, conversing while sipping water and consuming food to restore their strength, including this encounter with the defensive zombie. We currently recognize 3 types of mutated zombies: brute force, speed, and defense. That I wonder if we will encounter even more troublesome variants in the future. Seiko Poison Island took a sip of water and remarked, among these 3 types of zombies, I personally believe that the speed-type zombie is the most perilous, yet also the easiest to eliminate. When confronted with such a creature, one must seize the initiative and strike with full force without hesitation. It is imperative not to engage in a prolonged battle that if one gets entangled, it becomes a troublesome predicament. The strength-type zombies are relatively simpler to deal with, but one must not be careless. Direct confrontation should be avoided whenever possible. As for the defensive mutated zombies, it depends on the situation. Without a formidable weapon, they can indeed prove quite challenging, akin to a solid iron tower. Ling Feng observed the 2 women and spoke solemnly. In light of this, I shall request that Mitsui forge a spare katana for me, lest my current weapon falters and I find myself without a suitable armament. Seiko, polishing her katana, responded, preparation is paramount. One must never wait until the critical moment to scramble for solutions. And what about me, Seiko-chan, and Xiaofeng-chan? Kurukawa, Shizuka seemed to have reverted to her playful demeanor. Ling Feng smiled faintly and gently patted Shizuka's silky hair, saying, you need not worry. Remain behind to provide us with fire support. Sure, leave it to me, Shizuka declared, striking a comical pose reminiscent of Popeye, her enthusiasm radiating cuteness. After resting for a brief moment, the trio prepared to approach the portly Mitsui when suddenly a sharp hiss echoed. A piercing roar erupted from the direction of the steel mill, accompanied by the sound of a heavy impact against the door, which appeared to have been forcefully breached. Let us go investigate. Ling Feng's expression shifted. He recognized that sound. The 3 rushed over, mindful that their Hummer was still parked at the entrance and could not afford to be in jeopardy. Arriving at the steel mill's entrance, they beheld a colossal, fire-red python, its massive tail smashing against the steel door, reducing it to rubble. Their Hummer had already been overturned to the side, slightly deformed. How could a mutated giant python emerge from here? Good grief, Ling Feng exclaimed in shock, noting that this creature's stature rivaled that of the previous giant python, perhaps even surpassing it in strength. Hiss. Just as Ling Feng and the others approached, the giant python set its deep crimson gaze upon them, flicking its tongue rapidly, its eyes narrowing as a brutal murderous intent surged forth. It let out a terrifying roar, unveiling its massive, gaping maw filled with sharp fangs, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that rolled forth. Evade! The scorching flames rushed towards them, and Ling Feng felt as if his eyebrows might ignite. His face paled, and without a moment's hesitation, he leaped forward, pushing Seiko and Shizuka to the ground. In the next instant, flames swept over their heads, striking the bronze statue in the center of the steel mill plaza, which visibly melted away in an instant, losing a significant portion of its mass, dripping molten bronze to the ground. Seeing this, Ling Feng was struck with terror. The melting point of copper is 1083.4, which meant the flames emitted by the giant python exceeded that temperature. What on earth is going on? Where did this creature come from? Ling Feng fumed. With his current strength, he could not withstand such extreme heat. Hiss. Before Ling Feng could contemplate further, the giant python opened its mouth once more, a torrent of intense flames swirling within, erupting into a violent fire pillar that surged towards the trio. Siko, Poison Island, and Ling Feng struck almost in unison, wielding their weapons, Siko with her katana and Ling Feng with his watermelon knife, creating a 1-meter-long blade of energy. Kurukawa, Shizuka joined in, unleashing a wave of energy. The three attacks collided against the flames, a fierce clash of energies resulting in a powerful shockwave that spread outward. Even the python's robust form staggered back slightly, while Ling Feng and the others were tossed about. Landing in a disarrayed heap, Siko, toss me your katana. Ling Feng shouted urgently at Poison Island Siko, simultaneously hurling his watermelon knife towards her. Without hesitation, Siko flipped her katana and threw it to Ling Feng, picking up the watermelon knife in return. As Ling Feng caught the katana midair, he activated his aerial technique, soaring towards the python, the katana glowing with golden light as he struck with all his might against the creature's body. A gleam of gold sliced through the air, leaving a gaping wound on the python's thick form, blood oozing profusely. This time, leveraging his prior experience, Ling Feng infused energy into the katana, enhancing its power despite the toll on the weapon's durability. At this moment, he could not be concerned with such trivialities. Hiss. The pain only fueled the python's rage. Its tail whirled, encircled by flames that carried an astonishing heat, striking with astonishing speed. Ling Feng barely registered the flash of fire before the tail was upon him. Leaving no time to evade, with no other option, he gritted his teeth and swung the katana directly in its path. Boom. The strike left a deep gash on the python, but Ling Feng was still propelled away by the tremendous force. With Siko and Shizuka rushing to catch him, arms outstretched, straining to break his fall, Shizuka attempted to fire her shotgun, but the results were underwhelming. It merely pierced the scales and penetrated the flesh without delivering a fatal blow. Get the semi-automatic rifle from the vehicle, and bring the crossbow too, Ling Feng urged, quickly exchanging his katana for Siko's watermelon knife, then soaring into the air with his aerial technique. Once airborne, Ling Feng's focus naturally shifted to the massive python below, which had redirected its attention towards him, spewing flames. Yet, he deftly evaded each fiery assault. Get lost, Ling Feng roared, channeling golden energy into the watermelon knife, twisting his body to deliver a powerful downward strike. The knife whistled through the air, aimed straight for the python's head. If it connected, the beast would surely meet its end. Roar. Sensing the imminent threat, the giant python unleashed a furious roar reminiscent of a dragon's, conjuring a crimson flame shield above its head. To Ling Feng's disbelief, the shield absorbed the energy-infused watermelon knife. Boom. The knife ultimately breached the protective barrier but lost much of its power, merely leaving a shallow wound on the python's cheek before shattering upon impact. The ordinary watermelon knife lacked the durability to withstand Ling Feng's ferocious assault. The dark red shield utilized by the python seemed to have drained a considerable amount of its energy. Its aura visibly diminished. Nevertheless, its blood-red eyes remained fixated on Ling Feng. Strangely, he perceived a hint of hatred within that gaze, prompting him to ponder whether it was connected to the giant python he had previously slain. The python, having observed Ling Feng momentarily distracted, seized the opportunity. With a powerful thrust of its tail, it propelled itself upward, jaws agape, intent on swallowing him whole. A putrid stench of blood assaulted Ling Feng's senses, and he mentally berated himself for losing focus in battle. That he quickly ascended, hoping to evade the python's gaping maw. However, the python roared and surged upward with renewed vigor, its massive jaws snapping towards Ling Feng with a ferocious intensity. Faced with the imminent threat of the gigantic mouth, every hair on Ling Feng's body stood on end as an overwhelming sense of death enveloped him, infiltrating every cell in his being. That a sudden jolt of instinct surged through him, and without thinking, he executed the Wolf Fang fist, reflexively grasping the python's upper and lower jaws. His arm muscles strained as he fought to contain the creature's formidable maw. Hiss. Roar. The python, resembling both a serpent and a dragon, roared in fury, its jaws attempting to clamp down, while Ling Feng exerted every ounce of strength, his teeth grinding together, blood vessels bulging in his neck as he resisted with all his might, suspended in midair. Ling Feng found it difficult to leverage his legs, and the python's descent nearly caused him to loosen his grip. As the creature continued to thrash its head, holding on became increasingly arduous. Boom! A crisp gunshot rang out. And instantly a gaping wound appeared on the neck of the gigantic python. Simultaneously, a silver arrow pierced through its scales and embedded itself in its flesh. Xiaofeng, my dear husband, it was Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and Dudu Siko, each wielding a semi-automatic rifle and a crossbow, respectively. Initially aiming for the creature's head, they refrained from doing so for fear of inadvertently harming Ling Feng and redirected their shots elsewhere, in agony. The python's grip slackened considerably, allowing Ling Feng to seize the opportunity to escape its repulsive maw, gasping for air as he distanced himself. Good heavens, I almost met my demise. Ling Feng felt his back drenched with sweat. Upon witnessing Ling Feng's escape, the python was instantly enraged, its hatred swiftly shifting towards the two women. It roared and lunged at them. But due to its incredible speed, Jingxiang barely had time to raise her rifle for a proper shot. Siko, seeing this, had no choice but to abandon her crossbow and unsheath her katana to confront the beast head-on. Beast! As the python lunged towards Siko and Jingxiang, Ling Feng erupted with fury, summoning all his strength as he dashed towards the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his arms around the python's massive body, feeling an immense power surge between his arms, accompanied by a searing heat that caused the fabric beneath his armpits to tear apart. The python's forward momentum slowed significantly, yet it still collided with Siko's katana, producing a sharp clang. A crimson gash appeared on the python's head, revealing the dark red flesh beneath, while Siko spat out a mouthful of blood and fell, only to be swiftly supported by the concerned Jingxiang. Damn it! Ling Feng, obstructed from seeing Siko's condition by the writhing python, since she had been knocked down. In his fury, he tightened his grip, and perhaps due to the python's own exhaustion, he was able to lift it. Although Ling Feng himself was low on stamina, after straining for half a turn, he hurled the python away, crashing it into a building outside the steel mill. Sending debris flying, the python fell to the ground. Sensing that the situation had turned against it, the python, battered and bruised, made a hasty retreat, casting one last, penetrating glance at Ling Feng, its blood-red eyes filled with an icy hatred that sent a chill down his spine. Though he longed to pursue, the sight of the injured Siko and the approaching sounds of nearby zombies, combined with his own dwindling energy, compelled him to abandon the chase. Together with Jingxiang, he helped Siko towards the Humvee, exerting force to flip the overturned vehicle back onto its wheels. Ling Feng and Siko took their seats in the back, while Jingxiang drove through a horde of zombies, escaping the steel mill. It was not a lack of desire to enter the steel mill. Rather, the iron gate had been destroyed by the python, leaving it defenseless against the encroaching zombies, necessitating their retreat. Not far from the steel mill, in a small inn, the three rested in a room. Ling Feng was applying medicine to Siko's hands, as the python's immense strength had inflicted significant pressure on her palms, causing painful cracks that bled profusely. Jingxiang administered some hemostatic and analgesic medication, wrapping her hands in small bandages. The evolution speed of these mutated creatures is alarmingly rapid, Ling Feng remarked solemnly, observing Siko's injuries. Why didn't Xiao Fengchan use the DD wave to obliterate the python? Jingxiang inquired, puzzled. Ling Feng replied with a wry smile. The DD wave lacks potency when not fully charged. To unleash its full power requires at least several seconds. If I were to utilize the sky dance technique to ascend and gather energy, it would take even longer. The python would undoubtedly redirect its focus onto you too, making the situation rather precarious. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If only you hadn't exchanged that energy wave for me. You could have acquired an even more advanced Kamehameha technique by now. I truly apologize, Jingxiang said, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. This isn't your fault. We were simply unfortunate. One would not expect to encounter such a mutated python in the metropolis. Siko replied with a bitter smile. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before sharing his suspicions with Siko and Jingxiang, and both women gasped in astonishment. Upon further reflection, they realized it was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, the coincidence was too uncanny. Alas, we failed to eliminate that python this time. It will surely become a menace in the future. We must remain vigilant, Siko sighed, her expression darkening. One could feel at ease knowing a vengeful mutated creature had marked them. I wonder how Mitsui is faring now, Jingxiang mused, shaking her head at that moment. Mitsui Risei was peering through binoculars at the throng of zombies roaming near the factory, his face contorted with distress. I'm doomed. I'm utterly finished. The Superman and his woman have fled, and here I am, left to meet my end, he lamented in despair. Having heard the commotion earlier, he had taken a look through the window, only to nearly be scared to death upon witnessing Ling Feng soaring through the air, battling the monstrous python. Then they had driven away, and he realized it was too late for him to join them. No, they must return. The weapons they need are still here. When they do, I must escape with them. Otherwise, I shall not survive. Mitsui suddenly steeled himself, murmuring to himself, his eyes ignited with determination. As night fell, Siko urged Ling Feng not to venture out. It's quite late. Perhaps you should stay, she advised, with Jingxiang echoing her sentiment. Ling Feng firmly grasped his iron rod and shook his head. That I wish to accumulate more energy points, that I won't be out too late. I promise to return before midnight, so there's no need to worry. With that, he slung his crossbow over his shoulder, turned, and exited the room at 11 o'clock that night, in the middle of a broad road. Ling Feng smashed a zombie's skull with a single blow, the last zombie in the vicinity. Surrounding him lay the lifeless bodies of countless zombies, including that of a speed-type zombie. After catching his breath, Ling Feng accessed the Dragon Ball system to check his energy points, 5,009 points. Upon seeing this figure, despite his exhaustion, a smile broke across Ling Feng's face. At last, he had reached 5,000 points. Once he mastered the Kamehameha technique, capable of unleashing a power that far surpassed his own, he would undoubtedly obliterate that accursed flame python upon their next encounter, without hesitation. He clicked on the fist icon and navigated to the Kamehameha section, exchanging his points without a moment's doubt. Instantly, an immense depth of knowledge, greater than all his previous exchanges combined, flooded into his mind, enhancing his understanding of energy exponentially, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. After standing on the road for a full 5 minutes, Ling Feng finally digested the information regarding the unique techniques of the Turtle School, clenching his fists in triumph. Truly, this high-level technique is remarkable. Just the understanding of how to harness energy to its fullest potential has significantly augmented my strength. In full power, I could amplify my capabilities by several times. It's astonishing. At that moment, a girl's anguished cry shattered the tranquility of the night. Ling Feng heard the commotion and couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. In this apocalyptic world, such occurrences were indeed quite common. Did these individuals resorting to coercive means not realize they could find a secluded spot to engage in their activities quietly? It was the dead of night, and their raucous behavior would likely attract zombies, leading to their inevitable demise. Either they were incredibly foolish or had let their baser instincts take over. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng decided to follow the sounds, utilizing his air dance technique to swiftly approach the source. When faced with a situation where he could offer assistance, it felt only right to lend a hand. Otherwise, he would be plagued by a guilty conscience. Upon arriving above the source of the noise, he observed a rather melodramatic scene unfolding at a fast food restaurant around the street corner. Two boys, appearing to be students, were pinning down a girl and tearing at her clothing with frenzied expressions. The girl was left with only the most form-fitting garments, her outer clothes shredded beyond recognition. As Ling Feng had suspected, a horde of zombies was already ambling outside the fast food establishment, relentlessly battering against the glass doors. It was only a matter of time before they broke through, yet the two boys showed no intention of stopping. Clearly, they were ruled by their primal desires. Without uttering a word, Ling Feng descended and rushed to the entrance of the fast food restaurant. Firmly grasping an iron rod in a matter of moments, he dispatched the zombies blocking the entrance, shattering the glass door with a swift blow. Who dares to meddle in our affairs? Can't you see we're about to enjoy ourselves? One of the boys, sporting unkempt yellow hair, exclaimed, startled by Ling Feng's sudden appearance. He jumped up, brandishing a nearby machete, while the other, a lanky fellow, drew a dagger and charged forward as well. A couple of scoundrels, Ling Feng remarked coldly, discarding the iron rod and raising his hands to engage. With lightning speed, he unleashed the Wolf Fang fist, delivering a series of rapid strikes to the joints of both assailants. The sound of bones cracking echoed as they fell to the ground, howling in agony, their arms rendered useless. With a decisive twist, he snapped both their necks, their eyes wide with a mix of hatred and disbelief. Ling Feng casually tossed their lifeless bodies aside and turned to the girl, taken aback by her beauty. She was truly stunning, rivaling even Siko, and she bore an oddly familiar air. "Thank you for saving me," she said. Her face flushed as she stood up, wrapping her arms around her exposed skin in a futile attempt to cover herself. Regrettably, she had no spare clothing. "Not at all. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ling Feng," he said with a smile, removing his jacket and offering it to her. "Thank you. I'm Saionji Sekai, a first-year student at Sakakino Academy," she replied gratefully, accepting his coat. "Saionji Sekai?" Ling Feng exclaimed. Astonished, upon closer inspection, she was indeed the renowned chainsaw girl Sekai. Looking back at the two thugs he had just dealt with, they bore an uncanny resemblance to notorious scoundrels. Those two were indeed scum. Ida Makoto and Sayatori Yoshiyuki. "How unfortunate for me to have crossed paths with them. If not for your intervention, I would have lost the will to live," Sekai said, her lips pressed tightly together, clearly harboring deep disdain for the two miscreants. Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Was this a twist of fate or mere coincidence? Regardless, he felt a sense of relief having dealt with two of the most irksome individuals. His initial intentions towards Sekai had diminished significantly. It wasn't that he didn't find her attractive, but her potential for jealousy seemed alarmingly high, and he had no desire to face the wrath of a chainsaw one day while casually scrolling through his phone. "Although it may seem rather forward, I must implore you for a favor," Sekai suddenly exclaimed, grasping Ling Feng's arm with a pleading expression. "Please, tell me your request, and I shall see if I am capable of fulfilling it." He replied vaguely, unwilling to make promises he might not be able to keep. "I have a few companions from school who encountered danger the day before yesterday. I was the only one fortunate enough to escape. And they should still be trapped in a nearby hotel, surrounded by zombies. Could you assist me?" Sekai asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed, knowing her request was rather excessive. "Did the zombies not pursue you?" Ling Feng inquired. Puzzled, Sekai looked a bit awkward. "I found a bicycle by the roadside and managed to ride far enough to evade their chase." Pausing, she added with trepidation, "Moreover, these zombies are unlike ordinary ones. They seem to possess intelligence. They coordinate their attacks, which is quite terrifying. Is that true?" Ling Feng exclaimed, startled. The ease of dealing with zombies stemmed from their lack of intellect, but if they had gained cunning, it would complicate matters immensely. However, Ling Feng remained somewhat skeptical, wondering if Sekai was deceiving him. After all, he had fought his way through without encountering any such intelligent zombies, unless they were mutated variants, but she clearly described a group of ordinary ones. Ling Feng inquired further about the characteristics of these zombies, and the details aligned with his expectations. They were simply standard zombies. "Please, trust me. I am not lying," Sekai implored, sensing Ling Feng's disbelief. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "It's quite late now. Why not accompany me to my temporary lodgings for the night? We can discuss matters further in the morning." Ling Feng contemplated her suggestion and replied, "That sounds reasonable. I am quite fatigued and unable to rush to rescue anyone at the moment." "To your place?" Sekai hesitated, feeling a bit uneasy as a girl, especially after her recent near violation. Yet, after some thought, she realized she had little choice. Ling Feng had saved her, and she deemed him trustworthy. Blushing slightly, she nodded. "Then I shall impose upon you, Ling Feng." "Not at all, and besides, I have two other women with me," he replied with a smile, which put Sekai at ease. Given Sekai's presence, Ling Feng refrained from using his air dance to return, opting to walk instead, which took a bit longer. By the time they arrived at the hotel room around 3:30 in the morning, Sekai had already changed into a fresh outfit, one Ling Feng had retrieved from a clothing store on the way back. "You promised to return before midnight, yet you are half an hour late, and bring back a girl," Jurikawa Shizuka exclaimed, her tone a mix of irritation and concern for Ling Feng's safety. Which Siko echoed. Apologies," Ling Feng quickly said, explaining the situation to them. Sekai was taken aback, surprised to find that Ling Feng's companions were all remarkably beautiful, especially the one with purple hair. "I see. Then if you're rescuing someone, I suppose I can forgive you this once," Shizuka said with a smile after understanding the situation. "Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Tokioka Siko, and this is Jurikawa Shizuka. That we are all wives of Ling Feng," Siko said, smiling at Sekai. Sekai was taken aback, incredulity written across her face as she pointed at Siko and Shizuka. "Two wives." In this tumultuous world, many former conventions no longer held significance. It was permissible to be with those one cherished. Shizuka remarked calmly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Siko added nonchalantly. Such arrangements likely existed even before the apocalypse. Especially in our country, I find it hard to believe you were unaware. The world paused momentarily, followed by a tinge of envy directed towards Ling Feng and his companions. That in such a post-apocalyptic realm, having trustworthy loved ones by one's side is indeed a profoundly fortunate circumstance. However, the atmosphere soon turned somewhat awkward. Had they intruded upon the other space by coming over here, there's no need to feel embarrassed if you wish to join us. I have no objections. After all, you are quite lovely, and mischievous Xiao Feng will certainly not let you off easily. So be cautious, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang remarked playfully. Ling Feng, who was sipping water, nearly spat it out, his face flushed with embarrassment as he glanced at the world, at a loss for words. Well, I think. The moment Zhu Chuan Jingxiang made her teasing comment, the world's face turned crimson, her heart racing. Stealing a glance at Ling Feng, she found him looking back at her, causing her to immediately lower her head. Her small hands nervously fidgeting in circles, appearing adorably flustered. The girl, steeped in despair, was suddenly rescued by a male. A scene so cliché yet undeniably effective. It would be unrealistic to claim she felt no affection, especially in this grim world. All right, enough of the antics. It's quite late. Let us discuss matters tomorrow, Siko said with a hint of exasperation, casting a slight glare at Ling Feng, the troublesome fellow. In the room, there were two beds. Jingxiang and the world shared one, while Ling Feng and Siko occupied the other. The four exchanged no further words and peacefully drifted into slumber. Dawn broke. The quartet had a simple breakfast before deliberating their next course of action. Regarding the zombies the world mentioned, I believe it is indeed necessary for us to investigate, Siko stated after grasping the situation. Thank you so much, the world expressed gratefully, on the verge of tears. It's nothing. As long as we have the capability, we will do our utmost to rescue your classmates, Ling Feng gently reassured her. Thank you, the world sobbed as she collapsed into Ling Feng's embrace, tightly clutching him while softly weeping, leaving Ling Feng somewhat embarrassed. The world's frame was delicate and fragile, prompting him to instinctively wrap his arms around her slender waist. My apologies. The world quickly realized her indiscretion, her face slightly flushed as she pushed Ling Feng away. Hee, the world is truly adorable, Jingxiang chuckled, covering her mouth mischievously, causing the world's cheeks to redden to the roots of her hair. Ling Feng secretly gritted his teeth. Jingxiang was far too mischievous and would certainly need a proper reprimand later. After tidying up, the group departed the inn and swiftly drove towards the hotel the world had mentioned. Why is your car still operational? I had heard that nuclear explosions rendered all vehicles inoperable, the world inquired with surprise, realizing that having a car would significantly increase their speed. Ling Feng explained the phenomenon of electromagnetic pulses, which elicited further astonishment and envy from the world. Observing the world seated beside Siko in the back, Ling Feng hesitated before speaking. World, if you happen to witness any supernatural forces, I hope you won't be frightened. The world, puzzled, replied, what supernatural forces? Let us discuss it later. By the way, how many companions do you have with you? Ling Feng inquired, shaking his head. The world calculated, around 11 or 12. Why do you ask? Just curious. Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, pondering whether Guyanyi was among them but refraining from directly questioning the world for fear of complications. The Humvee sped along, and after about 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at a bustling street. To their surprise, rather than encountering a throng of zombies, the area was eerily devoid of any. I suspect all the zombies have congregated around the hotel. After I fled from there, they seemed to lose interest and returned, the world explained. Let us disembark. The car is too noisy, Siko said, stepping out first, followed by the others. Listen closely. It seems there are sounds nearby, Siko remarked, scanning the surroundings. Ling Feng and the others strained to hear, and indeed, as Siko had noted, faint sounds of crashing and even screams could be discerned, indicating that they were not far off. That we should hurry, the world urged. Her expression shifting as she heard the screams, she dashed towards a side street, with Ling Feng and the others trailing behind. You're too slow. I'll carry you, Ling Feng declared, swiftly scooping the world into a princess carry. Ah, the world gasped. Her face instantly flushed as she looked at Ling Feng with a complex expression, a hint of unusual affection shining in her eyes. Unconsciously, she leaned against him, her eyes fluttering closed. feeling a profound sense of security. Suddenly, the world was jolted awake by a piercing scream. Turning her head, she gasped in horror at the sight before her. The back door of the hotel had been shattered. Surrounded by a horde of hundreds of zombies encircling 5 or 6 girls wielding knives and clubs. Even more zombies were ravenously devouring several corpses of girls on the ground, tearing into bloody flesh. While some still clung to life, emitting shrill cries that could shatter eardrums, the trio exchanged glances. Ling Feng gently set the world down, glanced at her, and then leaped gracefully into the air before her astonished gaze. Siko and Jing Xiang also unleashed their energy waves, bombarding the massive zombies, leaving the world in stunned disbelief, recalling Ling Feng's earlier words in the car with a wry smile. Ling Feng soared above the girls fighting off the zombies, directing 2 small orange-red beams that obliterated a line of zombies, creating an opening for them. The girls, not lacking in wits, seized the opportunity and dashed towards the world. There are indeed a lot, Ling Feng remarked, surveying the vast horde of zombies. Touching down, he swiftly dispatched several zombies with well-placed kicks, clearing a small area before pressing his hands together at his waist in a lotus formation. Kamehameha, Ling Feng shouted, a series of blue-white lights converging in his palms to form a glowing energy orb as the zombies charged. He unleashed it with ferocity. Boom! The brilliant blue-white light was blinding, and with a resounding explosion, hundreds of zombies were instantly obliterated, creating a massive breach in the hotel's rear door. The ground charred and blackened, a testament to the power of his attack. Ling Feng took a moment to catch his breath. Satisfied with the outcome, with a single strike, he had annihilated over 100 zombies. This was achieved with minimal energy exertion, comparable to a charged attack, proving the formidable nature of his high-tier abilities acquired with 5,000 energy points. However, the energy consumption was substantial, making it a technique reserved for critical moments. How impressive! The world and the other girls stared in awe at Ling Feng, their eyes filled with reverence, likening him to his superhero. Stay focused. Watch your surroundings, Ling Feng commanded. Although they had dispatched 100 zombies, hundreds more still remained. With such overwhelming numbers, Ling Feng, Siko, and Jing Xiang remained vigilant, systematically eliminating the zombies. It will help too, the armed girls exclaimed as they rushed over to assist. These girls are quite capable, Ling Feng noted, impressed by their determination. Ling Feng chuckled. Among them, a particular girl with flowing black hair stood out remarkably. Not only was she beautiful, but her physique was astonishingly alluring, almost rivaling the deceptively perfect figure of Shizuka. What was truly astounding, however, was her formidable prowess. Armed with a large watermelon knife, each swing resulted in the decapitation of a zombie, her technique evidently honed through rigorous training. Upon witnessing this girl, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile, surmising that she must be Gue Yanyi. Indeed, she was exceptional, entirely on par with Siko. Ling Feng held a particular admiration for this type of girl. Although the zombies were numerous, their sluggishness allowed Ling Feng and his companions to make gradual progress, retreating slightly as they fought, steadily whittling down the horde. Thankfully, the absence of zombies on the streets behind them meant they could avoid splitting up to combat the threat. Just as Ling Feng pondered the apparent lack of intelligence among the creatures, a deep, oppressive roar pierced the air, causing all zombies to momentarily freeze. Following that, their movements underwent a remarkable transformation. The zombies at the back pushed forward, using their fallen comrades as shields, and charged at Ling Feng, disregarding the attacks from the other girls, seemingly intent on eliminating him first. Siko, be cautious. There must be a special zombie directing them nearby. Keep an eye out. Ling Feng's expression shifted slightly as he shouted to Siko and the others, then focused intently on the oncoming swarm, mentally calculating his next steps. Upon arriving, he had noticed hundreds of zombies congregating near the hotel's back entrance. But Gue Yanyi and her companions were not foolish enough to create such a ruckus to attract so many. They were all concentrated at the entrance. The only plausible explanation was that many of these zombies were being controlled. The possibility of a commanding zombie hiding nearby was exceedingly high. If they didn't eliminate it, they might find themselves inexplicably surrounded by a horde in the future, a thought that sent chills down his spine. There's nothing. You should fly up and take a look. Siko and the others had searched the area, but found nothing unusual. All right then, Ling Feng sighed, realizing he hadn't carefully scanned the rooftops. He activated his skywalking technique and ascended to a height of several meters. Disregarding the howling zombies below, his keen gaze sweeping over the surrounding high-rises. From the sounds, he deduced that the enemy couldn't be far. He had to locate it. Damn it. I can't find anything. Ling Feng circled around twice, but found no sign of a commanding zombie on the rooftops, prompting him to ascend even higher for a broader view. In the distance, he could see some ordinary zombies wandering about, yet none of the special ones appeared to be present. How peculiar. Why is there none? Ling Feng furrowed his brow, thinking, could they be hiding within a building? The sounds didn't suggest that he felt as if he had overlooked something significant. Suddenly, Ling Feng's expression froze, and his brows knitted tightly. Upon reflection, his understanding of the so-called uniquely shaped commanding zombies stemmed entirely from previous encounters with various mutated zombies, which differed in appearance from typical ones. No one could definitively say that a commanding zombie would look particularly strange. Perhaps it resembled a regular zombie after all. As this possibility dawned on him, Ling Feng's countenance changed dramatically, and he shouted, "Be careful, that creature might be blending in with the horde." However, Ling Feng's warning came too late. Almost instantaneously, a small shadow leaped from the mass of zombies, swiftly reaching Gui Yin Yi and the other girls. With its mouth filled with jagged teeth, it lunged toward one girl's neck. Ah! The unfortunate girl let out a piercing scream as the diminutive zombie tore a chunk of flesh from her throat, devouring it voraciously. In an instant, she lay dead, her face a mask of terror, unable to comprehend the suddenness of her demise. Damn it! Ling Feng, witnessing this, felt a surge of fury that he pointed, unleashing a barrage of piercing energy blasts. Yet, the zombie, possessing remarkable intelligence, had long anticipated Ling Feng's attack. It deftly rolled aside, evading the onslaught with agility that surpassed Ling Feng's expectations, its movements akin to that of a monkey. Damn it. A commanding zombie with such speed poses a significant threat. It must be dealt with today. Observing the creature's nimbleness, Ling Feng felt a weight of seriousness settle in his heart. After evading Ling Feng's assault, the commanding zombie emitted a series of low, oppressive growls. There seemed to be an arcane power within its sound waves, inciting the zombies around it to roar with bloodshot eyes, their previously clustered formation disintegrating as they charged toward Siko and the others. The situation spiraling out of control, Ling Feng's expression darkened as he dove down, unleashing twin bursts of energy from his hands while suspended in midair. The cunning commanding zombie, seeing the incoming attack, summoned two nearby zombies to shield itself. The blasts detonated, obliterating the sacrificial zombies, though the intelligent zombie sustained some injuries, marked by fresh wounds. Unfortunately, for the undead, as long as their heads remained intact, any other injuries were nearly inconsequential. Before Ling Feng could land, the commanding zombie suddenly turned its gaze toward him, its crimson eyes locking onto his eye. In an instant, Ling Feng felt a slight dizziness wash over him, his footing wavering as he nearly stumbled to the ground. With a furious roar, the commanding zombie charged at Ling Feng, its sharp claws aimed directly at his heart, eyes gleaming with a savage thirst for blood, just as its claws were about to pierce his chest. Ling Feng swiftly rotated his wrist, striking the creature's slender forearm with his iron rod. A crack resounded as the bone shattered, yet the zombie, propelled by inertia, lunged at Ling Feng, attempting to bite his neck. Remaining calm, Ling Feng sidestepped the attack. Abandoning his iron rod, he executed a grappling maneuver, stepping forward to leverage the zombie's force, slamming it down onto the ground. "I'll crush you." Without a moment's pause, he aimed a powerful stomp at the fallen commanding zombie, intent on obliterating its skull. The creature let out a shriek, twisting its head just in time to lose an ear to Ling Feng's foot, and it lunged for his pant leg. Anticipating this, Ling Feng quickly ascended using his skywalking technique, narrowly escaping as the zombie's teeth grazed his trousers. Phew, that was close. Ling Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, his face a mask of relief. The intensity of the battle felt akin to dancing on the brink of death, thrilling yet terrifying. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. Energy blasts. Ling Feng was not one to be suppressed. With an enraged shout, he unleashed a flurry of small, orange-red beams, catching the zombie off guard. It managed to evade one beam, but the other struck true, obliterating its head in a violent explosion, rendering it utterly lifeless. Finally, he had dealt with it. Confronting such an agile and intelligent special zombie was indeed a troublesome endeavor. Ling Feng descended to the ground, observing the headless zombies strewn about. He wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and remarked. Simultaneously, Ling Feng realized something. While the Dongdong wave had its shortcomings, it possessed one advantage that the Kamehameha could not match: the speed of execution. Had he employed the Kamehameha just now, by the time he clasped his hands together to launch the attack, the opponent would likely have had ample time to escape. The same went for the Ling Feng fist. It wasn't that the technique lacked power, but rather that his own capabilities were limited, preventing him from truly mastering it. Alas, my strength still requires enhancement. I must not let my guard down. Who knows what other horrors may emerge next? How unfortunate. Ling Feng sighed, serving as a form of self-motivation. Come quickly to assist, Kaze-chan, Shizuka urgently called out. Although there was no leader directing them, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, making it difficult for the few girls to hold their ground. I'm on my way. Ling Feng swiftly picked up an iron rod and hurriedly charged into the fray. Once the battle concluded, Ling Feng, Siko, and Shizuka found themselves relatively unscathed, aside from considerable fatigue. Meanwhile, the other world had seen several girls succumb to infection amidst the zombie uprising. Thus, only 3 girls remained: Shakai, Kei, and another petite girl at that moment. Everyone exchanged glances, and an air of awkwardness began to permeate the atmosphere. The trio from Shakai regarded Ling Feng and his companions with a hint of reverence. Let us return to the vehicle. This is hardly a suitable place for conversation, Siko declared, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Shakai nodded to Kei and the petite girl, and the group swiftly made their way back to the vehicle. On the journey back to the Hummer, Ling Feng checked the Dragon Ball system, revealing he had accumulated 1456 energy points. It became evident that the majority of this was contributed by the commanding zombie, far surpassing the energy points from other mutated zombies. Shakai whispered a few words to Kei and the petite girl, prompting them to introduce themselves. I am Kei, and I sincerely thank you for rescuing us. Kei spoke softly, appearing somewhat shy, a stark contrast to her earlier bravery in battle. I am always Sakana. Thank you for saving us. The petite girl addressed Ling Feng and his companions upon hearing her name. Ling Feng couldn't help but scrutinize her further. She bore a striking resemblance to the Sakana he remembered, leaving him to wonder how such a diminutive girl had managed to survive until now. Indeed, luck had favored her. That guy keeps staring at me. Could he be harboring ill thoughts? Aoi's delicate brows furrowed slightly, sensing Ling Feng's gaze, and her heart filled with apprehension. If Ling Feng were aware of her thoughts, he would surely chuckle ruefully. The 3 of them introduced themselves in turn, revealing that they were all students, albeit from different schools. I noticed you possess remarkable skill with the sword. Kei, you must have trained in Kendo, right? Your technique is quite fierce, yet it hardly reflects your appearance, Siko remarked with a light chuckle, her eyes glimmering with a sense of admiration and kinship, recognizing that Kei shared her unwavering dedication. Yes, I have practiced a little, but I fall far short compared to you. Siko, I've heard you won the National Kendo Championship last year, Kei replied, seemingly taken aback by Siko's willingness to engage in conversation. Revealing her naturally reserved demeanor, though it was merely luck. True Kendo masters do not participate in such competitions, Siko modestly stated. The similarities between Siko and Kei allowed them to bond quickly. Meanwhile, Shizuka and Aoi, 2 girls of vastly different statures, unexpectedly found common ground, further bridging the gap between their group. Ling Feng observed this interaction with a sense of wonder, acknowledging that conversations among women unfolded differently from those among men, with an astonishing speed of familiarity. However, despite the growing camaraderie, both Siko and Shizuka remained discreet about certain crucial matters, and Kei and Aoi were equally tactful, refraining from probing too deeply. By the way, Kei and Aoi, I should mention that I previously encountered those 2 scoundrels, Ito Sora and Sawaguchi Taiki. Shakai suddenly interjected, her expression reflecting a mix of fear and trepidation as she sensed her own presence diminishing. Ling Feng's attention sharpened. He was entirely unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding Shakai's school and uncertain if they aligned with the narrative of the anime. Ultimately, he discovered that while Kei was aware of Ito Sora, it seemed she had yet to interact with him, which brought him a sense of relief. However, upon learning of Ito Sora's demise, Aoi's countenance darkened noticeably, suggesting she harbored some fondness for the scoundrel, and her gaze towards Ling Feng shifted subtly. Though it was not outright hatred, her demeanor had certainly grown colder, yet Ling Feng remained unfazed. He had no intention of seeking her approval. Why do you label them as scoundrels? Shakai, aren't you classmates? Kei inquired, perplexed. Shakai scoffed. Those two are undoubtedly the worst of the worst. When I first encountered them, I thought I was merely unlucky, but then they began to get handsy with me. Had Ling Feng not arrived in time to save me, I would have lost all dignity. Those scoundrels deserve their fate. How could Ito Sora commit such acts? Surely he was incited by Soiguchi Taiki. Aoi expressed her disbelief. Shakai shot her a glare, retorting, incited? No, he acted of his own volition. They are both vile individuals. Upon hearing this, Aoi's expression shifted to one of dismay, her disappointment palpable that in truth, it was Sawaguchi Taiki who had instigated Ito Sora. Yet Shakai had deceived Aoi for her own reasons. That I'm helping you. After all, Shakai whispered to Ling Feng, sidling up to him. Surprised, Ling Feng glanced at the downcast Aoi and lowered his voice to Shakai. I never asked you to do that. Besides, how does this even concern me? Oh, really? I never imagined you were the type to be so insincere. Don't think I can't see through you. You're certainly interested in Aoi. Aren't you? There's nothing shameful about it. After all, Aoi is quite adorable. If you wish, I can assist you discreetly. Don't hesitate to ask, Shakai said with a knowing smile, lightly touching Ling Feng's arm, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Watching Shakai's eager demeanor, Ling Feng's heart raced, and he couldn't help but flinch slightly, instinctively distancing himself from her. How absurd. He would never allow Shakai to play matchmaker for him. He was acutely aware of Shakai's lack of boundaries. And the thought of being ensnared in the tumultuous whirlpool of youthful affection and enmity was terrifying. He certainly did not wish to be caught in such a predicament. Noticing the shift in Ling Feng's expression, Shakai felt a twinge of disappointment. Did she seem like a threat? She sensed his attitude towards her was somewhat peculiar. She couldn't help but wonder. After all, she considered herself just as attractive as any of the other girls present. As for her petite stature, she believed that comparison would yield some sense of superiority over Aoi. The group continued to chatter as they approached the location where the Hummer had been parked, only to find a group of 7 or 8 young thugs loitering near the vehicle. One of them was even using a small hammer to tap against the car window, albeit cautiously, as if fearing the noise would attract the undead. Who are you? Upon spotting Ling Feng and the others, the thugs initially recoiled in surprise, but then their faces twisted into greedy grins as they leered at the girls, their eyes glistening with avarice. More trouble. With a sense of helplessness, Jingxiang shook her head and spoke. Ling Feng particularly noticed that the arms of several individuals from the opposing side bore tattoos of a black dragon, and he immediately comprehended the situation. They were members of the Black Dragon Society, that infamous criminal organization. To encounter such individuals again was truly a matter of misfortune, though it was uncertain whether it was he who was unfortunate or they. Our vehicle is not something scoundrels like you can touch, Ling Feng scoffed as he strode forward confidently. Taha. A big fat sheep has come knocking. Brothers, let us be a bit more spirited. The leader of the thugs' eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Ling Feng and his companions approach. He beckoned, and several of his men produced weapons such as machetes and clubs from their clothing. The thug leader even brandished a handgun. What do you intend to do with our vehicle? You ruffians? Ling Feng demanded coldly, stepping right in front of them. This vehicle belongs to you? That implies it is equipped with electronic pulse protection devices, the thug leader exclaimed, his voice dripping with mockery at ha. What exquisite luck I have. Plus, I even get to enjoy the company of a few stunning beauties. Heh. This is going to be delightful. The thug leader, with a brutish appearance and a fierce countenance, spoke arrogantly, his shifty eyes appraising Siko and the others, all the while keeping his gun trained on Ling Feng and his companions. Boss, I just remembered. Didn't we hear about a Hummer that barreled out near the bridge, crushing several of our brothers? It must be them. A Hummer is hardly a common sight. Suddenly, a small thug exclaimed. What? Are they the very scum that we were told to eliminate on sight? Damn it. Kill them. The thug leader, momentarily stunned, erupted in fury, his finger poised to pull the trigger. He intended to shoot this insufferable brat standing before him, who was annoying enough just by being in the company of so many beautiful women. However, Ling Feng had already anticipated his actions in an instant. As the thug prepared to strike, Ling Feng moved with lightning speed, seizing the thug's wrist that held the gun and applying immense pressure. Crack. The thug's wrist was completely shattered. This is excruciating. What are you all standing there for? Kill him, quickly, damn it. The thug leader screamed in agony. Vengeance for the boss. Several small thugs charged forward with vicious expressions, swinging their machetes toward Ling Feng's head. These individuals had spent years in the underbelly of society and had blood on their hands, so when it came to violence, they were far from hesitant. Yet, they evidently underestimated Ling Feng, or rather, they overlooked the seemingly harmless girls by his side. Ling Feng sidestepped with a slight movement, effortlessly dodging their machetes while simultaneously extending both hands to unleash the Wolf Fang fist, stunning two of them in an instant. Meanwhile, Siko and Kei Ye stepped forward. Wielding their katana and watermelon knife without hesitation, their blades flashing with silver light as they severed the arms of the attackers wielding machetes, blood spraying onto the ground as they fell. Howling in agony, Ling Feng was not surprised by Siko's decisive action, but Kei Ye's swift and merciless response caught him off guard. He sensed her strength hidden beneath her delicate exterior and sighed inwardly. It seemed that the harsh realities of this post-apocalyptic world had rapidly transformed Kei Ye, enabling such a seemingly fragile girl to adapt swiftly. Nevertheless, it was for the best. Such adaptability was indeed a positive development. Noticing Ling Feng's gaze upon her, Ye shyly lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Observing the writhing thugs on the ground, Ling Feng felt a sense of disdain. He casually took Siko's katana and, with swift motions, made quick work of the remaining thugs, leaving them with deep gashes across their necks, thus ending their lives. Now, tell me about the current situation of the Black Dragon Society, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I will systematically reduce you to a mere human stick, Ling Feng threatened, his katana pointed menacingly at the thug leader's face. That I'll talk. The thug leader, faced with such intimidation, surrendered pathetically, spilling everything he knew in a torrent of information. Upon hearing his words, Ling Feng and the others frowned. According to what he said, the Black Dragon Society had already gained control of more than half of the forces within the base city ruled by the landowner. Their group was out gathering intelligence on the zombies and collecting food, and they were not alone. Several other small teams were operating in the surrounding areas, all returning to the designated meeting point at the appointed time for transport back to the base city. Get in the vehicle, ladies. After concluding the interrogation, Ling Feng had no desire to prolong the thug's suffering, that he swiftly ended the thug leader's life, returning the katana to Siko and urging the girls to board the vehicle. Ling Feng inspected the Hummer. Although the glass was slightly cracked, it was not serious and would not pose a significant problem. He took his seat in the front passenger side, while the girls squeezed into the back, their smaller frames allowing them to fit adequately. With a twist of the key, Jiuchuan Jingxiang started the Hummer, which roared to life. After reversing once, they sped away, leaving behind a few corpses scattered on the ground. What are your plans moving forward? Ling Feng asked, turning to glance at Shiji and the others in the back seat. Deep down, he hoped that Kei Ye and her companions would choose to accompany him, for it would be disingenuous to claim he had no feelings for the three girls, especially Kei Ye, who was akin to a goddess from an anime. We even need to say it. Of course, we will follow you, as long as you don't mind. After all, among the three of us, myself, Ye, and Shizuka, only Ye possesses any real combat ability. Even so, it's still challenging for us girls to survive in this apocalypse. If we have skilled allies like you, it will undoubtedly be safer, Shiji replied without hesitation, having contemplated this matter long ago. That I may end up imposing on you. Ling Feng. I truly apologize, Ye said softly, glancing at Siko, who smiled warmly in return. Indeed, Shizuka nodded gently, recognizing this as the most reasonable choice. She was also quite curious about the unique abilities possessed by Ling Feng and his companions, eager to discover more. Then I welcome you, Ye, and your companions. Having more people is certainly advantageous. Let us all work together to thrive in this post-apocalyptic world, Ling Feng said with a smile, as the girls nodded in agreement. Appreciating the presence of such beautiful company, where are we headed now? Do you have any specific objectives? Shizuka inquired. Let us first return to the steel mill and see if that fat guy is still around. Ling Feng pondered before explaining his plans for weapon crafting to Shiji and the others. Weapons. I think my watermelon knife has become somewhat dull. That if possible, I'd like to replace it, Kei Ye remarked, glancing at her knife. Even a katana can become dull with excessive use, let alone a watermelon knife. Provided that Mitsui is still there, Siko added coolly. Ding ding ding. Inside a large smelting workshop at the steel mill, Mitsui Risei was sweating profusely as he hammered the glowing metal before him, panting heavily while complaining. Damn it, forging large cold weapons by hand is utterly exhausting. If those guys don't come back, I'll look like a fool. Please, you must return. After a few vigorous strikes, Mitsui suddenly halted, perked up his ears to listen intently, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. He set down his hammer and hurriedly dashed out of the workshop. Upon reaching the entrance of the steel mill, Mitsui was overjoyed to see the familiar Hummer parked outside, with a young man accompanied by a group of beautiful women engaged in combat against a horde of wandering zombies. Big brother, you've finally returned. Let me come help. Mitsui rushed forward, waving his arms and shouting, as he drew a somewhat crude short sword from his bosom and began to slay the zombies. However, his efficiency was rather lacking, taking him a considerable amount of time to dispatch just one or two of the undead. Fortunately, the number of zombies wandering outside the steel mill was not substantial. And within just a few minutes, Ling Feng and his companions had systematically eliminated them all. I'm relieved to see you're still here. I was worried you might have run off. Ling Feng remarked with a smile, feeling a wave of ease upon seeing the rotund Mitsui. Mitsui looked at Ling Feng with excitement, catching his breath before exclaiming loudly, "Brother, from now on, I want to stick with you all." The mere thought of Ling Feng's prowess during his battle with the fiery red giant python left him profoundly awestruck and envious. He had long since come to realize that he must cling to this golden opportunity. Just imagining the prospect of living alongside such a formidable ally in this apocalyptic world filled him with anticipation. The thought of wielding power and influence was almost drool-worthy. That is certainly possible. You might indeed be a talent worth having. However, let us first focus on crafting the weapons I mentioned earlier. Additionally, I need 2 more katanas, following the specifications of the one Siko carries, Ling Feng said thoughtfully. Casting a meaningful glance at Mitsui, he was aware that the commotion from that day had been rather significant, likely drawing Mitsui's attention to something noteworthy, but he didn't concern himself with it. In this chaotic world, he was indifferent to whether his actions were known to others. "Yes, I will ensure the task is completed," Mitsui responded with a serious expression, his resolve firm as he clenched his fist. He understood this was an opportunity granted to him. If he failed to demonstrate his worth, why would Ling Feng choose to include him? The group then entered the steel mill, carrying down a considerable amount of food and water from their vehicle. They anticipated that they would need to stay here for the next few days, though it would take some time. Ling Feng didn't view it as a waste. Even though he had learned the powerful Kamehameha technique, he still believed that a good weapon was of utmost importance. He could not rely solely on energy blasts to eliminate zombies, as that would be far too exhausting, due to the larger number of people. Ling Feng deliberately chose a spacious office within the steel mill for their makeshift sleeping arrangements. He gathered bedding from various employee dormitories, laying them out on the floor of the office. Ensuring they were all together for added safety, forging weapons was an incredibly labor-intensive task, and naturally, Ling Feng would not call upon the women to assist. Thus, it was just him and Mitsui working together. "Brother, follow me." Mitsui beckoned as they entered the smelting workshop, where they immediately felt the temperature rise significantly. Gazing at the flames and molten rock ahead, Ling Feng exclaimed, "I remember this wasn't here before." "You must have set this up." Mitsui nodded proudly. It took a considerable amount of effort just to bring in the equipment, especially the molten rock. One must be extremely cautious while handling it, as the furnace requires constant feeding to prevent it from extinguishing. That I also need to periodically check the flow pipes. It's truly a cumbersome task, especially since these jobs were once managed by several people with the aid of equipment. Unlike now where everything must be done manually. "All right, let us get started. With just the 2 of us, we should be able to work faster and finish sooner," Ling Feng said, glancing at the glowing metal. After Mitsui provided some essential safety tips, they began their industrious work in the workshop, the sound of clanging resonating around them. At first, Ling Feng found the task quite strenuous, but with each strike, he discovered that while it was physically demanding, it also provided excellent training, particularly for someone with energy like him. The workout was especially beneficial for his arm muscles. Realizing this, he began alternating arms to evenly distribute the exertion. Sweating profusely, yet feeling invigorated as he continued to work, Mitsui watched in astonishment, thinking to himself, as expected of the brother, he adapted so quickly. He then hastened his own pace, determined not to lag behind. By midday, they finally paused for a rest, both drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through as if they had just taken a bath. "Phew, it's a shame the water supply is cut off. I would love to take a refreshing shower right now. It's unbearably hot," Ling Feng said, wiping the sweat that streamed down his face. He had never engaged in such labor for an extended period, and it was undeniably taxing. "Brother, we do have a little water left. We're nearly dead from exhaustion, so let us just use a bit," Mitsui suggested between breaths, and Ling Feng was overjoyed at the news. Following Mitsui's lead, they made their way to the rooftop, where they opened a large water tank and splashed some water over themselves, relishing the coolness. Soon after, the others called them to come for a meal. After donning their clothes, Ling Feng and Mitsui joined the others in the cafeteria. Although they had their own cooking utensils, there was no need to use them when a large, ready-to-use kitchen was available. "Come help out and bring the food into the room. This isn't a place to eat," Kurukawa Shizuka said, pinching her nose as she surveyed the area littered with zombie corpses, a look of resignation on her face. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, such sights were something one had to gradually become accustomed to. "Everyone, it's time to eat," Shizuka announced, bringing in a large pot of food. They all gathered to partake in the meal. Ling Feng and Mitsui consumed the most, having expended considerable energy and now in need of ample carbohydrates to replenish their strength that I calculated with the fat guy, and at our current pace. "We should be finished in about 2 days, which is much quicker than I initially expected," Ling Feng remarked, savoring a large piece of fragrant roasted bacon while looking at Siko and the others. Mitsui nodded in agreement, repeatedly exclaiming how delicious it was. As a large man who had never cooked, he had subsisted solely on the cold rations left by Ling Feng's group, and now, the warmth of freshly cooked rice brought him immense joy. "Once the weaponry is completed, what are your plans, Ling Feng?" Kawaii Katono asked softly, taking small bites of her rice while looking up at him. Ling Feng shook his head, replying, "I don't have any specific plans, but our primary intention is to clear out some zombies and mutated creatures. Why engage in such thankless labor? Are you suggesting that your goal is to eradicate all the zombies and mutated beings in the world?" Kirai Shizuka frowned, believing the task to be impossible. "We possess the capability. Although it may be perilous, we are still willing to undertake it," Siko declared resolutely. "Since we're all in this together, could you share more about your abilities? I mean, do you possess superpowers?" Shizuka hesitantly inquired, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing Shizuka's question, the others, including Mitsui, paused to look at Ling Feng, their faces filled with intrigue. Ling Feng exchanged glances with Siko and Shizuka, then decided to explain, "This is my unique superpower, and as for Siko and Shizuka's abilities, they were granted by me." Instantly, the others gazed at Ling Feng with fervor, surprised to learn that such powers could be acquired rather than being innate. "I can only bestow superpowers upon the opposite sex, as there is a necessary condition for this transfer. Both individuals must be completely united, in a state of intimacy, to facilitate the exchange of powers." "Do you all understand now?" Ling Feng elaborated, observing their eager expressions. Upon hearing this, the four were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a condition. Their reactions varied, with the 3 girls blushing while Mitsui displayed an unmistakable look of disappointment. "How can we know if what you're saying is true or false?" In a moment of skepticism, Shauna remarked, "The powers are truly overwhelming." Ling Feng responded with a calm smile, "I do not require your belief. I am merely sharing this information with you. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely your own affair." Shauna cast a complex glance at Ling Feng, then lowered her head, silently continuing her meal. Refraining from further dissent, the existence of one person with extraordinary abilities might be deemed rare. 2 could be considered an extraordinary coincidence, but 3 would undoubtedly be too coincidental. If they were all born with such gifts, I would be the first to express disbelief, especially since the abilities exhibited by Ling Feng and his companions appeared identical, all capable of launching luminous orbs as attacks, albeit Ling Feng seemed distinctly more formidable. Jia pondered for a moment and said, her face flushed, by saying this, "You are admitting to the truth of their claims. May I boldly inquire if there are no alternatives to this method?" Yin Yi asked, biting her cherry lips. In a world ravaged by calamity, who wouldn't desire extraordinary strength? She certainly did, especially as she had matters to attend to. Ling Feng shook his head, fixing a determined gaze upon Yin Yi as he declared, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I stumbled upon this revelation purely by chance." Upon hearing this, Yin Yi's expression fell, and she cast furtive glances at Ling Feng, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "You seem to be troubled. Yin Yi, if you are facing difficulties, please share them with us," Siko gently urged. With a sigh, Yanyi confessed, I have a younger sister. On the day of the zombie outbreak, she was still at home. I had intended to return to check on her, but due to various reasons, I could not, and I have been deeply worried about her ever since, longing to see her. I see. And what about you? Jia and Shauna? Siko inquired, enlightenment dawning upon her. When the zombies first appeared, I called my mother, but the call wouldn't connect. I tried several times, but to no avail. She usually keeps her phone close. So she should have. Jia's voice trailed off, her eyes reddening slightly. I feel the same way, Shauna added quietly. Yanyi, you seem to be hesitating about whether to become my partner, Ling Feng suddenly remarked, turning his gaze toward Gui Yanyi. Shauna furrowed her brow but remained silent. Yanyi was taken aback, her cheeks flushing. With a hint of a sob, she replied, I truly wish to return quickly to find my sister, but I cannot manage it alone. If only I had extraordinary powers, it would be much easier. However, I am quite fearful of interacting with boys, so, are you attempting to take advantage of someone's misfortune? You scoundrel! Jia rebuked Ling Feng with evident displeasure. Siko's expression turned cold, her tone sharp as she interjected, Jia, please watch your tone. Ling Feng is my husband, and I wholeheartedly support whatever he wishes to do. Calm down. There seems to be a misunderstanding that I do not intend to use this situation to coerce Yanyi. What I mean is, since we do not have a specific objective, why not simply go and rescue Yanyi's sister? Of course, we could also check on Jia's and Shauna's families, and let us not forget about the Fatty S family as well. Ling Feng quickly waved his hands in clarification, noticing their evident misunderstanding. Really? But the road to our home is heavily blocked by zombies, and there is even a wildlife park nearby. We heard that many animals have mutated there, making it an extremely dangerous place during our escape, Yanyi exclaimed, her tears halting momentarily, her face a mix of excitement and concern. Yanyi's words only solidified Ling Feng's resolve to proceed. The threat posed by mutated creatures was immense. It would be far better to eliminate some of them in advance rather than face even more formidable beasts later. Moreover, he felt a sense of relief in not withholding such perilous information from Yanyi. Truly, she was a goddess, her character markedly kind. Others would hardly disclose such details. If we speak of danger, it exists everywhere, albeit in varying degrees. I, too, wish to engage with more mutated creatures to hone my abilities further. So you need not worry at all, Yanyi. Ling Feng smiled reassuringly at the concerned Gui Yanyi. Thank you. I am truly grateful. Upon receiving Ling Feng's affirmation, Yanyi's expression softened significantly, her gaze toward him imbued with newfound warmth. Jia and Shauna shared similar sentiments. Although they knew the likelihood of their loved ones being alive was slim, they still clung to a glimmer of hope. With Ling Feng's words, it was impossible not to feel gratitude. In contrast, Mitsui Fatty sighed with a wry smile and shook his head. As for my family, it's unnecessary that my parents divorced long ago, and aside from sending a little alimony now and then, we haven't had any contact for years. I don't care about them anymore. To be precise, I don't even know where they live. After a moment of silence, Jia looked at Ling Feng and said, the three of us live in close proximity. So it would be convenient. Very well. Once the weapons are ready, we shall set off immediately. What do you think, Yanyi? After all, without weapons, our overall strength will diminish significantly. Ling Feng nodded, addressing Yanyi. Yes, I understand that. Yanyi replied softly at that moment. Jia interjected with a pout. I've noticed that you seem to favor Yanyi significantly, Ling Feng. When speaking to Shauna and me, you barely respond. Yet when Yanyi speaks, you are fully engaged. You previously claimed not to explain things, yet you still do when she asks. Jia's comment caused Yanyi's cheeks to flush crimson. Stealing a glance at Ling Feng, she found him looking back, which only intensified her blush, causing her to lower her head deeply, her face partially hidden by her soft curves, her ears turning red. Siko and Shizuka exchanged knowing glances, both wearing gentle smiles. Yanyi was indeed a splendid girl, and they would not oppose her joining their ranks. Yanyi is so beautiful. Naturally, I am fond of her. Of course, Jia and Shauna, you are both lovely too, so do not underestimate yourselves, Ling Feng stated directly, glancing at the shy Yanyi. Humph, that's more like it, Jia replied, satisfied with Ling Feng's words, as girls generally appreciated compliments from boys, especially from those they held affections for. I believe little Shauna is the cutest. Hee, I truly wish to hug her and keep her as my cuddle buddy, Shizuka exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Shauna, pressing her into her ample bosom, causing Shauna to nearly gasp for breath, overwhelmed by the sheer force of it. Struggling to lift her head from the confines of such softness, Shauna glanced at the two exaggerated curves before her, then down at her own modest figure, and even noticed that Jiye's was considerably larger than hers, leaving her feeling inexplicably helpless. Indeed, was she not too small? After finishing their meal, the girls rested in the room while Ling Feng and Mitsui Fatty returned to their work. Thus, 2 days swiftly passed, and Ling Feng's weapons were finally completed. A twin-bladed naval sword, the blade measured approximately a hand's width, reaching nearly 2 meters and 50 centimeters in length when combined, weighing over 100 pounds. When separated, each blade was over a meter long. A special sheath was crafted for it to be worn on the back, allowing for easy access as both weapons were secured on either side. While the blade's craftsmanship may not have been the most refined, great care was taken in the design of the tip, with Ling Feng and Mitsui dedicating a significant portion of their time to its creation. Thus, the tip appeared exceptionally sharp, glinting with a faint cold light, making it terrifyingly powerful for thrusting attacks. Thanks to the combination of its weight and the force behind it, .2 replica katana were fashioned, their dimensions modeled after the katana in Seiko's possession. Although they were somewhat rough due to limited facilities, their excellent material ensured durability. One was designated as a spare for Seiko, while the other was allocated for Yin Ye's use. Additionally, Ling Feng distributed other weapons. Each person received a pistol loaded with ammunition, a necessity given their journey, as they had gathered quite a few along the way. A shotgun was assigned to Shizuka, a semi-automatic rifle to Mitsui Fatty, an M1A rifle to Jie, and a crossbow to Shauna. As her petite stature was ill-suited for larger firearms, so, how does it feel to use? Seiko sheathed her spare katana and turned to Ling Feng, who was vigorously wielding 2 heavy swords. Ling Feng held a robust metal sword in each hand, swinging them without any discernible technique in the spacious area, each stroke producing a resounding whoosh. While lacking in finesse, his approach was refreshingly straightforward, radiating a formidable aura that was a pure demonstration of brute strength over skill. One swing, and even a defensive mutated zombie would likely struggle to withstand its force. Very impressive. I am thoroughly satisfied with both the size and weight, Ling Feng exclaimed, still swinging his swords. No one dared to approach him during his practice, wary of the risk of accidental injury, which could lead to more than just a mere scratch. After a few swings and acclimating to the dual swords attack patterns, a playful smirk graced Ling Feng's lips. With a sudden forceful motion, he brought the 2 swords together, producing a crisp metallic sound as they merged into a terrifying double-edged blade. This design was inspired by the ship-slicing sword from a Gundam series, making it a formidable weapon for close combat. However, while its power had significantly increased post-combination, it also became subtly more challenging to wield, requiring time to master. All right, now that I'm ready, let us set off. Ling Feng sheathed the 2 heavy swords and called for everyone to board the vehicle. However, they quickly encountered a troublesome issue. The Hummer could not accommodate all of them, though it was feasible to cram everyone inside. Such an arrangement would inevitably result in physical contact. Seiko and Shizuka would certainly not allow Mitsui, the overweight companion, to squeeze in with them, but as for the idea of having him sit in the front while Ling Feng took the back, that too seemed impractical, as Ling Feng's weapons would occupy space. This spatial constraint was particularly challenging to resolve, with only one vehicle available and finding another equipped with protective features nearly impossible. Abandoning the Hummer was out of the question. Ling Feng vehemently opposed that. Leaving someone behind was even less suitable, leading to his considerable frustration. That I can just sit on the roof, Mitsui suddenly suggested amidst their deliberation over the cramped vehicle space. After a moment's thought, Ling Feng conceded that it might be the only viable solution. That he nodded, saying, "Just be careful. The vehicle will be moving at a slower pace." Mitsui sighed in resignation. He hadn't wanted it to come to this, but reality had dictated their course of action, making his proactive suggestion somewhat commendable. Once Mitsui climbed atop the Hummer, Shizuka started the engine and drove steadily away from the steel factory, heading toward the home of Kanade and her companions. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the horizon, their Hummer came to a halt on the roadside at the periphery of a village. Inside the vehicle, Ling Feng, Seiko, Kanade, and Sekai were preparing their weapons, for they needed to venture into this rural area to search for food and water. Originally, the 3 of them had sufficient supplies, but with the addition of Kanade and the hungry Mitsui, Their food requirements had naturally escalated. To err on the side of caution, Shizuka, along with Aoi and Mitsui, remained in the vehicle on standby. Why do we need to search in the countryside? There are plenty of cats and dogs around here. Let us try a different place. Sekai expressed her concerns. That's not an option, Siko countered. Didn't you see? Every supermarket and market we passed was completely emptied out. If we don't find food and water soon, we won't last more than a few days. Do you think after we check home, we should head to the base city next? Sekai asked, her voice somewhat naive. Ling Feng scoffed. I can guarantee that within 3 days, Sekai, you'll find yourself forcibly taken to bed by one of the influential individuals in the base city, with no chance to hoard food or water, and forget about weapons. Everything will be at their whim. You'll either live or die at their discretion. Perhaps Ling Feng's direct and grim portrayal struck a chord, as Sekai's complexion paled, reflecting her apprehension. Siko cast Ling Feng a helpless glance before approaching Sekai to offer reassurance. Don't mind him. It's not as terrifying as he makes it sound. South, just that place isn't ideal. We certainly want to enjoy the same freedom we have now. Yet, an unspoken truth lingered. Regardless of how appealing or harmonious that place might seem, Ling Feng's mission rendered their journey impossible. You might as well stay in the vehicle. It's best not to tag along, he advised, having gathered his gear and stepping out of the car to face Sekai. In a way, if I don't go, who will be responsible for gathering food? You all should focus on combat. I'll take care of the supplies, Sekai insisted, though fear lingered in her voice, her desire to prove herself evident. Just be cautious and follow closely behind us. Ling Feng relented, and with a shared glance with Siko and Kanade, the four of them proceeded cautiously towards the village. After they departed, Mitsui remained perched atop the Hummer, clutching a semi-automatic rifle, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger, ready to fire at the slightest hint of disturbance. The quartet treaded quietly along the narrow village paths, encountering pools of repulsive congealed blood, yet surprisingly, not a single zombie appeared in sight. Nor were there any stray cats or dogs. The village was eerily silent. An unsettling quietude enveloping the atmosphere. Did so quiet. It feels strange, Sekai whispered to Ling Feng, who furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, he had expected to encounter numerous wandering zombies, yet none were present, a troubling sign indeed. As the saying goes, the unusual often hints at the extraordinary. Something was definitely amiss in this village, heightening their wariness. Let us find food quickly and leave, Siko urged softly, prompting them to quicken their pace. They soon discovered a house, and upon crossing the threshold, found the door wide open. Ling Feng cautiously unsheathed a heavy sword, leading the way inside. The living room bore a dried pool of blood, indicating a recent struggle, while the kitchen revealed more bloodstains, with a fallen knife on the floor, its blade tarnished and blackened. Ling Feng picked it up, sniffing it briefly, only to be assaulted by an overwhelming stench, prompting him to drop it immediately. There is no one or any zombies on the first floor. Let us check upstairs, Siko suggested, heading into the kitchen. After a thorough search of the second floor, they found it equally devoid of life, allowing Ling Feng and the others to relax slightly as they hastily searched the house. Soon, they gathered a substantial amount of food, 2 pieces of cured meat hanging on the balcony, several ears of corn, half a bag of rice, and a few sweet potatoes. Unfortunately, perishables in the fridge, such as eggs and milk, had spoiled due to the lack of electricity. They stored their findings in Sekai's backpack. And after securing their haul, the 4 of them exited that house. Moving on to the next one, they continued their cautious scavenging through various homes, having passed several houses, accumulating a decent supply of food and water. Yet the eerie circumstances remained unchanged. No signs of life or even a stray dog in sight. Do you think the military has already cleared this area? Sekai pondered, her backpack straining against her shoulders. If the military had come through, they wouldn't have left behind any food, and there would surely be zombie corpses and bullet casings littering the ground. They wouldn't just clean up without taking everything with them. So something else is definitely at play here, Kanade replied, shaking her head. All right, we've gathered enough food. Let us hurry back. It's getting late, and I doubt this cursed place is safe for a night's rest, she concluded. Ling Feng glanced at the world's weary visage, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. The 4 of them swiftly departed from the village, returning to the outer roadway, where Shizuka and the others awaited their return in peace. How strange, Did you not encounter any fierce battles? I mean, with mutated creatures, or the like? There was not a hint of commotion, Shizuka Kurukawa inquired. Somewhat puzzled, upon seeing the four return without a hint of distress, bearing an abundance of food, we'll discuss it later, Ling Feng replied, assisting Shiji in placing the food into the back of the vehicle. He then took a seat in the passenger seat and began recounting the events of the village to Shizuka and the others. Could it be haunted? Shizuka's brows furrowed in concern, whether it be ghosts or otherwise. It has no bearing on us. Let us hasten our departure. There should be 2 more villages ahead, and we need to find a suitable place to rest. The space in this vehicle is rather cramped. Ling Feng remarked nonchalantly. Although he harbored some curiosity, he had no time to investigate further. Indeed, brother is right that I in such a bizarre place. We should leave quickly. It feels perilous here. Mitsui, perched atop the vehicle, urged Shizuka at the wheel. All right, Shizuka responded without further ado, starting the Hummer and pressing the accelerator, maneuvering through several side paths before exiting the village's confines. Ling Feng initially believed that once they left, the oddities would no longer concern him. However, he soon discovered that matters were far from simple as they drove onward. They swiftly passed through 2 adjacent villages, only to find the conditions eerily reminiscent of the first. No living souls, no zombies. No mutated creatures, merely pools of fresh blood and signs of struggle on the ground. The unsettling atmosphere permeated the vehicle, especially as dusk deepened, casting a chilling pall over them. This area is primarily composed of villages. Proceeding further likely yields similar scenes, and the darkness is encroaching. We must urgently find a place to stay, Shizuka remarked, gazing at the increasingly darkening sky. Ultimately, after much deliberation, they resigned to seeking shelter in a house within a village. Regardless of the circumstances, the confines of the vehicle were insufficient for their rest. Thus they had no alternative but to decide on this course of action, when the Hummer gradually rolled into a village. The outside world had nearly succumbed to complete darkness, and within a mere 10 minutes, it would be entirely enveloped in night. After spending some time locating a large household with an imposing iron gate, they drove the vehicle into the yard, secured the gate, and entered the house. After thoroughly inspecting the premises several times, they finally settled on spending the night there, following a sumptuous dinner prepared in the kitchen. The group gathered around the table, indulging in the meal with gusto. Though the ingredients were merely commonplace rural fare, Siko had prepared it with such skill that it was utterly delectable. Everyone devoured the food. Even the girls, casting aside any concern for appearances, focusing instead on replenishing their energy. This is delicious. Siko, your culinary skills are remarkable, Shiji exclaimed, savoring the delightful dishes. It's nothing much. Yang helped me quite a bit. Siko replied with a smile, glancing at Yang. Ling Feng swallowed a mouthful of rice, took a sip of water, and playfully remarked to Yang, not only are you beautiful and skilled, but your cooking is exceptional as well. You will undoubtedly become a devoted wife in the future. Yang's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, as long as you are satisfied. The implication in Ling Feng's words was not lost on anyone present. How fortunate. I seem to be utterly useless, Shizuka lamented, feeling dejected. She was small, weak, and lacking in stamina, unable to contribute anything meaningful, merely consuming resources. I feel the same. I haven't contributed much either, Shiji added, a hint of shame creeping into her expression as she felt the rice in her mouth grow heavy. You are girls. There's no need to burden yourselves with unnecessary guilt. As long as I am here, you will never go hungry, Ling Feng gently consoled, ruffling their hair. Shiji and Shizuka's faces turned crimson as they nodded appreciatively, lowering their heads to continue eating in silence. These adorable girls are delightful. If I didn't possess any skills, I doubt my brother would have taken me along, Mitsui thought enviously, feeling a mix of helplessness and admiration. Though he knew he was merely a man. After finishing their meal, everyone sought out a room to rest. Thankfully, they had chosen a large household with plenty of rooms. Otherwise, accommodating everyone would have been quite challenging. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to idle thoughts. After satisfying their hunger and preparing to sleep, Ling Feng found his mind wandering to mischievous thoughts, brazenly making his way to Shizuka's room. After knocking, she quickly answered the door, having changed into a sheer nightgown that accentuated her enchanting figure. Ling Feng's reaction was immediate and pronounced, for someone who had recently tasted such pleasures. It had been days since he had indulged, and his desires surged forth uncontrollably. "Oh dear, is little Fengchan up to mischief?" Shizuka chuckled at his evident reaction, offering no resistance, her eyes betraying a hint of longing, as she too had been contemplating the same. "Shizuka darling, let us enjoy each other's company tonight. It has been too long since I've had such pleasures," Ling Feng exclaimed, lunging forward to embrace her. A wicked grin on his face, his hands becoming restless. Shizuka's cheeks flushed as she pulled him inside, shutting the door behind them in the dead of night, as Ling Feng reveled in the pleasures of Shizuka's embrace. A piercing scream suddenly erupted from the adjacent room, startling him. Was that Shizuka's room? Without a moment to curse his misfortune, he hastily withdrew from Shizuka's arms, urging her to dress quickly. "Hurry, something's wrong. How unfortunate. I should have known this cursed place was amiss. I was too careless," Ling Feng thought, frantically pulling on his pants, feeling utterly exasperated. Just when he had finally found an opportunity to indulge, chaos had erupted. That sounded like Shizuka's voice. Shizuka also realized the gravity of the situation, hastily putting on her clothes. "That I'll check it out." "You hurry." Once dressed, Ling Feng wasted no time, darting out of the room half-clothed, even foregoing the chance to grab a weapon, and burst into Shizuka's room. Kicking the door open with a powerful thrust, the door shattered upon impact, and the sight that met his eyes caused him to stagger back in shock. Inside, the room was swarming with massive cockroaches, each the size of a man's fist. The grotesque creatures launched themselves at Shizuka, who was desperately thrashing about with her blanket, tears streaming down her face in sheer terror. "Help me, Wa!" she cried out, recognizing him just as he burst in that instant. A portion of the horde turned towards Ling Feng, their razor-sharp mandibles glinting ominously, threatening to tear flesh from bone. "Get away, you filthy pests!" At this moment, Ling Feng was also filled with rage, coldly snorting as he extended his hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave, the furious golden energy swiftly obliterating a multitude of insects before him. "Do not move. I shall rescue you." Ling Feng leapt to the side, employing his aerial technique to swiftly fly to Shauna's side, wrapping her in his embrace. Simultaneously, he flicked his fingers several times, launching a few weak, piercing waves that shattered the oncoming cockroaches into fragments. So warm, Shauna leaned against Ling Feng's chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart, her small heart fluttering uncontrollably. Instinctively, her hands encircled his neck, pressing her petite form tightly against him, as if seeking solace in his presence. At that moment, a flicker of golden sword energy flashed at the doorway, annihilating a swarm of cockroaches on the ground. It was Seiko Tokushima. "Seiko has arrived," Ling Feng shouted, suddenly tossing Shauna towards her. Accompanied by Shauna's startled cry, Seiko quickly stepped forward, catching Shauna in her arms and swiftly exiting the room, shutting the door behind her. Now, within the room, only a horde of cockroaches and Ling Feng floating on the bed remained. As all the cockroaches surged towards him. "Ha!" Ling Feng, seeing this, dared not to be negligent. He felt his throat tighten and let out a fierce roar. With that roar, the energy within him surged violently outward. Although not particularly powerful, it sufficed to crush some of the cockroaches. Occasionally, a few resilient ones remained alive, which Ling Feng would swiftly stomp on. Before long, the room was littered with the corpses of cockroaches. This scene was terrifying, reminiscent of both apocalyptic times and before the end. Had it not been for Ling Feng's formidable strength, he might have been utterly frightened. These cockroaches must have come from outside. Ling Feng mused. He had meticulously checked every room prior, so it was inconceivable that a nest of cockroaches had gone unnoticed. Thus, the only explanation was that they had entered from the outside. Ling Feng surveyed the room and walked directly to the window, pulling back the curtains to reveal a hole the size of a small basin melted into the glass. Peering closely out the window, he immediately noticed numerous cockroaches scuttling along the windowsill, climbing up the wall incessantly. "Damn it," Ling Feng cursed, opening the window and unleashing two energy waves that obliterated the cockroaches below. "We cannot stay in this house any longer. We must leave immediately." Ling Feng stepped outside and, seeing Seiko and the others waiting, solemnly relayed the situation. Shiro, Kanon, and Shizuka gasped at the sight of the room, filled with cockroach carcasses, their faces pale with fear. Such a scene was particularly terrifying for the girls, even causing Seiko's brow to furrow tightly. "Wait, where's that fat guy, Mitsui?" Ling Feng suddenly realized he had not seen Mitsui, his expression shifting to alarm. Upon Ling Feng's declaration, The others also noticed Mitsui was missing. Logically, with such a commotion, it was impossible for him not to react at all. Let's go check. Ling Feng's face darkened as he called out, quickly heading toward Mitsui's room. Passing his own room, he dashed inside, hastily donning a spare outfit and grabbing his twin swords. The group reached the door to Mitsui's room, where a multitude of rustling sounds emanated from within. Everyone, stand back, Ling Feng impatiently instructed, pushing the girls aside before forcefully kicking the door open. In an instant, a monstrous shadow lunged toward Ling Feng with a piercing shriek. The girls instinctively screamed, including Siko. As it turned out to be a gigantic cockroach, nearly a meter long. It was utterly horrifying, even causing Ling Feng to momentarily freeze in shock. Fortunately, despite his surprise, Ling Feng's hands moved without hesitation. Almost instantaneously, he wielded his swords in a swift arc. The heavy blades, propelled by tremendous force, tore through the massive cockroach's body, splattering foul ichor everywhere. Though cockroaches possessed remarkable vitality, being cleaved into several pieces rendered them incapable of survival. However, the room was not devoid of other large cockroaches. A quick glance revealed 5 or 6 more, along with a multitude of fist-sized ones, and still no sign of Mitsui. Cockroaches, perish, Ling Feng bellowed, unleashing a barrage of energy waves. Yuri Kawakawa, seemingly terrified, pushed past Ling Feng, disregarding her exhaustion, and rapidly thrust her hands forward, shooting out golden energy waves that indiscriminately bombarded the room. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, golden energy waves erupted from Yuri's palms, wreaking havoc within the room. The violent golden currents ravaged the space, reducing the remaining large cockroaches to mere fragments, utterly obliterated. Everyone, including Kay, was taken aback, astonished at how fearsome Yuri could be when provoked. Truly remarkable. All right, Yuri, the cockroaches are all dead. You need not waste more energy. Your body won't withstand it. Ling Feng sighed, reaching out to stop Yuri, who was still rampaging. I'm so tired, Yuri gasped, gradually lowering her hands as she surveyed the grotesque remains scattered about the room. The sight of the gory remnants nearly made her retch, with the other girls also covering their mouths, suppressing their nausea. Yuri, you were amazing, Shauna remarked with a wry smile, while Yuri's cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling a bit embarrassed for having lost control. But where's Mitsui? He surely can't be in here. He wouldn't be in the bathroom, would he? Shiro spoke, frowning as she glanced around. The group began to call out for Mitsui, searching every room, yet he was nowhere to be found, as if he had vanished into thin air. Do you think Mitsui might have been eaten by those giant cockroaches? Kay suggested hesitantly, her face paling. The others' expressions shifted, as that seemed the only plausible explanation. The thought of Mitsui possibly being devoured in his sleep by cockroaches made their faces grow increasingly grim, and they reached a unanimous conclusion, regardless of Mitsui's fate. They could not remain in this house a moment longer. It was a matter of life and death. After hastily gathering their belongings, Ling Feng and the others pushed open the front door to step outside, only to be met by a vast, dark swarm of cockroaches surging toward them like a tide. Instantly, everyone was left in shock, followed by the women erupting into horrified screams. The screams reverberated through the air, echoing into the night, nearly deafening Ling Feng. Everyone, retreat. Back inside, he urgently commanded, pushing the girls back into the house and slamming the door shut. I'll handle this. I refuse to believe that my Kamehameha can't obliterate these wretched insects. Ling Feng shouted, leaping into the air with his aerial technique. Surveying the overwhelming swarm of cockroaches, a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. He clasped his hands together in a lotus position at his waist, fervently channeling his internal energy, gathering a brilliant blue-white light that spiraled within his palms, the energy fluctuations intensifying. Seemingly sensing the impending danger, countless cockroaches began to flutter their wings, screeching as they charged toward Ling Feng in the sky. Die, you filthy insects, Ling Feng roared, thrusting his hands forward, unleashing a powerful beam of blue-white light that instantaneously obliterated all cockroaches within its devastating radius. As the radiant light dissipated, Ling Feng exhaled heavily, casting a glance around him. A wave of relief washed over him as he realized that not a single cockroach had managed to escape his grasp. All had been exterminated with precision. Upon checking the Dragon Ball system, he noted that his energy points stood at 3127. When converted, The energy points from the mutated cockroaches were disappointingly meager, likely not even amounting to a single point. What a stroke of misfortune. At that moment, several girls, led by Siko Jod, emerged from the door. Upon witnessing the desolate scene outside, they collectively sighed in relief, their faces reflecting lingering trepidation. The earlier scene had been so harrowing that even Ling Feng had felt his scalp tingle with fear. It was truly terrifying. For anyone afflicted with a phobia of clusters, it might have been enough to induce a fatal fright. Let us leave this wretched place at once, World urged, her impatience palpable. She could hardly bear to linger any longer in such a dismal locale. They approached the Hummer to assess its condition, thankful to find it unscathed. Hastily, they opened the doors and piled inside. Promptly sealing the windows, after starting the engine, they prepared to flee the terrifying village under the cover of night. That I sincerely hope we never encounter such cockroaches again. I simply cannot endure it. Siko Jod remarked, still shaken from the earlier ordeal. The other girls nodded in agreement, their faces betraying their lingering fear. However, just as their vehicle reached the narrow path leading out of the village, a familiar, anguished scream echoed from afar, causing everyone to pause in shock. That it was the unmistakable voice of Mitsui, the corpulent man. What should we do, Ling Feng? The speed of the Hummer involuntarily slowed. Shizuka Jukawa's gaze was fixed on Ling Feng, clearly awaiting his decision. Should they depart, or should they return to check on Mitsui's condition? The choice rested entirely upon him. Listening to the continuous cries for help and desperate pleas, Ling Feng sighed heavily, rolled down the Hummer's window, and leaped out of the vehicle. Make your way to the main road outside the village. He instructed Siko and the others that I will assess Mitsui's situation. If there is a chance to save him, I will do my utmost. With that, Ling Feng swiftly dashed toward the direction of Mitsui's cries. What should we do, Siko? Should we go check it out as well? Shizuka hesitated. Siko Jod shook her head solemnly, responding, since our husband has asked us to wait outside, we must obey. Let us hope both Ling Feng and Mitsui remain safe. Everything will be fine, World said with a slight smile, patting Yanagi's shoulder. Ling Feng is incredibly strong. These mere insects cannot possibly be his match. Though she spoke with confidence, it was evident to all that World harbored her own worries, considering the monstrous size and overwhelming numbers of the cockroaches. I trust he will be fine. We should wait patiently for his return. Drive faster. It seems some cockroaches are pursuing us, Shizuka warned as she glanced at the rearview mirror. Reacting promptly, Shizuka pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the Hummer roared to life, quickly distancing itself from the pursuing cockroaches. Within moments, they burst forth from the village and onto the main road. Mitsui, I am coming to save you. Hold on, Ling Feng called out as he raced toward his friend. Big brother, save me. Mitsui, who was being dragged by a colossal cockroach the size of a grown man, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Ling Feng's voice, his eyes brimming with tears of relief. Yuri still alive, Mitsui? Ling Feng exclaimed upon spotting him, which caused Mitsui to wear a pained expression as he pleaded, Big brother, please hurry and save me. I have no idea where these creatures intend to take me. He had been peacefully asleep when a tingling sensation in his nose roused him. Upon opening his eyes, he was nearly petrified by the sight of a gigantic cockroach perched atop his blanket. Its menacing eyes fixated on him. Before he could scream, it unleashed a noxious gas, rendering him unconscious. When he awoke, he found himself ensnared in a veritable sea of cockroaches, being dragged away by one of the monstrous creatures. Mitsui had thought his demise was imminent, but Ling Feng's arrival felt like a divine intervention. That I am quite curious whether the bizarre occurrences in these villages are connected to these cockroaches, Ling Feng mused, frowning as he observed Mitsui being towed away. Is that really so, big brother? Mitsui exclaimed in despair, sensing Ling Feng's unexpected presence. The massive cockroach glanced up, its antennae twitching before it emitted a fearsome roar. It then spewed a stream of black liquid toward Ling Feng, who deftly sidestepped the attack. The corrosive liquid splashed onto the ground, instantly dissolving several nearby cockroaches. Ling Feng's expression darkened as he realized that the marks he had seen earlier were likely caused by this liquid. Thankfully, the creature had not chosen to attack Shizuka. Otherwise, it could have been catastrophic. Infuriated by the missed attack, the giant cockroach let out another roar, summoning a horde of its smaller kin to charge at Ling Feng. The sheer volume was staggering, with at least several hundred rushing toward him. That a single bite could spell trouble. Take this, you vile creatures. Ling Feng retreated a short distance, smirking as he unleashed two energy blasts. Obliterating a cluster of cockroaches, he then drew 2 heavy swords, their blades merging to form a double-edged weapon. As the swarm approached, Ling Feng surged forward, twisting his body to initiate a spinning attack with his dual blades. After 2 swift strikes, a multitude of cockroach corpses tumbled to the ground. He twirled his blades with remarkable speed, creating a miniature whirlwind that shredded the nearby cockroaches into pieces, preventing any from drawing near. "Ah, big brother, you're incredible. Wipe out these filthy pests," Mitsui shouted, his spirit ignited by the spectacle. Ling Feng did not respond to Mitsui's cheers. He was focused on the battle, gradually retreating. It wasn't that he was hesitant to unleash a powerful attack to annihilate the cockroaches, but rather that he wished to unravel the peculiar happenings in the nearby villages and conserve energy for a critical moment. "What on earth, big brother? Why are you running away? Use your energy ball to attack. Unleash your ultimate move and obliterate these insects," Mitsui cried out in desperation, his face contorted with urgency. "Quiet down, Mitsui. I will save you, so stop your incessant shouting." Ling Feng snapped back, growing irritated. With a swift motion, he swung his sword, releasing a golden energy blade that shattered a line of cockroaches, creating an opening that he darted through, retreating to a safe distance in the sky, away from the horde. "Big brother, I'm counting on you to rescue me. Don't wait until I'm devoured to act. It might be too late by then," Mitsui yelled, his voice filled with dread as he watched Ling Feng soar into the air, seemingly annoyed by the noise. The gigantic cockroach turned its attention to Mitsui, releasing a foul gas that caused him to faint instantly. He was dragged away, gradually disappearing into the distance to avoid attracting the entire swarm. Ling Feng proceeded cautiously, tailing them discreetly. After a while, he watched as the cockroaches entered a massive underground cavern, presumably their lair. "I can't delay any longer. I cannot follow them inside. It's too perilous that I must rescue Mitsui now." Upon witnessing the adversary burrowing into the subterranean cavern, Ling Feng's brow furrowed tightly in apprehension. Once he descended underground, evading the relentless onslaught of these insects would prove utterly impossible in an instant. He dashed forward at full speed, his dual-edged sword splitting into 2 halves, each unleashing a golden arc of sword energy that detonated amidst the swarm of cockroaches. The horde erupted into chaos. Several grotesque roaches breaking away from the main body and swiftly soaring towards Ling Feng, pursued closely by a legion of lesser cockroaches, at least 1,000 by his estimation. After a flurry of sword strikes, Ling Feng noted with dismay that the cockroaches showed no sign of diminishing. "Damn it, the sheer number of these pests is overwhelming." He gritted through clenched teeth, fervently spinning his blades. The risk of being bitten and potentially infected left him feeling constrained and troubled in battle. Meanwhile, Mitsui was on the verge of being dragged into the cave. If he didn't act quickly, rescue would be futile. Without hesitation, Ling Feng sheathed his twin swords, clasped his hands together at his waist, and bellowed, "Kamehameha." With a vigorous thrust of his hands, an uncharged Kamehameha wave erupted forth, a powerful blue-white beam that obliterated hundreds of cockroaches in its path. The beam ultimately struck the vicinity of the cave with a thunderous boom, creating a gaping crater. The massive cockroach dragging the hefty Mitsui, upon witnessing the destruction, released its grip and, with a frenzied flap of its wings, charged towards Ling Feng, emitting an ear-piercing cacophony and displaying an aggressive demeanor. Ling Feng pointed a finger, shooting forth a slender, orange-red beam. Although it struck the colossal insect, its tenacity proved formidable. Even after a portion of its body was obliterated, it continued its reckless assault, its mouth lined with countless jagged teeth, snapping menacingly at Ling Feng's hand. "Good grief," Ling Feng exclaimed, startled by the ferocity of the giant cockroach. He quickly retracted his finger, narrowly evading the creature's jaws, and drew a heavy sword from his back. Cleaving downwards, with a swift motion, he sliced the creature in 2 from head to tail. Despite its robust life force, being severed in such a manner sealed its fate, and its 2 halves plummeted to the ground, crushing several cockroaches beneath them. However, the subsequent scene made Ling Feng feel a wave of nausea. The 2 severed halves of the giant cockroach were immediately besieged by countless smaller roaches, voraciously devouring every fragment without mercy. Ling Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. The grotesque sight was utterly revolting. Shifting his gaze towards Mitsui, he spotted several roaches over a meter long struggling to drag him towards the cave. Realizing the urgency, Ling Feng rushed forward, wielding his heavy sword. With two swift arcs of sword energy, he tore through the surrounding cockroaches, grasped Mitsui by the leg, and soared into the air, evading a wave of bites. This fatso is surprisingly heavy, Ling Feng thought, straining slightly as he secured Mitsui and landed atop a nearby rooftop, delivering a swift slap to awaken him. Mitsui, jolted awake, beheld his escape from the roach swarm and erupted into jubilant cheers. Gazing at Ling Feng with admiration, I knew it. Only you, big brother, have the prowess. Those pathetic insects are nothing but fodder before your might. Ha! Pathetic fodder. Heh! Turn around and look at that fellow, if you still dare to utter those words. Then I have nothing more to say, Ling Feng remarked coldly, pointing towards the roach nest, his eyes flashing with a mix of gravity and dread. Mitsui's expression faltered as he listened to the cacophony behind him. Swallowing hard as he turned to witness the towering, grotesque figure, his eyes widened in terror, the color draining from his face. Big brother, are you sure you can handle that thing? Who knows? Ling Feng muttered to himself. Bathed in moonlight, a terrifying and grotesque giant insect loomed before them. Its form unapologetically displayed .2 bulbous eyes, akin to lanterns, glared in their direction, glinting with a frigid, brutal light. That it was a cockroach, a gargantuan, mutated specimen. Standing nearly 10 meters tall, its lower body resembled spider legs, supporting its massive frame. Its abdomen showcased 2 rows of razor-sharp, elongated limbs, while 2 scythe-like appendages extended from the top of its abdomen. Flexibly swaying, the dark exoskeleton was adorned with sinister, otherworldly patterns, and its gaping maw dripped with repugnant ichor, leaving one to ponder what foul substances it had consumed. In comparison to this behemoth, the earlier cockroaches were mere trifles. The disparity was staggering. All other roaches, regardless of size, stood motionless upon the emergence of this colossal leader, as if awaiting orders, clearly indicative of a strict hierarchy among these insects. Big brother, please don't tell me you can't handle this beast. Mitsui stammered, his voice trembling as he observed Ling Feng's serious demeanor. You should flee at once. Siko and the others are already waiting for you on the main road outside the village. Ling Feng calmly instructed, his gaze shifting back to the fearsome giant insect. A foreboding sensation surged within him, an instinctual warning of the creature's terrifying nature. Big brother, are you planning to sacrifice yourself, so I can escape? How touching, Mitsui exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Ling Feng's expression darkened as he glanced at the monstrous insect, suddenly shifting his grip on Mitsui and leaping into the air. In that instant, the rooftop they had occupied was engulfed by a torrent of vile liquid, rapidly eroding away, leaving a gaping hole where it had once stood. Hissus, the giant insect, realizing its toxic attack had failed, roared in fury and charged forward, brandishing a scythe-like appendage with lethal intent, reminiscent of a mantis in pursuit of its prey. Ling Feng, sensing the challenge, drew his 2 heavy swords with a swift motion, crossing them to intercept the incoming strike. The clash resonated with a metallic clang as he felt an immense force surge through him, momentarily overwhelming his stance and leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath his feet. What a tremendous force! This beast is no ordinary creature, Ling Feng thought, astonished. The sheer size of the monster translated into a terrifying increase in power. Had he wielded his previous katana instead of the sturdy twin swords, he might have been felled in a single blow. Fatso, why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry and get out of here! Ling Feng exclaimed, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, only to find Mitsui still gazing in shock from a distance. Angered, he shouted, Big brother, you must survive. I'm taking my leave now. But first, let this beast taste my might. Mitsui, that portly fool, spouted a torrent of nonsense, only to suddenly draw a handgun and aim it at the colossal insect, with a fierce squeeze of the trigger. A loud bang erupted as a metallic bullet shot forth, striking the enormous creature's massive body with unerring accuracy, splattering a spray of dark blood and creating a small wound. However, before Mitsui could even utter a cheer, he witnessed the tiny hole writhing ominously. The bullet, instead of remaining embedded, was gradually forced out, clattering to the ground, while the wound rapidly healed at a terrifying pace, likely to be fully mended within half a minute. For a creature of such colossal size, this was merely a trivial inconvenience. Although the situation had reached a stalemate, Ling Feng clearly observed this spectacle, while he silently cursed the fool for his reckless bravado. he did glean an understanding of the creature's terrifying regenerative powers, which would undoubtedly be advantageous in the forthcoming battle. Yet, Mitsui's actions incited the giant insect's wrath, unable to tolerate the audacity of such a diminutive being daring to inflict harm. It abandoned its pursuit of the more threatening Ling Feng and lunged at the hapless Mitsui, saliva dripping from its ghastly mandibles, clearly intent on devouring him. My God. Brother, save me. The ferocious demeanor of the massive cockroach instantly drained the color from Mitsui's face. With a shrill scream, he turned and fled, his heart heavy with regret. What business did a mere underling have meddling in the clash of titans? Now, he had unwittingly invited disaster upon himself. The very thought of being shredded by the creature's terrifying mandibles filled him with a desperate urge to sprout additional legs to escape. You idiot! Ling Feng cursed under his breath, yet he swiftly brought his hands together, merging his two heavy swords into one. Gripping the hilt tightly, he exerted force, spinning it to unleash a golden blade of energy that howled as it struck the giant insect's armored shell. However, what had previously been a reliable technique yielded nothing more than a spark and a shallow scar, with nary a drop of blood flowing. The bizarrely patterned exoskeleton exhibited an astonishing level of defense, far beyond Ling Feng's expectations. Even though he was already aware of the formidable nature of the giant insect, he had not anticipated such resilience, causing his expression to darken considerably. He sensed that trouble loomed ahead. The giant insect, despite sustaining no substantial harm from Ling Feng's attack, felt a discomfort as the airflow subtly penetrated its body. Ignoring the fleeing Mitsui, it swiftly turned to face Ling Feng, unleashing a torrent of repulsive liquid from its mandibles. Having previously encountered the potency of this liquid, Ling Feng had no intention of confronting it head-on. He tightly gripped his dual swords and utilized his aerial maneuvering technique to soar into the air. Evading the vile substance, the liquid splashed against the ground, hissing ominously as it quickly corroded a significant hole. That I ought to be more cautious. This is perilously dangerous, Ling Feng thought, acutely aware that he could not afford to be struck. The giant insect, enraged at its failed attack, writhed and howled, spewing forth streams of its horrid venom. Ling Feng deftly evaded, capitalizing on his smaller frame to dodge continuously, convinced that the wretched cockroach could not sustain such an onslaught indefinitely. Each time he dodged, he would briefly land and pause for a second or two, allowing the creature's venom expenditure to diminish considerably. If he could outlast it until it exhausted its supply of venom, it would indeed be advantageous, as Ling Feng had anticipated. The potency and volume of the giant cockroach's venom gradually waned. After a series of more than 10 sprays, it could no longer continue. Cautiously testing the waters a few times, Ling Feng confirmed that the creature truly lacked the capacity to unleash any more venom. A cold, triumphant smile crept across his lips. This was the moment he had been waiting for. With a fierce shout, Ling Feng separated his dual swords, transforming them back into two heavy blades. Wielding them in each hand, he unleashed a flurry of golden arcs, directing them toward the vulnerable underbelly of the giant insect. Having meticulously observed prior, he knew the creature's back was heavily armored and ill-suited for a direct assault. With its stamina intact, recklessness would be perilous. Thus, he calculated that the area near its mandibles was the most viable target. Ling Feng's strategy proved effective. The giant insect, caught off guard by the sudden ferocity of Ling Feng's assault, was momentarily slow to react. The first 3 waves of energy blades struck true against its mandibles. The first leaving a deep gash, the second causing a torrent of foul blood to erupt, and the third severing a significant chunk of flesh and soft exoskeleton. Unfortunately, the subsequent energy blades met with the insect's swift reaction as it utilized its formidable scythe-like arms to block the attacks. Though it sustained some injuries and bled profusely, the overall impact was minimal, and the wounds began to heal rapidly. Fortunately, the damage to its mandibles was substantial enough to slow its recovery significantly, providing Ling Feng with a measure of reassurance. Otherwise, unless he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts capable of obliterating it entirely, he would be left at a loss for effective tactics. He was also fortunate that, for reasons unknown, the giant insect seemed disinclined to summon other cockroaches for assistance. Otherwise, he would be forced to flee rather than engage in combat. The giant insect, wounded and in pain, let out a wretched screech. Its enormous, lantern-like eyes filled with hatred as they fixed upon Ling Feng. Then, it made a movement that sent a shiver down Ling Feng's spine. Contracting its scythe-like forelimbs and spider-like legs, the massive body slammed down onto the ground with a thunderous crash. Resembling a colossal cockroach, albeit one of grotesque proportions, adorned with ghastly, intricate patterns across its back, the creature crouched low. It waved its long antennae and surged toward Ling Feng with astonishing speed, like a specter. Buildings crumbled in its wake, and in an instant, it was upon him, the stench of decay assaulting his senses. Faced with the giant insect at such close range, Ling Feng felt his heart constrict, an overwhelming dread rising from the depths of his being. The sight of an insect magnified 100-fold was a visual terror that only those who had experienced it could comprehend, and in that moment, Ling Feng felt the chilling specter of death looming over him. "Overcome your fear, strike it down," he roared inwardly. What was there to fear? It was merely a bug. With a sudden surge of defiance, he took a giant step forward, his left foot crashing down onto the ground with force. In the face of the onrushing giant insect, he twirled his swords, now aglow with a faint golden light, channeling all his strength into a decisive thrust, boldly charging forward to pierce the creature. Chosen by the Dragon Ball system, he possessed his own pride and dignity that he would not retreat on the path of martial arts. If he faltered today, he would never amount to anything significant in the future. In this moment, it was only war. Die, you wretched beast. Ling Feng's forehead pulsed with veins as the two swords, shimmering with a pale golden radiance, collided forcefully against the hardened shell of the giant insect's head. The razor-sharp tips, enhanced by his energy, finally penetrated the obsidian shell, though only about a third of the way before becoming lodged firmly within. In agony, the giant insect roared in fury, battering against Ling Feng with an immense force, causing him to stagger under the overwhelming pressure. His legs buckled slightly, his feet digging into the ground as he struggled to maintain his footing, leaving deep impressions in the earth. The intense friction sent a tingle through his body, nearly prompting him to use his aerial maneuvering technique to escape into the sky. "You filthy, cursed insect." Despite the immense pressure looming before him, Ling Feng's resolve remained unyielding. He steadfastly held onto the two heavy swords, gritting his teeth as he gradually drove them deeper into the monstrous creature's head. He was convinced that once the swords were fully embedded, no matter how formidable its regenerative powers, it would be futile. Bang! After being violently pushed back, Ling Feng finally encountered an obstacle. His back crashing painfully against the tiled wall of a nearby house, he instinctively gasped. A grimace of agony etched on his face as discomfort surged through him. Bang! 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 The giant insect, undeterred by the barrier, continued its relentless assault, seemingly intent on crushing the audacious Ling Feng. This barbaric tactic, though somewhat crude, proved effective, with Ling Feng's current physical strength insufficient to withstand the solid cement wall. He had to channel his internal energy to shield his back with each impact. Otherwise, the continuous collisions would surely overwhelm him. He could only strive to vanquish his opponent. Retreat was not an option, especially not at the cost of relinquishing the two heavy swords. Bang! 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 Each collision inflicted considerable pain, leaving Ling Feng with internal injuries, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, rendering him a disheveled and frenzied figure. "You damned insect! I will not rest until one of us is dead," Ling Feng roared, his veins bulging as he gripped the swords tightly, his expression contorted with fierce determination. The pressure he endured was immense. Yet the giant insect was not faring any better. The more ferociously it attacked, the deeper the sword sank, causing it to writhe in agony and become increasingly frenzied, its massive body swaying as it battered against the sturdy farmhouse, sending debris flying. Hisses. After a tense stalemate, it was ultimately the giant insect that faltered, retreating a short distance, abandoning its assault like a T. This moment, the two heavy swords had penetrated the creature's head by nearly half, and any further attempts to collide with Ling Feng could very well lead to its own demise. The insect, possessing a degree of intelligence, sensed the imminent threat of death and wisely chose to disengage. With the cessation of its relentless attacks, Ling Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he could have slain the beast, he knew he would struggle to withstand its final desperate retaliation. His back muscles and bones ached unbearably. However, while the giant insect had halted its assaults, it simultaneously made a move that would prove more troublesome for Ling Feng, realizing that lowering its body would be disadvantageous. The insect twisted its form, extending spindly, spider-like appendages to elevate its colossal bulk, howling at the moonlight with a primal ferocity that radiated a palpable aura of menace. Cursed creature, Ling Feng found himself precariously perched atop the insect's head, desperately trying to extract the swords, but they were ensnared in its flesh and exoskeleton, rendering him unable to pull them free. He understood that in this precarious position, he was at a severe disadvantage. This beast would not allow him to wreak havoc atop its head unchallenged. Before he could contemplate further, the insect, growing impatient with the human tormenting it, raised one of its scythe-like limbs and aimed a vicious slash at its own head. The rush of wind preceded the strike, brushing against Ling Feng's hair. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched low, narrowly avoiding the lethal arc of the limb as a few strands of hair were severed and wafted away. This was untenable. The combined weight on both swords was becoming increasingly burdensome, and he struggled to unleash their full power. Wait, how foolish of me. If one sword isn't enough, why not combine them? After all, they are a double-edged sword. A sudden realization struck him, and cursing his own ignorance, he hastily relinquished one sword, gripping the other tightly as he exerted all his strength to pull it free. Had he not employed a technique to stabilize himself, he would have been flung backward by the recoil that as the sword was wrenched free. A surge of foul blood gushed from the wound, sending waves of pain through the giant insect's nervous system, causing it to thrash its head wildly, while its scythe-like limbs flailed about, barely missing Ling Feng on several occasions, seizing the opportunity amidst the insect's chaotic attacks. Ling Feng leaped, reversing his grip on the remaining sword, and struck down fiercely, the sound of metal clashing resonating as the two swords merged. Hisses. The insect's eyes blazed red upon realizing that Ling Feng had not fallen from its head, and in a furious roar, it raised its limb to cleave him in two. Seeing the monstrous appendage descending upon him, Ling Feng's lips curled into a cold smirk. He sidestepped, gripping the hilt with determination, his eyes glinting with resolve as he channeled his energy, a golden radiance coalescing upon the blade. The scythe-like limb collided with the sharp edge, and a fountain of foul blood erupted as the golden gleam effortlessly severed one of the insect's arms. In the pitch-black night, a golden energy blade, over 2 meters long, sliced through the creature's tough carapace, leaving a deep gash as blood sprayed forth, raining down like droplets with the insect's frenzied thrashing. "Ah, how does it feel to lose an arm, you wretched bug?" Ling Feng exclaimed, landing gracefully as he reveled in the creature's suffering, laughter escaping his lips. However, as the saying goes, joy often precedes sorrow, just as Ling Feng relished his victory. The still howling insect suddenly turned, its massive mandibles aimed directly at him, unleashing a noxious brown vapor with no warning, reeking of foulness. To make matters worse, this miasma seemed to induce a potent dizziness. Ling Feng inadvertently inhaled some, causing his head to spin. Had he not instinctively bitten his tongue to regain focus, he might have succumbed to the impending doom of the insect's monstrous jaws. Startled, Ling Feng leaped backward, utilizing his agility to narrowly evade the lethal mandibles, his back drenched in sweat as he steadied himself, shaken by the creature's cunning. It was clear that he could not afford to let his guard down for a moment. The insect's cunning ploy had nearly caught him off guard. Yet, Ling Feng's condition remained precarious. The effects of the noxious gas lingered, sapping his strength and leaving him feeling weak and unsteady. His mental and physical faculties were waning, and the situation was only escalating. Regrettably, it seemed that retreat was the only viable option for him today. Continuing this battle would only exhaust him further. Ling Feng swiftly discerned that his physical condition was no longer suitable for a full-scale battle. Or rather, due to his poor state, he was utterly incapable of unleashing his full potential. Retreat was the only option, as he had at least managed to glean some understanding of his adversary's intricacies. There would be ample opportunity to deal with this beast in the future. Resolute in his decision, Ling Feng propelled himself into the sky, disregarding the monstrous insect below, which was frantically roaring and emitting noxious gases. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he unleashed a ki blast downward, and then swiftly navigated towards the path outside the village. The giant insect shattered Ling Feng's ki blast with its scythe-like arms. It realized that its quarry had vanished without a trace. Infuriated, it continued to roar, its eyes glimmering with a savage hatred directed towards the direction in which Ling Feng had disappeared. Under this influence, the nearby army of cockroaches began to stir restlessly, Foreshadowing a night fraught with unrest on the main road outside the village, a Hummer stood conspicuously in the center, still visible despite the late hour. As darkness deepened, eerie, beast-like roars echoed intermittently, weighing heavily on the minds of the occupants within the vehicle, their expressions grim. But shouldn't we go check on him? It's been a while since Ling Feng returned. I can't shake the feeling that something might have gone wrong, especially with all those mutated cockroaches around. It's truly terrifying, suggested Shauna Qingpu, the first to voice her concern. Siko Jid cast a surprised glance her way, a faint smile gracing her lips as she shook her head. There's no need for that. Although I share your worries, Ling Feng assured us he could handle it if we recklessly rush in. We could inadvertently hinder his efforts. Let us bide our time. Yet, despite her words, the worry etched on her brow was unmistakable. She likely harbored deeper concerns for Ling Feng's safety than anyone else. If not for her own lack of strength, she would have already joined him in battle. This sense of helplessness gnawed at Siko, manifesting as guilt, heaviness, and a sigh of resignation. Aren't you terrified of cockroaches? There are so many of them. It's like a cockroach army. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine in this wretched world, grumbled the rotund Mitsui, glaring with profound fear in his eyes. Haunted by memories of the creature, his words, the others turned their attention to Sekai Nishian, their expressions tinged with incredulity. The phrase "this wretched world" seemed to strike a nerve with her. Sekai scowled, rolling her eyes at Mitsui, who was sprawled on the roof of the Hummer. You pathetic fatso. You're not even man enough to withstand a few cockroaches at night, dragging Ling Feng into the fray to rescue you. Truly useless. Perhaps her words were a bit harsh, for Mitsui's face paled at her retort. He contemplated a rebuttal, but ultimately shook his head with a bitter smile, realizing that arguing with women was futile. Besides, he knew he was in the wrong. He had indeed been careless. Contemplating Ling Feng's encounter with the giant cockroach, Mitsui instinctively glanced at Siko, who sat quietly in the vehicle, and felt a pang of unease. If something were to happen to Ling Feng, she might just take her anger out on him. All right, Sekai, I believe this has nothing to do with Mitsui. We must trust Ling Feng. He may return shortly, said Katsuragi Hanayo, her tone gentle as she sought to ease the tension. Indeed, we must believe in little Feng that he is incredibly capable. Those foul cockroaches are no match for him, added Shizuka Jikawa, trying to comfort the group as she sensed their collective gloom. I see him. He is coming back, shouted Mitsui from the roof of the vehicle, his voice suddenly filled with excitement. Before the others could rejoice, Mitsui's tone shifted dramatically. Wait, it looks like Big Brother is flying a bit unsteadily. He seems like he might fall from the sky. What? Alarmed, Siko and the others hurriedly exited the vehicle, gazing skyward. Indeed, they spotted a figure approaching, but it was swaying precariously, as if about to plummet. Quickly, Siko, the most perceptive, immediately recognized that Ling Feng was in trouble. Her expression shifted as she called out, sprinting towards him, followed closely by the others. Ling Feng, soaring through the sky, felt disoriented and unwell, both mentally and physically in a rather dire state. Gritting his teeth, he managed to exit the village and spotted the Hummer parked on the main road, along with Siko and the others rushing towards him. They're here. I'm so tired. As he saw them approach, a wave of relief washed over him, causing him to sway dangerously in the air before he plummeted downward, leaving Shizuka and the others aghast. Fortunately, Siko was closest to his descent point, with a powerful leap. She stretched out her arms, catching him securely. Though she trembled slightly upon impact, she quickly regained her composure. After calming her breath, she examined Ling Feng, noting his pale, ashen complexion and lack of vitality, placing her hand on his chest. She felt his heart racing, likely a result of exhaustion, though it appeared more severe than that. Is everything all right, Siko? Is little Feng okay? Shizuka and the others rushed over, their faces etched with concern. He was their cornerstone. If he fell, their team would collapse. Siko conducted a careful assessment, shaking her head. As far as I can tell, there is no immediate danger to his life. He is merely severely fatigued and seems to be exhibiting some signs of poisoning. We should get Ling Feng into the vehicle. We cannot linger here any longer. Look over there. Hanayo pointed towards the greenery by the roadside, her beautiful face reflecting a hint of fear. The group turned to see several fist-sized cockroaches emerging, their numbers rapidly multiplying. Within moments, there were 7 or 8 more. Let us go. Siko's expression hardened as she whispered, clutching Ling Feng tightly before turning to dash towards the Hummer. The others hurriedly followed. realizing they had little time to spare. Enio, you take the front passenger seat. I'll sit in the back to take care of him, Siko instructed as she opened the rear door and settled Ling Feng inside. Glancing back at Hanyo, without a word, Hanyo nodded and moved to the front at AS for Mitsui. He remained sprawled atop the vehicle. Run them down, Siko commanded, her expression icy as she observed the encroaching horde of cockroaches surrounding the Hummer. Understood, Shizuka responded firmly, slamming the accelerator to the floor. The Hummer roared to life, akin to a beast unleashed, as it charged forward, crushing the cockroaches beneath its massive wheels, mercilessly carving a path away from the scene. When Ling Feng finally regained consciousness the following afternoon, he found himself in the back seat of the Hummer, nestled in the embrace of Shana Qingpiude as he stirred. Shana noticed immediately, her voice ringing with excitement as she called out to the others preparing lunch outside. Big brother, you're finally awake. We were so worried. When you didn't wake up this morning, I thought you might sleep for days. Ugh, I'm still quite exhausted and I reckon I'll need another day to recuperate. Those wretched cockroaches are truly repulsive. Ling Feng, feeling a bit strained, scratched his head and waved his hand, saying, How did you faint? Did something happen last night? The world inquired curiously, while Siko and the others looked at him expectantly. Ling Feng forced a smile and nodded, briefly recounting the events of the previous night. Jingxiang and the others couldn't help but express their astonishment and dread, realizing how perilous the situation had been. If I hadn't exerted so much energy at the beginning, why would I have engaged in close combat with that insect? I could have easily obliterated it with a full-powered Kamehameha. We were simply unfortunate to encounter such a thing. Ling Feng said, clearly displeased. The thought of battling a cockroach was absurd to him. It was something that could have been squashed with a single stomp before. This damned apocalypse. This wretched negative energy. Don't you find it strange? Why was that cockroach so formidable? According to Mitsui's earlier description, it seems excessively exaggerated. Compared to other mutated cockroaches, it is exponentially stronger. Kaye pondered aloud if she hadn't spoken up. Ling Feng might not have considered it, but her words made him furrow his brow in contemplation that it was indeed quite bizarre. A mere cockroach, even if mutated, shouldn't have grown to such a colossal size. More importantly, it was the first mutated insect they had encountered since the onset of the apocalypse, and the sheer number of them was astounding that if other insects in this world were also mutating. Especially ants. Ling Feng thought it might be better to just give up on living altogether. Ye raises a valid point. Regardless, this world adheres to the fundamental principle of balance. Cockroaches are already numerous. Almost every household has some. Given such a terrifying baseline, the likelihood of mutation should be minimal. It's hard to believe so many could suddenly emerge. It defies logic, Siko agreed, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. The unpredictability of such occurrences left her feeling uneasy, and if they encountered it again, it would undoubtedly pose a problem. Ling Feng shivered at the thought of countless insects multiplying tenfold or even 100-fold before their eyes. Even he and Siko felt a chill run down their spines. Nothing could be more terrifying than insects magnified 100 times. However, he recalled their initial encounter with numerous mutated rats, but those were mammals. Completely different from cockroaches that if you think about it, although there seemed to be a lot of rats, in comparison to the total number in the area around the mansion, it was actually quite few. We haven't seen many mutated rats in the following days because there was a large granary nearby. Other places are a different story. Ling Feng reflected, that's true. We haven't encountered many mutated rats either. Ye and the other girls nodded in agreement. As for mutated insects, we've never seen any before. Well, there's no use dwelling on this now. Let's wait and see how things unfold. For now, please prepare me some food. I'm absolutely starving, Ling Feng said, scratching his head in frustration. The girls promptly set to work preparing lunch, and soon the air was filled with the delicious aroma of the meal after receiving the chopsticks. Ling Feng eagerly dug in, having skipped breakfast due to his sleep, and his stomach was nearly empty, grumbling in protest. After finishing his meal, Ling Feng reclined comfortably in his seat. Quietly resting, he focused on the Dragon Ball system to check his energy points. Due to not having defeated the giant cockroach, his energy points remained low, with only a slight increase from defeating other cockroaches, totaling 3,418 points. As he rested with half-closed eyes, he clicked on the fist icon to browse through the myriad of martial arts techniques available in the Dragon Ball universe. The variety was overwhelming, akin to a multitude of stars, and while he had seen many, There were still countless techniques left unexplored. After battling the mutated giant cockroach, Ling Feng realized he should learn a defensive technique for self-protection in critical moments. He began searching for such a technique. After more than 10 minutes, he indeed found a very promising technique called Qi Gang. It could also be referred to as Gang Qi. This technique involved an advanced application of Qi, allowing it to permeate every corner of the body, forming a faint aura around him that if the Qi within was abundant enough, it could even manifest as an explosive form of Gang Qi. Circulating around him continuously, not only would it provide remarkable defense, but it would also possess a degree of offensive capability, making it an extremely practical technique. Its effectiveness depended entirely on the individual's physical strength and the abundance of Qi within, thus setting a certain foundational requirement. Ling Feng could barely learn it at present. Although he estimated the initial defensive effect wouldn't be particularly impressive, familiarizing himself with it early on would be beneficial. He was eager to exchange for it, but the price was quite steep, requiring a staggering 30,000 energy points. After pondering this, he couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Qi Gang seemed akin to the white energy waves that radiated around characters during intense battles in later episodes of the Dragon Ball anime. If in a Super Saiyan state, it would manifest as golden energy waves. However, given his current rather inadequate combatability, learning this seemed a bit ambitious, and he was far from having enough energy points. It would have to wait for another time. What are you thinking about, looking so troubled? Shauna asked, sitting beside Ling Feng with a concerned expression. Nothing much, just contemplating future matters, Ling Feng replied, smiling at the petite girl as he caught a whiff of her faint, sweet fragrance. Although his relationship with Shauna and the others was quite good, he still refrained from revealing the details of the Dragon Ball system to them. Though Shauna nodded thoughtfully, hesitating for a moment before her cheeks flushed as she softly said, "Thank you for yesterday. I thought I was done for." Recalling the moment when she was surrounded by terrifying mutated cockroaches sent a shiver down Shauna's spine. For a girl, it was far more dreadful than any venomous beast. Ling Feng's timely intervention had naturally brought them closer than before. It was my negligence. If everyone had slept in the same room, none of this would have happened, Ling Feng said with a self-deprecating smile, shaking his head. But there's no helping it. I couldn't resist the temptation. After a few days without it, I was itching to indulge. If we were all in one room, nothing could have been done. Having too many people indeed brings great trouble. Who would have thought such a thing could happen? You shouldn't blame yourself. Besides, having separate rooms provides a certain comfort, Shauna reassured him. Suddenly, another head popped up beside them, startling Shauna and causing her to giggle. It was World. When did you two start having private conversations? Are you having a secret affair, Shauna? You're quite cunning. World teased with a mischievous grin. At Shauna's face flushed slightly as she shot a glare at World and huffed. I think it's you who is being sneaky. I'm leaving now, so I won't interrupt your conversation. With that, she turned and exited the vehicle. World, you have something to discuss with me, don't you? Ling Feng said. Immediately sensing that she had something on her mind, World nodded, glancing at Ye, who was talking to Siko outside, and sighed. Ye and Siko are discussing whether we should return to our home to check it out. It's near the zoo, so there are definitely many mutated creatures. Siko is feeling a bit uneasy. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. Are they arguing? World shook her head and shrugged. Actually, Ye seems hesitant. She doesn't want to drag you into it. It seems she wants to go alone. That's ridiculous. Upon hearing the words, Ling Feng's expression instantly turned frosty, unable to restrain himself from rebuking, startling the world around him. Zhu, Chuan Jingxiang, and the others approached. What is the matter? Did the world provoke Xiao Fengchan and make her angry? That simply won't do. Xiao Feng still needs to rest well, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang remarked, assessing the two with a hint of amusement on her face. The world merely shook her head, claiming no responsibility for the situation. Ling Feng waved his hand, glancing at the somewhat haggard Gui Yanyi, and sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. Yanyi, I understand your concerns, but my primary objective is to hunt zombies and mutated creatures. Therefore, you need not bear any psychological burden. Venturing out alone would be tantamount to courting death. I am merely fatigued and require a brief respite. This will not affect our planned journey. I just worry so much about you. Ling Feng, what if something happens to you? I was anxious about you yesterday. The route we are taking leads to my home, a path I chose. If anything were to happen to you along the way, I couldn't forgive myself. Yan Yi whispered, tears glistening in her eyes. Ling Feng observed her distress, feeling helpless within. Gui Yanyi was a good girl, always placing the weight of responsibility on her own shoulders. She likely believed that it was her fault he was injured, leaving her with a guilty conscience. After much persuasion from Ling Feng, Yanyi finally eased her worries, refraining from any foolish thoughts of leaving alone. However, she likely still felt indebted to Ling Feng, attending to him with extra care, allowing him to enjoy the comforts of her presence. In the afternoon, the Hummer drove along a spacious road. According to Yanyi, as long as they continued along this route, they would reach her home in approximately a day's journey. However, they soon encountered a pressing issue, not the zombies wandering on the road, but rather the fundamental problem of gasoline for the Hummer. Unfortunately, despite its many advantages, the Hummer was notorious for its high fuel consumption. Why now? The gasoline was running low. We should find a gas station to refuel. Otherwise, I estimate we won't last more than a few days. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang said, gripping the steering wheel and frowning at the dashboard. She was unfamiliar with the area and had no idea where a gas station might be. Moreover, given how long the apocalypse had persisted, it was likely that gas stations had been depleted. We definitely need to refuel. This vehicle is crucial for us. Does anyone know of any nearby gas stations? Ling Feng inquired, turning to the girls in the passenger seats. They all shook their heads, but then Mitsui, who was lounging atop the vehicle, leaned down with a grin and said, I know. Big brother, I've been here before, and there's a large gas station nearby. I can guide you. Following Mitsui's directions, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang turned the vehicle, and after about 5 minutes, they indeed spotted a sizable gas station, likely still with some fuel available. The vehicle slowly approached the refueling point, and Mitsui swiftly hopped out, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. After confirming there was no one nearby, he took the fuel nozzle, opened the Hummer's fuel cap, and skillfully began refueling. I used to work at a gas station, so I'm quite familiar with this process. From now on, I'll handle all the refueling. It's no trouble at all, Mitsui explained cheerfully while he worked, attempting to elevate his value within the group. All right, let's find some empty plastic containers to fill with gasoline as well, Ling Feng suggested, nodding before stepping out of the vehicle, still carrying his twin swords. He had learned from past experiences not to let his weapons stray too far from him. The gas station was well equipped with plastic containers, and soon they found several in the offices. Once the Hummer was filled, they filled the containers with gasoline, ensuring they would have enough to last for some time. Okay, let's hurry up and leave. Ling Feng casually severed the heads of 2 approaching zombies with a swift strike of his sword, calling the others to board the vehicle. Just as they started the engine, the sound of an approaching vehicle echoed, and a familiar jeep rushed into the gas station, accompanied by a modified van. Vehicles equipped with electromagnetic pulse protection were rare sights, likely military vehicles. Ling Feng and the others immediately became alert, stepping out of the Hummer to assess the situation. What a coincidence, little brother. How have you been? A robust man with a buzz cut stepped out of the jeep, grinning broadly at Ling Feng. Ling Feng was taken aback, exchanging surprised glances with Siko. It was none other than Sato Ichiro, whom they had met not long ago. What a surprise to see you again, Siko remarked. Sato Ichiro laughed heartily. I thought the same. It seems your team has grown quite a bit. You're here to refuel, right? So am I. I came out to gather some food and water, all packed in the van behind. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before asking, how are things back at the base city? Sato Ichiro sighed and shook his head. The base city is likely on the verge of collapse. His words shocked Ling Feng and Siko, as they knew the base city had numerous defensive measures and resources. How could it falter in less than a month? Well, it's mainly due to internal issues. Recently, a highly influential figure arrived, consolidating many factions within the base city, but many were intensely dissatisfied, leading to increasing chaos. If this continues, infighting among our own people is a real possibility that I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Sato Ichiro lamented that a highly influential figure. Ling Feng inquired out of curiosity, only to be stunned by the answer. Siko and Jingxiang shared the same look of disbelief. The influential person Sato Ichiro mentioned was none other than Takagi Suchira, the head of the largest right-wing group in the region, the president of the National Salvation Society, known for his shrewd and formidable tactics. Certainly not someone to be underestimated. Takagi Suchira's prominence in the base city was indeed a troubling matter, especially for Ling Feng. Siko and Zhu Chuan Jingxiang exchanged glances, aware that Takagi Suchira's daughter, Takagi Saya, was the one Ling Feng had killed. If he were to discover this, Ling Feng would undoubtedly be in grave danger. You seem to know that influential figure as well. It makes sense given Miss Siko's background, Sato Ichiro remarked, noticing the expressions on Ling Feng and the others' faces. Ling Feng smirked inwardly, realizing that if Sato Ichiro learned of his involvement in Takagi Saya's death, it would likely terrify him. What are your plans moving forward? Traveling with such a group of young ladies must be quite inconvenient, Sato Ichiro noted, glancing at Yen Yi and the others, secretly astonished by their beauty. It's no trouble at all. It's just that the vehicle is a bit cramped, Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, then signaled for everyone to return to the vehicle and drove away from the gas station. Captain, is this all right? We originally came here to collect gasoline. A young man in the Jeep expressed dissatisfaction. This gas station had been their discovery, and returning with a tank full of gasoline would have been a significant achievement. Sato Ichiro shook his head. They won't be taking much. There's no need to make enemies with them. Their capabilities should not be underestimated. Now, let us move out. Yes, the soldiers replied in unison. Ling Feng, have you ever thought about something? Qing Pu Shana suddenly asked, looking at Ling Feng, who was seated at the front. Ling Feng nodded slightly, gesturing for her to continue. Shana glanced at the world language Yi and said, What I mean to say is, although the likelihood is slim, if by chance one of our families survives, how do you intend to handle that? You must understand, this Hummer cannot accommodate so many people. Upon hearing Shana's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this question had never crossed their minds before, yet it posed a considerable dilemma. I have no idea. You decide. My mind isn't particularly sharp. Shana replied. The more Ling Feng pondered, the more agitated he became, lacking the luxury to dwell on such details, and thus he directed all the questions toward Shana. Shana shot Ling Feng a glance, propping her delicate chin on her small hand, and after a moment of contemplation, she stated, Currently, there are only two options. First, abandon the Hummer in search of a more spacious vehicle. Second, further modify the Hummer by adding a small compartment at the back. Both options were impractical. None of them were adept at modifications, and spending time on alterations might hinder their rescue efforts. That we'll address it when we get there. If it proves impossible, we'll just have to squeeze together. I can join Mitsui on the roof. Ling Feng resolutely dismissed the suggestions, insisting that the Hummer was fundamental and absolutely should not be tampered with. Shana, feeling helpless, conceded that it would have to be this way for now. As night fell, driving became exceedingly perilous. Thus, Zhuchuan Jingxiang sought a high-end villa district to park the vehicle, casually finding a family to stay with, of course, after clearing out the zombies within the house. After a satisfying meal, Jingxiang and the others retired for the night, while Ling Feng and Siko tidied up and then departed the villa district, aiming to hunt zombies. Initially, Yen Yi had volunteered to assist, but Ling Feng firmly declined, explaining that only he earned energy points from defeating zombies. Bringing Siko along was merely to facilitate his own efforts, and there was no need to include an extra person. Let's first eliminate the zombies in the vicinity of this villa district, Ling Feng suggested. Upon exiting the villa area, he wandered nearby and discovered that there were indeed quite a number of zombies. He turned to Siko and said, We have our work cut out for us. Siko nodded and took the lead in attracting the zombies. Having coordinated with Ling Feng numerous times before, their movements were seamless, effortlessly luring a horde of over 30 zombies. For an ordinary person, this would surely be overwhelming. However, Ling Feng was no ordinary individual. He swiftly drew two heavy swords from his back and charged forward, wielding them with ferocity, decapitating the zombies as if they were mere vegetables. In less than a minute, the 30-odd zombies were vanquished. The two worked in perfect harmony, dispatching their foes with remarkable speed. Occasionally, if a zombie slipped through the cracks, Siko would swiftly dispatch it with a single stroke. An hour later, the streets surrounding the villa were nearly devoid of zombies. Ling Feng checked his energy points, 4,033 points, still far from being able to exchange for Qi Gang. The two glanced at the sky and decided against venturing further from the villa district to hunt monsters, turning back instead, as it was getting late and Jingxiang would begin to worry. Those girls, Yen Yi and her friends, are all quite remarkable. When do you plan to take them in? They seem to have developed feelings for you, Siko inquired, leaning close to Ling Feng with a smile. We'll see where fate takes us, Ling Feng replied with a light chuckle, wrapping his arm around Siko's slender waist, contentedly declaring, What brings me the most satisfaction is having you, a wonderful woman like Siko. Siko smiled gently, her gaze softening as she regarded Ling Feng, their unspoken understanding lingering in the AI. As the two ambled back to the villa, they were met with an utterly disheartening sight. A group of over a dozen men and women, wielding sticks and knives, surrounded the villa, continuously shouting demands for food that a few were rudely kicking at the door, while Mitsui stood on the second-floor balcony, hurling profanities at the intruders, his words harsh and unrefined, audible even from a distance. "You fools, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, when my brother returns, not a single one of you will leave alive," Mitsui shouted, his neck flushed with anger as he leaned over the balcony railing, spitting insults at the group below. "You selfish scoundrels. If you have food, you should be sharing it with us. This is the apocalypse. We should be helping each other. Besides, you are all outsiders. This is our territory. You are obliged to share your food with us. At the very least, you should hand over half of your supplies," a young man brandishing a watermelon knife shouted, his tone filled with entitlement. The others joined in, some even threatening that if Mitsui's group refused to comply, they would draw a horde of zombies to besiege the villa, leaving them trapped, a truly vile tactic. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng and Siko's expressions turned icy. This was the epitome of unruly scum. They quickly made their way over. "Are you all looking for death? Your words are more laughable than a song. Why should I give you food? Go kill zombies yourselves, you bunch of idiots. Like hell I would feed you," Mitsui yelled at the young man below, barely restraining himself from shooting him on the spot, fearing the noise might attract zombies. "All right, you fat piece of trash. If you won't give us food, then let us all perish together. None of us wants to live anymore," the young man retorted, his face darkening, his voice filled with fury as he rallied his companions to curse along with him, spewing every insult imaginable. "I'm curious to see what you can do to us." Ling Feng and Siko strode into the villa, coldly addressing the group. "Brother, sister-in-law, you finally returned. Did you hear all the nonsense these idiots have been spouting? I've never seen such a bunch of fools," Mitsui exclaimed from the balcony, his demeanor brightening upon their arrival, while inwardly he smirked. "Knowing these intruders were doomed, we heard everything, every word," Siko replied coolly, her gaze sweeping over the group with an air of chilling authority. Initially, the intruders intended to retort, but upon meeting Siko's piercing gaze, they felt a disquieting sensation, as if being preyed upon by a wild beast. Coupled with the sight of the weapons in the hands of Ling Feng and Siko, the group was effectively intimidated. Ling Feng, smirking coldly, thought to himself that a fool remained a fool. No matter how many fools gathered, they were still fools. He lost interest in exchanging further empty words and pointed at the young man who had instigated the disturbance, speaking with an icy demeanor. "You stay, the rest can leave." Ling Feng understood that hunger drove people to desperate measures, and while he could empathize, it did not excuse the actions of the excessively unruly. He could overlook the others, but this particular individual had to be dealt with. Sensing the tension in the air, the group began to show signs of fracturing. After all, no one was foolish enough to underestimate the deadly swords Ling Feng wielded. The young man's expression shifted as he contemplated the pangs of hunger, and with a determined glare, he snarled at Ling Feng and Siko. "You think you're so tough with those swords? Don't think two of you can take on all of us? There are over 10 of us here, each with a weapon. We can easily take you down. Once we break down the door, all the food will be ours, and we won't have to risk being devoured by zombies to find food." Ling Feng's brow furrowed at the young man's words. It was clear he was inciting a rebellion among his peers. It seemed he could not be spared. With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, he unsheathed one of his heavy swords and calmly advanced toward them. "Charge! Everyone! Fight for the food! If you don't want to starve, let us go all out," the young man shouted, leading the charge with his watermelon knife raised high. Seeing this, several men behind him followed suit, brandishing their makeshift weapons, their desperation evident. "I will grant you your wish," Ling Feng said calmly, his wrist twisting as he swung his heavy sword with unstoppable force. Without a trace of mercy or hesitation, the young man felt an overwhelming dread at the might of the heavy sword, a wave of regret washing over him. Yet it was too late. He could only swing his blade recklessly. However, how could an ordinary watermelon knife stand against the formidable heavy sword wielded by Ling Feng? At the very instant they clashed, the heavy sword severed the watermelon knife effortlessly and descended without pause. The young man let out a piercing scream as a deep gash was carved into his chest, exposing bone, extending cruelly to his face. With a clatter, The broken watermelon knife fell to the ground, and the men rushing in behind halted involuntarily, their faces painted with terror as they beheld Ling Feng. Bloodied, heavy sword in hand, alongside the lifeless body on the ground. The women shrieked in horror. Siko, her brow slightly furrowed, dashed forward, hands transforming into blades, knocking out the troublesome women one by one that if they continued to scream, they might attract a horde of zombies. They merely sought rest and wished to conserve their strength for battle. Originally, they had no intention of harming others unnecessarily, but if these women sought death, then it was only fitting to oblige them. After dispatching the adversaries, Ling Feng made no delay, calmly addressing the men before delivering a series of swift strikes with his heavy sword. In mere moments, several more bodies lay sprawled upon the ground. Gui Yin and her companions pushed open the door and emerged from the villa. Upon witnessing the carnage, Mitsui exclaimed in exhilaration, while the girls felt a pang of reluctance, yet understood the necessity of the situation. "What do you plan to do with these women? Kill them or let them go?" asked Shiji. "Kill them. One must eradicate the root of the problem. It is not that I desire to take lives, but they leave me no choice," Ling Feng replied with a hint of resignation. Yin Yi and the others remained silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. In this world, simply avoiding conflict did not guarantee safety. Such is the nature of humanity. After efficiently dealing with the women, Ling Feng sighed softly, signaling for Mitsui and the others to assist in transporting the bodies to a nearby villa for proper disposal before returning. That night, Ling Feng, having learned from past experiences, gathered everyone to sleep in the hall, ensuring that they could react swiftly to any emergencies. Although he could not engage in tender moments with Siko or Shizuka, he endured. As dawn approached, the group had already succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, Ling Feng inexplicably shuddered. His eyes snapping open, he pushed aside the arms of Siko and Shizuka that embraced him, rising to his feet, his expression grave, fists clenched and breath slightly labored, as if bracing for something ominous. The hall was unusually quiet. Even the slightest sound stirred the others from their sleep, particularly Mitsui, who, recalling previous experiences, frantically grabbed the handgun by his pillow. Terror etched on his face, fearing he might be taken by the roaches once more. "Big brother, please don't scare me. I thought those roaches were coming back. If you need to use the restroom, just be quieter," Mitsui said, glancing around nervously, but only saw Ling Feng standing there, lost in thought, which only added to his irritation. "Stop jumping at shadows. Nothing is amiss," Mitsui muttered, exasperated. Ling Feng turned to glare at him, coldly stating, "If you wish to survive, then all of you must be alert." Mitsui froze, then scrambled to stand upright, breathing heavily and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. The other girls mirrored his actions, fully aware that Ling Feng would not jest about such matters. "What is wrong, my husband?" Siko asked softly, puzzled, as she sensed no immediate danger, wondering if Ling Feng was merely overwhelmed by stress. "I have a very unsettling premonition. It feels as though an enormous upheaval is imminent." Ling Feng replied solemnly, feeling an oppressive weight grow stronger within him, a sense of foreboding that could not be ignored. "Please don't frighten us. It's not like some mutated insects are coming our way, right? I can't take it anymore," Shiji exclaimed anxiously, her eyes wide with fear. Ling Feng shook his head and remained silent, his gaze sweeping the room, his brow furrowing deeper as the uncomfortable sensation intensified. Something dreadful was surely on the horizon. As time passed, the classical grandfather clock in the hall ticked incessantly, making hearts tremble in sync with its rhythm. Finally, the oppressive atmosphere culminated as the clock struck midnight. Simultaneously, not just Ling Feng, but everyone present felt a suffocating aura enveloping them, as if the world itself had paused for a moment. Then, chaos erupted. The earth-shattering roars echoed through the villa's windows, sending shockwaves through the group, their faces paling in horror. They recognized that sound all too well. It was the unmistakable roar of zombies. Yet, the sheer volume of this cacophony suggested an unimaginable number of zombies howling at once. Ling Feng dashed to the door, flinging it open and rushing outside, while Siko and the others exchanged worried glances before following suit. Once outside, Ling Feng had already ascended to the skies using his aerial technique to survey the situation. Soaring high, he could see far and wide. Despite the darkness of night, the moon cast a bright glow, illuminating the scene before him. All the zombies within his line of sight were throwing their heads back, howling at the sky, absorbing tendrils of eerie black mist, their bodies contorting in various ways. After a while, the deafening roars began to subside, and Ling Feng descended, his expression grim. "What happened?" Shizuka inquired cautiously. Ling Feng cast a heavy glance at Siko and the others, letting out a deep sigh. From this day forth, humanity may truly face extinction. Without waiting for their stunned reactions, he shook his head and trudged back into the villa. "Seriously, you need to be clearer," Shiji exclaimed anxiously, hastily following him, along with Siko and the others, all still bewildered by the unfolding events. Once back inside the villa and securing the door, Ling Feng divulged everything he had witnessed, leaving everyone in stunned silence. "The zombies have collectively evolved. What does this imply?" "It signifies that Earth may indeed become a planet of the undead. Are all ordinary zombies transforming into mutated ones? Are we doomed?" Mitsui exclaimed, despair written all over his face. "No, from what I observed. While all the zombies absorbed the black mist, only a small fraction underwent mutation. However, even those that remain ordinary will undoubtedly possess significantly greater strength than before, not to mention those that have already mutated. They will likely be far more formidable," Ling Feng clarified, shaking his head. "If every zombie worldwide transformed into a mutant, then it would truly be the end." Hearing this, the group's expressions softened slightly, yet the gravity of their situation remained daunting. They were now faced with a horde of zombies far more powerful than before, and the weight of their plight hung heavily in the air. "What on earth is that black mist?" "It possesses the ability to enhance zombies. It's utterly bizarre," Kurosawa muttered, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I don't know, but it certainly is not a good omen," Ling Feng replied, wanting to mention that it was likely negative energy. But the words faltered on his lips. He found it challenging to articulate his thoughts. Ling Feng himself felt uncertain, as those zombies had inexplicably gained strength. Although it appeared that the energy gained from slaying an injured one would surpass previous encounters. He would never choose this path if given the option. From now on, even ordinary zombies would require utmost caution when confronted. "What bad luck," Shiji complained. "Ling Feng, should we still proceed as planned? It's too dangerous," Gue Yin said, biting her lip as she looked at Ling Feng at that moment. Even if he wanted to argue, she had no retort. The presence of a large zoo nearby had already posed a threat. And now it seemed even more terrifying. "Indeed, for now, we may need to postpone our plans. We must first ascertain the strength of the zombies post-enhancement. We cannot act recklessly," Ling Feng concluded. Ling Feng spoke with a hint of embarrassment, feeling that his attempts to visit the Yin Yi family were continually thwarted, leading to persistent delays. Gue Yin Yi shook her head and softly replied, "I too hope that no one gets hurt. As the zombies grow stronger, we indeed need to prepare ourselves more thoroughly. Let us hope they do not become overwhelmingly powerful." Despite Yin Ye's efforts to conceal her feelings, the worry etched upon her brow was unmistakable, revealing deeper concerns about her home situation. Much like Shauna's own apprehensions, the night had grown late, rendering it unsuitable to venture out, and thus the group decided to postpone any actions until dawn. "Siko, come with me to the room," Ling Feng suddenly addressed Toxic Island Siko, exchanging a knowing glance before heading into a room. Siko followed suit, and upon entering, the door was shut with a resounding thud. "Honestly, what an air of mystery. It's quite biased. Why is it that only Siko is informed of everything?" Shiji remarked, watching Ling Feng and Siko disappear into the room with a hint of discontent. "Aren't you jealous?" "Shizuka?" Shauna inquired, glancing at Ju Chuan Shizuka. Shizuka smiled gently and shook her head, saying, "Siko is far more capable than I. They must be discussing matters concerning the zombies. In truth, we have been a hindrance to Ling Feng." Yin Yi sighed with a sense of resignation. Ju Chuan Shizuka chuckled lightly, waving her hand dismissively. "Come now, I find it hard to believe that you, Yin Yi, are unaware of Ling Feng's feelings. If he did not care for you, he would scarcely pay you any mind. Although for us, it matters little where we go." Upon hearing this, Yin Ye's face flushed crimson, and without uttering a word, she glanced at the door before lying down to sleep. "Ah, let us all rest. Do not concern yourselves with the boss. Perhaps this will be the last night I, Mitsui, will ever sleep," Mitsui lamented, shaking his head as he pulled the blanket over himself. Under normal circumstances, Ling Feng would have been quite lecherous in calling Toxic Island Siko to his room, but at present, he found himself devoid of such desires. Inside the room, Ling Feng briefly shared his speculation about negative energy enhancing the zombies. Is that so? Do you have any plans moving forward? Siko inquired solemnly. Ling Feng gave a wry smile and shook his head. Things are a bit chaotic for now. After all, the events transpired too suddenly for anyone to anticipate the zombies' collective enhancement. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Siko and said, I will exchange the sky dance technique and the Wolf Fang fist with you to bolster your strength, as I am genuinely concerned about my ability to eliminate half the negative energy in the future. Thus, your power must be augmented. Then I shall rely on you, my husband. Siko understood Ling Feng's intentions, smiling slightly as she reached to undo her trousers, revealing her long, elegant legs. She cast a seductive glance at Ling Feng before turning to lie on the bed. Her fair bottom raised enticingly as she shifted slightly. Little temptress, behave yourself. Ling Feng could not resist giving her a playful pat on her dairy while eagerly shedding his own trousers, revealing his impressive endowment. After indulging in a moment of intimacy with Siko, he assessed the situation and decided to enter her depths, suppressing his primal instincts as he exchanged the sky dance technique and the Wolf Fang fist. Depleting 2,300 energy points in the process, Ling Feng found himself somewhat resigned to this peculiar method of exchange. Did the Dragon Ball system consider the two of them as one in such a state? He could not quite comprehend it, but ultimately he chose to focus on the benefits rather than dwell on the confusion. Once the exchange concluded, Ling Feng had no intention of exiting in such a mundane manner. Gazing at Siko's exquisite form, he began to engage in passionate intimacy once more, and soon, the two were entwined together, lost in each other's embrace. The following morning, Ling Feng and Toxic Island Siko emerged from the room, both radiant and glowing, with Ling Feng's arm affectionately draped over Siko's shoulders. That I must say, big brother, I thought you and your sister-in-law had decided against joining us for breakfast, Mitsui remarked, a hint of envy evident in his tone. Though he was immensely envious. Well, we have emerged now. After breakfast, we shall set off, Ling Feng replied with a smile as he and Siko took their seats, and the group commenced their morning meal. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, they boarded the Hummer and drove out of the villa area. Due to the events of the previous night involving Ling Feng and Siko, the surrounding area was devoid of any zombies, which was indeed a stroke of good fortune. As they navigated through the intricate intersections, they finally encountered several wandering zombies on the streets, including 2 strength-type zombies and 1 defense-type zombie. The proportion of such creatures had indeed increased significantly. And Ling Feng noticed that the strength-type zombies now had claw-like hands rather than resembling human palms, indicating they had evolved further, with a substantial increase in negative energy. Roar. Upon spotting the Hummer, all the zombies emitted excited howls and began to approach. Some fast, some slow. Ling Feng noted that even the ordinary zombies now moved at roughly half the speed of an average human, while the mutated zombies surpassed ordinary humans in speed. Next, Ling Feng commanded Juchuan Shizuka to change direction to avoid the 3 mutated zombies. Using the Hummer to ram into several ordinary zombies, he discovered that the sheer power of the Hummer was still capable of dispatching ordinary zombies, albeit with more effort than before. Get out and experience it for yourself, he declared as the vehicle came to a halt at the roadside. He promptly opened the door, leaping out with his dual heavy swords drawn from his back, merging them with a swift motion before gripping the hilt tightly. He dashed towards one of the strength-type zombies. Roar. The strength-type zombie, upon seeing Ling Feng charge towards it, swung its robust claws fiercely. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened as he deftly evaded the attack, twisting his body to slash with his dual blades. The zombie's head was swiftly severed, blood gushing forth and splattering onto Ling Feng's face, which he wiped away casually as he faced the oncoming defense-type zombie, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, he charged straight ahead, the tips of his blades glimmering faintly with a golden hue. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the blood from his blades splattering to the ground, revealing the now truncated defense-type zombie. Meanwhile, Siko had effortlessly beheaded the strength-type zombie, wiping the sweat from her brow, though her expression remained solemn. Aside from Juchuan Shizuka utilizing energy waves to bombard ordinary zombies, Yin Yi and the others struggled considerably against the encirclement of ordinary zombies. The reason was simple. The zombies' physical defenses had significantly improved, while their own strength had seen little enhancement. Ultimately, Mitsui and the others could only rely on firearms to eliminate these zombies. which proved to be markedly less efficient. Consequently, Mitsui, Shiji, and Shana would have to resort to long-range attacks, as close-quarters combat was no longer feasible for them due to their insufficient strength. Only Yin Yi remained somewhat capable. Given her previous foundations, that it seemed imperative to expedite the inclusion of Yin Yi and the other girls into the fray, as the team's strength needed bolstering to effectively confront the challenges that lay ahead. Observing the performance of the crowd and the enhanced strength of the zombies, Ling Feng pondered silently. After eliminating 2 mutated zombies, he checked his energy points, which amounted to 2416 following the slaying of a standard zombie. He examined his energy points again, only to find an increase of a mere 1.5 points, rather than the anticipated 2, which was somewhat disappointing. Once the skirmish concluded, the group returned to their vehicle. Their expressions grim. Although they were already aware that the zombies would grow stronger, encountering them in person was still exceedingly disheartening. Nevertheless, no matter how arduous the road ahead, they had no choice but to press on. Stagnation would only hasten their demise. As the vehicle traversed the road, it encountered an increasing number of zombies, and even some mutated creatures, all of which were systematically dispatched by Ling Feng and his companions. This success was primarily attributed to the leadership of Ling Feng and Siko, with Zhuchuan Jingxiang following closely behind. The remaining members of the group primarily assisted and provided guidance. However, despite the formidable prowess of the 2 leaders, the team's progress was noticeably slower than originally planned. Before noon, their Hummer encountered a significant obstacle, but on a critical bridge, countless thick, spiked vines ensnared the once spacious roadway, rendering it utterly impassable. Not only was the vehicle hindered, but even a person would find it challenging to navigate through without risking injury from the sharp thorns. Ling Feng, perplexed as to how such growths could have emerged on the bridge, decided to disembark and investigate further. As soon as he stepped onto the bridge, several stout vines sprang forth like lightning, attempting to ensnare his body. Thankfully, Ling Feng had anticipated trouble, sensing the imminent danger. He swiftly drew a heavy sword from his back and severed the vines that bound him. Channeling the energy within him, he extended it along the blade and, with a swift motion, unleashed a golden energy blade that cleaved through a substantial mass of vines. Creating a path, an enraged roar erupted from the dense foliage, and all the vines on the bridge writhed violently, twisting toward Ling Feng. Humph! I knew there was something amiss, Ling Feng scoffed, swiftly drawing a second heavy sword with his left hand. He wielded both swords in a flurry, creating a net of shimmering blades. Although the vines were robust, they proved no match for the metallic weapons. Despite the effort it took, Ling Feng managed to sever all the encroaching vines. "Big brother," Mitsui shouted. Ling Feng glanced to the side and saw the vines extending toward the Hummer, threatening to drag the vehicle into the thicket. Zhuchuan Jingxiang desperately attempted to reverse the vehicle. But it was futile. The vines were far too strong, wrapping around the tires and rendering them immobile. "Let me handle this." Realizing that Ling Feng was preoccupied, Siko immediately exited the vehicle, unsheathing her katana and diligently cutting through the entangling vines. However, her efficiency was somewhat lacking. Unable to keep pace with the vine's relentless advance, "That I'll assist as well," Kei Yoshikawa exclaimed, opening the car door and joining Siko in severing the vines. Their combined efforts quickly cleared the vines, ensnaring the Hummer. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuchuan Jingxiang floored the accelerator, retreating a considerable distance from the bridge. The vines had a limited reach. Once they exceeded a certain distance, they could no longer pursue, redirecting their focus solely on Ling Feng. Ling Feng sensed that he could not endure the relentless onslaught indefinitely. While individual vines were not particularly formidable, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Prolonged engagement would deplete his stamina significantly. "Tisich, I refuse to believe you can hide in there forever," Ling Feng declared, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. After severing another wave of vines with 2 powerful strokes, he retreated a few steps and leapt into the air, using his aerial technique. After ascending several dozen meters, the vines could no longer reach him. Breathing heavily, Ling Feng sheathed his swords and assumed a classic stance reminiscent of the Kamehameha wave, gathering a radiant blue-white energy ball in his palms. Imbued with tremendous destructive power, "Kamehameha," he shouted, thrusting his palms forward. That a powerful beam of blue-white light surged downward, striking the center of the bridge and erupting in a violent explosion, incinerating countless vines in a tempest of force. As the light dissipated, A vast area in the center of the bridge lay completely devoid of vines, leaving behind a smoldering crater. Had Ling Feng not exerted himself to the fullest, the entire structure of the bridge might have succumbed to the blast. Panting lightly, he cautiously surveyed the area below, when suddenly a serpentine shadow shot forth from the untouched mass of vines, opening its maw wide to bite at him in midair. Its leaping power was astonishing. Drill wave. Though startled, Ling Feng remained composed, swiftly extending a finger as a burst of orange-red energy shot forth, accurately penetrating the creature's mouth and piercing through its entire body. The shadow fell lifelessly onto the bridge. And to the astonishment of Siko and the others, the remaining vines began to recede, vanishing entirely within moments. As Ling Feng descended onto the bridge, he finally discerned the true nature of the shadow, a 10-meter-long green python. Its body adorned with patterned scales, resembling the very vines themselves. If it had concealed itself, it would have gone unnoticed. With the vines cleared, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang drove the vehicle closer. Upon seeing the pierced green serpent, the group couldn't help but feel a sense of dread, relieved they hadn't rushed in blindly, for they might have been ambushed. To be precise, this is merely a bamboo leaf green snake that I never expected it to grow so enormous and acquire such abilities after mutation. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang remarked, crouching to examine the creature. This damned world. Even a mere snake has become so formidable. How are we supposed to survive in such conditions? It's sheer madness, Mitsui lamented, his frustration evident. 77 Chapter 77. The seekers of aid. With the vines no longer obstructing their path, the vehicle smoothly traversed the bridge. Earlier, Mitsui had complained about their misfortune, and as though his words had conjured ill fate. They soon found themselves beset by a horde of zombies shortly after crossing the bridge, forcing them to disembark and engage in battle. Dozens of standard zombies, 2 speed zombies, 2 strength zombies, and 1 defensive zombie emerged from the throng. And to their misfortune, they also encountered a flame zombie, whose dark red skin allowed it to unleash fireballs. The sudden assault nearly caught Ling Feng off guard. After an intense battle that drained considerable energy, they finally cleared the area of zombies and hastily returned to the vehicle to escape the encroaching horde. Phew, we finally shook those creatures off, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang sighed, casting a glance at the receding figures of the zombies in the rearview mirror. Ling Feng downed a small bottle of mineral water, tossing the empty bottle aside as he caught his breath. Damn it, that flame zombie managed to blend in with the horde that I completely overlooked it at first. What a nuisance. Zombies are even gaining supernatural abilities now, he grumbled, realizing that the negative energy had fortified the zombies more than he had anticipated. If this continued, his advantages would soon evaporate. Regaining his composure, he checked the system, finding his energy points at 4851. My katana has shattered. What a pity, it served me well for quite some time, Siko lamented, wiping the blade of her katana, which bore 2 small nicks. This was the first katana she had used, and she had hoped it would last longer, but it had ultimately succumbed. Fortunately, she still possessed a spare katana, albeit with diminished sharpness, yet still better than having none at all. These zombies have toughened up significantly. Their bones are much harder now. Moving forward, I must ensure to channel some energy into the blade when striking, especially against mutated zombies, or else this katana will soon wear down as well. Ling Feng glanced at the katana in Siko's hand and spoke. Siko nodded in understanding, aware that this would result in a significant consumption of energy, necessitating a more frugal use of it in the future. Let us find a place to rest. We've just fought, and we are all quite exhausted, Siko said, sheathing her katana and gazing at Zhu Chuan Shizuka. Shizuka wandered around the vicinity for a couple of laps before finally driving into a somewhat secluded, dilapidated neighborhood. There were not many zombies roaming about, and they appeared rather dispersed. Ling Feng and the others swiftly dealt with them after spending only a short while. They were not particularly choosy about their resting place. They initially intended to choose a ground floor residence, but to their surprise, they discovered survivors inside. The security door was shut, and from the sounds, it seemed to be an elderly couple. Well, since there are people on the first floor, let us head to the second floor, Ling Feng said, shaking his head. Although the ground floor had a more favorable location, he would not forcibly take someone else's home, especially since there were still living individuals inside. After all, the first and second floors were quite similar in their offerings. Upon reaching the second floor, they were relieved to find it devoid of any living beings. The door was wide open, sparing them the trouble of forcing it open. Cautiously stepping inside, They discovered the place was entirely empty, with no remnants of food in sight. That it seemed the previous occupants had exhausted their supplies and had ventured out in search of more, only to vanish without a trace, either joining the ranks of the undead or falling victim to them. Despite the lack of food, they were unconcerned. They retrieved some provisions from their Hummer and commenced cooking in the kitchen. Soon, a table laden with dishes was ready, and they gathered to eat while engaging in casual conversation. Although I often lament our misfortune, upon reflection, we are indeed quite fortunate, especially in the company of our brother and sister-in-law. At least we can fill our bellies and not starve, Mitsui, with a mouthful of steaming rice, remarked with a hint of nostalgia, and I'm sure many are going hungry right now, compared to them. We are exceedingly blessed. Yenyi nodded in agreement, savoring each bite of rice, chewing thoroughly to aid digestion and replenish her strength at our current pace. Barring any unforeseen incidents, we should reach the vicinity of your home by tomorrow afternoon. Ling Feng said, speaking with his mouth full, glancing at Gui Yenyi, Shiji, and Shana. Finish eating before you talk. I can hardly make out what you're saying, Shiji chided with a chuckle, prompting the other girls to giggle softly. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Everyone immediately halted their eating, growing vigilant as they grasped their respective weapons and cautiously approached the door. Could you lend us a hand? Came a frail, elderly voice from outside. They exchanged glances, and Ling Feng opened the door to find the elderly couple from the first floor, their hair white as snow. Appearing to be in their 70s or 80s, with a frail demeanor that posed no threat. What brings you here, elders? Shiji inquired kindly. Young ones, do you have any cold medicine? My granddaughter has a cold, and her fever won't subside. If she doesn't take medicine soon, it could be dire, the wrinkled grandmother pleaded, her eyes brimming with desperation. Cold medicine? I'm afraid we don't have any. We only possess some painkillers and bandages. But no cold medicine, Ling Feng replied, shaking his head in regret. They had indeed overlooked such basic necessities and failed to prioritize their collection. Please, I beseech you. Our granddaughter is merely 3 months old. A few days ago, her parents went out in search of food and medicine, but they haven't returned yet. We only have a few morsels left at home. We could manage without food for a few more days. But without medicine, the child may not last till today. The elderly couple knelt before them, bowing repeatedly in their despair. Elders, please rise. We truly aren't deceiving you that we genuinely lack cold medicine, but if it's food and water you need, we can share some. Siko, not one to be heartless, felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing their plight. Ling Feng sighed, feeling troubled by the situation. The elderly couple was persistent, and after much discussion, they finally grasped that Ling Feng and his companions were indeed unable to provide the medicine. Their faces fell, enveloped in despair and anguish. Here, take this bag of rice and some food back with you, Shizuka offered kindly, handing them some provisions. Thank you. Thank you. The elderly couple trembled as they accepted the food, their eyes glistening with tears, evoking a deep sense of sorrow. Let us go see the child, Ling Feng said, rubbing his forehead, hesitating momentarily. The elderly couple nodded and led Ling Feng and the others downstairs to their ground floor room. There, in a crib, lay an infant girl, presumably just a few months old, peacefully sleeping but looking quite unwell. Ling Feng touched her forehead and found it alarmingly hot. Without medicine, her condition would soon become critical. We've nearly exhausted our supplies from the past few days, only managing to feed her some kanji. We're at a loss for what to do, the grandmother said, wiping her tears in distress. Shizuka, would you take a look? Ling Feng asked, aware of her background as the school nurse and her experience in medical matters. Shizuka nodded, tenderly picking up the infant for a thorough examination before gently placing her back in the crib. Her conclusion aligned with Ling Feng's fears. Without medication, the child would not survive for long. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with sadness as Ling Feng gazed at the baby's adorable yet pained expression, stirring feelings of compassion within him. Where's the nearest pharmacy or hospital? Ling Feng finally broke the silence, looking at the elderly couple with a calm demeanor. Brother, Mitsui stared at Ling Feng in astonishment. While he sympathized with their plight, the number of zombies in the area seemed significant, making it risky to venture forth. Now that we've encountered this situation, I cannot turn a blind eye. If it were adults, I might not intervene, but this is a mere infant. I cannot bear to ignore her plight. Ling Feng sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, acknowledging that he was not as cold-hearted as he believed. The girls exchanged glances, a gentle smile flickering in their eyes, clearly in agreement with Ling Feng's decision. The elderly couple was taken aback, their eyes brimming with tears of gratitude, and if not for Shizuka's intervention, they might have knelt again in thanks. Having lived in the area for many years, the couple was well acquainted with their surroundings and promptly provided Ling Feng with detailed directions to nearby pharmacies and hospitals. After a brief discussion, they decided that Ling Feng, Siko, and Shizuka would venture out together, as various types of cold medicine existed, some unsuitable for infants, and Shizuka's expertise made her presence essential to ensure they obtained the correct medication. Without further hesitation, they gathered their belongings and promptly departed the community in their vehicle. The closest pharmacy was a small one. With a left turn out of the community, they could reach it in just 3 minutes if they drove swiftly. You won't hold it against me for meddling, will you? I truly apologize. If my desire to help results in anyone getting hurt, I fear I shall regret it for life, Ling Feng said. A hint of shame in his eyes as he glanced at Siko and Shizuka. Oh no, not at all. Quite the opposite. I think you're incredibly brave, Xiao Feng, Siko replied, her voice filled with admiration. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, with a smile on her face, spoke while driving. Siko nodded gently and replied, if we don't do anything today, I believe I would feel quite reluctant as well. That I'm glad you took the initiative to suggest it. Sighing, Ling Feng remarked, it all began with the 3 of us fleeing for our lives, and now, it seems we've returned to that trio stage once more, huh? Although times have changed and people have moved on, certain experiences remain etched deep in our hearts, never to be forgotten. The Hummer sped swiftly, either crashing through or deftly avoiding the zombies encountered along the way. After approximately 3 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a nearby small pharmacy. Coming to a sudden halt without a moment's pause, the 3 of them promptly flung open the car doors and dashed toward the pharmacy. Several wandering zombies roared and lunged at them. Ling Feng scoffed, unsheathed a heavy sword, and charged forward with rapid strides, swiftly dispatching the obstructing zombies with a flurry of strikes before pushing through the glass door and entering. The pharmacy was modest in size, with several shelves noticeably bare. Many medicines were haphazardly strewn about, some crushed underfoot, indicating prior visits from others. We've arrived too late. All the common medicines have been taken, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang lamented after inspecting the shelves. Shaking her head in disappointment, let us try another one, Ling Feng decisively declared, without hesitation. The trio returned to the vehicle, started it up, and reversed swiftly, heading towards the next nearest pharmacy, which was larger and likely to still have some supplies. 5 minutes later, they hurried to the entrance of a sizable pharmacy, only to find a modified jeep parked outside, where several burly soldiers were busily loading boxes of medicine into the vehicle's spacious trunk. Who are they? Upon noticing Ling Feng's Hummer approach, the soldiers immediately trained their submachine guns on the vehicle, halting their work. I'll go check it out. You two stay in the car, Ling Feng said, furrowing his brow as he stepped out. Hands up. Upon seeing the 2 heavy swords on Ling Feng's back, all present were momentarily taken aback, their vigilance heightened. Ling Feng surveyed the scene with a steely gaze and calmly stated, I need a box of cold medicine for infants. If you have it, please hand it over. Time is of the essence for saving lives. How do we know you're telling the truth? First, drop your weapons and provide your name and home address. A middle-aged officer demanded suspiciously. Drop my weapons? How utterly ridiculous. It seems bloodshed is unavoidable, Ling Feng thought to himself, a cold smile forming within, upon hearing the demand to relinquish his weapons for interrogation. Ling Feng instantly sentenced the officer to death in his mind. To him, disarming was tantamount to surrendering his fate to them, a foolish act he would never comply with. There were others in the vehicle, so they would all face the inquiry together. Stop with the tricks. Be swift and lay down your weapons. The officer pointed towards the Hummer, his voice cold and commanding, revealing his accustomed authority. Truly a death-seeking fool. Ling Feng's resolve to eliminate them solidified further. At such a critical moment, issuing orders to others was utterly laughable. The Hummer remained still, while Ling Feng's hands gripped the heavy swords on his back. Appearing to comply, yet in his mind, he was calculating how to swiftly dispatch these adversaries, mindful of the threat their firearms posed. Just as Ling Feng devised his attack plan, the low rumble of a motorcycle engine resonated from down the street, and a similar military jeep sped into view, diverting the soldiers' attention. Siko, now. In the blink of an eye, Ling Feng launched into action, his swords flying from his back with tremendous force. The heavy blades struck down 2 soldiers before they could react, ending their lives in an instant. Fire! Quickly! The middle-aged officer, taken aback by the sudden ferocity of the attack, shouted urgently to the remaining 3 soldiers. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out as Siko, utilizing her pistol with precision, eliminated 2 soldiers who had rushed out from the Hummer. Ling Feng, moving with the swiftness of lightning, closed the distance to the middle-aged officer, his hands poised like claws, exuding the ferocity of a ravenous wolf. The final soldier aimed and squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets. However, Ling Feng, acutely attuned to danger, evaded the onslaught by employing his agility to leap into the air, dodging the shots, making it appear as though he possessed some mystical skill. Bang! Another gunshot echoed as the soldier targeting Ling Feng found himself with no second chance, his head exploding from Siko's precise shot. In a flash, Ling Feng reached the middle-aged officer, gazing at his panicked expression before coldly smiling. His claws tightening around the officer's neck. With a swift twist, he snapped it with a resounding crack. Releasing his grip, the officer's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief, unable to fathom his demise in such a manner. The entire sequence unfolded with breathtaking speed, seemingly a multitude of events. Yet in reality, only 2 or 3 seconds had passed. In that brief moment, through their seamless cooperation, Ling Feng and Siko effortlessly dispatched several armed soldiers, a feat that would leave many ordinary individuals in disbelief. With a screech, the approaching military jeep skidded to a halt, sensing the situation was amiss, just as Ling Feng was about to reclaim his swords and join forces with Siko to finish off the remaining threats. He was taken aback to see a familiar figure emerge from the vehicle. Well, it seems we are destined to meet again. Sato Ichiro stepped out, a wry smile on his face as he surveyed the scene, his eyes betraying a hint of shock. Internally, he felt fortunate that previous encounters had not led to conflict. These 2 were truly merciless killers. Soon after, several soldiers disembarked, weapons in hand, but, under Sato Ichiro's subtle directive, did not aim them at Ling Feng and Siko. Indeed, quite the coincidence. You've been active in this area lately, Ling Feng observed, somewhat astonished. Sato Ichiro nodded, explaining, the demand for supplies in the base city has surged, and our frequency of outings has increased significantly. We were collecting supplies at another intersection when we heard the gunfire and came to investigate. Are you planning to take us down now? Siko inquired bluntly, as several soldiers pointed their weapons in their direction. Sato Ichiro waved his hand, signaling them to lower their arms. Casting a glance at the fallen officer, he chuckled. Miss Siko, you jest. Do you think I would risk offending you 2 over a few dead men? We are, after all, somewhat acquainted. Seeing his demeanor, Ling Feng understood that the officer he had just killed was not aligned with Sato Ichiro's faction. Otherwise, he would not have appeared so relaxed. However, my young friend, it seems we've crossed paths quite a few times, yet I still do not know your name. Even Miss Siko, I have only had the fortune of seeing once at the kendo tournament. Sato Ichiro remarked with a rueful smile. These 2 were refreshingly straightforward, having never intended to introduce themselves. Had Ling Feng not fortuitously encountered Siko before and recognized her prowess and status, he might have underestimated them. Ling Feng, he replied simply, nothing to conceal, only that the other party had not inquired further, so he saw no need to elaborate. Little Feng-chan, Siko, stop dawdling. Hurry and grab the medicine. It seems that the 2 individuals have somewhat forgotten the main topic. Inside the vehicle, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang opened the door and poked her head out, expressing her dissatisfaction loudly. Your base city can accept refugees, right? I mean the elderly and infants. Ling Feng glanced at Jingxiang and suddenly felt a spark of inspiration, turning his gaze to Sato Ichiro and inquiring. Although he could indeed save the life of the infant once he returned with the medicine, it would be impossible for them to remain together indefinitely. Once they departed, it would be nearly impossible for 2 elderly individuals to raise an infant in this apocalyptic world. Wouldn't that be a great pity? After all, he was the one who rescued her. And if he could help someone to the very end, that would be ideal. Previously, he had been troubled, unsure of what to do, but now, upon seeing Sato Ichiro, a solution came to mind. An infant. After Ling Feng conveyed his thoughts, Sato Ichiro was momentarily stunned that he had not anticipated that the other party would bring this up. His gaze instinctively fell on the slightly protruding belly of Takushima Siko, and in an instant, He mentally berated himself for his foolishness. Siko's face also flushed slightly, clearly aware that the other had unconsciously misinterpreted the situation. But as for the elderly and infants, of course, we can accommodate them. However, the base city does not support idlers. Even the elderly must possess some degree of labor capability for us to accept them. Naturally, light tasks would suffice, and only very young children are exempt from work. While he was unsure where the other party had sourced these elderly and infants, it mattered little if it could serve as an opportunity to become better acquainted with them. He was more than willing to endure a bit of inconvenience, for he was looking at the bigger picture. That's good, Ling Feng nodded, explaining the situation to Sato Ichiro. Subsequently, Zhuchuan Jingxiang personally exited the vehicle and entered the pharmacy, locating the most suitable cold medicine for infants. They also procured some commonly used medications for themselves. To avoid future shortages, having gathered the necessary medicines, they returned to the vehicle, with Sato Ichiro's jeep closely following behind. After about 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived back at the dilapidated old community. Entering alongside Sato Ichiro and several soldiers, there was no need to knock, as Mitsui had already opened the door, surprised to see Sato and the others. However, since they had come with Ling Feng, there was no issue. Have you secured the cold medicine? Yi inquired with concern. Of course. Quickly administer it to the child. Just 1 tablet will suffice, and ensure she drinks plenty of water. Zhuchuan Jingxiang smiled as she nodded, reaching into her bag to produce a box of cold medicine, which she handed to the elderly woman. Upon receiving the medicine, the 2 elderly individuals expressed their profound gratitude before retreating to their room to administer the medication to the child. There is something I must mention. You may choose as you see fit. Once the elderly couple emerged, Ling Feng provided them with a general overview of the situation in the base city. Sato Ichiro assured them that as long as they were willing to undertake manageable tasks, they could survive there. The elderly couple naturally agreed, kneeling on the ground in excitement and continuously thanking Ling Feng and his companions, tears streaming down their faces. With the child's issue resolved, they felt an immense sense of relief. Staying in the base city was far better than the dangers outside. Sato Ichiro also sought a private conversation with Ling Feng. You are likely aware of the recent enhancements among the zombies. Sato Ichiro spoke in a grave tone. Ling Feng nodded, stating, last night, we were awakened by some unsettling noises. It was quite frightening. Subsequently, the zombie strength underwent a significant collective increase, making them considerably more challenging to deal with than before. What do you think, Ling Feng? Would you consider returning to the base city with me? I believe that with your abilities, along with Miss Siko's assistance, after some time to acclimate, you could certainly gain a degree of influence within the base city. Out here, it is ultimately not very safe. Sato Ichiro extended another olive branch, his eyes filled with eagerness. Although he had witnessed Ling Feng and Takushima Siko's prowess from inside the vehicle, he recognized their extraordinary strength. With their collaboration, the prospects of achieving great things in the base city appeared bright. After all, heroes emerge in chaotic times, and personal combat strength is of paramount importance. Eventually, ammunition will run out, and the days ahead are long. To be frank, we have family members to rescue, so we cannot accompany you. Ling Feng shook his head. Sato Ichiro remained undeterred and inquired about their next destination. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Feng revealed their plans without reservation. Upon hearing this, Sato Ichiro gasped in shock, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness. Is there something dreadful in that area? Ling Feng, observing Sato Ichiro's countenance, surmised that there was likely something he was unaware of. Indeed, it's not merely dreadful, it's a veritable death trap. Initially, I had considered joining you, but that region is genuinely terrifying that I have no desire to die, and I strongly advise you against going there. Otherwise, it would be a perilous endeavor, Sato Ichiro said with a bitter smile, fear evident in his gaze. Ling Feng's curiosity was piqued by his demeanor, prompting him to inquire further about the situation. There are king-level zombies there. All the zombies fall under their control, possessing intelligence comparable to that of ordinary humans. The base city once dispatched a troop to eradicate the zombies in that area, as there are 2 sizable wholesale markets with abundant supplies, representing a significant opportunity. Unfortunately, only a handful of them returned alive. Sato Ichiro recounted gravely. King-level zombies? Are they intelligent zombies? Ling Feng mused, still unclear about how the base city classified different types of zombies. By the way, Could you inform me of the various types of mutated zombies and creatures currently known in the base city? Ling Feng suddenly asked, as this knowledge would greatly assist in future endeavors. He had forgotten to inquire earlier. Sato Ichiro did not withhold any information, as this was not a secret within the base city. He proceeded to share all the types of mutated zombies and creatures he was aware of. The base city, with its vast human resources, had indeed encountered a variety of zombie and mutated creature types. In addition to those he was already familiar with, there were others exhibiting abilities akin to supernatural powers, primarily elemental types. Similar to the fiery zombies he had previously encountered, the most troublesome of these were the king-level zombies. Also referred to as psychic zombies, who could command other zombies in battle, possessed remarkable speed, and employed almost undetectable mental attacks, making them exceedingly difficult to handle. Fortunately, the numbers of these elemental-type zombies were exceedingly rare, far fewer than the ordinary mutated zombies. Otherwise, survival would be unfeasible. Sato Ichiro sighed. Ling Feng nodded, reflecting that the one he had encountered previously was likely a so-called king-level zombie. He was relieved to have eliminated it, as such zombies would be incredibly troublesome to face if allowed to mature. Now that you know all this, do you still intend to go there? Sato Ichiro fixed his gaze on Ling Feng. Ling Feng smiled nonchalantly and replied, "What of it? What if it is a king-level zombie? If it obstructs my path, I shall simply cut it down." His tone was calm and steady, yet imbued with an unwavering resolve. With his mind made up, Ling Feng's determination prompted Sato Ichiro to sigh helplessly, refraining from further discussion. They boarded the jeep with the two elderly individuals and the sleeping infant. Although the vehicle was slightly crowded, it was still manageable. "That I do not understand why you are so adamant," Sato Ichiro remarked, pulling down the window before departing. "You could still pursue them. There is likely still time." Ling Feng playfully glanced at Mitsui, who had been hesitating, a fact that was evident to him. "That is not the case. I am well aware that following my brother is the path to a brighter future. If I were to go to the base city, I would merely be reduced to a laborer, with little hope of enjoying life outside. That I am not so foolish as to choose that path," Mitsui replied. Mitsui hastily waved his hand, letting out a faint sigh inwardly. Ling Feng offered a subtle smile, remaining noncommittal. In the afternoon, Ling Feng and his companions departed in their vehicle, continuing along the original route. They encountered zombies and mutated creatures along the way, dispatching a few as they went. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, they sought refuge in an abandoned house by the roadside. While the girls busied themselves with cooking, Ling Feng took a moment to assess the day's harvest. His energy points had reached an impressive 8,120. Satisfied, he nodded. Although the enhanced strength of the zombies had increased the difficulty of slaying them, the rewards were also significantly greater. With a little effort, he found that his daily gains surpassed those of the past. If he continued to work diligently, it would not be long before he amassed 30,000 points. After enjoying dinner, under the guidance of Ling Feng, Tokisaki Kurumi, and Jikawa Shizuka, everyone engaged in physical training in the living room. "I say, big brother, this hardly enhances our strength and only wastes food. I think we should just skip it," Mitsui remarked, panting after completing a few dozen push-ups, a wry smile on his face as he observed Ling Feng, who was training vigorously. For a man of his stature, such exertion was quite taxing. Among the other girls, aside from Katsuragi Yaya who persevered, Sekai and Shizuka could hardly manage more than 20 or 30 repetitions before giving up. Their stamina was evidently limited. "You all are training ineffectively. There's no need to follow our lead. It would be wise to conserve some energy." Ling Feng observed their struggling forms, pausing momentarily before shaking his head. He then resumed circulating his internal energy to invigorate his muscles. After all, he was no mere mortal. It became evident that the difference between possessing energy and lacking it was akin to the disparity between heaven and earth. While Ling Feng and his companions diligently trained to enhance their physical prowess, Mitsui and the others could not keep pace. "I want to persevere. I wish to become stronger and aid you." Ling Feng, Katsuragi Yaya gasped, sweat glistening on her flushed face. Ling Feng approached, supporting her as he noted her exhaustion. With a touch of compassion, he placed his hand gently on her back, channeling a modicum of his energy into her. Instantly, her complexion improved, and as she found herself nearly nestled against Ling Feng's chest, her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing with a peculiar sensation. Without energy, blind training will only severely harm your body. You must be mindful of your limits, Ling Feng advised softly, guiding Yaya to the sofa. Energy, she murmured, her gaze flickering with hesitation and complexity as she regarded Ling Feng. She had heard the term multiple times and understood its significance. If she could possess energy like Siko, she would be formidable, a prospect she had long envied. The thought of acquiring energy made her feel a twinge of embarrassment. Yaya, I must confess something to you, Ling Feng whispered, drawing closer and wrapping his arms around her waist. Yaya shivered at his touch, instinctively pushing him away slightly, her face ablaze as she whispered, "Could you give me a moment to think about it?" This was the greatest concession she could muster. She was aware of Ling Feng's affections for her and acknowledged her own feelings, yet hesitation lingered, compounded by youthful shyness, leaving her unprepared. Ling Feng felt a pang of regret, but refrained from pressuring Yaya. He harbored genuine affection for her and preferred to avoid a utilitarian approach to matters of the heart. He believed that, given time, their relationship would naturally evolve, and there was no need for haste. Mitsui, observing Ling Feng whispering to Katsuragi Yaya, felt a surge of envy. Who could resist a girl as beautiful as Yaya? He too harbored feelings, but understood the dynamics within their group. That it was clear that these girls would likely be Ling Feng's future partners. So it was prudent for him to remain respectful to maintain their combat readiness. Ling Feng and his companions did not train for long. Feeling fatigued, they retreated to their respective rooms for rest, as did Yaya and the others, all having worked hard throughout the day. Originally, they were supposed to sleep together in the living room, but it proved unsuitable for restful slumber, which could affect their energy for the following day. Thus, they ultimately decided to sleep separately, ensuring their weapons remained close at hand. Knock, knock. Ling Feng was seated cross-legged on his bed, contemplating the mysteries of his internal energy, when a knock at the door interrupted him. Checking the time, he noted it was already 10 in the evening. "What brings you here, Shizuka?" Ling Feng inquired as he opened the door, surprised to find Shizuka standing there. He had assumed it would be Siko or Shizuka seeking him out. "You thought it would be Siko or Shizuka, didn't you?" Shizuka said lightly, stepping inside, her cheeks flushed with a faint hue. Ling Feng offered an awkward smile, but did not comment further. "Ling Feng, I want to be your woman. Is that all right?" As soon as Ling Feng turned around after closing the door, Shizuka's startling declaration caught him off guard. "That I'm not joking. I genuinely have feelings for you, and I don't want to drag this out any longer," Shizuka said, summoning her courage, her face a deep shade of red. "And I certainly don't want to be outdone by Yaya or Sekai," she added, not allowing Ling Feng a moment to contemplate her words. With a determined bite of her lip, she reached for the bow of her blouse, beginning to unfasten it. Ling Feng stood frozen, taken aback by Shizuka's boldness. He was at a loss, torn between the desire to reject her, thereby risking her feelings, and the overwhelming surprise of her sudden advance. When had their relationship developed to this point? As he hesitated, Shizuka had already disrobed completely, standing before him in her natural form. Though not as voluptuous as Siko or Shizuka, her petite frame held a unique allure. Faced with such a situation, how could Ling Feng declare his disinterest? That would be akin to humiliating her. He stepped forward, enveloping Shizuka in his embrace, his hands gently caressing her smooth back, savoring the delicate texture of her skin. Shizuka, feeling a rush of nerves, leaned into Ling Feng's embrace, her eyes clouded with a dreamy haze, her heartbeat accelerating. But a sense of confusion washed over her as she pondered whether she was being too impulsive. However, having come this far, retreat was no longer an option. Cradling Shizuka's form, Ling Feng naturally succumbed to his instincts, inhaling deeply as he lifted her effortlessly, gently placing her on the bed in her presence. He quickly shed his own garments. As Shizuka beheld Ling Feng's physique, she felt a wave of enchantment. Since acquiring energy, he had engaged in relentless training and combat, transforming his body from its original state. While not overtly muscular, he exuded strength and vitality, each muscle appearing beautifully proportioned, radiating a potent masculine aura. It was a sensation that left Shizuka, who had never experienced such intimacy, feeling bashful. "I'm here, Shizuka. I will be gentle," Ling Feng murmured softly, as he slowly pressed his body against hers, tenderly parting her slender legs, his waist descending gradually. With a gasp, another girl in the world transformed into a woman. The joyful symphony of their union soon echoed throughout the room, the bed creaking rhythmically. Afterward, Shizuka lay in Ling Feng's embrace, her body glistening with fragrant sweat, Compared to her once demure and serene demeanor, she now radiated a blend of allure and maturity, a transformation that was unmistakable. "How do you feel?" Ling Feng asked softly. Shizuka replied with a gentle glancing at her tiny hands, feeling the warmth of newfound strength coursing through her body, which left her in a WAS. Ling Feng embraced Shizuka. He naturally exchanged foundational energy and energy techniques with her, expending 1,300 energy points, leaving him with 6,820 points remaining. "I had no idea you harbored such secrets. Why reveal them to me? Wouldn't it have been better to keep them hidden? Do you not think it shameful that I so quickly found my way into your bed?" In a moment, Shauna gazed at Ling Feng with a complex expression, although she initially harbored some doubts regarding his intentions when she willingly surrendered herself to him. Witnessing his painful demeanor alleviated her suspicions. She believed he was not the type of man to harbor petty thoughts, and as for her own feelings towards him, she had no reason to doubt him. Ling Feng reached out and tightly embraced Shauna, offering a gentle smile as he spoke softly. Having watched the animation, he was well aware that Shauna was not a bad girl, thus he felt no concern. "Thank you for believing in me. That I simply feel that in this apocalyptic world, with the affection I have developed for you, and considering that you have saved my life, it seems only natural for me to become your woman. At last, I have managed to seize the initiative over Yan Yi and the world," Shauna said, her emotions evident as she nodded and smiled, though they had not explicitly discussed it during their time together. Being a perceptive girl, Shauna had already sensed the subtle, ambiguous atmosphere between herself, Ling Feng, and Yan Yi. The prospect of being ahead of the two filled her with joy. "Well, let us talk about this tomorrow. I am tired. Let us sleep." Ling Feng yawned, gently rubbing his eyes that he lay down, pulling Shauna's smooth body close, and closed his eyes to sleep. Shauna nestled comfortably in his embrace, savoring the warmth. The next morning, at the breakfast table, Yan Yi and the world stared at Shauna in bewilderment and astonishment as she announced her status as Ling Feng's woman. They exchanged glances and involuntarily smiled wryly. Recognizing that Shauna was clearly making a statement, "Congratulations, my husband." "I didn't expect Shauna to be the first to take action. I thought it would be the world," said Siko, beaming with a smile. Although she felt a twinge of jealousy at Ling Feng gaining another woman, she was prepared and harbored no ill feelings. Little Shauna is quite bold," Chika teased, causing Shauna to blush with shyness. "It seems I have another sister-in-law," Mitsui said, gazing at Ling Feng with admiration. "Haha, let us eat." Ling Feng was genuinely pleased with Shauna's declaration, and even breakfast was more lavish than usual, courtesy of Siko. After a hearty meal, they set off again. Assuming nothing unexpected occurred, they would soon reach Yan Yi's home. However, Yan Yi appeared somewhat lost and apprehensive, uncertain about the well-being of her sister and mother. The world and Shauna shared similar sentiments, both having single mothers whose fates remained unknown. Around 10 in the morning, the Hummer aggressively crashed through a metal fence and jolted to a stop atop a steep riverbank, according to Yan Yi. "We should be close now," Shika said, pulling out a map from the glove compartment to check the nearby river. "Yes, if we cross the nearby bridge, we'll be just a little further from my home. I used to come here often as a child, so I am quite familiar with this area. This is the quickest route," Yan Yi said, her excitement evident as she gazed at the familiar waters. "Is that really the case? I think we shouldn't expect to cross the bridge anymore," Mitsui suddenly remarked, lying on the roof of the vehicle with binoculars in hand. "How could this happen?" Yan Yi murmured, staring at the broken bridge ahead. She had anticipated nearing home, only to discover that the closest route had been destroyed. "This is not something we can simply force our way through." The bridge, approximately 150 meters in length, has been deliberately destroyed in the middle, leaving a significant GAPNO vehicle, no matter how powerful, can cross it, she lamented. Ling Feng could lift the Hummer with some effort, but flying across the gap was simply beyond his current capabilities. Even with Siko's assistance, it would yield no better results. "Something must have happened. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this," Siko remarked, observing several dried bloodstains nearby. Shaking her head, "Let us just cross the river directly. It might take longer, but it's feasible," Shika suggested. Their Hummer was specially modified for water travel, meaning they only needed to navigate across the river. Regardless of whether they traversed the bridge or the water, the outcome would be the same. Under Shika's guidance, the Hummer slowly entered the river, swaying slightly but remaining stable. The vehicle progressed steadily, though it was slower than on land. "Hey, Shika, could you drive a bit more steadily? I feel like I'm going to fall off any moment, Mitsui complained, clinging tightly to the roof as he seemed to suffer from motion sickness. Oh, come on. We've only just started. Hold on a bit longer and stop being so whiny. The waves are stronger here. It's perfectly normal, Shika replied nonchalantly. Still, it would be better to speed up a bit. Who knows what kind of water monsters might lurk beneath? We'd be doomed, Mitsui sighed, collapsing weakly on the roof, clearly feeling nauseous. Before long, Mitsui's complexion worsened, and he began to gag. Boss, I can't hold it in any longer. Ugh, he exclaimed as his stomach churned violently, instinctively leaning over the edge and vomiting into the river, expelling everything he had eaten that morning. Ugh, Shika, please try to go a little faster. This constant swaying is really uncomfortable, Ling Feng said, casting a sympathetic glance at the unfortunate Mitsui. All right, Shika replied, largely ignoring Mitsui's request, but when Ling Feng asked her to speed up, she immediately complied, accelerating the vehicle. Soon, the Hummer reached the center of the river. But at that moment, Ling Feng suddenly felt a sense of unease, as if a beast were lurking in the depths, watching them. Full speed ahead. There are mutated creatures in the water. We're being targeted. He shouted without hesitation. Everyone was taken aback, quickly arming themselves, their expressions shifting to one of grave alertness. Ling Feng cursed Mitsui's ill fortune, realizing his words had proven accurate. I'm going up to the roof, he announced, grabbing the shotgun from the seat beside Shika and climbing out through the sunroof to stand beside Mitsui, vigilantly scanning the water around them. Mitsui also raised his rifle, lying on the roof as he scanned the surface of the water, momentarily forgetting his previous nausea upon hearing Ling Feng's warning. The Hummer, consuming fuel rapidly, sped across the water, soon reaching a point where only a third of the distance remained to the opposite bank. Just then, the surface of the water ahead began to churn violently, accompanied by a splashing sound. A massive, pitch-black catfish opened its terrifyingly large mouth, preparing to swallow the Hummer whole. Without hesitation, both Ling Feng and Mitsui pulled their triggers simultaneously. The shotgun and rifle fired metal bullets that struck the creature's maw, creating several bloody holes that momentarily halted the mutated catfish's advance. Although the damage was not fatal, it caused the creature to writhe in pain, churning the water around them and preventing the vehicle from moving forward. This one do, brother. Its skin is too tough, Mitsui exclaimed desperately after firing several rounds that failed to deliver a fatal blow. The mutated catfish thrashed its whiskers violently, shooting a powerful jet of water that slammed into the Hummer. Even the sturdy vehicle could not withstand such force, violently shaking and pushing back several feet, nearly capsizing, leaving Ling Feng and Mitsui drenched. Seeing this, the catfish prepared to unleash another torrent of water, but this time, Ling Feng was ready. Drawing the heavy sword from his back, he unleashed a brilliant golden blade that sliced through the water jet, cleaving into the creature's side and tearing away a portion of its flesh. After suffering severe injuries, the catfish suddenly descended into a frenzy, thrashing its robust tail and charging straight ahead, as if intent on ramming the Humvee beneath the waves. Ling Feng let out a cold snort, extending his hand to unleash a golden energy wave that erupted with a thunderous explosion upon striking the enormous catfish, creating a gaping wound from which flesh and blood splattered. Seeing the energy wave's effectiveness, Ling Feng felt a surge of relief and swiftly fired 3 consecutive energy waves with one hand, hitting the massive fish from various angles, the final wave even penetrating its mouth. Under the relentless barrage of the 3 energy waves, the enormous mutated catfish was utterly vanquished, its body reduced to a mass of shredded flesh, staining the surrounding waters with blood. The remnants of meat and blood quickly attracted other aquatic creatures lurking below. As various mutated fish, both large and small, surfaced in a frenzy to devour the carcass of the mutated catfish, some even turned their attention toward the Humvee, and in the blink of an eye, Ling Feng and his companions found themselves encircled by a throng of underwater mutated beings. All the fish were capable of launching various water-based attacks, and amidst the chaotic onslaught, even the specially designed glass of the Humvee began to show signs of strain, developing numerous tiny cracks, while the vehicle shook violently, rendering it unable to proceed normally. On the tumultuous surface of the water, Mitsui exclaimed in despair, his rifle never ceasing its rapid fire as he picked off the approaching mutated fish. Meanwhile, Ling Feng continuously unleashed energy waves and piercing blasts to eliminate the most threatening of the mutated fish, yet the sheer number of adversaries, compounded by their blockade of the Humvee's path, left them momentarily trapped. How can there be so many mutated fish? We must break free from this encirclement immediately. The vehicle won't hold out for much longer. Siko from the back seat climbed up to the window, her face grave as she surveyed the dense swarm of mutated fish surrounding them. With a swift motion, she unleashed a sharp golden energy blade, obliterating several smaller mutated fish. "I'll assist as well," Shauna announced, climbing halfway out of the sunroof to bombard some of the smaller mutated fish with the energy waves she had just learned, alleviating their burden slightly. Observing Shauna's use of energy waves, Yin Yi and Shiji exchanged glances filled with envy, lamenting their inability to assist in the same manner as the numbers of mutated fish continued to swell around them. Ling Feng reluctantly assumed the pose of the turtle school's energy wave, channeling about 1/5 of his energy, gathering it momentarily before thrusting his palms forward, unleashing a blue-white beam that instantly annihilated all the fish in front of them. Shizuka seized the opportunity to accelerate the vehicle, while Ling Feng utilized his aerial technique to soar behind the Humvee, extending his hands to support it as they pushed forward. After considerable effort, the Humvee finally reached the riverbank, alleviating their immediate crisis. Shizuka parked the vehicle atop a high slope, signaling that everyone needed a moment to recuperate. Ling Feng took the opportunity to eat and drink, striving to replenish his expended energy. According to Yen Yi and Sato Ichiro, a host of formidable mutated creatures and king-level zombies awaited them ahead. It was best not to advance too soon without full recovery. While resting, Ling Feng also assessed the energy points acquired from defeating the mutated fish. His current total stood at 13,873. It appeared that these mutated fish held significant value. Noticing this figure, Ling Feng nodded thoughtfully, falling into contemplation. "What are you pondering so seriously?" Shiji inquired, intrigued as she gently prodded Ling Feng. "I am considering whether we should linger here for a while. I intend to clear out some of the mutated fish from the river." Ling Feng replied instinctively. "Are you serious? Isn't that just seeking trouble? Do you harbor such animosity toward these fish? Although we've been hit a couple of times, we have also slain a substantial number of them. Let's be more harmonious and magnanimous. This would only waste our energy." Mitsui exclaimed incredulously, staring at Ling Feng in disbelief. Yin Yi and Shiji furrowed their brows, unable to comprehend why Ling Feng wished to pursue this course of action, while only Siko and the others understood his intentions. "I agree. Eliminating some of the mutated fish would be beneficial." Siko was the first to nod in agreement, followed closely by Shizuka and Shauna, who also expressed their support. The sight left Yen Yi and Shiji dumbfounded. Had they all lost their minds? Wasn't this clearly just creating unnecessary trouble? Seeing the expressions on Yen Yi and her companions' faces, Ling Feng realized he needed to provide some clarification. After a moment's thought, he said, "Eliminating mutated creatures or zombies is advantageous for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so proactive." Mitsui's eyes lit up at this revelation, excitement bubbling within him. "Wait, are you telling me you can level up by defeating monsters?" "It's not exactly as you think, but there are some similarities," Ling Feng replied, trailing off.